Chapter 1 Hello Auntie. Life is a game that cannot be reloaded. In the game Earth OL, some people become technical players, some become wealthy players, but most people become ordinary players. Jiangqi was lucky. He was one of the few technical players among the rich players. However, he had just reached the peak when he accidentally traveled through time. The technology department of a listed company. Jiangqi was sitting at his desk, staring at the computer screen with boredom. The densely packed parameters gave him a headache. As a once outstanding businessman, he accidentally became an unknown technician. This abnormality was simply devastating. But maybe it was destined by fate that after traveling through time, he was still called Jiangqi and was still as handsome and charming. It was just that the owner of this original body did not seem to be so obsessed with making money and had always been content with a small fortune. Why? Life. What a fucking tragedy. Jiangqi sighed helplessly. Actually, time travel wasn't that bad. Generally, time travel came with system cheats, a perk for travelers. But when it came to him, there wasn't even a shred of it. He was also burdened with a mortgage of over 3 million yuan, with monthly payments of 10,000 yuan, and a salary of only 12,000. Brother! Stop sighing. The shabby young man sitting next to Jiangqi was called Xiebukan. He was Jiangqi's very good buddy in the company. At this moment, he said to Jiangqi with a serious face, "You better stand up. You have to pay the mortgage next month." Jiangqi glanced at his good friend beside him, curled his lips and said helplessly, "You don't understand the pain and sorrow in my heart." "What pain, what worries? You are so handsome, and so many girls are chasing after you. Look at me." Xiebukan shook his head, his face full of bitterness and sorrow, and murmured to himself, "If only I could be as handsome as you." As soon as the words fell, Xiebukan suddenly thought of something and asked mysteriously, "Jiangqi, are you short of money?" "Well, do you have a way to make money?" Jiangqi asked with a little doubt. "Remember that club we went to yesterday?" Xiebukan said humbly, "A rich woman has taken a fancy to you. She asked me to tell you something. If you can surrender to her tonight, she'll give you a lot of money." Jiangqi rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "You're daydreaming. I, Jiangqi, am a serious man and will not sell my soul." Oops. Don't be so rigid. This is also considered a job that depends on your own ability. Besides, it's not shameful to make money. Xiebukan shrugged and said earnestly, "I'm telling you, once you miss this opportunity, you'll never get it again. You'd better seize it. Forget it. Although this kind of W is easy to earn, the water is too deep inside, and I can't grasp it." Jiangqi pursed his lips, looked at Xiebukan beside him, and said seriously, "Don't do these crooked things in the future. We are all men with thick eyebrows and big eyes. This is not acceptable." Xiebukan smiled awkwardly and said casually, "I was just saying it casually. If that's the case, I'll just refuse it directly." Sigh. "What are your plans for tonight? Do you want me to treat you to a midnight snack and then arrange a small job for you?" Jiangqi was about to speak when the phone beside him rang. He looked at the caller. It was his mother. "Shu? My mom's calling." Jiangqi made a mute gesture and then answered the call. "Hello? Mom, is there something wrong?" Jiangqi asked. "Oh, my dear son." A woman's voice came from the phone, and she said with a smile, "Are you busy now?" "It's okay." Jiangqi pursed his lips and asked casually, "Mom, what exactly did you call about?" "It's just a blind date. I've found a lovely girl for you this time." "Oh my. She's so pretty, and very smart. Most importantly, she's very well educated and comes from a very good family." Jiangqi's mother said with a smile, "Really? I'm not kidding you this time. I've seen that girl many times, and she's absolutely the perfect candidate for my daughter-in-law." Hearing his mother's words, Jiangqi couldn't help but recall experiences that were not his own, but he felt a deep empathy for them. He opened his mouth, but swallowed the words back, saying bitterly, "Mom, I said the same thing a few times before, but what happened? Everything is fine, isn't it? This is your own problem, don't put the blame on me." Jiangqi's mother said angrily, "I'm telling you, you have to go on a good blind date this time. Dress up a little and don't be sloppy. She's my best friend. If you mess around like that, I'll break your legs." Hey, it's her elder sister's daughter again. But think about it, playing mahjong in the chess and card room all day long, over time, the number of these ladies will increase. Oh, I understand. Jiang Qi had no choice but to agree to the blind date. Then, Jiang Qi's mother told her son the specific time and place, and then hung up the phone. How? Are you going on a blind date again? Xiaobakan asked curiously. Jiang Qi nodded, then stared blankly with his eyes, thinking about something philosophical. As get-off work is about to end, Jiang Qi left the company early and hurried to the agreed location. Although he was extremely reluctant, he had no choice but to complete it as it was his mother's task. Soon he arrived at the agreed restaurant, found a seat by the side, and waited alone for his blind date to arrive. It was my first blind date after traveling through time. I was quite nervous, but also a little excited. This blind date is sometimes like opening a blind box. Before you open the box, you never know what is inside. You will only know after you open the box. It's similar to quantum mechanics. Schrödinger's blind date. At this moment, a woman appeared in the restaurant. She was wearing a black professional suit, a white shirt, and black high heels. Her hair was slightly curly and brown. Her cool and elegant makeup matched with her smart and charming eyes showed an intellectual and mature temperament. The woman looked around and then walked towards Jiang Qi. In an instant, Jiang Qi began to panic. It was obvious that this was not his blind date. Although she looked very young and beautiful, her temperament was not like that of someone his age. If he guessed correctly, she should be the mother of his blind date, who was trying to test the boy's true nature on his behalf. To be reasonable, is she really my mother's best friend? Are you Sister Yeling's son? The woman walked up to Jiang Qi and asked expressionlessly. Jiang Qi nodded and said respectfully, "Hello, Auntie. My name is Jiang Qi. Chapter 2, I am your blind date." When the word auntie came out of Jiang Qi's mouth, it was obvious. The woman's expression fluctuated slightly, but she quickly concealed it, and then sat in front of Jiang Qi, looking at him carefully. Jiang Qi felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. He coughed awkwardly and asked carefully, "Auntie, what's your name?" "Song." The woman still had no expression on her face and uttered a word lightly. "Oh, Aunt Song." Jiang Qi pursed his lips, not knowing what to say for a moment. After thinking hard, he asked cautiously, "Aunt Song, is there anything you want to know?" "Let's order some food." The woman said calmly, "We'll talk later." "Okay." "Aunt Song, do you have any food restrictions?" Jiang Qi asked. "It will be all right." As soon as the words fell, the woman hesitated for a moment and said calmly, "My name is Song Meiyue." "I understand, Aunt Song." Jiang Qi nodded, took out his phone and started ordering food, not noticing the slight anger on Song Meiyue's face opposite him. While Jiang Qi was ordering food, he casually struck up a conversation with Song Meiyue, asking, "Aunt Song, you must have just gotten off work, right? Where do you work? I'm guessing you're a senior executive, or at least a department manager." "Fei Hong," Song Meiyue said coldly. Hearing the word Fei Hong, Jiang Qi raised his head and looked at the elder in front of him in surprise, and said with a little surprise, "I am also in Fei Hong." Song Meiyue was stunned for a moment, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. She nodded, and then said, "Parent company or branch company?" "The parent company's technical department." Jiang Qi returned his gaze to his phone and continued, "Auntie Song, would you like some chopped pepper fish head?" Song Meiyue responded. After ordering the food, Jiang Qi put down his cell phone and sat there doing nothing. If the person in front of him was his blind date, then playing with the cell phone wouldn't matter. However, the other person was his blind date's elder, and most likely his mother's best friend. This impression was quite important, otherwise he would be scolded when he got back. At this time, the atmosphere was a bit weird. Both of them sat there quietly without saying a word to each other. Finally, Jiang Qi couldn't stand it anymore and asked cautiously, "Aunt Song, are my mom and I best friends?" "Right." Song Meiyue still adhered to her style of being frugal with words and answered Jiang Qi's questions in a simple and straightforward manner. "Oh. Then it seems you like playing mahjong too." Jiang Qi said with a polite smile, "My mom likes playing mahjong and square dancing. But judging from your temperament, square dancing doesn't suit you. You must be one of my mom's mahjong friends. I guess your card skills are not very good either, because my mom is a bad player and can't afford to lose." Song Meiyue pursed her lips and said calmly, "I don't know how to play mahjong." This. Jiang Qi was a little at a loss. What a shame. He had been nagging for so long, but the other person didn't know how to play mahjong. But then again, since she can't play mahjong and her temperament doesn't look like that of an auntie who dances square dance, how is she related to my mom? Well. Jiang Qi was speechless for a moment. He wanted to chat with the elders of his blind date to break the dull atmosphere, but the other party was a little indifferent, even a little unkind, and it was impossible to start any topic. Are you 27? Song Meiyue asked suddenly, what university did you graduate from? I'm indeed 27 this year, and I have a Master of Science from Fudan University, Jiang Qi replied. My annual income is pretty good, around 14, but I bought a house 2 years ago, and suddenly I have an extra 3 million yuan in mortgage. Oh, and I come from a single-parent family. My father passed away very early. Jiang Qi was very honest. He did not hide the fact that he was in debt, nor did he hide his background of coming from a single-parent family. At the same time, he believed that Aunt Song in front of him knew all these situations, so there was no need to hide anything and he could just be honest. What do you think of Fei Hong? Song Meiyue continued to ask. Fei Hong. Jiang Qi pondered for a moment, then said seriously, I think Fei Hong Group is great, and it's my honor to work there. Song Meiyue couldn't help but frown and said calmly, tell the truth. After that, he added another sentence. I won't tell anyone. Song Meiyue said. Jiang Qi hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, I think Fei Hong Group has a lot of problems. Although it's a large integrated platform company that combines industry and the internet, its strength in internet technology is relatively weak, relying primarily on real estate and finance. I think this development model is wrong. Hearing Jiang Qi's words, Song Meiyue frowned slightly and asked softly, what's wrong? The real estate industry is highly cyclical, often experiencing good years followed by bad years. While Fei Hong Group's size should allow it to smooth out these cycles, it's not immune to them entirely. Furthermore, its cash flow isn't sustainable. A cash flow hiccup could trigger a greater crisis. Jiang Qi paused for a moment before continuing, I believe that appropriate transformation is Fei Hong Group's most important goal right now. This doesn't mean blindly buying land and building buildings, nor does it mean completely abandoning the real estate industry as its foundation. It's just about reducing the proportion and putting more funds into new industries. Song Meiyue responded casually, her face showing no emotion at all in the face of Jiang Qi's remarks. At this time, Jiang Qi, who was sitting opposite her, asked cautiously, Aunt Song, may I ask you, what does your daughter do for a living? Song Meiyue came back to her senses, glanced at Jiang Qi in front of her, slowly picked up the teacup, took a sip gently, and said bluntly, I don't have a daughter. No daughter? So she should be a niece or a great niece? After all, Aunt Song looks so young, probably only about 27 or 28 years old, but in fact she must be around 35. Based on this calculation, Aunt Song's child will definitely not be over 10 years old. Sorry. Jiang Qi said embarrassedly, I was wondering earlier, Aunt Song looks so young, she doesn't look like a woman with children my age at all. You're probably here to check on your niece, right? I don't know what your niece does for a living, how old she is, and what specific requirements she has for the man. Speaking of this, Jiang Qi said seriously, Auntie Song, please don't mind. I think it's better for both parties to be honest on a blind date. Put your conditions and requirements on the table. If it's a good match, then develop it. If not, then find someone else and don't waste everyone's time. After hearing Jiang Qi's remarks, a hint of hesitation flashed across Song Meiyue's face, but she quickly regained her composure. I don't have any requirements. As long as I like it, that's fine. Song Meiyue replied softly. Oh. Then your requirements are quite low. Jiang Qi nodded thoughtfully. Sudden. He couldn't help but shudder all over, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief, and he was even a little at a loss. At this moment, Jiang Qi couldn't quite believe what he heard, and a very crazy idea popped up in his mind. Is there a possibility, a very extreme possibility, that his blind date this time is not Aunt Song's daughter, niece, or nephew, but Aunt Song herself? Looking at Jiang Qi's frightened expression, Song Meiyue said calmly, I am your blind date. Chapter 3 I want to be her mother-in-law. After hearing Song Meiyue's words, Jiang Qi completely collapsed. He originally still had a trace of fantasy, but now after hearing her admit it in person, his brain exploded instantly. He was almost going crazy, and a hysterical and helpless emotion gushed out from the depths of his heart. Oh my God! He was actually on a blind date with his mother's best friend. What the hell was going on? And the key point was that his mother was actually willing to introduce her best friend to her son. Oh my god, this is outrageous. It's outrageous. It's outrageous. Etc. No, no. If I remember correctly, my mother seemed to have told me that the person I would be going on a blind date with this time was her best friend. Recalling what my mother said on the phone at that time, she did tell me very clearly to dress up and not be sloppy, because she was my mother's best friend, but I ended up thinking I was the daughter of my mother's best friend. But no matter what, my mother's routine is a bit cruel. Who can think that their blind date will be my mother's best friend, and she even lets me go so openly? This is probably not as simple as wanting to have a grandson. Is he selling his son for money? Thinking of his mother's greedy nature, Jiangqi felt a chill in his heart. He had never imagined that his mother would sell her own son for money. But had she considered the issue of seniority? If so, how would the seniority be determined? Would each be treated separately? Besides, I'm only 4 years older than you, and I'm only 31 this year. Song Meiwei glanced at Jiangqi, who was in a daze, and said lightly, "Don't call me auntie, I'm not that old." Jiangqi nodded his head in a daze as his thoughts returned to his mind. He said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Aunt Song, No, Sister Song, I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted. You and my mom are best friends, commonly known as good sisters, and you and I were on a blind date." Jiangqi pursed his lips, then said with a look of sudden enlightenment, "Oh. I understand. You must have been fooled, right? Did my mother trick you into coming here for a blind date without knowing what was going on?" Song Meiwei shook her head and replied calmly, "No, she told me very clearly that she wanted to introduce her own son to me." Jiangqi opened his mouth, unsure what to say. He smiled wryly and said helplessly, "Sister Song. Actually, you're only 31 this year. Theoretically, there's no age difference between you and me. After all, there are people who are 10 or so years older than you, and society is quite open these days. The key is..." Jiangqi raised his head and secretly glanced at Song Meiwei, and said cautiously, "Have you ever thought about the identity issue between us? In the future, my mother will be both your mother-in-law and your good sister." Song Meiwei raised her eyebrows slightly, looked at Jiangqi carefully, and said calmly, "You think too much. I just promised Sister Yaling to come and see. I don't mean to develop any relationship with you." "Oh. I see." Jiangqi let out a long sigh, his heart instantly relaxing as he murmured cautiously, "I was so scared, it was almost over." As soon as the words fell, Song Meiwei's face flashed with anger, and she said coldly, "What do you mean it's almost over?" After hearing Song Meiwei's words, Jiangqi realized that he had made a slip of the tongue and hurriedly explained, "No. Please listen to my explanation. I don't mind that you are older than me, nor do I mind that you are older than me. In any case, we are not suitable for each other. Since we are not suitable, it would be painful to be together." "Song Sister Song, don't you think this is the truth?" Song Meiwei didn't answer him. She lightly picked up the teacup in front of her, took a sip, and then slowly put it down. She said seriously, "You are quite eloquent. Staying in the technical department is a bit of a waste of your talent. Do you want to go to the sales department?" "Actually, I really want to quit my job." Jiangqi pursed his lips and said seriously, "Then start my own business." "Start your own business?" Song Meiwei frowned slightly and said calmly, "What do you want to do?" "Tinkering with capital." As a former genius in business, Jiangqi is an expert at manipulating capital. Now he wants to return to his old ways, plunge into the capital market, and use his abilities and sense to manipulate capital. "Playing with capital? How much money do you have?" Song Meiwei asked. "It's because I don't have the funds that I'm still working." Jiangqi shrugged and said casually, "But I'm chasing my dream recently." "Chasing a dream?" Song Meiwei asked curiously, "What dream? How do you pursue it?" "If I spend 100 yuan every week to buy a number, I'll win 500 million yuan. After paying taxes, I'll have at least 300 to 400 million yuan left. I can use that to invest." Jiangqi said with a smile, "Based on a 100% annual return, I'll have over 400 billion yuan in 10 years. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be in the top 3 of the rich list. Of course, don't take it too seriously, because I'm just kidding." Song Meiwei narrowed her eyes and said earnestly, "You will succeed. Believe in yourself." Jiangqi didn't pay attention to Song Meiwei's words and asked curiously, "Sister Song, how did you and my mother know each other? In the hospital. Song Mei-wei replied. Hospital? Making friends through illness? Jiang Qi hesitated for a moment and swallowed back the question that was about to come out of his mouth. Just at this time, the waiter started serving the dishes to avoid the silent and awkward situation between them. After a meal, the two of them basically had no communication, but the warm-hearted Jiang Qi would occasionally pick up some food for Song Mei-wei, of course using serving chopsticks. I'll buy the order. Say hello to Sister Yaling for me. Song Mei-wei took a tissue and wiped the corner of her mouth elegantly, saying expressionlessly. Jiang Qi nodded and watched the 31-year-old single woman leave until she disappeared from his sight. Why? What happened was, I was actually on a blind date with my mom's best friend. But then again, although this woman is a little over the age limit, her figure and appearance are indeed not bad, especially her temperament, which is charming and mature, and mixed with a hint of intellect, which is really amazing. What a pity. She is my mother's best friend. No matter how shameless I am, I can't fall in love with my mother's best friend, right? Just when Jiang Qi was daydreaming, the cell phone in his pocket rang, and the caller was the mastermind behind this misunderstanding. My dear son? Jiang Qi's mother asked with a smile, have you seen her? What do you think? I didn't fool you, did I? Is this girl this time coquettish? Let me tell you. Mei-wei is not only beautiful, but also has a good figure and strong abilities. The most important thing is that her family has a lot of money. After hearing what his mother said, Jiang Qi was sure that he had been sold. His greedy mother was willing to let her son marry into her family just for money. Moreover, the other party was of the same generation as his mother. In terms of seniority, he should call her aunt. Mom. That's good enough. What were you thinking? Jiang Qi said helplessly, you actually introduced your best friend to me, and you're not afraid of the neighbors finding out and getting laughed at. Laugh? What are you laughing at? Laughing at you, a future billionaire? Jiang Qi's mother said angrily, if you marry Mei-wei, you won't have to struggle in this life. There are so many people pursuing Mei-wei, the line stretches from South Street to North Street. I'm telling you, don't be ungrateful, kid. I worked so hard to get this opportunity. If you let me miss it, our mother-son relationship will end here. Mom, not really. Jiang Qi said with a helpless smile, besides, she is so well off, how could she be interested in a poor boy like me? Facing her son's remarks, Jiang Qi's mother said seriously, I think there's hope. Mei-wei's suitors are all young men. They've seen all kinds of young talents. If they happen to meet a loser like you, they might treat you like a treasure. Mom. Be more realistic. Jiang Qi said bitterly, stop daydreaming all day long. I just want to ask you 2 questions. Jiang Qi's mother asked seriously, is Mei-wei pretty? Well. To be honest, it is indeed very beautiful. Jiang Qi replied. Can you accept a 4-year age difference? Jiang Qi's mother asked. It's still possible, actually. Jiang Qi said casually, my mental limit is 6 years old at most, 9 years old at least. Since you can accept everything, then stop talking nonsense. Anyway, I want to be Mei-wei's mother. Jiang Qi's mother said sternly, it's settled. For a time, Jiang Qi was stunned. People call you sister, but you want to be someone else's mother-in-law. I almost forgot to tell you, but I just found out about this. Jiang Qi's mother smiled and said, Mei-wei is the vice president of your company. Hearing this, Jiang Qi almost fell off his chair. Chapter 4, I come to join you on my mother's orders. She is not only my mother's best friend, but also my immediate superior. This is a deadly combination of factors. How can I survive? Jiang Qi's mind was about to explode at this moment. He tried hard to utter a few words, but when he got to his lips, he didn't know what to say. It's okay, it's okay. What's wrong with being the vice president? What's so great about being the vice president? In the end, she's still your daughter-in-law. Jiang Qi's mother said with a smile, don't be nervous, son. You are my son, Jiang Yaling. This little difficulty will definitely be a piece of cake for you. After hearing his mother's words, Jiang Qi, who had recovered from his shock, pursed his lips and said helplessly, Mom. Aunt Song and I are really not suitable. Although she and I are only 4 years apart in age, she is your best friend. No matter how shameless I am, I can't date your best friend, right? Why are your thoughts so old-fashioned? Zhang Yaling said angrily, Mom is already 48, and I know that as long as two people truly love each other, they can transcend age and worldly matters. Besides, she's only 31. Why are you calling her auntie, calling her sister? No. I always feel weird. Jiang Qi was still sitting in the restaurant, his face full of bitterness. Then let me ask a question. What if we get together, what should she call you? Sister or mom? And what should I call her? Son or brother-in-law? Faced with this question, Zhang Yaling replied with a smile, you can shout whatever you want. Our family is very democratic. Ouch, oh shit. Has playing mahjong all day ruined your brain? A hysterical and helpless emotion burst out from the depths of Jiang Qi's heart, running through his whole body. In order to help him marry a rich woman, his mother really did everything she could. Alright. My mahjong partners are all here. I won't waste any more time talking to you. Zhang Yaling asked earnestly, by the way, have you added me on WeChat? No. Jiang Qi said casually. You usually seem quite smart, but why do you act so stupid at such a critical moment? Zhang Yaling sighed and said to her son seriously, Mom will send you Mayua's WeChat. Add her immediately and talk to her more. Relationships require communication and exchange. Don't be such a dull person. Do you understand? Jiang Qi sighed. Although he wanted to refuse in his heart, it was his mother's task after all. So he thought about it and decided to forget it. He pretended that he was communicating with Song Meiyue. Anyway, he guessed that his mother would not ask the person involved about this matter. As for asking himself, he could just find a random excuse to get away with it and then confess that neither of them had any feelings for each other. I know. Jiang Qi said with a haggard look on his face, send it to me. That's good of you. Mom will push it to you now. Zhang Yaling said with a smile. Hang up the phone. It was only a short while later that I received a message from my mother on WeChat. I opened it and saw, there was indeed a business card from my mother. Xiao Ye? The avatar is actually a cartoon little girl? Thinking back to the first time we met, Song Meiyue was so young and beautiful, and had the temperament of a mature and intellectual lady. It was hard to imagine that she actually had such a feminine side. But then again, could it be that my mother was mistaken? Probably not. Both her nickname and name contain the character, so it's most likely Song Meiyue. Jiang Qi thought for a long time, hesitating whether to add her on WeChat. In the end, he chose to give up. After all, they were from two different worlds and there was no need to force them together. Moreover, the other party was his mother's best friend and his immediate superior. The pressure was a bit too much to bear. After leaving the restaurant, Jiang Qi drove his Hongguang Mini slowly towards home. It was almost 7 o'clock when Jiang Qi got home. He took a shower and then lay on the sofa playing with his mobile phone. The mother and son still lived in the old community. Although they had bought a 3-bedroom house, it was a pre-sale house, the house had not yet been delivered. At this moment, the phone rang, and the caller was Xia Buchan. Brother! Are you sure you won't sell your soul? Xia Buchan said seriously, I just ran into that pretty rich woman again. She wants you to sing with her tonight. As for the fee, well, it's a lot. Sigh, she's quite pitiful. She said that seeing you reminded her of her late husband when he was young. No. I'm not a gigolo. Jiang Qi said unhappily. Xia Buchan said helplessly, oh, my brother Jiang, making money, business, not shabby. Shabby, really damn shabby. Jiang Qi said seriously, give up that idea right now and don't mess around. Be down to earth and honest. We are all ambitious young people, and we don't want to resort to such crooked ways. Yes. What you are teaching is. Then I'll hang up first. Xia Buchan replied. After hanging up, Jiang Qi, lying on the sofa, continued to browse his phone. Suddenly, there was a sound of unlocking the door behind him, and it was his mother who came in. Mom? Didn't you go square dancing today? Jiang Qi asked absent-mindedly, holding his mobile phone without getting up. However, the only answer he got was silence. Jiang Qi realized something was wrong and quickly sat up from the sofa. Sure enough, his mother was staring at him with her eyes wide open. For a moment, panic spread throughout his body. Jiang Qi shrank his neck and asked cautiously, what's wrong? John Yaling walked over to her son with a sullen face and sat down immediately. She turned her head to the side and glared at him fiercely, asking sternly, "I just called Mayue to ask if she had received any WeChat friend requests, but she told me she hadn't received any. What's going on?" No. Mom, you even called to confirm?" Jiang Qi's scalp was about to split. Snort. "I raised you with all my heart, how could I not know the little tricks in your mind?" John Yaling said angrily, "I'm sitting here watching you add friends now, hurry up, don't dilly-dally." Seeing his mother's arrogant and unreasonable attitude, Jiang Qi finally had no choice but to compromise. However, when he picked up the phone, he still imagined making one last struggle. "Mom. I'm your son, I have hands, feet, and brains. There's no need for me to be a live-in son-in-law," Jiang Qi said seriously. "A man should be self-reliant. I don't want to take shortcuts in life just for a few bucks. Life isn't about the result, it's about the journey. I really enjoy the process of striving for my ideals." Speaking of this, Jiang Qi said earnestly, "Mom, please stop. The man sitting next to you is a real man. Oh my, it hurts." John Yaling pinched her son's thigh fiercely and angrily scolded him, "Do you think you can succeed in this society just by hard work? If that were the case, your father wouldn't have died so early." After saying this, releasing her hand, Jiang Yaling sighed deeply and said to herself sadly, "Husband, you left so early, leaving us mother and son to depend on each other. Now my son doesn't listen to me anymore. What should I do?" A self-torture tactic. It's all a self-torture tactic with no emotion and acting. All right. Stop acting here. I'll add you. Is it not okay for me to add you? Jiang Qi curled his lips, silently clicked on Song Meiyue's business card, and looked at the option interface of adding a friend. He felt a little melancholy and bitter in his heart. Just a second ago, he was in front of Xiebucken, preaching that men should be self-reliant, but he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. But think about it. Life is about being slapped in the face constantly. Send a friend request, "Hello Aunt Song, I'm here to add you on my mother's orders." Chapter 5 Left foot or right foot? Has it been added? Jiang Yaling, who was sitting next to her, couldn't wait to ask about her son. "I've added it, but whether it goes through or not is not my problem." Jiang Qi casually threw his phone on the coffee table, lazily lying on the sofa, and asked absent-mindedly, "Mom, how did you and Aunt Song become best friends? There's a big age difference between you two." Jiang Yaling rolled her eyes and angrily shouted, "What Auntie Song? This is your sister Song. She's only 31, how come you call her auntie? That can't be helped. After all, the seniority is there." Jiang Qi shrugged and then asked, "How did you and Aunt Song meet?" "I heard Aunt Song say, you and her seem to have met in the hospital." "In the hospital, did you become friends because of your illness? Did you discuss each other's illnesses?" As soon as the words fell, her thigh was slapped hard, and a crisp sound broke the atmosphere in the bedroom. "What do you mean by using illness as a tool to make friends? Do you even know how to talk?" John Yaling glared at her son and said angrily, "Don't ask so many nonsense questions. Anyway, your mission now is to win over Meiyue and make her my daughter-in-law. As for other things, you don't have to worry about it." Jiang Qi pursed his lips and said earnestly, "Mom, there are so many rich men in this world, why did you let me date your best friend? Besides, Aunt Song is already 31. If I have the energy to pursue her, I might as well find a girl in her prime." "You know shit. Meiyue is considerate, well-educated, and has a dignified and virtuous image. How can those other girls compare to her?" Jiang Yaling said seriously, "Anyway, if you bring another woman into the house, our mother-son relationship will end here." For a time, Jiang Qi was speechless. She always wanted to end the mother-son relationship. He felt that the mother-son relationship between him and his mother was thinner than a piece of A4 paper. But to be honest, Song Meiyue's image is indeed a bit hard to extricate oneself from. I have only met her once, and her charming and soft face, curvy figure, and elegant temperament keep flashing through my mind like a slideshow. If you put aside the two fatal elements that she is his mother's best friend and his immediate superior, then Song Meiyue gives him the feeling of being his English teacher during his school days, full of fantasy and beauty. Mom's going to take a shower first. Wait until Meiyue accepts your friend request. Chat with her more and show her more concern. Aside from love at first sight, the rest of the feelings grow over time. Jiang Yaling said seriously, "Do your best and don't let her down. After that, he went to the bathroom by himself, leaving Jiang Qi alone in the living room. However, facing the advice of his mother, Jiang Qi did not listen to a word. He held the back of his head and stared at the ceiling. Theoretically, Song Meiyue should reject his friend's request, but not necessarily. Maybe in order to maintain the sisterly relationship with his mother, she would reluctantly approve it. Sudden. The breathing light of the mobile phone on the coffee table flashed. Jiang Qi noticed this situation, picked up his mobile phone and took a look at the situation. Sure enough, the friend request was approved. What to do? How about a friendly opening? So what should I call her? Auntie Song? Ms. Song? Or Sister Song? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qi held his mobile phone and typed messages quickly. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, Aunt Song, I know you were forced to accept my friend request out of helplessness. How about this, let's just pretend that nothing happened and just be familiar strangers to each other. What do you think? After a while, Song Meiyue sent her reply. "So yeah, okay." It is very concise and clear, without any drag, and goes straight to the point in one word. Jiang Qi was about to put down his phone when he suddenly received a WeChat message from Song Meiyue. "Xiaoyer, come to my office tomorrow morning. I'm on the 10th floor." Seeing the message she sent, Jiang Qi felt a sense of unease deep in his heart. He gritted his teeth and sent her an O, then locked the phone screen and stared at the ceiling with a melancholy look on his face. Tomorrow morning. Should I go in with my left foot or my right foot? The next morning, Jiang Qi arrived at the company building early, and after clocking in, he sat in his seat and used the company computer to check the list of senior executives within the company. Then he found Song Meiyue's basic information. No way? In charge of personnel, finance, and technical research and development? Seeing Song Meiyue's responsibilities within the company, Jiang Qi felt like his head was about to split. However, the following content made him even more shocked, because he found that the chairman's surname was also Song. He had never noticed this issue before, but now it seems these two are father and daughter. Xiao Jiang? Today is a rare day. A middle-aged man wearing glasses stood beside Jiang Qi with a smile and said, "Usually you always arrive at the company on time. I didn't expect you to be the first one in today. Oh, by the way, Xiao Xia invited you to dinner yesterday. Why didn't you come? Let me tell you, yesterday's event was great." The middle-aged man wearing glasses is Wu Zhang, the director of the technical department. He often wanders around various bath centers and foot massage parlors with Jiang Qi and Xie Buchan. The three of them have a very strong friendship, and Wu Zhang, as the director, often invites the two to spend money. Why? Brother, I feel so sad. Jiang Qi sighed and said to himself sadly. Well, it seems like you have something on your mind. Wu Zhang noticed that his good brother was a little worried. He moved a chair and sat next to him, saying seriously, "Tell me. I will analyze it for you." Jiang Qi pursed his lips, turned his head to look at Wu Zhang, and asked, "Brother Wu, if you were to choose between two options, one is to work hard, be self-reliant, fight for your dreams, and then become a superior person, the other is to marry a beautiful rich woman and reach the pinnacle of life, but with the title of a son-in-law, what would you choose?" The second one. Wu Zhang gave the answer without even thinking about it. Ah? Isn't it so direct? Jiang Qi looked at him in confusion. Brother! Life only lasts a few decades, so every second of happiness counts. Wu Zhang said earnestly, besides, you're already a pretty rich woman. That kind of weathered temperament is something a young girl can't compare to. I don't have your qualities. If I did, would I still be working here? Bullshit. I'd go straight to heaven. As soon as the words fell, Wu Zhang thought of something and smiled meaningfully. From the tone of your voice, you seem to have an idea? No. I, Jiang Qi, have always adhered to the principle of self-improvement and would never sell my soul. Jiang Qi shook his head, checked the time, and silently stood up and said to Wu Zhang, Brother Wu, I'll take half an hour off. I have something to take care of. After saying that, he left. Looking at his good brother's back, Wu Zhang couldn't help but frown, secretly complaining in his heart, why is Xiao Jiang a little weird today? Jiang Qi had been standing in front of an office door for 3 minutes, staring at the door handle, but he didn't have the courage to hold it. Although this is an ordinary door, you never know what you will get after opening it. Take a deep breath, reach out and grasp the door handle, then gently press it. Then the left foot went in first. Chapter 6: The left foot means promotion and salary increase. As the vice president of the group company, Song Meiyue's office is very spacious and grand. When Jiang Qi walked into the office, he was hit by a depressing atmosphere. At this time, Song Meiyue, who was sitting opposite him, was working, holding a black pen and writing something on a document. Compared with yesterday evening, Song Meiyue is still wearing a black professional women's suit today, with a white shirt underneath, especially the black-rimmed glasses, which brings out the charm of intelligence and maturity to the extreme. One has to admit. 31-year-old Song Meiyue is like a gurgling stream, quiet but not arrogant, and turbulent but not impetuous. Jiang Qi used to like young and beautiful women who were youthful and energetic, radiating the vitality of the early morning. But since he met Song Meiyue, he suddenly realized that a woman's most attractive stage should be at the age of 30, like the midday sun, so strong and dazzling. Coming? Please sit anywhere. Song Meiyue raised her head, looked at him expressionlessly, and said lightly. Jiang Qi didn't say much. He sat down opposite her and waited quietly for his decision. At the same time, he secretly observed the mother's best friend in his blind date. Although she was pretty, she was a little too cold. I don't know how long it took. Song Meiyue put down the work in her hands, raised her head and glanced at Jiang Qi across from her. Her bright eyes narrowed slightly, and she pursed her plump, vermilion lips. She said coldly, I seem to have reminded you not to call me auntie. Why didn't you obey my request? Well, once an aunt, always an aunt. After all, you're my mother's sister, so you're older than me. Calling you sister is a bit disrespectful. Jiang Qi replied seriously, Mr. Song, on this issue, I'm a very traditional man. Tradition? Song Meiyue raised her eyebrows slightly, casually took out a document from the drawer, and calmly opened it in front of Jiang Qi, saying calmly, You have been in the company for 3 years, and you have been late 128 times, left early 75 times, and absent from work without reason 12 times. Is this what you mean by tradition? Oops, it's over. This is preparing to settle accounts with myself. Jiang Qi was a little overwhelmed for a moment. Although he had a premonition that something bad would happen last night, when the bad thing happened, he was still a little caught off guard. In fact, to be honest, most of these bad records were not caused by himself. After all, he had only traveled to this world for 2 months. Of course, I can't tell her about this kind of thing. Not to mention whether she will believe it. If things go wrong, she might be sent to a mental hospital. Aren't you very eloquent? Song Meiyue put down the document in her hand and asked calmly, then explained the situation. I am a little dissatisfied with you now and am hesitating whether to fire you. Hesitate? No. I'm afraid I've already made up my mind. Jiang Qi did not intend to explain his situation. When the other party had made up their minds, no amount of resistance would be of any use. Instead of leaving in disgrace, it would be better to leave with his head held high. The latter was even more noble. I don't want to explain, just open it. Jiang Qi answered calmly. Song Meiyue was stunned for a moment, a hint of surprise flashed across her brows, but she quickly covered it up and said coldly with a dark face, Do you think I don't dare? Dare. But I don't care. Jiang Qi shrugged and said calmly, Because according to my estimation, Feihong Group will encounter a major crisis in 3 years. When that time comes, there will definitely be a large-scale layoff, and I will definitely not be spared. So, leaving early and looking for a way out is actually the best strategy. Hearing Jiang Qi's words, Song Meiyue frowned, her tone became a little angry, and she asked, What crisis? With Feihong Group's current structure, nearly 60 to 70% of its assets come from real estate. Although real estate is currently on an upward trend, I believe this trend will soon bottom out. The wild and crazy growth will eventually form a bubble, which will explode in an instant with just a slight poke. Jiang Qi paused for a moment before continuing, Feihong's current debt ratio is so high. If the real estate market were to crash, there would be almost no chance of recovery. The ultimate outcome would be the sale of properties and massive layoffs. Jiang Qi was not exaggerating. Although he had traveled through time, the trajectories of the two worlds were not too different, except for some differences in the internet. Of course, it was not a barren land. Many internet products in Jiang Qi's world did not exist in this world. According to Jiang Qi's experience, there may be a real estate market crash in the next few years. The reason is very simple. The era of high turnover is about to pass, and the market is about to enter an era of price cuts, slowdowns, and volume reductions. The sudden slowdown. Some companies still have inertia, and as long as inertia exists, it means that they cannot stop. Secondly, most companies fail to adequately control risks, including large companies like Fei Hong. The huge profits in the early years have numbed these people's sense of danger. Faced with an environment that is about to change, they still pursue speed and scale. At the same time, Song Meiwei, who was sitting opposite, had a touch of emotion on her face. This was the second time she heard him talk about the collapse of the real estate market. Normally, a technician should not know much about the market economy, but he had a very unique vision. Actually, Song Meiwei's idea is similar to Jiang Qi's. She also believes that the glorious glory of real estate is about to dim and it may usher in a very long dark period. However, Song Meiwei is not sure when this time will come, but Jiang Qi suggests that a crisis will occur in 3 years. Maybe I should give it a try. The question is how to transform, into which industry to transform. After a moment of contemplation, Song Meiwei glanced at the man in front of her, the man who was both her eldest nephew and her blind date, pursed her lips, and asked seriously, "When you walked into the office just now, which foot came in first?" As soon as the words fell, he said earnestly, "Think carefully before answering." Ah? So rude and direct? Even the most basic grounds for dismissal are waived? Regarding the issue of left foot and right foot, this was just a joke that Jiang Qi made up. He believed that no one would casually fire a company employee in such a way, but he never expected that he would encounter it today. Left foot. What's wrong? Jiang Qi said casually. At this moment, Jiang Qi also figured it out. No matter how you love someone, a man who stands tall and proud will not bow his head easily. Left foot? Song Meiwei said thoughtfully, "Since it's the left foot, then I'll promote him to deputy director of your department." Chapter 7 finally obeyed. The sudden promotion made Jiang Qi, who was sitting opposite him, confused and shocked. He had already planned to be fired, but he didn't expect he was not fired, but was promoted to the position of deputy director. What's going on? Could it be that 31-year-old Aunt Song is attracted to a 27-year-old handsome guy like me? Logically speaking, this shouldn't happen. She admitted it herself at the time. She had no intention of developing a relationship with me, and she came to the blind date just to give my mother face. How? How did it turn out like this? No. No matter what the situation is, I refuse. I refuse hard. How could such a noble soul be corrupted by a small deputy director position? Impossible, absolutely impossible. In fact, Jiang Qi's promotion was entirely for the purpose of retaining talent. Song Meiwei felt that the son of her good sister might be able to bring different changes to the company in the future, relying on his keen sense of smell and unique views on the property market. The key is that he is the only one who has the same ideas as herself. I'll call HR later. Song Meiwei said casually, "If there's nothing else, you can go back now." Hearing Song Meiwei's words, Jiang Qi came back to his senses from his wandering thoughts and asked hesitantly, "Boss Song, I want to ask the reason for my promotion. Why did you promote me to the position of deputy director?" "Because you entered with your left foot first, I gave you a promotion. If you entered with your right foot, you would go and sweep the toilet." Song Meiwei answered casually. Is it that simple? Jiang Qi frowned and said seriously, "Isn't this reason for promotion too ridiculous? If you promoted me to deputy director because of my mother's relationship, I hope you can rescind your appointment." Song Meiwei glanced at the man in front of her, pursed her lips, and said calmly, "I'm the vice president of the company. I can promote anyone I want. Is this a sufficient reason?" For a time, Jiang Qi was speechless because this reason was too sufficient, so sufficient that it was impeccable. "It's decided. I have a meeting later. You wait for the personnel notice." Song Meiwei immediately ordered him to leave. Jiang Qi nodded, stood up and left Song Meiwei's office. The moment he closed the door, the faith built deep in his heart collapsed instantly. It's over. I fell and finally gave in. The once ambitious young man also embarked on a path of no return in life, and actually relied on a rich woman to get promoted. Thinking of this, Jiang Qi silently took out his mobile phone and checked the salary of the deputy director. He found that the salary had increased to 20,000. His wounded heart was instantly healed a little. At this time, Xia Buchan's words suddenly echoed in his mind. Making money, business, not shabby. Why? I must never let them know that I got promoted thanks to this relationship, otherwise my lofty image as an enterprising young man will completely collapse. Jiang Qi sighed deeply and muttered to himself. Back at his workstation, Jiang Qi stared at the computer screen with a melancholy look on his face. Although he didn't know why, no matter what the reason was, the bottom line had been completely broken, and from then on there would be no more legendary stories of the enterprising young man Jiang Qi. But then again, this kind of pleasure of getting something for nothing is really exciting. No wonder so many people want to be gigolos. Xiao Xie? Did you delete the contact information of that pretty rich woman yesterday? Jiang Qi asked cautiously to Xie Bucken beside him. How? Finally figured it out? Xie Bucken rolled his eyes and said unhappily, it's too late to figure it out now. She's already heartbroken. Let me tell you, even though that pretty rich woman is over 40, she looks like she's 35. It's a pity that you didn't know her worth and wasted such a good opportunity. Jiang Qi curled his lips and said earnestly, I'm just asking casually. Don't think I'm that kind of person. Oh, by the way, I want to ask you something. Is Song Meiwei the daughter of our chairman? Mr. Song? Song Zetian? You're talking nonsense. Xie Bucken replied, everyone knows it, don't you know it too? Song Zetian? Wu Zetian? It feels quite vivid and does have the flavor of a queen. Yeah. Maybe I've been too tired recently, and my memory has declined a bit. Jiang Qi made up an excuse and continued to ask quietly, did Mr. Song have a boyfriend before? Xie Bucken shook his head, looked around cautiously, and whispered to his good brother Jiang Qi, I heard that Song Zetian has many suitors, but none of them has caught her eye yet. But come to think of it, Song Zetian is a career-oriented woman. Ordinary men can't control her at all, let alone catch her eye. Oh. Let's get to work. Jiang Qi pursed his lips, casually opened a document, stared at the screen with distracted eyes, pretending to be at work. As get off work is about to end, Jiang Qi successfully caught fish all day. In fact, it was no wonder that he was confused all day. Although the technology department was called the technology department, in fact, the department did not produce any technology. Technology was the responsibility of the RD department, and Jiang Qi was just a technology porter, who supervised or coordinated other departments. So sometimes I have a lot of free time, but sometimes I am extremely busy. Ouch. I've earned another 400 yuan. Xie Bucken stretched comfortably in his chair, then turned to Jiang Qi and asked, by the way, didn't you go on a blind date yesterday? How did it go? It's okay, just a little old. Jiang Qi answered absent-mindedly. Does it look good? Xie Bucken asked. Well. Jiang Qi pondered for a moment, then said thoughtfully, it's not a question of whether she's pretty or not. She's really that rare kind. Her eyes are sparkling, her nose is tall and straight, her lips are like cherries, and she exudes a mature and intellectual charm. The key is that she has a great figure, too. Unfortunately, she's a little old, and... Speaking of this... Subconsciously, he glanced at Xie Bucken beside him and said calmly, it's over anyway. Oops. From your description, I know she's a single, young woman. How could you not know her at all? Xie Bucken said angrily, I'm so pissed. This romantic luck is raining down on you, and you, a jerk, just dodge it all. Jiang Qi was about to make a small rebuttal when the breathing light on the phone on the desk suddenly flashed. I picked up the phone and took a look. It turned out to be a message from Song Meiwei. Xiaoyer, wait until I get off work and take me home. Chapter 8 Can you repair Wi-Fi? Aunt Song wants a ride? Jiang Qi thought he had been playing too many games recently and his eyesight was blurry. He checked carefully several times before realizing that Song Meiwei really wanted to take his car back. For a moment, he was confused and helpless. He wanted to refuse, but due to the other party's multiple identities, he was speechless. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qi silently replied to her with an O. Jiang Qi? What are your plans for tonight? Xie Bucken said casually while tidying up his desk. How about we get together with Wu Gu and go out for some fun? I've heard about a new cinema-style foot massage parlor. Are you interested in trying it? No time. I have to work overtime tonight. Jiang Qi replied. Hearing Jiang Qi say that he had to work overtime, Xie Bucken was scared half to death. He looked at his good buddy beside him with horror, his brows full of helplessness. He opened his mouth, but swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and asked cautiously, what's going on with you? You actually volunteered to stay and work overtime? Why? The company pays me so much, yet I'm slacking off every day. I feel guilty. Jiang Qi sighed and said helplessly, I'll work overtime, to heal my guilty conscience. Xia Bucken was immediately at a loss for words, and said unhappily, good fellow. If the temple doesn't honor you, it would be the abbot's fault. So, you should work overtime. Anyway, I don't work overtime, so it's up to you. As soon as the words fell. Suddenly remembering something, he asked mysteriously, did you make a date with a girl? Afraid we'd find out, you stayed overtime on purpose, and after we left, you snuck off to the hotel with her? This guy is a talent. Unfortunately, I guessed the beginning but not the ending, and of course I even guessed the process wrong. I don't even want a charming, rich woman, so do you think I'd date a girl? Jiang Qi rolled his eyes and said absent-mindedly, I really just want to work overtime, to get some sales results so I can get a promotion and a raise in the future. Xia Bucken carefully looked at his good brother, hesitated for a moment, and whispered, do you have any ideas? Ah? Jiang Qi looked confused. Our department's deputy director is about to leave, and this position will be vacant soon. Xia Bucken said earnestly, but I think you should forget about it, because it has already been internally chosen for Zhou Paopi. Zhou Paopi's brother-in-law is the director of the compensation and performance department of the head office, and he has already made internal connections. Jiang Qi didn't care about what Xia Bucken said, even if it was true, but he believed, with Song Meiyue's intervention, this position would definitely not belong to Zhou. As for who would be the deputy director of the technical department, who else could it be except himself? Oh. Very good. Jiang Qi shrugged and said lightly, Zhou Paopi finally got what he wanted and took the deputy director position he had always dreamed of. Of course. I don't know if Paopi will treat us to a meal. I don't think so. Xia Bucken pursed his lips, his face full of disdain, and said, relying on that lousy brother-in-law, he's so self-righteous all day long. After that, Xia Bucken glanced at the time, quickly stood up and said to Jiang Qi, I'm leaving. Do your best. Then, in a flash, he disappeared without a trace. A little bit. Jiang Qi was the only one left in the entire department. He sat alone at his workstation, absent-mindedly holding the mouse and randomly clicking on various websites. It had been more than 2 months since he came to this world. He had discovered many valuable business opportunities. Of course, the most promising ones still belonged to the internet, such as the short video platform, which did not exist in this world. Since it doesn't exist, it means there is a way to make money. He directly activates the Blood Sharingan mode to replicate it. Unfortunately, he has the idea but doesn't have a penny in his pocket, and Jiang Qi is unwilling to tell others about this idea. He once wanted to sell the house, but the money from the sale could not support the huge capital chain. Never mind. It's better to keep your feet on the ground and take it one step at a time. I don't have any system or other golden fingers, so it's not suitable for me to make big news right away. Speaking of which, what time does Aunt Song get off work? If she works overtime until 8 o'clock in the evening, wouldn't I have to wait until 8 o'clock too? Half an hour later. Anxious Jiang Qi finally received a WeChat message from Song Meiyue, telling him to turn left when he got out of the company and pick her up at the corner 200 meters away. After receiving the order, Jiang Qi immediately carried his shoulder bag and hurriedly left the office. Then he drove the Hongguang Mini to pick up Song Meiyue and took her home. At a corner, he saw Song Meiyue waiting on the roadside, so he slowly stopped in front of her and rolled down the passenger window. Aunt Song. I'm here to pick you up. Jiang Qi bent down and shouted at her. Looking at the small and exquisite car in front of her, especially with the Hatsune Miku sticker on the body, a hint of imperceptible doubt flashed between Song Meiyue's brows. She hesitated for a moment, opened the passenger door and sat down. Buckling up, he said expressionlessly, XX community. New. Song Meiyue's indifferent attitude did not make Jiang Qi feel dissatisfied. After several contacts, he gradually got used to that inhumane way and felt it was quite reasonable. On the way to Song Meiyue's house, the two did not communicate at all. Jiang Qi concentrated on holding the steering wheel, driving on the road during the rush hour, while smelling the faint fragrance emanating from the passenger seat. As for Song Meiyue, turn your head to the side and look at the city scenery along the street. Just at this time, when they encountered a red light, Jiang Qi secretly glanced at the young woman beside him from the corner of his eye, pursed his lips, and asked softly, Auntie Song, where is your car? I'm at the company, but I don't want to start. I'm a bit tired. Song Meiyue's answer was very straightforward, without any unnecessary content. Oh, then Ming. Before Jiang Qi could finish his words, Song Meiyue interrupted him. Come pick me up tomorrow morning. Song Meiyue said calmly, is that okay? Can't. If you ask me to pick it up, I will go and pick it up. Why? Just because you're my mother's best friend? Just because you're my immediate superior? Just because you're the chairman's daughter? Of course. Jiang Qi replied. After saying this, a faint sadness arose deep in my heart, but there was nothing I could do. It was all for the sake of life, so I had to give in again. Arriving at the gate of the residential complex where Song Meiyue lived, Jiang Qi parked the car steadily, watched her unbuckle her seatbelt, casually opened the car door, said thank you and left. Looking at her departing back, he suddenly realized that this woman might be very lonely. After sighing for a while, he picked up his phone and prepared to call his mother to ask her to save some food for him. However, the call was hung up after just one ring. Based on past experience, his mother might have been so angry about losing that she definitely had no time to take care of her son at this time. At this moment, I heard two knocks and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Song Meiyue standing by the car door, staring at me expressionlessly. Aunt Song, what's wrong? Jiang Qi rolled down the car window and asked curiously. Can you fix Wi-Fi? Chapter 9. There is a story here. Wi-Fi. No problem. Jiang Qi usually likes to play games and is quite knowledgeable about the internet and electronic devices. As long as there is no equipment problem or unpaid bills, he can basically repair the Wi-Fi at Song Meiyue's home. Please help me check, the Wi-Fi is not working these 2 days. Song Meiyue said lightly. Well, then get in the car. Jiang Qi nodded. Driving Song Meiyue into the residential complex, under her direction, we arrived at the gate of a villa. A rough estimate was that the price was in the 8 figures. Considering that it was located in the city center, it might cost around 30 million. Of course, it might be even more expensive. I could never understand the world of the rich. Although I used to be a rich man, I am now as poor as a ghost. Are your uncle and aunt home? Jiang Qi unbuckled his seatbelt and asked casually. I live alone. Song Meiyue replied. After saying this, under the guidance of Song Meiyue, Jiang Qi walked into her home. It must be said, the decoration was simply too luxurious, which immediately increased the total value of the house by 5 million. Jiang Qi then came to the room where the Wi-Fi was installed. After careful study, he suddenly realized something. He was at a loss for words and pouted helplessly, saying, Auntie Song, is it possible that there's a Wi-Fi signal, but I can't access the internet even after connecting to it? Right. Song Meiyue nodded. I'm in arrears. Just pay the money. Jiang Qi said. Just unpaid bills? Song Meiyue couldn't believe what she heard. Jiang Qi shrugged and said earnestly, Aunt Song, don't question my professionalism. In this regard, I'm much better than you. I'll pay you a fee now, and you can use the Wi-Fi normally in 5 minutes. Song Meiyue pursed her lips and said, please help me pay for it. I'll send you a WeChat message later. Oh. Jiang Qi responded, took out his mobile phone and logged into the telecom app based on the account secret provided on the device box. He quickly paid the bill for her, and then restarted the network. The Wi-Fi that was originally unable to access the internet could now be used normally. Solve. Aunt Song, I'm going back first. After solving the Wi-Fi problem at Song Meiyue's house, Jiang Qi prepared to go home. After all, a man and a woman alone in a room would easily lead to gossip. Although no one could see it, Jiang Qi's deep sense of justice forced him to make the right choice. Good. Song Meiyue nodded, looked at the man in front of her, a hint of hesitation flashed across her face, and she whispered, thank you. You're welcome. You are my elder. Jiang Qi said with a smile, this is what I should do. In an instant, Song Meiyue's face suddenly darkened, a trace of anger drifted across her brows, and she said coldly with a dark face, I'm glad that you know I'm your elder, but I don't like it when you keep talking about it. Are you reminding me that I'm an old woman? For a time, Jiang Qi's face was filled with embarrassment. He opened his mouth, but swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He explained seriously, Aunt Song, you misunderstood. I'm not that kind of person. My respect for you is like a surging river, endless. Seriously. I swear. Facing Jiang Qi's sophistry, Song Meiyue didn't listen to a word he said. She said seriously, I don't want to hear the words Aunt Song from now on. You can call me President Song or Sister Song, but never Aunt Song. Yes, yes, yes. I understand, Sister Song. Jiang Qi quickly agreed. After leaving Song Meiyue's home, Jiang Qi drove to his own home. At this moment, his mobile phone rang with a WeChat notification tone. While waiting for the green light, he picked it up and took a look. It turned out to be a message from Song Meiyue. Xiaoyer, how much did you pay? Jiang Qi held his phone and typed messages quickly. Enterprising young man Jiang, 1,580 yuan, a total of 3 years for you. A little bit. I received a WeChat transfer of 2,000 yuan from Xiaoyer. Is she bad at math? Or is there something wrong with her eyesight? Jiang Qi frowned and silently sent her a message. Enterprising young man Jiang Gongzi, 1,580 yuan. Xiaoyer, I know, the rest is your service fee. Well, that makes sense. Although there are multiple relationships between her and me, I shouldn't charge any fees, but I told her the problem. From a knowledge perspective, this answer is worth 420 yuan. Thinking of this, Jiang Qi accepted it without hesitation. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, thank you, Aunt Song. Looking at the 3 words Aunt Song, Jiang Qi suddenly remembered something. When he was about to withdraw, the car behind him kept beeping. He looked up and realized that the light had turned green. On one side was the banned word Aunt Song, and on the other side were office workers urging him to drive. Final. Jiang Qi threw his phone to the passenger seat, then stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. At the same time, when Song Meiyue received the message from her good friend's son, her pretty face was immediately filled with black lines. She stood up from the sofa and walked straight to a room. After a while, she came out with a bottle of red wine, and then with a bang, this bottle of expensive red wine was opened. Gulp gulp. He poured a full cup and drank it all in one gulp. Snort. He seems a bit brave. Song Meiyue murmured to herself as she poured herself another full glass of red wine. It was already 7 o'clock when he got home. When he opened the door, the house was empty. Facing this scene, Jiang Qi was used to it. His mother, who loved money like her life and was addicted to gambling, was probably acting as a charity ambassador at this time, selflessly giving money to the neighbors. Ouch. I'm so tired. Jiang Qi lazily lay on the sofa, crossed his legs, took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket, checked his WeChat, and did not receive a reply from someone. He felt a little uneasy for a moment. They say that there is always a calm before the storm. Could this woman be brewing something? At this moment, the door of the room was opened from the outside, and Zhang Yaling walked in cursing. Today is such a bad day, every single shot went wrong. Can we still play mahjong? As soon as the words fell, she saw her baby son lying lazily on the sofa. When she was in a good mood, Zhang Yaling saw her son and found that he had good qualities in every aspect, but at this moment her mood was extremely bad and she didn't like him no matter how she looked at him. Mom? Can you make me some egg fried rice? Jiang Qi said heartlessly, I didn't have dinner. Do it yourself. It's not me who made you miss dinner. Zhang Yaling rolled her eyes and sat down next to her son. Seeing his leisurely and contented appearance, she felt a fire in her heart. She slapped his thigh hard and said unhappily, sit down right there. What are you doing? Jiang Qi glanced at his furious mother and asked with a smile, lost money again? Losing today and winning tomorrow, isn't that normal? Zhang Yaling said angrily with a dark face, when you marry Meiyue, I won't play mahjong with these people. They have no manners and are always haggling over a few dollars. This plot is very familiar, the villain complains first. Jiang Qi has long been accustomed to his mother's nagging. In fact, the neighbors are quite nice and reasonable people. Of course, his mother is also very nice, but when she loses her temper, she becomes a little irritable. Mom, make me some egg fried rice, I'm starving. Jiang Qi urged, I just came back from Aunt Song's house. I'll go in the back, and you should come first. After that, Zhang Yaling stood there in a daze, looking at her son with surprise, her brows full of shock. Oh wow! There is a story here. Chapter 10 Strong Women Need Care. The two of them just met through a blind date yesterday, and today their baby son went to Meiyue's house. Although the speed was a bit fast to the point of being unbelievable, the result was still a happy one. No matter what kind of story happened, at the current speed, within 3 months, the two of them could get married. Zhang Yaling, the mother, looked at her son with sparkling eyes. Having failed in the casino, she had never expected her son to be so successful in love. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she asked with a smile, "Did you go to Meiyue's house? Are you alone?" Jiang Qi frowned slightly. It was obvious that his mother might have misunderstood. Then he explained earnestly, "Aunt Song asked me to drive her home and help her fix the Wi-Fi." This is basically the situation. You also help her fix the Wi-Fi? My mother Zhang Yaling suddenly became interested and asked hurriedly, "What about the Wi-Fi after it's repaired?" "I'm home," Jiang Qi replied. "Going home?" Zhang Yaling's face was immediately filled with disappointment, her brows filled with frustration. She said angrily, "How can you go home in this situation? Repairing the Wi-Fi is obviously a signal from Meiyue that she wants you to stay overnight. How can you be so ignorant, you silly boy?" As soon as the words fell, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, so he reached out and pinched his son's arm hard. "I'm so pissed. Such a good opportunity to spend the night, and you actually went home." Zhang Yaling gritted her teeth and said, "You need to be thick-skinned to be in a relationship. Why are you so honest? In this society, honest people will suffer a lot." Ouch. This really makes me angry. Jiang Qi rolled his eyes and replied helplessly, "Mom, what are you thinking? They just asked me to fix the Wi-Fi, how come you're asking me to stay overnight? Besides, how can you stay overnight so soon? We just had a blind date yesterday, and you're staying overnight today? That's ridiculous. And I don't think Aunt Song is such a shameless woman." Snort. "You have so many excuses." Zhang Yaling glared at her son. Although her son's explanation made sense, she still felt a little unwilling in her heart. Such a good opportunity to develop feelings, but her son didn't cherish it. It made her angry just thinking about it. Then, Zhang Yaling got up to make fried rice for her son. Standing in front of the stove, she skillfully beat the eggs. Countless images of Song Meiyue flashed through Zhang Yaling's mind. In fact, her acquaintance with Song Meiyue was just an accident. It was this accident that made Song Meiyue full of gratitude to Zhang Yaling, which also led her to agree to go on a blind date with Zhang Yaling. "I don't know if my son can handle Mitsuki's personality." Zhang Yaling muttered something as softly as a mosquito. Although she had not met Song Meiyue very often, she could sense the temperament of a lady from her words and actions. At the same time, she also had an aggressive aura, a typical career-oriented strong woman. As for his son, it cannot be said that he has no ambition. He is definitely not as proactive and motivated as Meiyue in his career. He is completely content with a small fortune. Okay. Let Meiyue control him a little more, so he won't be in a daze all day. Zhang Ye curled her lips and said to herself with a bitter face, "But it's a bit too early to say this now. This silly boy hasn't won over Meiyue yet. Let's find a temple to worship tomorrow night." A bit quiet. Jiang Qi was lying in his bed, holding his phone and chatting with two other friends in the WeChat group about stories about bath centers and foot massage parlors. But at this moment, Xiaobukan suddenly asked a soul-searching question. Seeking support from a rich woman, Xiaobukan, "Speaking of those little girls, can you believe what they say? Lonely handsome man Wu Zhang, it's all bullshit. The enterprising young man Jiang Gongzi, my father is a gambler, my mother is sick, and my younger brother is studying. I just started this business and I am not familiar with it yet. My brothers and sisters all rely on me. My business failed and I have to pay off the loan. My ex-husband is domestic abuser and a gambler. I have to take care of the children by myself and have no income. I have no choice but to embark on a path of no return. Which of these words do you think is believable?" Final. The three of them came to a conclusion: life depends entirely on acting skills. When Jiang Qi was chatting excitedly, he suddenly received a WeChat message from someone. "Xiaoyer, are you there?" Jiang Qi frowned and typed messages on his phone. "Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, what's the matter?" "A little bit," Song Meiyue replied. "Xiaoyer, don't forget tomorrow." Enterprising young man Jiang Gongzi, oh. The brief exchange ended here. Jiang Qi casually placed the phone charging cable on the bedside table and lay quietly on the bed. However, for some reason, he could only see someone's figure in front of him. She had a pure and beautiful face, a well-proportioned figure, and an intellectual and mature temperament. especially since she was his mother's best friend and his immediate boss, a double gap in status. But then again, this woman is a little hard to understand. It's hard to tell what she really thinks. Of course, there is also a possibility that her outward strength may be covering up her inner fragility. After all, a strong woman who is high and mighty sometimes also needs the care and protection of others. But anyway, the person who cares and protects her will definitely not be me. The next morning, Jiangqi drove his beloved electric car slowly towards his destination and soon arrived at the gate of the community. Since it was a high-end community, he could not enter casually. After confirming the information with the security guard contacted the residents inside and then opened the door to let Jiangqi in. Arriving at the gate of the villa where Song Meiyue lived, Jiangqi sent her a message and waited in the car for her to come out. After a while, the door opened and Song Meiyue, wearing a gray professional women's suit, walked out of the house. Sometimes, a woman's charm does not necessarily lie in her age, especially for a mature and elegant woman like Song Meiyue. Her calm face, her composure in the face of honor and disgrace, and her ease that leaves no trace, all give her the demeanor of a queen, and most importantly, she looks quite young. Opening the passenger door, Song Meiyue sat in gracefully and fastened her seatbelt. The belt inadvertently highlighted Song Meiyue's majestic demeanor, which is also one of the characteristics of a mature woman. "Send it to the place where we got on the bus yesterday?" Jiangqi asked. Song Meiyue responded expressionlessly and ignored the man beside her. He turned the car around skillfully and drove out of the community with a single step on the accelerator. On the way to the company, the two did not communicate much until they encountered an extremely long red light, and Song Meiyue finally uttered a word from her heart. "Am I scary in your eyes?" Song Meiyue asked suddenly. "It's okay. Maybe you have your own difficulties, after all, you are standing at such a high place," Jiangqi said casually. Song Meiyue pursed her lips, turned her head sideways, looked through the car window at the scenery along the street, and said lightly, "This is the world of adults." Jiangqi glanced at her in the passenger seat, hesitated, and said softly, "In fact, everyone longs to be cared for. No matter how strong they appear on the outside, they all have a fragile heart. Or maybe you can try to let go and let time melt away all the helplessness." After that, Jiangqi felt a little regretful. Last night he was still swearing in bed that he would take care of the strong woman since it wasn't him anyway, but in the end, he got slapped hard in the face again, and the key point was that he was the one who slapped him. After hearing what Jiangqi said, Song Meiyue glanced at him secretly out of the corner of her eye. "He's quite caring." Chapter 11. My Wi-Fi is broken again. Drop. Card unsuccessful. Jiangqi came to his workstation and sat down on the chair. He didn't know what was going on, but he suddenly felt exhausted all over. He didn't have this symptom before. Every day he was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. But since he traveled to this world and started working, he felt tired whenever he was at work, and was full of energy again after work. Think about it carefully. It seems quite normal. After all, there was hope in our previous efforts, but there is no hope in our current efforts. Jiangqi? Want to have a late-night snack? After Xiaobukan clocked in, he went to his workstation and tidied up his messy desk. He said to Jiangqi beside him, "It's been a few days since the three of us have gotten together. How about I treat you to a barbecue tonight?" "Okay." Jiangqi nodded and asked lazily, "Want to drink?" "Let's forget about the drinking. We all have to drive, but a few bottles of Jia Duobo will do." Speaking of this, Xiaobukan looked around and then leaned close to Jiangqi's ear and said cautiously, "Let me tell you. Yesterday after get off work, Zhou Paopi and Lao Taozi almost got into a fight. You definitely didn't know about this, did you?" Jiangqi was stunned for a moment, then asked curiously, "What's going on? Aren't these two good friends? Why did they suddenly start fighting?" "It's because of the position of deputy director." Xiaobukan shrugged and said casually, "They seem to be getting along, but they're often fighting behind the scenes. Now that the deputy director position is about to be vacant, they might as well tear each other apart. Both of them have some backgrounds." Jiangqi frowned and said nonchalantly, "Xiaoxia, if someone suddenly intercepts this position, do you think Zhou Paopi and Lao Taozi will team up to target that person?" "Of course. Everyone knows what these two are capable of, but I think we can snatch the deputy director position from them. They probably have incredibly powerful backers." Xiaobukan said earnestly, "Trying to target them, wouldn't that be like shooting yourself in the foot?" That's true, but the key point is. Jiang Qi pursed his lips and did not express his opinion on this issue. In short, this small technical department has less than a dozen people in total. Although the temple is small, the evil wind is very strong. The intrigues in the workplace are simply countless. Either you mess with me or I mess with you. The original deputy director was forced to step down because of this. I spent the morning in a daze. Jiang Qi, Xia Buchan, and Wu Zhang were in a fly-in-the-wall restaurant outside the company, eating stir-fries and bragging about themselves. Encore? What's going on? Who will be given this deputy director position? Xia Buchan picked up a piece of pig intestine and asked while chewing. Wu Zhang shook his head and said helplessly, "It hasn't been decided yet." It was originally intended for Xiao Zhou, and the process was halfway through when it was suddenly stopped. Rumor has it that a senior executive wanted to assign someone, but we don't know who it was. Lao Taozi? Xia Buchan asked with a puzzled look on his face. Maybe. I love whoever I want. Wu Zhang waved his hand, picked up the Wangzai milk in front of him, gulped down 2 sips, looked at Jiang Qi across from him, and said bitterly, "Xiao Jiang. I originally recommended you for this position to the higher-ups, but it turned out not to be accepted." "I'm sorry." Jiang Qi smiled, waved his hand and said, it's okay. I'm just playing it down right now. It doesn't matter if I get paid or not, and I don't care if I become the boss or not. That's still different. Compared to Xiao Xia, the rich second generation, you're the one with the most difficult life. I'm going to give you a hand if I can. Wu Zhang said seriously, how about this? I'll try to get you out of this situation again and see if I can pull you ashore. Hearing Wu Zhang's words, Jiang Qi was deeply moved. He nodded silently and said seriously, okay. In that case, I will also work hard. That's right. You should work harder and stop playing it down every day. Wu Zhang said with a smile, earn more money, you need to get married in the future. Speaking of this, suddenly remembering something, he said seriously, your sister-in-law wants to introduce you to a wife. She's the younger sister of her colleague. She just graduated from university this year and has a master's degree. Although she's not very good looking, she has a very good job and a monthly salary of around 15,000 yuan. And your sister-in-law gave her your photo. She was very satisfied after seeing it. I wonder what you think about it. Wu Zhang asked. What do you think? What else could I think? Of course I refused. Mother has issued the final order, Song Meiwei is the only one who can do it, otherwise the mother-son relationship will be severed. Why? Brother Wu, thank my sister-in-law for me. I, your brother, have some difficult things to say. Jiang Qi said helplessly, forget it. An awkward situation? Wu Zhang and Xia Buchan looked at each other and saw the astonishment and fear in each other's eyes. Have you gone to see the doctor? What did the doctor say? Is there any possibility of cure? Xia Buchan asked anxiously. No. I'm in good health, Jiang Qi explained unhappily. I'm saying this is hard to talk about because, well, I just can't have a girlfriend. Don't ask why, it's a bit complicated. I can't explain it right away. Hearing this, Xia Buchan subconsciously shifted his hips and said cautiously, you don't like me, do you? No. I look so much like Brother Jie? Jiang Qi was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I swear, I like women with big breasts, perky butts, and long legs. I was so scared. But then again, when you go to the bath center or foot massage parlor with us, you are always vegetarians, you don't even eat meat. And you just said such absurd words, which is bound to make people think about it. Xia Buchan said with a smile. As soon as the words fell, Xia Buchan looked at Wu Zhang and said earnestly, Brother Wu, introduce him to me. It's not that I don't want to, it's just that you have such a bad reputation, and your sister-in-law doesn't want to bring trouble to others. Wu Zhang said bitterly, the last time you were arrested by the police, it was your sister-in-law who got you out. Ever since then, she's felt that there's something wrong with your behavior. Then I'm going to argue with my sister-in-law. I wasn't the only one who went there that day. I was just unlucky, and got caught. Xia Buchan said indignantly, no. I won't take the blame for this. That day Then, Xia Buchan began his long speech, but Jiang Qi and Wu Zhang didn't hear a word he said. The afternoon was very leisurely and it was soon time to get off work. Jiang Qi was tidying up his desk when the breathing light on his phone flashed. His heart skipped a beat and he picked it up to take a look. As expected, it was from that woman. Xiaoye, my Wi-Fi seems to be broken again. Chapter 12. Song Meiwei is confused. What the hell? Wi-Fi is broken again? Seeing the WeChat message from Song Meiwei, Jiang Qi didn't immediately grasp the contradiction. After a long moment of reflection, he realized something was amiss. How did she know her home Wi-Fi was broken when she was currently at work? Even if it had been broken last night, why hadn't she mentioned it in the morning? There were only 10 minutes left before she got off work, and she told me the Wi-Fi at home was broken. This made people wonder what her motive was. Maybe she wanted to take a free ride home? After a moment's hesitation, holding up the phone and writing a message. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, can you let me wait for you for a while and then take you back? Moment. Song Meiwei replied. Xiaoye, I just want to inform you that whether you are willing to wait for me is your business. I won't force you. Good job. The 36 stratagems of war, playing hard to get. You're actually trying to play military tactics on me. Jiang Qi didn't even think about it and directly replied to her with 3 words: I'm busy. Jiang Qi. 10:30 tonight. I'll send you the location and you can drive over. Xiaobukan finished tidying up his desk and turned to his good friend beside him and said, Don't be late. You're always late for more than 10 minutes, and your excuses are all kinds of weird. Hearing Xiaobukan's words, Jiang Qi couldn't help but come back to his senses. He put his phone on the table and said seriously, Don't worry. I will definitely not be late this time. Well, the day after tomorrow, Saturday, do you want to go camping in the RV? I'll call 2 pretty girls, and then, he. When Xiaobukan said this, a mysterious smile appeared on his face, and at the same time he winked at Jiang Qi, as disgusting as he could be. Jiang Qi shook his head and was about to speak, but at this moment, the phone on the table rang. He picked it up and saw that it was his mother calling. My mom called. He threw a word to Xiaobukan, stood up hurriedly with his cell phone, walked to the corner of the office, and answered the call silently. The next second, his mother's angry roar came from the phone. What do you want to do, you little brat? Meiwei asked you to go to her house to fix the Wi-Fi. This is obviously a strong signal. Why don't you understand? Zhang Yaling shouted angrily, I don't care if you have time or not. You must take Meiwei home today, help her fix the Wi-Fi, and then make her dinner and eat with her. For a time, Jiang Qi was almost dumbfounded. How did his mother know? Could it be that woman called her and told her? Mom, how did you know? Jiang Qi asked cautiously. Of course, it was Meiwei who called me and told me that she wanted you to help fix her Wi-Fi, but you refused. Zhang Yaling said angrily, You almost pissed me off to death. Meiwei was obviously interested in you, but you were still trying to hold her back. I'm telling you. Perform your best tonight and don't let me down. Zhang Yaling said angrily, If you mess up again, I'll punish you. Bang, hung up immediately. Jiang Qi was caught off guard by his mother's tough attitude and someone's unethical tactics. He never expected that a high-ranking female CEO would actually go and complain like a child. Logically speaking, she shouldn't be that kind of person. Forget it. Since that's the case, I can only obey your orders. I still have to pay attention to my mother's mission. It's still the same time and place, and still the familiar stranger from yesterday. Jiang Qi drove his beloved electric car and successfully picked up Song Meiwei, who was waiting on the roadside. Watching her fasten her seatbelt, the belt made her look conspicuously majestic, which made his heart beat faster, and he even couldn't take his eyes off her. Along the way, the two did not communicate at all until Jiang Qi turned into a large supermarket and spoke to Song Meiwei beside him. I'll go buy some groceries and make you dinner tonight. After that, he left the woman behind and went away on his own. Song Meiwei turned her head to the side and glanced at his departing figure through the car window. She pursed her plump, rosy lips and then turned her gaze away from him. On second thought, she took out her cell phone, quietly took a picture of Zhang's back, looked at it carefully for a few times, and then deleted it. When Song Meiwei picked up the phone again, she found that someone had disappeared from her sight. For a long time, Jiang Qi came back with the vegetables, put them in the back seat, stepped on the accelerator and drove back to the main road. Driving Song Meiwei into the residential complex, they arrived at the gate of her villa with ease. Jiangqi carried a bag of vegetables with Song Meiyue and walked into the house. He put the bag of vegetables in the kitchen, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket, glanced at the conspicuous Wi-Fi signal on the screen, then turned around and looked at Song Meiyue, who was sitting on the sofa with an expressionless face. "How about I cook first and then go fix the Wi-Fi?" Jiangqi said. Song Meiyue nodded and responded lightly. As soon as the words fell, Jiangqi began his cooking demonstration. Standing in front of the stove and looking at the dazzling array of bottles and jars, he was a little confused for a moment. This woman didn't look like she could cook, so why did she buy so many seasonings? I reached out and touched the stove, and sure enough, it was covered in dust. At the same time, Song Meiyue was sitting on the sofa in the living room, daydreaming as if nothing had happened, but her eyes would always involuntarily glance towards the kitchen. After several such experiences, she realized that something was wrong and took out her mobile phone to distract herself. But the next second, she shuddered all over, and a faint blush appeared on her pretty face. I ran upstairs in a panic and came to the room where the Wi-Fi was placed. Looking at the wireless router in front of me, I was a little helpless for a moment and didn't know where to start. After thinking hard, I stepped on it hard. Watching the Wi-Fi signal disappear from the phone screen, I breathed a sigh of relief, but then I felt deeply confused and lost. I called him over without any reason, and then stepped on the router and broke it for no apparent reason. What on earth was I trying to do? Song Meiyue didn't know what reason to use to explain what happened today. In short, it all happened very suddenly and very strangely, and it was impossible to understand this behavior with normal thinking. Could it be that I've been single for too long, and the sudden appearance of a man disrupted the rhythm of my life? Song Meiyue pursed her lips and frowned, muttering softly. Song Meiyue was sitting alone at the dining table when a man walked out of the kitchen with a plate of steaming food in his hand. "The first dish is here." Jiangqi hurried over to Song Meiyue, placed the dish in front of her, and said with a smile, "Baked carp noodles, Yanjin style." Chapter 13. I can only fix it tomorrow night. Looking at the plate of baked carp noodles in front of her that looked good, smelled and tasted delicious, Song Meiyue felt a little surprised. She didn't expect that this cheap blind date had such good cooking skills. The reddish and sour sauce was poured on the fried fish, and it was covered with a layer of something as thin as hair, which made people's appetite increase. "This is a famous Kaifeng dish, but I use the Yanjin method," Jiangqi said with a smile. "The white thing on top is fried dragon beard noodles. When you eat it, dip it in the sauce. The sauce is sweet and sour." As soon as the words fell, handed Song Meiyue a pair of chopsticks. "Try it quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold." Song Meiyue took the chopsticks, gently picked up a handful of dragon beard noodles, dipped it in a little reddish sauce, and carefully put it into her mouth. In an instant, a hint of surprise flashed across her cold face. She never expected that it would be so delicious. The fried dragon beard noodles are fluffy and crispy, and the sauce is sweet with a hint of sourness, and slightly salty with sourness. The combination of the two is a whole new experience. Is it delicious? This is my most famous dish. I don't usually show it off to anyone, not even Aunt Song. Even my mother hasn't tried it. Jiangqi said seriously. "You continue eating. I'll bring the second dish over." After that, he hurried back to the kitchen and came out with a big bowl. Here comes the second dish." Jiangqi came to Song Meiyue with a steaming bowl, carefully placed it in front of her, and said earnestly, "The second dish has a bit of a story. It's the famous pickled vegetable rolled tofu." After hearing Jiangqi's words, Song Meiyue was stunned for a moment and asked in confusion, "Isn't it just pickled vegetables and tofu? Why add the word famous in front? Don't you understand? It looks ordinary, just pickles and tofu, but it's actually quite delicious," Jiangqi explained seriously. "As the saying goes, even the emperor can't compare to me when it comes to eating pickles and tofu." This speaks volumes about the importance of this dish in the hearts of ordinary people. Song Meiyue looked at the hot air balloon-shaped bowl of pickled vegetable and tofu in front of her. It didn't look very attractive from the outside, but it had an appetizing aroma of pickled vegetables. She slowly stretched out her chopsticks, picked up a piece of tofu, and slowly put it into her mouth. All the doubts in her heart disappeared at this moment. "You know what, it's quite delicious. How about it? It tastes good, doesn't it?" Jiangqi smiled and continued, "There's another one. I'll bring it over. A little bit." Jiangqi brought the last dish, ordinary stir-fried bean sprouts. Stir-fried bean sprouts. Of course, don't underestimate it. My bean sprouts are first battered with eggs, then fried in hot oil. Then I add shredded chicken, ham, and chili peppers. Jiang Qi said seriously, although these ingredients are very cheap, the preparation is extremely particular. It looks simple, but it tastes very mysterious. Listening to his mysterious words, Song Meiyue immediately became very curious. She stretched out her chopsticks to pick up some bean sprouts and slowly put them into her mouth. Soon she had a new idea about this simple plate of bean sprouts. At this time, Jiang Qi, the chef, sat down, picked up some fish with his chopsticks, and put it into his mouth calmly, followed by an exaggerated expression. No, no. Having vegetables but no food doesn't make you a good eater. This must be accompanied by a bowl of rice. Jiang Qigang stood up and hadn't taken a few steps when he heard someone's voice behind him. Give me half a bowl too, said Song Meiyue. Oh. After dinner, the three dishes on the table were basically the same. Song Meiyue took out a tissue and wiped the corner of her mouth gracefully. She subconsciously touched her flat belly, and a hint of sadness flashed across her brows. It seemed that her food intake today was a bit excessive, but she couldn't blame herself, it was because the food he cooked was so delicious. I'm full. Jiang Qi leaned lazily against the back of his chair, glanced at Song Meiyue beside him, and asked, Auntie Song, are you full? Song Meiyue immediately frowned and was about to speak, but was interrupted by him. I'll go check the Wi-Fi situation first. After saying this, he stood up and went to the room where the wireless router was placed. When he saw the damaged wireless router, he was stunned. He quickly took out his mobile phone and checked the signal. What is going on? Everything was fine when I came here, but now I can't go back. It's really baffling. Why does it feel like someone damaged it intentionally? And it happened while I was cooking. Jiang Qi studied it carefully. Judging by the extent and manner of the damage, he could basically conclude someone had stepped on it. As for who that person was, she was the only one in the room besides him, so the answer naturally became clear. Can it be fixed? Song Meiyue suddenly stood behind Jiang Qi and blurted out something out of the blue. Jiang Qi was so frightened that he almost fainted. He quickly turned around and looked at the woman behind him. He said unhappily, No, next time you come in, could you please knock on the door? I was almost scared to death. This is my home. Song Meiyue's face remained as cold as ice as ever, and she asked calmly, Can you fix my Wi-Fi? It's a little difficult. It's severely damaged. All the devices inside are useless unless you use magic, but I'm not a Gryffindor graduate. Jiang Qi shrugged and said casually, Tomorrow. I'll buy a new wireless router at noon tomorrow and reinstall it for you tonight. Hearing that he would come to fix the Wi-Fi tomorrow night, Song Meiyue's face flashed with a subtle emotion. She pursed her lips gently and said calmly, Okay. Then let's fix it tomorrow night. After solving the Wi-Fi problem, Jiang Qi prepared to go back, but as a warm-hearted gentleman, he washed all the pots and pans before leaving, took away the garbage bag, and opened the door. Jiang Qi turned around and glanced at Song Meiyue who was sitting on the sofa. Aunt Song? Did you break the router by stepping on it yourself? Jiang Qi suddenly asked. In an instant, Song Meiyue was stunned, a wave of shame running through her body. She pretended to be calm and said calmly, I accidentally stepped on it last night. I forgot to turn on the light. This reason is somewhat far-fetched. Jiang Qi didn't say much about this. After saying goodbye, he left the house. At this time, Song Meiyue was the only one left in the living room, sitting alone on the sofa. She slowly stood up and walked to the door, secretly opened a crack, and watched someone get into the car and drive away slowly until he disappeared from her sight. Song Meiyue frowned, and no one knew what was going on in her mind. I always feel like something is wrong with me. Chapter 14 Am I a gigolo? On the way back, Jiang Qi kept guessing about Song Meiyue's motive for destroying the wireless router. After thinking about it, there seemed to be only one possibility left, that is, this woman had opened up her love that had been dormant for 31 years, and wanted to have a love with him that transcended age and generation. But then again, if you put aside her multiple identities, dating such an intelligent, mature, and older beauty would be quite a happy thing. Unfortunately, she is my mother's best friend and my boss, so there is a bit of pressure. Is this really the case? Song Meiyue was so well endowed, why would she be attracted to me? Was it just because I was handsome? Thinking of this, Jiang Qi glanced at the rearview mirror inside the car and thought to himself. This guy is so handsome. Soon, he returned home and opened the door to see his mother sitting on the sofa. Before Jiang Qi could speak, Jiang Yeling quickly turned her head and looked at her son with anticipation. How is it? How is it? Jiang Yeling asked impatiently, did you capture Mei Wei? What's the deal? Jiang Qi rolled his eyes, put his handbag aside, and walked towards the sofa with his tired body. He said unhappily, Aunt Song confessed to me last time that she only went on a blind date with me because of your face. She has no intention of getting married. He. You're the only one who believes that. Why don't you plan to get married? It's simply because you haven't met your Mr. Right yet. If you had, I would have forced you into marriage long ago. Jiang Yeling rolled her eyes at Jiang Qi and said earnestly, I went to the temple to pray today and even had 2 fortunes read for you, one for marriage and one for wealth. Guess what the fortune teller said? Jiang Qi curled his lips and said seriously, I, your son, am an atheist. My faith is in science. I don't believe in any of this supernatural stuff. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Qi was beaten. Jiang Yeling pinched her son's arm fiercely and said angrily, you little brat, you know shit. The master is very capable. He described your situation very clearly and completely. He even calculated when you'd get a girlfriend and when you'd make a fortune, and even what your future wife would look like. Cut. He must be a liar. Since he is so powerful, did he expect that I would report him? Jiang Qi shrugged and said casually. Jiang Yeling glared fiercely and scolded sternly, don't argue with me. I'm talking to you seriously. The master said. Your future wife is older and comes from a strong and wealthy family. You are destined to be rich and prosperous. Hearing his mother's words, Jiang Qi couldn't help but frown and asked doubtfully, translated, am I a gigolo? That depends on who's eating it. Although I despise men who live off of others the most, I'd be happy if you were to live off of Mei Wei. Jiang Yeling said with a smile, even though it's a bit hypocritical. I'm happy. I'd love for Mei Wei to be my daughter-in-law. Ouch. But she is your best friend. Jiang Qi didn't know how to refute. He had a lot of words in his mind, but he couldn't say them. At 10:30 in the evening, in a barbecue restaurant, Jiang Qi, Wu Zhang, and Xie were sitting in a corner of the barbecue restaurant, eating skewers and chatting about life and dreams. Why? I'm going to start working hard tomorrow. My dad just told me, if there's no improvement this year, he's going to take me back to inherit the family fortune. I don't want to be a soulless billionaire. I feel like I'm just a slave to money in a shell. Xie took a sip of cold tea and said with a worried look on his face. For a time, deep down in the hearts of Jiang Qi and Wu Zhang, there was a feeling of hysteria and helplessness. It was true that the joys and sorrows of different people were different. Countless people were trying their best to become billionaires, but this guy was desperately running outside. You make it sound like you're going to get beaten up. Wu Zhang said with a sullen smile, that's about it. It's annoying just to hear it. After that, he turned to look at Jiang Qi who was eating skewers and said seriously, Xiaojiang, why don't you take some time to go see that girl and give your sister-in-law a way out? Otherwise, she won't be able to explain herself to her colleagues. Ask her out for a cup of coffee or something, chat for an hour, and then go home directly after that. Jiang Qi nodded. Although he had clearly refused, sometimes he had to give others a way out and go through the process. Everyone could accept it. Jiang Qi? I've always been curious about a question. Xie asked with a puzzled look on his face, what kind of woman do you like? A woman with big breasts, long legs, a nice butt and a pretty face, didn't I say that last time? Jiang Qi replied. Who wouldn't love a woman like this? I mean, what type do you like? For example, the cute and lively type, the pure and innocent type, the intellectual young woman type, the mature and older type, and finally, the widow type. Xie asked seriously, which type? How do you feel? Is there something strange mixed in? The first 4 types are understandable, but what about the last one? Jiang Qi curled his lips and replied casually, only children would make choices. Of course I want them all. Wow. You're so greedy. Xie smiled obscenely, then asked seriously, okay, stop joking. What type do you like? Which one do you like? Jiang Qi was thinking about this question, when suddenly someone's figure appeared in his mind. She was wearing a black professional women's suit, paired with a white shirt and black high heels. Her hair was slightly curly and brown. Her cool makeup was matched with smart and charming eyes, showing an intellectual and mature temperament. Suddenly, I shuddered all over, and a feeling of panic surged from deep within my heart. Am I crazy? Why did I suddenly think of her? Have no idea. Love cannot be judged. Even if there are rules and regulations set up now, they will all be broken by themselves when someone appears. Jiangqi shrugged and said calmly. That's true. Wu Zhang nodded, empathizing. Back then, I only wanted to find a wealthy family, but ended up meeting your sister-in-law. We were both broke at the time, but we ended up getting married. Although life was a little hard, we were truly happy. After a brief conversation, the three of them started talking about the bath center again. Compared to Wu Zhang and Xie Bucken, who were very excited, Jiangqi was obviously a little absent-minded. He was still brooding over what had just happened. What's going on? Why did the first person I thought of turn out to be her? Chapter 15 Ansong, let us suffocate for our dreams together. Wu Gu, Xiao Xia. I suddenly had a very good idea, an idea to make a fortune. As the midnight snack was about to end, Jiangqi suddenly turned serious and said to the two of them in all seriousness, you two both understand IT, and you're both top computer science students. I know a little bit, but not as much as you two. However, my thinking is clearer than yours, so I think the three of us can team up and make something big. Do something big? Wu Zhang and Xie Bucken looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion and doubt. Are you planning to rob the underground vault of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York? Xie Bucken asked cautiously, or are you planning to rob the underground vault of a Swiss bank? What the hell? Do you think I have superpowers? If I were from my country, I could give it a try, but I'm not. Jiangqi rolled his eyes and said unhappily, a serious money-making project. I want to create a mobile app. Mobile app? Wu Zhang was stunned for a moment, then asked curiously, what kind of app is this? Probably the social aspect. It's a social app that uses short music videos as a medium. It's a short video community platform for all ages. Jiangqi said seriously, according to my estimate, the market value of this app is around 1 trillion yuan. 1 trillion? Hearing this number, Xie Bucken, a second-generation rich man, was immediately shocked. He swallowed his saliva and said bitterly, no. You're not the one bragging like that. You come up with 10,000 small goals right away. Jiangqi shook his head and said earnestly, you know me. I never brag about important matters. If the three of us can develop this social software, the market value will be 100 billion yuan at the outset. Wu Zhang pondered for a long time and said seriously, I think Xiao Zhan's idea is quite good. There is really no similar social platform on the market. As for whether it can reach this market value, it is still impossible to judge, but the prospects are still quite good, but... Speaking of this, he said awkwardly, we don't have the money. If Xiao Xia and I were to write a program, it would take forever. By then, I'm afraid there would be countless similar software on the market. Yes. We need to find more talented people and form a startup team. Xie Bucken said. Money. The key is that I have no money. Even though I'm a time traveler, I don't have the ability to possess a system. Aside from the success story in another world, I'm practically no different from an ordinary person. How can I make money? Do I have to sell my ass? Thinking of this, suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure flashed before Jiangqi's eyes. How about I go find her? No. Isn't this selling your soul? But then again, I'm going to sell my ass anyway, so why not sell my soul as well? At this moment, Jiangqi was extremely conflicted. As a male chauvinist, he really couldn't bring himself to flatter Song Zetian and beg her to invest in the project, but she was the only one he knew who had the ability to invest. Of course, Xie Bucken's father could also do it, but given the relationship between Xie Bucken and his father, he would definitely not want to do it. I have an idea. Xie Bucken smiled mysteriously at Jiangqi and said, I need you to make some sacrifices. Seeing his wretched expression, Jiangqi instantly knew what he was planning. He said with a mixture of laughter and tears, are you planning on having me meet some more rich women out there? Oops. Today's society is very realistic. The air is filled with the smell of money. You have to admit one thing, money is human dignity, money is love, money is freedom. Xie Bucken shrugged and said frankly, although we all have received higher education and have higher pursuits and ideals, the reality is exactly the opposite. As soon as the words fell, He raised his hand and gently patted Jiang Qi's shoulder, saying seriously, "Comrade, the achievement of any great goal is accompanied by sacrifice." WTF? What to do? He called me comrade. When Xia Buchan called out comrade, Jiang Qi nearly fell. Fortunately, his strong willpower forced him to recover at the critical moment. He angrily scolded with a smile, "I almost got fooled by you. You're not doing this for our noble ideals, you're clearly doing it for the referral fees from rich women." "What referral fee? Why don't I understand what you're saying?" Xia Buchan said awkwardly but politely, Anyway, you should just make a sacrifice. You're so sunny and handsome, and so strong. It would be a waste not to do this job." Roll. Jiang Qi rolled his eyes and said righteously, "I, Jiang Qi, wouldn't be reduced to such a status to sell my body and soul for money. It's just the startup capital for the team, so I'll take care of it. Just give me some time, and I'll give you a dream." The night is deep. Jiang Qi tossed and turned in bed. He had already boasted about his achievements, and it was so loud that it was deafening, but how was he going to put it into practice next? After a little thought and calm analysis, he was hesitant to speak. He picked up his charging phone, unlocked the screen, opened WeChat, looked at someone's avatar, and fell into hesitation for a moment. His clever mind started a storm of thoughts. To be reasonable? Actually, there is nothing to be ashamed of. Isn't that what attracting investment does? You can't create a barrier in your heart towards others just because they are your mother's best friend, your blind date, or your immediate boss. It is wrong to do so. Business is business, and personal feelings are personal. The two should not be confused. In an instant, the whole world suddenly became clear. Jiang Qi held his mobile phone and typed messages quickly. "Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, are you there? Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, I have a 10 trillion project here, Ansong, do you dare to take it?" Looking at the 10 trillion he had falsely claimed, Jiang Qi did not feel any shame. In the early stages of starting a business, he had to exaggerate to death, otherwise how would others invest? "I thought someone was asleep, but they replied very quickly. Xiaoya, go away." Very straightforward and direct, no fuss, but a little hurtful. Jiang Qi frowned and continued to send her messages. "The enterprising young man Jiang Gongzi, this is a project that can amaze the world. Its minimum market valuation is as high as 1 trillion yuan. With the emergence of subsequent derivative products, the market value will continue to increase in multiples. It must be admitted. This is the first step to surpass any company in the world. I believe that no one has done this before. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, Ansong, let's suffocate for our dreams together." Chapter 16. You come home late tonight. In the bedroom of a villa, Song Meiyue was sitting at the head of the bed, wearing a black suspender skirt. Compared with her usual serious professional lady suit, she showed her charm to the fullest at this moment, especially the majestic and aura that was the most iconic of a mature woman, which could not be concealed at all. At this time, she was reading a famous foreign book, a novel written by Charlotte Bronte. Song Meiyue didn't have many hobbies. Apart from staying in the company all day, she spent the rest of her time almost alone. Of course, she had a few friends around her, but she could only get along with one of them, and the key was that the best friend was as busy as she was. At this moment, the phone on the bedside table rang. It was the notification tone of a WeChat message. Song Meiyue picked up the phone and glanced at it. The next second, a hint of expectation flashed across her face, but this expectation was soon replaced by anger. She replied rudely with the word "get out." "I thought someone would calm down, but I received news again, and it was him again, the man who made me so weird. This time, he posted a very long message. After reading it carefully, to sum it up simply, it can be summed up in 2 words: empty talk. The lowest market valuation is 100 billion? That's the equivalent of 3 Feihong groups. Why do I feel like he's trying to trick me?" Song Meiyue frowned. Although she admired her blind date and highly approved of his ideas, the mention of a 100 billion yuan project suddenly made her feel a little regretful. After a moment of contemplation, Song Meiyue replied to him again. Xiaodier, detailed explanation. Listen to his project first, and then think about it. Maybe his idea cannot reach the height of 10 trillion, but it is more or less promising. After a while, someone sent a message. The enterprising young man Jiang Gongzi, I want to create a mobile social software for creative music short videos, a short video community platform for all ages, through which people can share their lives. It is similar to the smiling circle of friends, but it appears in the form of short videos, and the video content is also diverse, created by the authors themselves. The enterprising young man Zhang Gongzi, this is the first step to surpass any company in the world. Next, we will continue to improve and update various contents according to the development of the platform. When we have accumulated a certain number of users, we will launch the next plan. I call this plan Ecological Chemical Reaction 2.0 Enhanced Version. The enterprising young man, Mr. Jiang, stated, "We will develop more software, targeting more fields. At the same time, we will collaborate with each other across ecosystems, leveraging resources to create a chemical fusion reaction, unlocking greater market value and realizing even greater economic value, from home appliances to smart workers to new energy." Looking at what Jiang Qi brought, Song Meiyue was fooled for a moment. It looked very similar, and based on what she knew, no company was doing this at the moment. Although some companies had completed the ecological chain, compared with his plan, it was nothing. Let me tell you one thing. If this gimmick were announced, it would likely cause Fei Hong Group's stock price to skyrocket. However, the problem arises: if no relevant results are achieved, wouldn't it simply collapse? Then, the so-called Ecochemical Reaction 2.0 Enhanced Version would become the biggest joke of all time. While Song Meiyue was still thinking, someone sent her another message. The enterprising young man Zhang Gongzi, yes, by the way, let us build a new energy vehicle. We can hire an Italian supercar designer, preferably the kind that designed Ferrari, to build a top-level electric supercar, with 4 motors and a battery pack of at least 150 kilowatt-hours. We can also use carbon fiber, a one-piece body, automatic driving, and everything that can be used. Enterprising young man Zhang Gongzi, let's get a few more F1 drivers and shoot some creative commercials, the kind that fly and dart around. Didn't Musk send a Tesla into space? Why don't we just send one to Mars? In one word: awesome. The enterprising young man Zhang Gongzi, as for the later maintenance costs, it will start at least $100,000. Just replacing the leather seats will cost $30,000. And Song, what do you think is a suitable price for a car like this? At this moment, Song Meiyue's face had completely fallen, and she felt angry, furious, and helpless. She couldn't have said these words without having suffered a cerebral thrombosis for 10 years. Without waiting for her reply, Jiang Qi couldn't wait to send a message. The enterprising young man, Mr. Jiang, don't guess, I'll give you a number, starting from $10 million. Don't think it's expensive. There is no discount, and the key is that it is not sold publicly, only to those with a net worth of more than 10 billion. In the future, this will be the symbol of the super rich. Song Meiyue took a deep breath, and she was on the verge of collapse. If the previous content could be considered a business plan with some commendable things, then the so-called electric supercar plan at the end was completely a mess. Pursed his lips. I silently sent him a few words. Xiaoye, I'm sleepy. The next morning, Song Meiyue, wearing a black professional women's suit and carrying her shoulder bag, walked out of her house, came to a small and exquisite Hongguang Mini, gently opened the door, and sat down in the passenger seat. Good morning, Aunt Song. Jiang Qi greeted politely. However, in the face of someone's friendly greeting, Song Meiyue did not respond at all, and turned her head to the side with a sullen face. Aunt Song? Do you think my business plan is okay? Jiang Qi asked. Drive. Song Meiyue said coldly. Jiang Qi could see that the woman next to him was a little bit aggressive. He couldn't mess with her at this time. Not to mention that she was his immediate superior and a potential angel investor. Just because she was his mother's best friend, he would be in trouble. After all, she had a history of making complaints. Just as he was about to start the car, the woman next to him suddenly said, "Wait." After saying this, Song Meiyue turned her head and stared at him with a frosty face. Her judgmental gaze pierced Jiang Qi's soul and she asked sternly, "What's going on with the electric supercar? Explain it to me now." Jiang Qi had known she would ask this. He'd already gone over what he wanted to say last night, and then he spoke eloquently. Ahem. New energy vehicles have become mainstream, spurring the emergence of many new car manufacturers. We're entering the market too late, so we need to find another way to quickly become famous. After hearing this description, Song Meiyue's expression improved slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she asked seriously, "Does that have anything to do with your Ecological Chemical Reaction 2.0 Enhanced Version? Show our technology and strength, and then attract more investment." Jiang Qi shrugged and answered calmly. Song Meiwei pondered the deeper meaning of it carefully. As she thought about it, her originally furrowed brow gradually relaxed. In fact, if she thought about it carefully, there was still a strong commercial flavor in it. She secretly glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, pursed her lips slightly, and said expressionlessly, "Come home late tonight. I want to talk to you about the details." Chapter 17. The pattern is opened. When Jiang Qi came to the company, he did not lie down in the chair as usual. Instead, he opened the computer with great interest and began to make a beautiful PPT. An excellent business plan cannot lose a beautiful PPT, just like the West cannot lose Jerusalem. Ouch. Jiang Qi, why did you start working so early? Xie came to his workstation with a backpack on his back. Seeing his good friend making a PPT next to him, he was almost dumbfounded. This was the first time he saw Jiang Qi working early in the morning since he knew him. It's a must. I'm going to negotiate an investment tonight, so I'd better make the PPT now so I can use it later. Jiang Qi said to Xie beside him while writing all kinds of high-sounding words. If nothing unexpected happens, our project will be a success. That trillion-dollar business plan? Xie pursed his lips, moved closer to him, and asked cautiously, "Are you serious?" "Nonsense. Do you think it's fake?" Jiang Qi rolled his eyes. Xie opened his mouth, but didn't know how to say it, so he asked, "Which investor in the industry is the other party?" "This." No comment. Jiang Qi turned his head and looked at Xie beside him, and said earnestly, "I can only tell you 3 words. Winning is numb." Xie frowned, thinking for a moment, then he warned seriously, "Jiang Qi, when you go to discuss investment at night, you must protect your body, especially your butt. Who knows what those high-ranking officials in the upper class will like? If they see you're fair and tender, they'll. As soon as the words fell, he gently patted Jiang Qi's shoulder and said seriously, "Honestly, I didn't expect you to be so great. Don't worry. History will remember your efforts and hard work tonight and won't let them be buried in the long river of time. Get lost." "I'm a woman," Jiang Qi scolded with a smile. "Oh no. It's actually a woman?" Xie expression suddenly turned lewd, and he said with a sly smile, "Have you figured it out?" "Oh. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. But it's not too late. How about this? Tomorrow I'll help you contact a few wealthy women who are interested in you." "No, could you please stop mentioning the word rich woman?" Jiang Qi said, feeling both amused and helpless. "In your words, I seem like someone who's going to sleep with a rich woman the next day, either with this one or that one. I declare again, never mind, I won't declare anymore. Justice is in the hearts of the people." Jiang Qi felt a little guilty. After his 2 experiences with Aunt Song, he gradually realized that his previous mentality of heaven moves forward, and a gentleman strives for self-improvement had changed a lot, and he was no longer as resistant as before. Okay. I won't bother you anymore." Xie looked at his good friend's seriousness and didn't dare to disturb him too much. He quietly turned on his computer and started slacking off today. Get off work. Jiang Qi was the last person to leave. He carried the notebook he borrowed from Wu Zhang, left the technical department's general office directly, went to the underground parking lot, drove his beloved electric car, and drove out slowly. Itself still the same place, the same time, and the same mature, intellectual and charming woman. Looking at her black professional women's suit, Jiang Qi couldn't help but imagine what she would look like in casual home clothes. Would she be like this, exuding the aura of a strong woman? "Have you told Sister Yaling that you will be home late today?" Song Meiwei asked calmly. "I'm not a child, nor am I a mama's boy, Aunt Song. I'm already 27 years old." Jiang Qi replied helplessly. "Oh. I was just saying it casually." Song Meiwei turned her face to the side and looked at the scenery along the street through the car window. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint arc. Nowadays, Song Meiwei is not very opposed to the word auntie, of course it is more out of helplessness. After all, she has reminded him many times, but he still keeps saying auntie. As for his purpose, it is nothing more than wanting to tell herself, if she falls in love with him, it will be like an old cow eating young grass. But to be reasonable, 31 isn't too old, is it? Thinking of this, Song Meiwei pursed her lips, glanced nonchalantly at someone driving next to her, hesitated for a long time, and still didn't pry open her mouth. I suddenly realized. "Aunt Song, You look much younger than most people your age. Jiang Qi said absent-mindedly, I'm not trying to flatter you or curry favor with you to get you to invest in my project. This is what I really think. I think you're really young. For a time, Song Meiyue's face darkened. This was nothing more than a case of trying to cover up one's own shortcomings. There were many ways to boast about one's youth, but he chose the one with the most loopholes. Suddenly, I don't want to pay attention to him anymore. At this moment, Jiang Qi turned into an intersection and slowly stopped in front of a large shopping supermarket. He casually said, I'm going to buy vegetables, and left on his own. Watching his departing figure, Song Meiyue pursed her lips and secretly complained in her heart. Never mind. I tried to deal with it reluctantly, after all, he is Sister Yeling's son. We arrived at someone's villa without saying a word. Jiang Qi carried the dishes to the kitchen, and in a short while, 3 home-cooked dishes were ready. Since someone had eaten a lot of bean sprouts last night, the plate of fried bean sprouts was placed on the table again. As for the remaining 2 dishes, they were Minister Zhang's tofu and crystal sweet and sour pork. The 2 still didn't communicate much during the meal, but judging from someone's expression, they were obviously conquered by Jiang Qi's cooking skills, especially the plate of fragrant stir-fried bean sprouts, which was almost eaten up by Song Meiyue alone. Dinner is over. The next period of time will be spent having a long conversation with someone. The 2 sat on the sofa, separated by a headrest. Jiang Qi used the borrowed laptop, opened his carefully prepared PPT, and said to Song Meiyue earnestly, Auntie Song, before introducing the project, let me first popularize the knowledge of internet entrepreneurship for you. You don't need to introduce yourself. I have met many internet entrepreneurs in my daily life. Their ability to paint a rosy picture is similar to yours. Just get straight to the point. Song Meiyue said expressionlessly. Jiang Qi nodded and said seriously, I've already explained everything about social software. I'd like to talk to you about the enhanced version of Ecological Chemical Reaction 2.0. It's about creating powerful synergies between various sub-ecosystems and business departments, thereby generating more new business collaborations and new user value. Then, he started painting a rosy picture, promising profitability in 1 year, a stock market in 2 years, and economic dominance in 3 years. If it weren't for the difficulty of building rockets, he would have almost gone to Mars. In short, the pie was big, fragrant, and tempting. Suddenly, Song Meiyue turned her head, stared at him blankly, and asked seriously, the ultimate beneficiary of this project, you or me? Hearing her question, Jiang Qi fell into deep thought. A little bit. He raised his head and said earnestly, it's the whole world. At this moment, the pattern was opened up. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 18 The Urge to Bite. This answer did not surprise Song Meiyue. Many internet entrepreneurs said the same thing, elevating the simple act of making money to the level of all mankind, and this was just the basic operation of drawing a pie in the sky. Song Meiyue pursed her lips and said calmly, don't always raise it to the level of all mankind. Making money is making money. There's no need for so many twists and turns. Just tell me. If the market value reaches 1 trillion in the future, who will control this project? I just want to know this. Jiang Qi looked at Song Meiyue beside him and answered seriously, of course it's me, there's no doubt about that. Since it's you, then why should I invest? Song Meiyue asked expressionlessly, give me a reason. Without me, we wouldn't be able to reach a market capitalization of 1 trillion, nor would we be able to meet our expectations of exceeding 10 trillion in the future. Hearing this, Aunt Song, you may sneer and think I'm bragging, but unfortunately, what I said is all true. Jiang Qi shrugged and said seriously. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Qi paused for a moment, then continued, of course. Given our relationship, since you're my mother's best friend, my immediate superior, and my angel investor, it's only natural that you'll be given corresponding rights. Besides the required annual dividends, this business plan will be implemented within the Fei Hong framework. But the internal structure needs to be redesigned. I don't want to be kicked out for no reason. Jiang Qi smiled and said seriously, Aunt Song, I have no choice. After all, people in this society are treacherous. I hope you can understand my difficulties. Song Meiyue frowned. Redesigning the structure would definitely not be beneficial to him. It was very likely that the power he would get in the end would only be superficial, and the core power would definitely be firmly in his hands. But then again, If he could carry out his business plan within the framework of Feihong, its stock price would surely soar in a short period of time, not to mention if he could achieve some results in the later stage, the stock price could still continue to rise, but this is precisely where the problem arises. Think for a moment, analyze calmly. Song Meiyue said coldly, I want to control power with you and form a situation where both sides check and balance each other. What do you think? What? Aunt Song, you're going a bit too far. This business plan is my dearest friend, my closest friend, my brother. Jiang Qi curled his lips and said earnestly, you have to pay more. How much do you want me to invest? Song Meiyue asked. How many? Is there any bottom for this? It's not all like Han Xian selecting soldiers, the more the better. Actually, the initial investment isn't that large. If you're just developing the software, it doesn't require much. The real expense is in promotion. Jiang Qi hesitated, then continued, it takes a lot of money to generate traffic. Once we get through this stage, utilizing effective capital allocation and a well-organized investment strategy, we can further control costs and improve financial efficiency. I've carefully studied the profitability of leading internet platform companies. Previously, having users was enough, and monetization was a secondary consideration. Now, profitability is paramount. Therefore, I will ensure profitability within a short period of time. However, this profit will definitely not offset the cash burn. But don't worry. I focus on long-term business development and invest funds in a more healthy way using scientific methods. I will significantly optimize marketing, operating, and labor costs to maintain faster and more stable growth. Speaking of this, Jiang Qi pursed his lips, staring blankly at Song Meiyue beside him, and said, give me 100 million first. When Song Meiyue heard him mention 100 million, she thought she had misheard. But considering the concept of a 10 trillion market value, it seemed that 100 million was not so exaggerated. Is there a possibility that he played landlord too much during work and thought it was 100 million happy beans? But let me tell you one thing. It is quite cost-effective to use 100 million yuan to pursue a dream with a minimum market value of 1 trillion yuan. The question is whether he is reliable or not. Thinking of this, Song Meiyue carefully looked at the man next to her. He had a well-proportioned figure and handsome appearance with a hint of decadence. 27 years old was neither young nor old, and the most important thing was that he was quite caring. Moreover, he had such great cooking skills, so he should be quite reliable. Wait, something's wrong. Why am I inexplicably approaching the standard for marriage? For a time, Song Meiyue's stern face was faintly flushed. She quickly turned her head to the side to prevent the man next to her from seeing her embarrassing appearance. She bit her lower lip lightly and said calmly, give me a few days to think about it. Faced with this requirement, Jiang Qi didn't say much. After all, from her perspective, this investment matter needed to be handled with extreme caution. Next, Jiang Qi took out the newly bought wireless router. Considering the situation at Song Meiyue's home, he directly bought the most expensive one. After reinstalling the Wi-Fi for her, he simply set it up to make sure everything was foolproof before preparing to leave. How much? Song Meiyue asked. 5,500, triple band gigabit, very strong signal, here's the invoice. Jiang Qi took out the invoice issued when purchasing. Oh. Song Meiyue took out her mobile phone, and the next second, someone received a WeChat transfer. The rest is your labor fee. Song Meiyue said lightly. Glancing at the amount on it, Jiang Qi smiled slightly and politely replied, thank you, boss. I'll go back first. Good night, boss. Saying, he left without looking back. Song Meiyue was the only one left in the huge villa, sitting alone on the sofa. At this moment, she suddenly felt a little lonely. She stood up hurriedly and walked to the door. She carefully opened a gap and saw him standing next to the small tram, smoking a cigarette and holding his mobile phone, not knowing what he was doing. At this moment, the phone on the coffee table rang. It was the notification tone of a WeChat message. I hurriedly took a few steps, picked up my phone and took a look. It was a message from him. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, do you still want to take a ride after get off work tomorrow? Song Meiyue pursed her plump lips and picked up her phone to write something. Xiaoye, it depends. Put down your phone. Song Meiyue sat down on the sofa, grabbed a headrest and hugged it tightly in her arms. She looked at the mobile phone on the coffee table with her eyes distracted, and no one knew what was going on in her mind. Sudden. he replied. Enterprising young man Jiang Gongzi, how about you drive home by yourself? My car's range is not good, and the electricity bill is a bit expensive recently. Looking at the content above, Song Meiyue had the urge to bite someone. Chapter 19. Try it again with your son. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening when Jiang Qi returned home. When he just opened the door, he saw his mother stand up from the sofa, walk quickly to him, and then sniff his body vigorously. As she sniffed, she showed a knowing smile. It smells like a woman's perfume. Are you going to stay with Meiyue tonight? Zhang Yaling looked at her baby son with a smile and asked expectantly. Jiang Qi curled his lips, nodded helplessly, and said casually, I bought her a new internet device at noon and helped her install it tonight. Mom. The situation between Aunt Song and me is not what you think. She and I only talk about money and not feelings. What? Only talking about money and not feelings? Zhang Yaling frowned, a hint of disbelief in her doubt, and said seriously, Mom allows you to eat gigolo, but I absolutely won't allow you to be a gigolo. Relying on your handsome looks, showing off your beauty, in exchange for others' favor and getting a certain amount of reward, I will definitely not agree to this. For a time, Jiang Qi was at a loss for words. He said angrily, Why am I a gigolo? Did you misunderstand me again? When I talked about money, I was talking about business. I recently proposed a very powerful business plan and wanted to get Aunt Song to join us to make money together. Oh. Is it an investment? Why don't you just say investment, and you come up with so many things? I almost thought you were on the wrong path. Zhang Yaling rolled her eyes and said angrily, You little bastard. Although I let you pursue Meiyue and allow you to live off her, if you want to be a gigolo, I'm telling you, I'll break your legs. All right. Jiang Qi shrugged and responded nonchalantly, You keep threatening to break my legs. I'm not some spider spirit, so I don't have that many legs for you to break. Anyway, I'll just say this. I'm definitely not dating Aunt Song, so just give up on that idea, Mom. After saying this, he walked straight to the bathroom and said as he walked, I'm going to take a shower. Watching her sons departing back, Zhang Yaling was not angry. On the contrary, she felt like laughing. Although her son was very stubborn now, she believed that he would eventually give in over time, just like his father gave in to her. Not to mention that his future daughter-in-law was so beautiful and virtuous, how could he miss her? Back on the sofa, Zhang Yaling thought about it for a while, picked up her phone, found a number in the address book, and called without hesitation. After a while, the call was connected. Sister Yaling. Is there anything wrong? Song Meiyue's voice came from the phone. Zhang Yaling smiled and said gently, Meiyue, are you getting along well with my boy? Is there anything you are not satisfied with? Or if there is anything that makes you unhappy, tell me, I will take a feather duster and beat him up right now. At this time, Song Meiyue was sitting at the head of the bed, wearing the same black, thin silk suspenders she had worn yesterday. When she heard her good sister's words, countless complaints suddenly welled up in her heart. She bit her lips lightly and replied softly, No. Although it was just two simple words, Zhang Yaling still heard a hint of stiffness in them, which made her imagine countless plots, and without exception, they were all scenes of her son bullying Meiyue. After all, the silly boy could do anything. But some things are hard to say. Maybe Meiyue, who has always been in a high position, accidentally met such a man who dared to be angry and outspoken, and was inexplicably attracted to him, and then inexplicably won over. The world is so big, there will always be some things beyond common sense. Mizuki? I have a question I've always wanted to ask you, I don't know if it's appropriate. Zhang Yaling asked in a low voice. Sister Yaling, please tell me, let's not be so formal with each other. Song Meiyue said casually. That is? Zhang Yaling hesitated for a moment and asked curiously, Are your parents urging you to get married? I've been urging you. But I won't pay any attention to it. Song Meiyue said calmly. After that, Song Meiyue paused and said softly, Sister Yaling, your son is excellent in every aspect, but I haven't considered marriage yet. And he keeps calling me Aunt Song, which is obviously a sign of resisting the generational gap between him and me, so you. Zhang Yaling didn't feel surprised when she heard Song Meiyue's words. She smiled slightly and said, It's okay. It doesn't matter if you and Xiaoqi are not destined to be together. I just feel sorry for you because you are single and under such great work pressure. I want to find you a husband who can take good care of you. Anyway, it's up to you. Jiang Yaling said with a smile, don't feel any more pressure because of me. Thank you, Sister Yaling. Song Meiyue had a completely different attitude towards Jiang Qi's mother. Although she was still as cold as ever, her tone was much gentler. She said, when I have time, let's have a drink together, sisters. Okay. I, your sister, have time every day. Whenever you miss me, just give me a call. Jiang Yaling said with a smile. Then, the two chatted for a while and then hung up the phone in a hurry. Jiang Yaling put down her phone and pondered quietly. Soon, a faint smile spread across her face. She muttered to herself, this Meiyue, does she really think I don't know? After all, I've been through this myself. As soon as the words fell, he glanced at the time and yelled at his son who was taking a shower, you can come out soon. Do you think our water and electricity are free? After a while, Jiang Qi walked out of the bathroom, wearing a pair of large shorts and a white towel. He wiped his wet hair and said unhappily, Mom, can you please stop pushing me next time? How much does a shower cost? The water and electricity bills combined, $5 at most. Little by little, it adds up to a lot. You wash once a day, 5 yuan a time, that's 150 yuan a month, 1,800 yuan a year, 18,000 yuan in 10 years, 18,000 yuan in 100 years. That's only a small monthly salary, and you still have to pay the mortgage. Jiang Yaling rolled her eyes and said sternly, you can move into Meiyue's villa and wash as much as you want, but living here, you have to save electricity and water. At the same time, Song Meiyue lay down in bed, but she felt no sleepiness at all. Having just rejected Jiang Yaling, she felt a little anxious and worried, afraid that she would lose something. I tossed and turned in bed for an unknown amount of time before I silently reached out for the phone on the bedside table. After opening WeChat, I instantly found Jiang Yaling's WeChat. Think for a moment, analyze calmly. He picked up his phone and quickly edited the message. Xiaoyer, Sister Yaling, I have thought about it carefully and decided to give it another try with your son. Chapter 20, Shitian-Eng. When Jiang Qi and Jiang Yaling, mother and son, were arguing about the water and electricity bills, the cell phone on the coffee table suddenly rang, interrupting their meaningless argument. Jiang Yaling glanced at the screen of her phone and immediately perked up. She glanced at her beloved son and said angrily, hurry up and go to bed. I don't know how I gave birth to you. I raised you with all my heart and blood, and now you're so arrogant that you dare to talk back to me. Mom, could you please stop talking about shit and piss? That's disgusting. Jiang Qi said with disgust. We have a lot of words in Chinese to describe going through hardships, like bearing hardships, going through hardships, 1,000 hardships. There are so many good words to use, but you keep talking about shit and piss. Jiang Yaling was almost mad and said angrily, get lost. I'm annoyed just seeing you. Oh, I'm just saying it. Okay, I'm going to bed first. After that, Jiang Qi went to his room. At this time, Jiang Yaling was the only one left in the living room, sitting alone on the sofa. He hurriedly picked up his phone, unlocked the screen, looked at the WeChat message sent by Song Meiyue, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He held the phone and quickly edited the message. Happy life, Meiyue, actually you don't have to force yourself because of me. I feel really sorry for you when I see you are so tired all day long. That's why I introduced Xiaoqi to you. He is very sincere to people, can do some housework, and is a good cook. Happy life, of course, I also know you young people's views on love. Feelings and chemistry are quite important. Since you don't have any feelings for him, just give up. As the saying goes, a forced melon is not sweet. Couples who are forced to be together will eventually break up. Happy life, don't mind it, you have not let me down. Any relationship requires two-way efforts, otherwise it will not last long. After sending these, Jiang Yaling silently placed her phone on the coffee table, waiting for good news from Song Meiyue. However, after waiting for almost a minute, she still didn't get a reply from her. Faced with such a situation, Jiang Yaling didn't feel surprised. At the same time, lying on the bed, Song Meiyue looked at the message sent by Jiang Yaling, and her face became worried for a moment. Her brain was running at high speed, almost overclocking and smoking. She has always been decisive in her actions, but at this moment she was a little at a loss, not knowing what to do next. Logically, it has come to this point, and she can only follow Jiang Yaling's words and go with the flow. However, once she follows her words, she feels a deep regret in her heart, as if she has lost the most important thing in her life. After thinking hard, Song Meiwei gritted her teeth and sent a message back to Jiang Yaling. Xiaoyer, actually, Sister Yaling, your son, is the type that is suitable for marriage. To some extent, he is quite suitable for me. Anyway, I will try to get in touch with him. If he is really not suitable, it is not too late to reject him. After gently pressing send, Song Meiwei hurriedly threw her phone aside, grabbed a corner of the quilt covering her body, and covered her head with it. Not like it. This is definitely not love. I just want him to accompany me, it has nothing to do with love. Song Meiwei was trying hard to brainwash herself. Meanwhile, Jiang Yaling, who had received the message, looked at it, feeling both amused and embarrassed. Logically, Meiwei was already 31 years old and the vice president of a listed company. Shouldn't she be decisive and resolute? Why was she so hesitant in matters of the heart? Look at these words. That didn't come from my cold and aloof sister at all. It was clearly the words of an ignorant little girl. Forget it. I can't tease her anymore. If I end up making things worse, that would be a tragedy. Song Meiwei was still hiding in her bed, brainwashing herself. She kept telling herself that all the strange behaviors she was experiencing now were caused by long-term loneliness, and had nothing to do with liking someone, let alone love. Sudden. The phone rang, it was the familiar WeChat notification tone. An arm as delicate as a snow lotus root suddenly stretched out from the quilt, accurately grabbed my mobile phone, and then whooshed, and retracted again. After a while, Song Meiwei crawled out of the bed with a faint blush on her face and was breathing heavily. Kind of bad, kind of annoying. The next morning, Jiang Qi drove his own trolley and arrived at the door of someone's big villa on time. He silently sent her a message. A moment later, he saw Song Meiwei walking out of the villa wearing the same clothes that had not changed for thousands of years. However, compared to yesterday, today's gray suit was more feminine. Of course, she was also very feminine. Gently opening the car door, Song Meiwei elegantly sat in the passenger seat, casually pulled over the seatbelt, and skillfully buckled it, saying expressionlessly, "Let's go." However, Jiang Qi didn't step on the accelerator and set off. Instead, he stared blankly at the mature and intellectual woman beside him and said seriously, "Aunt Song, I feel like you've changed today, a little different from before." Song Meiwei frowned frivolously and asked calmly, "What has changed?" "Well, you look even more beautiful and younger today," Jiang Qi said seriously. "Really? If I didn't know you were already 31, I would have suspected you were only 20. Song Meiwei's blood pressure rose after hearing these words. If you want to praise yourself, just praise yourself, why reveal your real age? What does it mean? Do you still think I'm old? Song Meiwei turned her head to the side, a hint of anger between her brows, and said coldly, "Shut up." Jiang Qi smiled, then stepped on the accelerator, and the electric car slowly drove out of the community. The two of them didn't communicate at all along the way, and neither of them broke the silent atmosphere until they encountered an extremely long red light. At this time, Song Meiwei pursed her lips slightly and glanced at him secretly out of the corner of her eye. "How many girlfriends have you had?" Song Meiwei asked absent-mindedly. However, the only answer she got was silence. Song Meiwei frowned slightly and said lightly, "Is this question too private? If you are not comfortable answering, just pretend I didn't ask anything." "No." Jiang Qi smiled and said, "I was just wondering how many girlfriends I've had." "It's a lot, maybe a whole platoon." Song Meiwei tilted her head, looked at the scenery along the street through the car window, and said calmly, "If bragging is illegal, shouldn't you be shot twice?" Jiang Qi smiled and didn't say much. Come to think of it, sometimes this Qitian-ing is actually quite cute. Chapter 21, My Heart is Ready to Move. Song Meiwei came to her office and sat at her desk, gently pressing the acupoints on her head with her hands, and her thoughts were always stuck on two periods last night and this morning. She didn't know when it started, but the first thing she did when she came to the company was not work, but random thoughts. I don't know how long it will take. Song Meiwei came back to her senses, silently turned on the phone, and started to deal with today's affairs. However, at this moment, the phone next to her rang. She looked at the caller. It was another good friend of hers. After thinking about it, she pressed the hands-free button. Ouch. Meiwei, what are you doing? A young woman's voice came from the phone, mature but with a hint of playfulness. Song Meiwei looked at the documents on the computer screen and said casually, "Of course I'm working. What else can I do? Did you give yourself a holiday again?" Is there anything wrong with the company? What can we do? The industry's been down lately, and I'm really worried. The other person sighed deeply, his voice filled with endless sorrow. If this keeps going on, the company might be liquidated. I'm so annoyed. Why would you start a business when you're working yourself to death? Isn't it better to just slack off? Hearing her best friend's complaints, Song Mayue remained calm and said, every industry has its own difficulties. Do you think I'm comfortable? The unstoppable real estate market boom is bound to collapse. I'm much more annoyed than you right now. Collapse? You mean the housing market is collapsing? The other person asked in astonishment. No way? If it collapses, if things aren't handled properly, there's going to be a major economic earthquake. The real estate industry has only been around for 20 to 30 years, and during that time, it's experienced 3 complete cycles of ups and downs. According to history, we'll probably enter a cold winter in the next 2 to 3 years, Song Mayue said calmly. I've already begun preparing for the transformation. Transformation? How do you plan to transfer? The other party asked. Song Mayue recalled someone's pie in her mind. She coughed lightly and said earnestly, it's probably the ultimate combination of industry and the internet. The various ecosystems will cooperate with each other, use resources together, and produce a chemical fusion reaction, which will bring out greater market value and realize even greater economic value. First, we will develop a groundbreaking social software, a community platform for all ages. This software is my first step towards surpassing any company in the world. Next, we'll continuously improve and update the content based on the platform's development. Once we've accumulated a critical mass of users, we'll execute my plan, an ecological chemical reaction. Ultimately, this market valuation. Song Mayue hesitated for a moment. The first thing that came to her mind was 10 trillion, but the traces of bragging were too obvious, so she casually said, the peak is around 5 trillion. For a time, the conversation between the two fell into silence and stillness. After a long time, the other party spoke cautiously. Are you trying to scam me out of my money? The other person said cautiously. You're trying to sell me a big check, tricking me into investing with you, and then you're going to run off to America with the money and live a carefree life from then on. Song Mayue rolled her eyes and said unhappily, I'm not that kind of person. You've always been so cautious, so suddenly proposing such a madcap business plan is bound to make people think too much. The other party said seriously, this can't be your idea, right? Did someone trick you into it? Song Mayue pursed her lips and said lightly, well, he came to me alone, hoping to get my investment. I listened to his business plan. Although it seems a little bit empty, it's generally good. I plan to invest 50 million first. Invest 50 million right off the bat? The other party was immediately amused and said unhappily, do you have a fever? Are you confused? I'm normal. Song Mayue opened her mouth and said earnestly, Fei, hasn't your industry been in a downturn recently? Why don't you also put out 50 million, let's invest together. The other party pondered for a moment, then asked with a hint of doubt, are you trying to avoid risk? They actually wanted 100 million, but you only paid 50 million, leaving me with the remaining half. I think that's a bit too much. As soon as the words fell, a faint blush flashed across Song Mayue's face. She quickly adjusted her mood and said calmly, this is not called sharing risks, this is called sharing wealth. In short, the opportunity is right in front of you. Whether you are willing to join the game is entirely up to you. I will only give you 3 days to consider it. Well, I want to talk to them, the woman on the other end of the phone said seriously. This 50 million is no small matter. I need to hear their proposal. Please make an appointment for me. Good. But I must be there. Song Mayue said seriously. In an instant, the woman on the other end of the phone was stunned. She sensed a hint of tension in her best friend's words, which was a bit unbelievable. Her best friend has always been calm and composed, and nothing could easily cause any waves in her heart. As a result, just wanting to meet the entrepreneur caused her to feel a crisis. This was very unusual. Appreciate talent? No. The thing the world lacks the least is genius. Could it be? Thinking of this, the woman on the other end of the phone suddenly had an idea and asked casually, is this man handsome? It's just so. The food is delicious. As soon as the words fell, Song Meiyue shuddered all over, her scalp began to numb, and a feeling of helplessness ran through her whole body. Her cold and pretty face gradually became a little rosy. Oh no! I was tricked by her. Oh. You're so good. You've secretly got a man without telling me. The woman on the other end of the phone said with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you lonely? Seeing me showing off my affection every day on WeChat moments, you finally can't help it?" Song Meiyue bit her plump lips lightly and pretended to be calm and said, "Don't get me wrong, there is no emotional basis between him and me. We only have a financial relationship." Money relationship? Are you starting to keep a little man? The woman on the other end of the phone asked in panic. Ms. Gu Fei, please be careful with your words. Song Meiyue said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "Do you think I am that kind of woman? It is true that I am already 31 years old and have never been in a relationship, but I am not so bad as to keep a little man, right?" In the end, Song Meiyue felt a little guilty. Gu Fei smiled at this time. This woman was anxious, which meant something. Her heart is beating fast. Ouch. I really want to meet him. What kind of man is he that can make me fall in love with him? Chapter 22. He did it on purpose. So bad. At noon, Jiang Qi, Xie Buchan, and Wu Zhang were sitting in a corner of the cafeteria, eating their company-provided meals while chatting about interesting things in life. As for what the interesting things were, it was nothing more than playing musical instruments and singing, of course, serious playing of musical instruments and singing. You should have time tomorrow, right? Your sister-in-law has contacted that girl. If possible, let's have lunch tomorrow at noon. Wu Zhang said. Have a meal? Let's forget it. I know it's impossible for her and I to be together, but I still want to be ripped off for no reason. Jiang Qi said casually, how about this? I'll buy her a cup of coffee and sit down to have a good chat. It's just a formality anyway. Wu Zhang thought for a moment, nodded, and said seriously, just as you said. I have discussed it with your sister-in-law, and she has no objection. Jiang Qi nodded, picked up a piece of braised pork and put it into his mouth. At this time, Xie Buchan asked curiously, didn't you go to discuss investment last night? What was the final result? Did the other party give you any money? After hearing what Xie Buchan said, Wu Zhang also looked at Jiang Qi. I don't know yet. She said she would consider it for a few days and contact me then. Jiang Qi replied. It's over. It's completely cold. This is obviously just a perfunctory response. Xie Buchan sighed, staring blankly at Jiang Qi, and asked earnestly, did you show off your looks? Jiang Qi rolled his eyes and said unhappily, am I crazy? Look. Details determine the future. Xie Buchan said with a look of disappointment, society is so inward-looking these days. If you don't improve your core competitiveness, you'll easily be eliminated by others. Your core competitiveness is being handsome, and your handsomeness is very unique. You only attract those beautiful rich women. For a time, Jiang Qi was a bit amused and helpless, saying, that's about it. Stop thinking about it all the time. Let me tell you. Although the other party said they want to consider it, it's basically a done deal. It all depends on the investment amount. I'm asking for 100 million first. Wu Zhang and Xie Buchan were stunned for a moment, their eyes filled with fear and surprise, and they were even a little panicked. What's going on? You want 100 million first? Is the other party a philanthropist? You want 100 million right away? Xie Buchan looked at Jiang Qi with a complicated expression and said cautiously, did really nothing happen last night? No. Jiang Qi shrugged and said calmly, anyway, I asked for 100 million, but the exact amount she will give me is still unknown. Anyway, wait a few days, and I will tell you then. Since Jiang Qidu said so, the two did not ask too many questions. However, deep down in their hearts, they had already labeled him. This enterprising young man in front of them was brave enough to sacrifice his body and soul for his life ideals. In a sense, he was a hero. At this time, the way Wu Zhang and Xie Buchan looked at Jiang Qi changed, and they both looked at him with admiration. Brother Jiang, eat more meat. Xie Buchan put all the braised pork in his bowl onto his plate. Xiao Jiang, eat a big steak. Wu Zhang put the only pork chop into his bowl and spoke earnestly. Faced with the sudden attentiveness of the two, Jiang Qi felt a little uneasy, especially the look in their eyes, which seemed to be full of stories. On the way home from get off work, Song Meiwei once again successfully got on someone's tram and sat silently in the passenger seat. Are you free tomorrow? Song Meiwei asked casually. No. Jiang Qi refused bluntly. Song Meiwei frowned, her plump, vermilion lips slightly opened, and she swallowed back the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She turned her head to the side and asked nonchalantly, "What about the day after tomorrow?" The day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow. Jiang Qi glanced at the woman beside him and asked curiously, "Aunt Song, what's the matter?" "I've found an investor for you." Song Meiwei said casually, "I'll put up 50 million, and she'll also put up 50 million, but she wants to hear about your specific plan." "Oh. Then the day after tomorrow afternoon. Aunt Song, please help me arrange a place and I will be there when the time comes." Jiang Qi replied. Song Meiwei responded softly, looking at the street scene that was constantly receding, biting her lip lightly, and said calmly, "Don't mention the 3 words Auntie Song in front of her. Just call me President Song or Sister Song." "I understand, Aunt Song," Jiang Qi said with a smile. A hint of annoyance flashed across Song Meiwei's face. Was her hint not obvious enough? Thinking of this, she turned her head silently and glanced at him stealthily. His flawless face was handsome with sharp edges, deep eyes, a high nose, and lips of moderate thickness, all of which showed off his handsomeness. He definitely did it on purpose. So bad. Saturday time. Jiang Qi drove his own small electric car to the blind date destination. He had no thoughts about this blind date, he just wanted to complete the task. "I arrived at a coffee shop, looked around, and found a girl sitting in the corner, so I walked straight towards her." "Hello. Are you Wang Yan?" Jiang Qi asked. The girl raised her head and looked at the handsome man in front of her. A hint of joy flashed across her brows, and she said hurriedly, I'm Wang Yan, you are Jiang Qi, right?" Jiang Qi nodded, sat down opposite her, and said with a gentle smile, "Sorry. I've kept you waiting for so long. I'll buy you a cup of coffee later." No. I just arrived too," the girl replied. This girl named Wang Yan is very ordinary, with an ordinary figure, ordinary looks, and ordinary clothes. She exudes an ordinary aura from head to toe. Even so, Jiang Qi did not feel any resistance, but treated her gently instead. Certainly, Jiang Qi would not drag on for too long on certain matters. After all, sometimes refusal is also a kind gesture. Just as Jiang Qi was about to speak, the girl sitting opposite him broke the silence first. "You were forced to come here, weren't you?" Wang Yan looked at Jiang Qi with a smile and continued, "You're so handsome, I don't believe you'd end up on a blind date." Jiang Qi was stunned for a moment, then said helplessly, "That's not the case." "Don't worry. I know myself well. I know what belongs to me and what doesn't." Wang Yan said calmly, "Actually, I just want to find an ordinary boyfriend, because I'm ordinary myself, and live an ordinary life with him." Actually, this is quite. Jiang Qigong opened his mouth and saw the door of the coffee shop was slowly pushed open and a very familiar figure walked in from outside. Chapter 23 Behind Each Other. A white suit jacket is paired with a beige knitted sweater, navy blue jeans, and white high heels. Such a refined and elegant outfit not only brings a dignified beauty, but also gives people a sense of simplicity and efficiency visually. Looking at this sudden woman, Jiang Qi almost collapsed. He never expected to meet her here, and there was a girl sitting opposite him. If she found out, not to mention whether he could keep his job, he probably would go home at night. His mother would really break her own son's legs. What should I do about this? At this moment, Jiang Qi's brain was working fast, but after thinking about it, he still couldn't find a solution. Just when he was about to despair, he suddenly had an idea. A rather bold idea flashed through his mind, and Jiang Qi decided to fight to the death. "Actually, love is simple," Jiang Qi said with a smile. "Love requires mutual understanding, tolerance, and dependence. It doesn't need to be extravagant, passionate, or unforgettable. The most beautiful thing is the ordinary and simple things." "You think so too?" When Wang Yan heard Jiang Qi's words, she said excitedly, "Oh my god. I finally met a soulmate." However, this excitement didn't last long. He sighed silently and said with emotion, "What a pity. You and I belong to two different worlds, just like flowing water carrying away falling leaves. Do you think the falling leaves are the wind's favor or the tree's unwillingness to keep them? Probably voluntary. When the time comes, it will fall. Jiang Qi replied. Wang Yan pondered it carefully, nodded thoughtfully, and looked up at the super handsome man in front of her. Honestly, isn't he too handsome? He's probably a super philandering, invincible scumbag. A man like that, she couldn't control him at all. Only a strong queen like her could win him over. At the same time, Song Meiwei ordered a cup of coffee at the counter, paid and turned around to find a seat. But at this moment, she saw the man who made her feel strange, and also saw the girl sitting opposite him. This unexpected scene made Song Meiwei a little at a loss. She didn't expect to meet him here, and she didn't expect that there was a girl sitting in front of him. An unspeakable emotion gushed out from the depths of her heart and ran through her whole body. He said he didn't have time on Saturday, but it turns out, he was busy with this matter. At this moment, Song Meiwei felt betrayed, and the inexplicable irritability made her almost lose her mind. She bit her lips hard, and the pain instantly brought her back to reality. She looked at the two people in the corner with a complicated expression, then took a deep breath, and walked towards someone with an expressionless face until she walked behind him and slowly sat down. Why? Suddenly, life feels very difficult. Brother Jiang Qi, just take my situation as an example. I just graduated from college and immediately entered the workforce, Wang Yan said bitterly. It feels completely different from school. A while ago, a sister who I thought was really nice was talking bad about me behind my back and even secretly stealing my sales. After saying this, looking at Jiang Qi in front of him, he asked curiously, is society like this? There's no pure friendship, only pure interests? Don't be so pessimistic. If you look carefully, you can still find friends. Jiang Qi said with a smile, as for the so-called difficult life, life has always been difficult, you just realized it. Everyone has their own difficulties. We work hard for life and work hard for our responsibilities. In short, keep going. Wang Yan nodded vigorously and said with a smile, honestly, brother Jiang Qi, I don't know why, but when I hear you talk I feel so comfortable. I feel like the older brother next door, so warm and considerate. Yeah? Actually, I'm not as good as you think. Jiang Qi smiled helplessly. At this time, Song Meiwei, who was sitting behind him, snorted inwardly. What a ghost. Your coffee. The waiter brought a cup of cappuccino and slowly placed it in front of Song Meiwei. Song Meiwei nodded, picked up the cup of cappuccino, took a sip, and listened quietly to the conversation between the two people behind her. Brother Jiang Qi. You should be single, right? Wang Yan asked, then what kind of person is your ideal girl? This question, Song Meiwei, who was in the dark, felt extremely curious, but also a little bit of expectation. The girl of your dreams? Jiang Qi frowned, thinking hard. After a moment, he couldn't help but smile and said, I think the word girl is not appropriate, I should use woman. As soon as the words fell behind him, Song Meiwei's brows flashed with emotion. I shouldn't be a girl anymore, right? Well educated, mature, and steady. While aloof, she can be a little mischievous occasionally, and can also reveal a touch of cuteness without realizing it. Jiang Qi paused, looked at Wang Yan in front of him, and said with a smile, do you find it a little unbelievable? No. Everyone has the right to love and be loved, and no one else can interfere. I'm just a little curious. Can cuteness and mischief really be revealed under a cold personality? Wang Yan asked with a puzzled look on her face. Some things don't just exist on the outside, they exist more in the heart. Jiang Qi shrugged and said with a smile, you are still young, you will understand in the future. Song Meiwei, who was sitting behind Jiang Qi, no longer had the gloomy and terrifying expression on her face. Although she still looked cold, a closer look revealed that beneath her frosty appearance, there was a faint smile and a hint of doubt. Have I ever been playful or cute in front of him? He wasn't describing someone else, was he? Why? I hope so. Wang Yan curled her lips, picked up her phone to check the time, and hurriedly said to Jiang Qi, it's almost time to go back. Brother Jiang Qi, thank you for agreeing to come for the blind date. I hope you can find that well-educated, mature and stable woman. I hope you can find your other half too. Jiang Qi said with a smile. After Wang Yan left, Jiang Qi did not choose to get up and go back. He still sat on the chair, drinking the American iced coffee. Suddenly, the breathing light of the mobile phone on the table flashed. He picked it up and saw that it was a WeChat message sent by someone. Xiaoyer, what are you doing? Chapter 24, Why don't you come in and sit for a while? When the girl who had a blind date with Jiang Qi left, Song Meiwei did not choose to go back. Instead, she sat there motionless, silently took out her mobile phone, opened WeChat, clicked on someone's avatar, and sent him a message. A moment of time. The slightly bad man replied. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, I was in a coffee shop, chatting with a friend just now. My friend has gone home now. Looking at the content he sent, Song Meiwei pursed her lips, and her thoughts began to become active. He was quite honest and admitted that he was in the coffee shop. She thought he would lie, but this didn't mean anything. Biting her lips lightly, she picked up her phone and quickly edited a message. Xiaoyer, oh, are you talking about investment? At this time, Jiang Qi, who was sitting behind Song Meiwei, was a little amused for a moment, but you know what, this way of asking questions even though you already know the answer is quite interesting. Of course, if he was not mistaken, the woman behind him should be testing him. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Qi sent her a message back. The enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, no, that person is a blind date, introduced to me by my colleague's wife. I clearly rejected him at the beginning, but Aunt Song, you also know that some things are not over just by saying no. After all, I have to give him a way out and just go through the motions. After receiving the message, Song Meiwei carefully read the content he sent, and felt a faint sense of satisfaction deep in her heart. She didn't know where this inexplicable satisfaction came from. It might be because someone was honest and did not lie to her. She quietly turned her head to the side and secretly glanced at the man's back from the corner of her eye. In less than half a second, she turned her head back suddenly, hesitated for a long time, and hurriedly sent him a message. Xiaoyer, are you interested? After sending, Song Meiwei carefully put down her mobile phone, picked up the cup of cappuccino, and took a sip. The coffee, which was originally a bit bitter and difficult to drink, suddenly began to taste sweet and was no longer so difficult to swallow. Soon, Jiang Qi sent a message. The enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, of course not, it's just a formality. By the way, Aunt Song, why are you suddenly so concerned about this kind of thing? Song Meiwei frowned and couldn't help but curl her lips, secretly complaining in her heart, who cares about you? Xiaoye, just asking. After posting this, biting her lower lip lightly, she typed rapidly. Xiaoyer, what kind of woman do you like? Xiaoyer, don't think too much, I'm just asking casually. Just a moment of time. Song Meiwei received a reply from the man behind her. Enterprising young man Jiang Gongzi, is that even a question? Of course, it should be a young, beautiful, and sexy girl. It's best if she has a lively and cheerful personality, not dull or cold. She should be the type of person who exudes pure lust. Anyway, Aunt Song, you don't understand. Looking at the content on the phone screen, Song Meiwei narrowed his eyes, with the word disbelief written all over his face. He had just told that girl, the woman in his mind was the type that was well-educated, mature and steady, but now it turned out to be a young and beautiful girl. It's obvious. The first few words were all true, but the latter part was just something he said to make himself angry. But then again, I am only 31 years old, which is considered young in the blind date market. As for being beautiful and sexy, there seems to be no need to elaborate on it. Generally speaking, I also belong to the category of young, beautiful, and sexy girls. Sudden. Jiang Qi behind him sent another message. Song Meiwei took a glance and was stunned. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, Aunt Song, what kind of man do you like? What kind of man do I like? Man. Man. Song Meiwei tilted her head and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She had never thought about this question before and was a little caught off guard for a moment. As she was thinking, the figure of a certain person occupied her entire brain. He had a handsome face, the cooking skills of a 5-star chef, and was occasionally caring for others, but sometimes he was mean to her. Thinking of this, there was a hint of displeasure on his face. Xiaoyer, it's not you anyway. Jiang Qi, who was sitting behind her, looked at the phone screen with a smile on his face and silently edited a message. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, I'm planning to go back. Do you want me to bring you a cup of cappuccino, Aunt Song? Xiaoye, I don't want to drink. Enterprising young man Jiang Gongzi, oh, okay. Then, Jiang Qi suddenly stood up, and Song Meiwei was so scared that she quickly lowered her head. Watching his departing figure silently, Song Meiwei began to have inexplicable random thoughts for a long time. She picked up her phone and sent a message to someone. Xiaoyer, then please bring me a cup. Enterprising young man Jiang, yes. Seeing him come back and stand in front of the counter to order coffee, Song Meiyue took the opportunity to sneak out. Jiang Qi glanced at Song Meiyue, who was running away in a panic, and a slight curve appeared on the corner of his mouth. This woman is so interesting. Driving her own sports car, Song Meiyue rushed home quickly. After arriving home, she quickly changed her clothes. She wore a white knitted sweater with blue denim overalls, and then a pair of white trefoil sneakers. She instantly looked younger, while still retaining her mature charm. Sitting on the sofa quietly waiting for someone, she would pick up her mobile phone to check the time from time to time. She felt a little anxious deep down. She didn't know why she felt like this. Maybe she wanted to drink another cup of cappuccino because she didn't enjoy it enough in the cafe just now. Why is it so slow? It's been so long, why hasn't he come yet? Forget it. His car is slow to begin with. Just when Song Meiyue was feeling anxious, there was a hurried knock on the door. Song Meiyue stood up, walked to the door of the house, grasped the door handle and gently opened it. The next second, she saw someone standing in front of the door with a cup of coffee and a smile on his face. Hey. Bring a cup of cappuccino for Auntie. Jiang Qi picked up the cup of cappuccino in his hand and handed it to Song Meiyue. Taking the coffee handed to her, Song Meiyue felt the temperature of the cup and found it was still a little hot. Then I'll go back first. Jiang Qi said something and turned to walk towards his electric car. Watching his departing figure, Song Meiyue opened her mouth, but swallowed the words back. Just as Jiang Qi opened the car door, Song Meiyue suddenly said, "Don't you want to come in and sit for a while?" After that, Song Meiyue regretted it deeply and quickly turned her face to the side, a look of bewilderment between her brows. She pretended to be calm and said, "Don't get me wrong, I just want to talk to you about the details of that business plan." Chapter 25. It would be nice if I could stay. Song Meiyue sat on the sofa, holding the cup of cappuccino in both hands, listening to someone next to her bragging non-stop, from dominating the national internet, to being the only one in the world, and finally rushing out of the Earth to face Mars, while wanting to develop an electric supercar and build a giant rocket. In the past, she would definitely sneer at him, but now, Song Meiyue didn't feel the slightest bit disgusted, and even enjoyed listening to his stand-up comedy. I secretly glanced at him out of the corner of my eye. His profile, seen from this angle, looked even more handsome and three-dimensional, especially his nose and lips, which were particularly perfect, without any flaws. That's the plan right now. Of course, sometimes the plan can't keep up with the changes. Now I'm planning to conquer Mars, but considering the temperature and atmospheric environment of Mars, as well as the speed of future technological progress, maybe in the next 30 years, the curvature engine will be developed and humans will be able to conduct interstellar travel. At that time, we can directly conquer the Milky Way. Jiang Qi said with a smile. "And Song? What do you think of my business plan? Doesn't it sound romantic and sci-fi?" Jiang Qi said seriously, "But I have to admit, this business plan does have some suspicion of daydreaming. But I want to say, every advancement in human civilization, apart from scientific factors, is entirely due to daydreaming." Hearing this, Song Meiyue slowly raised her head, rolled her eyes at the man beside her coldly, and said lightly, "I only have 3 words to evaluate. Great genius? Neuropathy." Jiang Qi smiled awkwardly and said seriously, "But I really value this project. Based on my personal experience, we can occupy the national market within half a year. It's just that in some aspects, it will take a little time, but it won't take long. You can rest assured." Song Meiyue pursed her lips and said coldly, "Don't promise me anything. I won't believe a single word you say until I see the benefits. Also, don't neglect your work in the technical department. You're also the deputy director of the technical department." Jiang Qi frowned, extremely dissatisfied with Song Meiyue's arrangement. Logically, he should be fully engaged in the business plan, but she asked him to take on a part-time job. Could it be that there was something else going on? Otherwise, it made no sense. After a little thought and calm analysis, I suddenly realized it. "And Song? You asked me to work part-time in the technical department of the head office. You don't want to get my car for free, do you?" Jiang Qi asked cautiously. At this time, Song Meiyue picked up the cup of coffee on the coffee table, took a sip gracefully, tilted her head to glance at him, and asked calmly, "I'll invest 100 million in you and ride in your car for free. Is there any problem?" "Stop. It's 50 million. Jiang Qi said seriously. Didn't I bring you an investor? Song Meiyue said expressionlessly, even if I don't have any credit, I've worked hard. I think, you don't mind if I give you 50 million for that hard work? Hearing Song Meiyue's words, Jiang Qi carefully looked at this woman. To be honest, this woman is indeed very beautiful, with a curvaceous figure, so how could she be so evil? What is there to say? Even if there is no credit, there is still hard work, and this hard work is worth 50 million. The Wall Street capitalists cried when they heard it. Facing someone's direct gaze, especially one with a critical look in it, Song Meiyue felt a little dissatisfied and asked, "What's that look in your eyes? Why does it feel like you're judging a criminal?" "Why? I'm still too young." Jiang Qi sighed deeply, his words carrying a hint of vicissitudes and helplessness. He said with emotion, "In the game of capital, when money takes the lead, even the truth will be silenced." Song Meiyue pursed her lips and said casually, "You yourself are the capital, using capital to operate, and you still have the nerve to criticize others. It's different. There's still a huge gap between capital and capital," Jiang Qi explained seriously. "Although capital comes into the world stained from head to toe with the blood of ordinary people and some invisible filth, in the end, it's still people who control capital." Song Meiyue frowned and said calmly, "You don't have to beat around the bush. Just say I'm the kind of capitalist who eats people without leaving any bones. You've been talking so much, but in the end you still portrayed me as Yang Bailao." Jiang Qi smiled and said earnestly, "Aunt Song, you misunderstood. There's a saying that goes, the face reflects the heart. You're so beautiful, you must be very kind. A silver tongue. I've seen through your tricks." Song Meiyue picked up the cup of cappuccino, took a sip, and said casually, "Don't forget to prepare the PPT and materials tomorrow afternoon, and wait for us half an hour in advance." Jiang Qi nodded and glanced at the time on his phone. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. He glanced at Song Meiyue beside him and said, "I should go home soon." "Aunt Song, how are you going to have dinner?" "Instant noodles." Song Meiyue said softly. "Oh. Then I'm leaving." As soon as the words fell, he stood up and left without looking back. At this time, Song Meiyue was the only one left in the huge living room, with the cup of already cold coffee in her hand. Putting down the cup of cappuccino, Song Meiyue stood up and walked towards the door. She gently opened a narrow gap and saw that he had just gotten into the car. After a while, he drove the small electric car away from the front door of his house until it disappeared from his sight. At this moment, Song Meiyue felt a little lonely and bit her lips lightly, trying to use the pain to bring her consciousness back to her brain. If only he could stay. He tore open the packaging film of the instant noodles in a bucket, skillfully placed the various seasoning packets, and brewed the noodles with hot water at 95 degrees until it reached the indicator line. He then covered it and inserted a fork. How to make a bowl of delicious instant noodles is one of the few cooking skills that Song Meiyue has. Sometimes when she works overtime at the company until late at night, she will make a bowl of instant noodles in the middle of the night. In the past few years, Song Meiyue has eaten many flavors of instant noodles, but after all, she loves the fresh shrimp and fish noodles. Song Meiyue was sitting on the sofa, with the bucket of Kangshuibo shrimp and fish noodles on the coffee table. At this moment, the phone rang. It was the familiar WeChat notification tone. Song Meiyue picked up the phone and took a look. It turned out to be a message from someone. Enterprising young man Zhang Gongzi, Aunt Song, open the door. For a time, Song Meiyue was stunned. She quickly stood up from the sofa, walked straight to the door, grabbed the door handle, and pulled it open with force. In an instant, she saw someone standing in front of her with a bag of vegetables in his hand. Chapter 26. No. I can't fall in love with him. Looking at Jiang Qi carrying a bag of vegetables in front of her, Song Meiyue stood there in a daze for a long time. She never thought that Jiang Qi would come back with a bag of vegetables in his hand. She subconsciously pursed her lips, opened her mouth, but found that she didn't know what to say. "Why did you come back?" Song Meiyue frowned and asked lightly. "Of course I'm cooking for you, Aunt Song. Look. I've even bought the vegetables." Jiang Qi picked up the bag of vegetables in his hand and said with a smile, "There are fish, shrimp, meat, and water spinach. I plan to make 4 home-cooked dishes for you." Hearing that he was going to make 4 dishes for her, Song Meiyue was immediately moved. However, as she held the dual identities of Vice President and Aunt Song, she did not show her inner expectations. She raised her eyebrows slightly and said calmly, "Thank you. I just made instant noodles and don't need your meal." Oh. I've already bought it, Aunt Song, please try to eat some. Besides, these instant noodles are not very nutritious. You're the vice president of Fei Hong. What would we do if you collapsed? Jiangqi said seriously, also, my mother asked me to take better care of you. She said you get up earlier than a chicken, sleep later than a dog, and eat worse than a pig. She's heartbroken. As soon as the words fell, Song Meiyu's face fell. She didn't believe that her good sister would say such a thing. It was obvious that these unscrupulous words were thought up by the man in front of her, and then conveyed to her in the name of Sister Yaling. Yeah? Then I'll call Sister Yaling and ask her if she has told me about it. Song Meiyue said expressionlessly. No. Aunt Song, outsiders shouldn't interfere in the feud between us. Jiang Qi tried to dissuade her. All right, let me in quickly. This is too heavy to carry. Song Meiyue pursed her lips and silently moved aside. Then Jiang Qi came in carrying a bag of vegetables. As soon as she entered the room, she smelled the aroma of fresh shrimp and fish noodles. Then she saw the bucket of instant noodles on the coffee table. She felt very uncomfortable and felt a little sympathy for her. But think about it carefully. She wasn't so poor that she could only afford instant noodles, and the pity deep in her heart disappeared instantly. Go into the kitchen. Jiang Qi began to show off his skills. He grabbed a sea bass from the bag, scraped off the scales skillfully, and then cut open its belly. This set of movements was smooth and there was no pause at all. At the same time, Song Meiyue sat on the sofa, looking at the bucket of shrimp and fish noodles in front of her, then glanced towards the kitchen and instantly lost her appetite for instant noodles. Sitting dignified and quietly on the sofa, the sound of ding-dong came from the kitchen from time to time. Gradually, Song Meiyue's mind began to become active, her consciousness left her body, and floated to someone unconsciously. From a certain perspective, he really is the kind of man who you would marry as soon as you find the right person. Whether it's his appearance and body shape, how much he cares about others, or his cooking skills that rival those of a 5-star chef, he's simply the perfect husband. If he wasn't Sister Yaling's son, or if Sister Yaling and I weren't close friends, then maybe. Thinking of this, Song Meiyue's whole body trembled suddenly, and an indescribable sense of shame gushed out from the depths of her heart and ran through her whole body. A faint blush appeared on her originally cold and handsome face. What am I thinking? Why did I suddenly start to have random thoughts for no apparent reason? Even if I'm so lonely and want to find a man to marry, I can't choose him, right? At this moment, Song Meiyue tried hard to get rid of the absurd and bizarre idea in her mind. However, this unrealistic and audacious idea seemed to be branded in her brain, and could not be dispelled no matter what. No. If I were to date him, how would I face Sister Yaling in the future? Taking a deep breath, Song Meiyue tried to calm herself down. As she adjusted her breathing rhythm, her normal thinking slowly returned. Her previous feelings of shame and panic were replaced by calmness. At this moment, Jiang Qi came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of fish and shouted to Song Meiyue, who was sitting on the sofa, "Auntie Song, dinner is ready." Hearing someone shout, Song Meiyue stood up, walked towards the dining table as if nothing had happened, and sat down at the table, watching someone bring one dish after another, and soon all 4 dishes were ready. Sea bass with scallion oil, braised prawns, stir-fried beef with celery, and mashed water spinach with garlic. Each dish was delicious and appetizing, which whetted Song Meiyue's appetite and made her praise someone's cooking skills even more. If there was wine, it would be even more perfect. Song Meiyue glanced at someone next to her and finally gave up the idea of drinking. It was not because she was afraid of what would happen after drinking, but because she was worried that someone would get drunk and it would be troublesome to take care of him. After dinner, the 4 dishes on the table were basically empty. Jiang Qi lazily leaned on the chair, crossed his legs and picked his teeth, looking like a local rich man from the old times. Seeing his lazy look, Song Meiyue couldn't help but frown and said expressionlessly, "Flossing your teeth after a meal is very harmful to your teeth. It can easily lead to periodontal disease, which will be very troublesome to treat. Don't pick your teeth anymore in the future." That's what Aunt Song taught me. Jiang Qi nodded and said seriously, "I'll keep it in mind." Song Meiyue rolled her eyes at him, took out her phone to check the time, and unknowingly it was almost 7 o'clock. She said casually, "Have you told Sister Yaling that we're having dinner outside?" "No. But my mother is. Aunt Song, you know her. She's a mahjong addict. She won't give up until she's exhausted. I guess she's still losing money in the mahjong room." Jiang Qi replied. After saying this, Jiang Qi stood up and cleared the dishes while saying to Song Meiwei, I should clean up and go back. I need to sort out some documents and stuff. I have to meet with the angel investor tomorrow. Song Meiwei responded softly without saying anything more. A moment of time. After clearing the table and washing the dishes, Jiang Qi walked out of the kitchen carrying a garbage bag. He glanced at Song Meiwei, who was playing with her phone on the sofa, and said, Auntie Song, I'm going home first. Hearing that he was going back, Song Meiwei raised her head, stared at him blankly, and blurted out, Be careful on the road and don't let people worry. As soon as the words fell, Song Meiwei stood there in a daze. In an instant, she quickly turned her head and said calmly, Don't get me wrong, this is just the elder's concern for you. Chapter 27, Sweet Mouth. Jiang Qi stood at the door holding a garbage bag, looking back at Song Meiwei, who was sitting on the sofa. He had to say, her occasional stubborn look was really fascinating. Thank you for your concern, Aunt Song. Jiang Qi smiled and said seriously, By the way, don't forget to send me the address for tomorrow. I will arrive half an hour early. Then, Aunt Song, you should get some rest early. I'll be going back first. As soon as the words fell, he then opened the door handle, leaving Song Meiwei alone, and left. Song Meiwei felt lost about someone's departure. As usual, she stood up from the sofa, walked straight to the door, carefully opened a gap, and saw him get on the trolley, slowly driving out of her sight. She pursed her lips gently, discarded all distracting thoughts in her mind, closed the door, walked quickly to a room, and then came out with a bottle of red wine. With a bang, Song Meiwei, who was sitting on the sofa, filled the highball glass on the coffee table and drank it all in one gulp the next second. At the same time, Jiang Qi was driving the electric car on the main road. He couldn't understand why he suddenly made a comeback. Maybe the thought of the tragic scene of someone eating instant noodles touched the fragile string deep in his heart. In other words, he felt compassion. But then again, isn't it a bit foolish for a worker with a monthly salary of 12,000 yuan to pity a vice president with an annual salary of 10 million yuan? Forget it, life is full of confusion. I don't know how long it took. When Zhang Qigong returned home and opened the door, he saw his mother standing up from the sofa and rushing towards him at lightning speed. She stood in front of him in an instant, and then sniffed his body fiercely. As she sniffed, a mysterious smile appeared on her face. Staying with Mei Wei again? Zhang Yaling asked with a smile. I chatted with a friend in a coffee shop in the afternoon, then brought Aunt Song a cup of coffee and made her dinner. Jiang Qi answered casually. Hearing her beloved son's description, Zhang Yaling couldn't help but roll her eyes and said unhappily, I'm told that you two are finding all sorts of excuses and creating all sorts of opportunities every day just to be together. I'm tired of watching you. Why don't you just move in tomorrow? Oops. Mom, that's enough. Jiang Qi lay listlessly on the sofa, saying absent-mindedly, Aunt Song and I are both innocent. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Qi sat up straight, looked at his mother, and said earnestly, Mom, your son is going to be rich soon. How about I buy you a big villa when the time comes? These words. Your dad said that back then, but what happened? He died first, and then left you, my little bastard, to me. Zhang Yaling sat back down next to Jiang Qi, looking at her biological son beside her, and said seriously, You can work hard and fight hard, but you should also take care of your health. You're the only one I have. If you die too, I really can't live anymore. Yeah, I see. That's right. Mom, why do you never mention relatives? Jiang Qi asked puzzledly. When it comes to relatives, it's as if the word relatives doesn't exist at all. Zhang Yaling frowned and said calmly, This matter, after you get married, Mom will tell you naturally. Don't ask so many questions now. Seeing that his mother kept silent, Jiang Qi did not continue to ask. He stood up and walked towards the bathroom. As soon as he opened the bathroom door, he couldn't help but look back at his mother. He saw her sitting there in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. It seems my mother also has a lot of secrets in her heart. Night. Quiet. Jiang Qi, wearing only a pair of shorts, was sitting at the head of the bed, holding his mobile phone in his hand, playing a game recently launched by the pig farm, Diablo Immortal. Similar to many games on the pig farm, Diablo Immortal inherited the essence of both liver and krypton, and brought the money-making approach to the fullest extent. Certainly. For a player like Jiang Qi who is so stingy, he can spend as much money as he wants, and he won't spend a penny anyway. Just when someone was having fun, a WeChat message popped up on the screen. He took a glance. It was from Qitian Dasheng. Xiaoyer, are you asleep? Jiang Qi ignored her and continued playing his game. After a while, Song Meiyue sent again. Xiaoyer, I can't sleep. Jiang Qi quit the game and edited a message for her on his phone. The enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, if you close your eyes for a while, you will fall asleep. Xiaoyer, I tried for a long time, but it didn't work. Xiaoyer, would you like to chat with me for a while? Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, what do you want to talk about? At this time, Song Meiyue was lying in bed, holding her mobile phone in both hands, staring at the content on the screen. For a moment, she was in hesitation. In fact, she didn't know what to talk about, and she didn't look for him because she couldn't sleep. She was just a little bored and found him subconsciously. After a moment of thought, I silently sent him a message. Xiaoyer, do you think I'm too old? After sending, she threw her cell phone aside, grabbed a pillow, wrapped her hands and feet tightly around it, and buried her head in the pillow. At this moment, Song Meiyue felt a little melancholy and hesitant, mixed with a little expectation. A little bit. The phone rang. Song Meiyue reached out and took the phone accurately, but she did not check the content of someone's reply immediately, but held it tightly in her hand. There was a tense atmosphere in the bedroom. Song Meiyue took a deep breath and looked at the content he sent. The enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, what is wrong with being 30, what is wrong with being 40, each stop has its own scenery, each year has its own flavor. No matter how others see you, in my eyes. And Song, you are always young. Maybe the years have taken away your innocence, but they have left your maturity. For a time, the inexplicable complex emotions in my heart had long since disappeared without a trace, leaving only a faint touch of emotion. Song Meiyue bit her plump lips lightly, typed slowly, and then deleted everything silently. At this moment, she didn't know how to respond to someone's remarks. She thought for a long time, and simply replied with a few words. Xiaoye, I think so too. Then, he added another sentence. Xiaoye, I'm sleepy. Sending completed. Song Meiyue charged her cell phone, then suddenly buried herself in the quilt, clinging tightly to the pillow and refusing to let go. She has a sweet mouth. Chapter 28 I understand. The old cow eats the young grass. At noon the next day, Song Meiyue drove her two-door sports car to a luxurious villa, turned off the engine and got out of the car. She pressed the doorbell gently, and soon the door was opened. A young and beautiful woman opened the door, but compared with Song Meiyue, the gap was a bit big, and she was not as good as her in terms of temperament. Ouch. My sweetware, I miss you so much. This beautiful young woman was Song Meiyue's other best friend. She excitedly hugged her sister and said with a smirk on her face, oh my. My Yuer's figure is getting better and better. She doesn't look like a 30-year-old woman at all. Song Meiyue rolled her eyes, a hint of annoyance between her brows, and said unhappily, what do you mean by a 30-year-old woman? To be honest, nowadays people are marrying and having children later, and at my age, there are still quite a few people who are interested in the blind date market. If other older single women said this, they would either be crazy or have a short circuit, but Song Meiyue is different. Although she is over 30 years old, due to her natural beauty, she looks no different from 25 or 26 years old, and her skin is even more delicate and lustrous than those young girls. Certainly, Song Meiyue actually has no shortage of partners. There are so many people pursuing her, almost all of them are local young talents. Unfortunately, none of them is interested in her. There is also a possibility. She is too cold and gives people a feeling of being unapproachable. In fact, she is a person who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Yes. You'll be even more popular when you're 40. Gu Fei took Song Meiyue's arm, leaned against her affectionately, and said with a smile, come on, I ordered a pizza for you. The two women walked into the house and sat on the sofa in the living room. Gu Fei looked at her good sister beside her. She looked particularly special today. In the past, Meiyue always took the mature and intellectual route, but today she changed her style. Although she still revealed a mature charm, in the blink of an eye, she looked like a pretty young woman next door. Why is this happening? I'm afraid there is only one answer. The man I'm going to meet today, if I'm not mistaken, is her lover. Yuer? Why are you dressed differently today? Gu Fei said with a half smile, you're not usually like this. You always look like an office lady, but why are you looking like the young lady next door today? TSK, this is way too tempting. Song Mei-wei pursed her lips, with a hint of shame in her eyes, and said casually, I'm tired of one style and want to change to another. Yeah? Are you sure? Gu Fei said with a wicked smile, isn't it because of your lover? I declare again that there is no emotional basis between him and me. It's just a relationship of interest. Song Mei-wei looked at her good sister seriously and said solemnly, Ms. Gu Fei, please be careful with your words and don't make such low-level mistakes again. I'm anxious. You're anxious. But why should you and I be so anxious? Your uncle and aunt are even more anxious than you. They even called me yesterday to ask about your current situation. Gu Fei rolled her eyes at Song Mei-wei and said angrily, they even asked me and my husband to introduce you to a few more candidates. Song Mei-wei asked calmly, and then? Then I just agreed on the surface. Gu Fei shrugged and said lightly, what else can I do? Song Mei-wei pursed her lips and whispered softly, help me delay it for a while. I'm talking to my sister. You can't let me be a liar forever, right? Gu Fei looked at Song Mei-wei who was sitting next to him and said earnestly, that's enough. You're already in your 30s. It's time to make a move. If you wait any longer, no one will want you. Will no one want me? Song Mei-wei couldn't help but narrow her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking about. At this moment, the takeaway arrived, interrupting Song Mei-wei's thoughts. After Gu Fei got the pizza delivered, the two women sat on the sofa and enjoyed lunch together. Song Mei-wei used to like the pizza from this restaurant very much and would often order one when she was alone at home. However, when she took the first bite, she suddenly found that the taste of the past was no longer there. Feel not as delicious as someone else's cooking. Song Mei-wei subconsciously compared the food with that made by someone else, and instantly knew which was better. The pizza in her hand was not even 1/10,000th of the other person's. Mizuki? Tell me the truth from the bottom of your heart, is that business plan reliable? Gu Fei asked seriously. Good. I voted too. Song Mei-wei said lightly, although, maybe. Before she could finish, Gu Fei interrupted her. Don't do that. Such ambiguous words make me feel uneasy. Gu Fei said seriously, I need a definite answer, an answer that can dispel my uneasiness. Faced with this question from her best friend, Song Mei-wei thought for a moment, analyzed it calmly, and said righteously, reaching a market value of 5 trillion is a little difficult, but reaching 1 trillion is still easy. Easily. Is it possible to be so blindly confident? Has this woman who has been lonely for 31 years been blinded by love? Gu Fei looked at Song Mei-wei carefully, and secretly made a decision in her heart that she would carefully screen Mei-wei later. If the other party was a love scammer, she would never let Mei-wei fall into it. Afternoon. Song Mei-wei drove her sports car and took Gu Fei to a high-end tea house. Along the way, the two women chatted about cosmetics, from lip gloss to perfume, and then Gu Fei's emotions exploded. My damn husband, he's really pissed me off, Gu Fei said angrily. He's so clueless. I told him to buy a small YSL gold bar, but he ended up buying a gold brick. He even said, the gold bar is too small, and the investment doesn't make much sense. It's better to buy a gold brick. Song Mei-wei did not make any comments on other people's family affairs. It sounded like Fei Fei was complaining, but in a sense, she was also showing off that her man was very family-oriented. Thinking of this, someone's figure flashed through my mind. If we talk about the Gu family, he is definitely better than Gu Fei's husband. Soon, the two arrived at their destination, got out of the car and went straight to the private room. When she pushed open the door of the private room, Gu Fei finally saw the man who had made Mei-wei dizzy. His flawless face was handsome with sharp edges, and his deep eyes revealed a hint of firmness. He was so handsome that it made people tremble. Oh, I understand. It turns out that the old cow is eating young grass. Chapter 29 I like sister-brother relationship. Looking at the handsome and young man in front of her, Gu Fei instantly became more certain that her good sister Mei-wei might have been blinded by love. But to be honest, it was not Mei-wei's fault. After all, this boy was too handsome. No woman could resist him, especially since Mei-wei had been single for 31 years. At the same time, after noticing Song Mei-wei and a strange woman coming in, Jiang Qi stood up from his chair, looked at the two of them calmly, and said with a smile, Mr. Song, this should be the Mr. Gu you mentioned, right? I have heard a lot about you. My name is Jiang Qi. Hello. Gu Fei nodded, staring blankly at Jiang Qi, and said with a smile, "You're truly worthy of your reputation. I've often heard about you from Meiyue, but after meeting you today, I was truly astonished. Such a perfect business plan, with such huge investment potential, actually came from the hands of a handsome man." Hearing what she said, Song Meiyue, who was standing beside her, could not help but frown. She felt a little uneasy in her heart because of the constant flattery. She didn't know what this woman was thinking about. No. It's all thanks to President Song's good training. It's all thanks to President Song, Jiang Qi said with a smile. I don't think so. Meiyue doesn't have such a smart brain, she definitely can't come up with such a plan, Gu Fei said with a smile. At this moment, Song Meiyue couldn't listen any longer and said expressionlessly, "That's enough. Sit down and talk about business." At Song Meiyue's command, the three of them sat down. Jiang Qi filled a cup of tea for each of the two women in front of him and said, "This is top-quality tea guanyin, brewed by me personally. Mr. Song, Mr. Gu, please have a taste." Gu Fei picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said with a smile, "It's really good tea." After saying this, putting down the teacup, he casually asked, "I wonder how old Mr. Jiang is this year?" 27. Jiang Qi replied. 27, 31. Gu Fei frowned and muttered like a mosquito, "The age seems to be quite compatible." Jiang Qi, who was sitting opposite, did not hear the whispers, but Song Meiyue, who was beside him, heard them clearly. She quietly reached out her hand and touched Gu Fei's waist, pinching it lightly as a warning. However, facing Song Meiyue's warning, Gu Fei remained fearless and asked Jiang Qi with a smile, "Mr. Jiang, do you have a girlfriend?" "No. There is no such plan at the moment," Jiang Qi said. "Oh. Do you really not have this plan, or do you already have a lover, so you no longer look down on other women?" Gu Fei asked with a smile. As soon as the words fell, Song Meiyue, who was standing nearby, couldn't help but cough lightly twice. She said to Gu Fei earnestly, "Ms. Gu Fei, you're here to discuss business, not to conduct a census. Let's get to the point. If you have any questions, ask them right away. Don't keep talking about irrelevant things." TSK getting anxious again. It seems that she really cares about the man in front of her. However, analyzing from the current situation, nothing unusual was noticed. His behavior was gentle, calm and composed, and most importantly, he was so sunny and handsome. Of course, professional scammers have always had good acting skills, so these are not difficult. We have to get some real stuff. Then Mr. Jiang, let's get to the point. I'd like you to describe the business plan, including the advantages of the project itself, Gu Fei said seriously, as well as the challenges that may arise in the future. Good. Jiang Qi nodded, took out his tablet and began his long speech. Compared to what he described to Song Meiyue, Jiang Qi was more professional this time. He put aside his habit of talking nonsense and described all the highlights of the plan in a realistic manner. He also predicted the difficult situation in the future. Seeing Jiang Qi talking in front of her, Song Meiyue was not surprised. She had known about his professionalism for a long time, but in front of her, he always liked to talk nonsense. In the final analysis, he was still a bad person and liked to be mean to her. At the same time, Gu Fei secretly glanced at her good sister beside her, and saw that she was staring at Jiang Qi in front of her, with a slight curve at the corner of her mouth. This is already the point of being unable to extricate oneself from love, and I never expected that Meiyue actually likes sister-brother relationships. At this time, Gu Fei had completely let down her guard against Jiang Qi. Judging from his professional remarks, he could not be a love scammer. Judging from his sense and sensitivity to the market, he was a very powerful genius, especially in controlling human nature. He was particularly good at it. But then again, I always feel that Jiang Qi looks a little familiar, as if I have seen him somewhere. Gu Fei had this feeling from the beginning. When she saw Jiang Qi for the first time, she vaguely felt that she had seen him somewhere before, but she couldn't tell where. In short, he didn't seem strange. While Gu Fei was lost in thought, Jiang Qi had already finished explaining everything he had prepared last night. Looking at the woman in front of him, he asked seriously, "Mr. Gu, is there anything else you would like to know?" "Well, no more." "Very good." Gu Fei came back to his senses and said with a smile, "I've invested in this project." Jiang Qi was stunned for a moment. He had not expected the process to be so smooth, but years of accumulation did not make him ecstatic. He smiled calmly and said, "Then I wish us a happy cooperation." After saying this, pick up the teacup. It's a pleasure working with you. Gu Fei also picked up her teacup and gently clinked it with Jiang Qi's. After discussing the investment, Jiang Qi did not stay long and left the tea house directly. Only Song Meiwei and Gu Fei were left in the private room, sitting together and chatting while drinking tea. "Fine. You have a good eye," Gu Fei said with a smile. Song Meiwei said lightly, "My vision has always been good. This business plan has great potential. Although there are risks in trying to make a small investment for a big gain, compared to the huge benefits, this risk is actually nothing." Gu Fei rolled her eyes and said with a sullen smile, "That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying, you have a good eye for men." Song Meiwei frowned and said expressionlessly, "I don't understand what you were saying." "Ouch. You're already 31 years old, baby, why are you still so shy?" Gu Fei said with a smile, all right, just admit it boldly. I won't laugh at you. An older-younger brother relationship is an older-younger brother relationship. There's nothing to be ashamed of." As soon as the words fell, Gu Fei said with a hint of doubt, "But I always feel that Jiang Qi looks very familiar, as if I have seen him somewhere before." Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi. Oops. I remember now. Gu Fei suddenly realized and said to Song Meiwei, "Jiang Qi and Sister Yeling look alike. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward." Chapter 30. He and I are on a blind date. Gu Fei finally understood why Jiang Qi looked so familiar to her. He looked so much like her older sister, especially his eyes, which were almost exactly the same as Sister Yeling's, both slightly swollen and with double eyelids. Hearing Gu Fei's words, Song Meiwei couldn't help but panic in her heart, but her strong psychological quality did not let her show any nervousness. She said lightly, "Really? I'm sure of it. Jiang Qi and Sister Yeling are so similar, especially his eyes, they are exactly the same." Gu Fei said seriously. As soon as the words fell, Gu Fei suddenly reacted, her eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief, even a little bewildered. Originally thought Meiwei just liked the siblings, but she never expected. This was no longer as simple as siblings. If Jiang Qi was really Sister Yeling's son, then she was dating Sister Yeling's son. This. I'm going back. Just take your time drinking your tea. Song Meiwei noticed Gu Fei's shocked expression and instantly knew what she was thinking. She stood up calmly, ready to leave in a calm and composed manner, and then ran away in a panic. How could Gu Fei let her get away so easily at this moment? She hurriedly grabbed Song Meiwei's arm and forcibly pulled her back. She looked at her with a smirk and asked, "Don't. We haven't sat down and chatted for a long time. Why are you going back so soon? I don't want to talk to you." Song Meiwei said expressionlessly, "Besides, I have more things to do than you do." "Are you busy dating your young husband?" Gu Fei asked with a smile. "Ms. Gu Fei, please be mindful of your words. Jiang Qi and I have nothing to do with each other. He is merely an employee of a department in my company." Song Meiwei suddenly became serious and warned her word by word, "If you continue to speculate about the relationship between Jiang Qi and me, it might damage our sisterly bond." Ouch. For the sake of her young husband, she is willing to sever her sisterly love. This stinky woman actually did such a thing for love and happiness. It's really infuriating. Gu Fei was speechless, but when she thought about it carefully, it was understandable. After all, she was already 31 years old and had finally met the man of her dreams. Her behavior was understandable. But then again, if Jiang Qi was really Sister Yeling's son, could Meiwei keep him? Well, let us figure out this relationship first. Yes. You're always like this, getting mad at the smallest things. So many men have been scared away by your personality. Change yourself in the future and be more gentle and kind, instead of being so cold and unkind. Gu Fei picked up the teapot, poured some into Song Meiwei's cup, and said with a smile, "Have a sip of tea, to cool down." Song Meiwei rolled her eyes, picked up her teacup, took a sip, and said, "I'm planning to open a new company. The internal structure will be centered around you, me, and Jiang Qi. That way, if there's any effect, it will be able to raise the stock prices of our two groups. What do you think? You decide. Anyway, I'm already lying down." Gu Fei picked up the teacup, took a sip gracefully, and continued, "Luckily, my husband's situation is good, otherwise I'd be starving. The direction of this market is too difficult to control, and if you're not careful, you'll be eliminated. It will be fine. Song Meiyue said seriously, there is always a period of darkness before dawn. Let's work hard and we will eventually see the light of day. I hope so. Gu Fei secretly glanced at the woman beside her and asked casually, is Jiang Qi Sister Yeiling's son? Song Meiyue, who had been fooled once, would not be fooled by the same trick. She picked up her teacup, took a sip gently, and said calmly, the same trick again, do you think I will be fooled? Yeah. Gu Fei smiled, silently took out her phone, and said, then I can only call Sister Yeling and ask her in person. Is Jiang Qi her son? I heard Sister Yeling say that her son is very handsome. After that, I found a number in the address book and dialed it immediately. As a result, the phone just rang and was snatched away by Song Meiyue. Seeing her hang up the call in panic, Gu Fei already knew what was going on. At the same time, she felt extremely shocked in her heart. At first, she thought it was just a simple sister-brother relationship, but she didn't expect it would be like this. Jiang Qi is Sister Yeiling's son. Meiyue and Sister Yeling are best friends. Meiyue is also Jiang Qi's boss. Wow. He is so brave. You can't tell at ordinary times, but when it comes to the critical moment, his move is earth-shattering. Certainly. If Meiyue can really overcome the shackles of the world and all the obstacles in front of her, perhaps she and Jiang Qi are true love, because love is powerful and can overcome all difficulties and thorns. Lovers who are destined to be together will not be defeated by any form of hardship. Is he really Sister Yeiling's son? Although Gu Fei already knew everything, he still hoped to hear Song Meiyue admit it in person. Faced with this question from her best friend, Song Meiyue hesitated for a long time, nodded silently, and said calmly, so what if it is? So what if it isn't? Identity is just a symbol, it doesn't mean much. Hearing Song Meiyue's words, Gu Fei misunderstood. She thought it was a declaration of love. In the face of true love, identity is just a symbol, it is more of a feeling. As long as the feeling is right, even if there is a huge gap in identity, it cannot stop the pace of true love. TSK. You usually seem so quiet and so withdrawn, either at work or at home. I never thought you'd do something, but when you do, it's earth-shattering. Gu Fei shifted her hips, nudged Song Meiyue lightly with her elbow, and asked curiously, does Sister Yeling know that you attacked her son? Song Meiyue frowned, feeling that her conversation with her was not on the same wavelength. Don't guess blindly. I didn't do anything to him. Song Meiyue said calmly. Pack. And he pretends to be quite similar. It seems that she will not confess unless some tricks are used. Why haven't you told me the truth yet? Gu Fei looked at her seriously and said, I'm giving you a chance now. Explain everything to me clearly, otherwise I will personally talk to Sister Yeling tomorrow. For a time, a hint of hesitation flashed across Song Meiyue's face, and she was struggling deep in her heart. Simple thinking, calm analysis. Finally, he mustered up the courage and uttered a few words without any expression. He and I are on a blind date. It's just a blind date. Chapter 31. Jiang Qi was arrested. Hearing Song Meiyue's bold admission, Gu Fei showed an expression of having everything under control, and said with a smile, as expected. However, the person who introduced you two probably never imagined in their lifetime that you and the man's mother are close friends. Judging from the generation relationship, you are Jiang Qi's aunt. Song Meiyue rolled her eyes and said calmly, aren't you the same? I'm not dating Jiang Qi, and I'm a married woman. Gu Fei shrugged, looked at her good sister sitting calmly beside her, nudged her gently with her elbow, and asked curiously, does Sister Yeling know? Song Meiyue picked up the teacup and said calmly, she introduced me. After that, the entire box seemed to be plunged into silence. Gu Fei looked at her good sister in disbelief, with confusion and shock on her face. It was already unbelievable that Meiyue was going on a blind date with Sister Yeiling's son, but she didn't expect that the person who brought them together was Jiang Qi's biological mother, Meiyue's best friend. Oh my god, your circle is so messy. So you. Gu Fei pursed her lips and asked cautiously, Meiyue, I have a question. After you and Jiang Qi got married, what about your relationship with Sister Yeling? Do you call her mom or sister? And what does she call her son or brother-in-law? Song Meiyue pursed her lips and said expressionlessly, a blind date is one thing, but it doesn't mean I'm going to be with him. Do you think I'll fall in love with Sister Yeiling's son? Will I marry him and have children? The reason I agreed to the blind date is simply for Sister Yaling's sake. Key? I am his immediate superior. Fei Hong Group has a clear ban on office romances. As the vice president, how could I possibly take the lead in doing something bad? Song Meiyue said. What's the ban on office romance? Is this a reason? Hearing her best friend Song Meiyue's explanation, Gu Fei was a little amused and said in a bad mood, Is this really a reason? What's the ban on office romances? Is this a problem for you? Just find a random reason to transfer Jiang Qi to the branch's general manager, wouldn't that solve the problem? Do you understand what I mean? Is this a question of banning office romances? Song Meiyue frowned and said seriously, Anyway, between him and me, nothing will happen. She got anxious again. Meiyue, who used to be calm and composed, has been troubled by her little man and is now uneasy. According to Meiyue's previous temper, let alone whether she would fire Jiang Qi, she would at least move him out of her sight. However, Meiyue did not do so and still let Jiang Qi hang around in front of her, so there is only one possibility left, embezzlement. As Song Meiyue's best friend, Gu Fei relied on her imagination to deduce someone's plan, and finally came to a conclusion. Jiang Qi was controlled by Meiyue, and was controlled tightly. Why? I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. She seems to be quiet in normal times, but she can be so wild in pursuing men and does not play by the rules at all. In a word, wonderful. Speak frankly. Jiang Qi is so handsome. I used to think Sister Yaling was bragging, but when I saw her son today, wow. If I weren't married, I would definitely compete with you for the man. Gu Fei said with a smile. Song Meiyue didn't respond and just drank her Tiguanyin tea. That's right. You said he's a great cook? Gu Fei suddenly remembered something and asked eagerly, Did he cook for you? Song Meiyue drank her tea leisurely and said casually, Is there any problem? What do you mean there's a problem? This is a big problem. Gu Fei said seriously, You know what? Men who can cook are more romantic in life. Meiyue, you've made a lot of money, and now I'm a little worried. I'm worried that you won't be able to grasp it. Romantic? I don't know about that, but he is very considerate, caring, and sweet-talking. Song Meiyue bit her lips lightly, and for a moment, her face was as cold as ice as she said, Whoever wants to grasp it can grasp it. Anyway, I don't want to grasp it, and I'm too lazy to grasp it. Ouch. Look at how stubborn he is, I'm afraid it will really smell good when the time comes. Gu Fei was not surprised at all by someone's stubbornness and unwillingness to yield at this moment. She was even looking forward to future developments. She wanted to see how Meiyue would break her stubbornness and then move step by step towards a sweet love environment. She also didn't know what it would be like when she acted coquettishly. Well, what does Sister Yaling think? Gu Fei asked curiously. She felt that I worked overtime day and night and was alone when I got home, so she wanted a man to take care of me. So she introduced her son to me. Song Meiyue replied, Sister Yaling is very nice. Don't be too suspicious. What are you thinking about? She's your good sister, and also my good sister. Gu Fei rolled her eyes at her and muttered thoughtfully to herself, Find some time to have a good chat with my eldest nephew. As soon as the words fell, Gu Fei suddenly realized something. If Jiang Qi and Meiyue were a couple, it would be quite embarrassing for her. Meiyue was 1 year older than her. From now on, Jiang Qi would be both her nephew and her brother-in-law. Forget it. So let him be my brother-in-law. For Meiyue's happiness. I'll give it my all. Don't look for him. He is usually very busy and has no time to take care of you. Song Meiyue said calmly. Hearing someone's words, Gu Fei came back to her senses, glanced at the woman beside her, and secretly complained in her heart. Busy? Busy meeting you, right? In the stillness of the night, Song Meiyue sat at the head of the bed, holding a classic masterpiece, but she had not turned the current page for a long time. Her eyes were staring at the contents on the paper, and her thoughts had long since flown away from her body and landed on someone. I wonder what he is doing. Is he playing games? Pursing her plump red lips, Song Meiyue picked up her charging phone, unlocked the screen, opened WeChat, looked at the chat dialog box with him, thought for a long time, quickly typed a few words, and then sent it out in a flash. After waiting for almost 5 minutes, Song Meiyue still didn't receive a reply from someone, which made her a little dissatisfied. She sent him another message, but still no response. Fell asleep? I looked at the time. It's only 9 o'clock in the evening. Song Meiwei sat blankly at the head of the bed, not knowing what was going on in her mind. Maybe he was too tired recently. Recharge your phone. Song Meiwei crawled into bed, looked at the ceiling above her head, and couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. You should come to pick me up tomorrow, right? At the same time, a spa club. Zhang Qi, Wu Zhang, and Xie Bucken didn't even have time to change their clothes before they were unfortunately caught. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 32 Aunt Song, save me. An hour ago. In order to celebrate the success of their business venture, Zhang Qi, Wu Zhang, and Xie Bucken paid out of their own pockets to go to a more luxurious local spa club to stretch their muscles. When the three arrived at their destination, they had not even changed their clothes, but they never expected that a group of police officers would rush in. Get down! Get down! Everyone, be quiet! Faced with such a situation, the three of them panicked, subconsciously holding their heads and squatting on the ground. Although Zhang Qi, Wu Zhang, and Xie Bucken are regular customers in the bathing industry, they have rarely been arrested, especially Zhang Qi. This is the first time he has been arrested in his 2 lifetimes. The key point is that he was arrested by mistake, and no one knows who reported that there were improper services here, but the three of them clearly thought this place was very decent. What to do? Brother Wu, why don't you talk to my sister-in-law and ask her to come and take the 3 of us away? Xie Bucken squatted on the ground and whispered to Wu Zhang beside him. No, no. Your sister-in-law already lost her temper last time. If we get caught again, she'll fight me to the death. Wu Zhang hurriedly shook his head and said, let's wait and see. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Besides, the 3 of us haven't done anything wrong, so they'll probably let us go soon. Then, the 3 unlucky guys who came out to consume were brought to a large private room, which was already crowded with a group of arrested customers. Zhang Qi, Wu Zhang, and Xie Bucken chose a place in the corner and stood there miserably. Oh. I was just having a celebratory bath, but it ended up like this. It would have been fine if something really happened, but the key is that I didn't even see the shadow of the technician and was caught in a daze. Xie Bucken said with a melancholy look on his face. As soon as the words fell. Looking at the gloomy Zhang Qi beside him, he asked softly, Zhang Qi, how about asking Auntie to pick us up? Shouldn't it be possible? The family members are notified to come and claim the property, and their signatures are required. If someone falsely claims the property, they will be held legally responsible. Zhang Qi shook his head and said helplessly, anyway, let's take a look at the situation first. It's similar to what Wu Gu said. The 3 of us suffered an unprovoked disaster and should be released soon. Xie Bucken hesitated for a moment, glanced at an uncle next to him, and then enthusiastically communicated with him. He soon got the corresponding inside information. This spa club does have something, but it is generally open to old customers. Of course, in a sense, it's nothing, it's a combination of meat and vegetables. At this moment, a group of JC uncles came in and interrupted the exchange of techniques and experiences between Xie Bucken and the uncle. In the following time, the group of customers in the room left here in an orderly manner, got on the bus one by one, and were then taken to the police station. After a brief investigation, it was not possible to prove that Zhang Qi, Wu Zhang, and Xie Bucken were arrested by mistake, because such matters are difficult to investigate, and the 3 were caught red-handed in the box and could only swallow their bitterness and suffer in silence. Certainly, there was no substantial evidence to prove that the 3 had done anything shameful. In the end, they just wrote a letter of guarantee and notified their families to come and claim the body. For a time, Zhang Qi, Wu Zhang, and Xie Bucken were plunged into panic and anxiety. In the end, Wu Zhang showed his self-sacrificing spirit and took the initiative to contact his wife, asking her to come and claim the 3 unlucky guys. While waiting to be claimed, Zhang Qi felt a dull pain in his stomach and then ran into the bathroom in a panic. While sitting on the toilet, I was typing a message to someone on my phone. When I was about to send it, I deleted it silently. Never mind. Just pretend you fell asleep. I'll explain it to her in person when I pick her up for work tomorrow morning. Why? Why are you so unlucky lately? I just came here for a massage, but I was taken away for no apparent reason. Zhang Qi sat on the toilet, his elbows resting on his knees, his head supported by his hands, his face full of confusion and bewilderment about life. Zhang Qi stood in a corner of the office lobby, almost collapsing. When he came back from the bathroom, he found that Wu Zhang and Xie Bucken had disappeared. At this moment, He experienced the feeling of being abandoned, and it turned out to be so desolate and helpless. Hello? No. How come you left me behind? Jiang Qi called Wu Zhang and said unhappily, I came back from the bathroom and found that you were all gone. Ah. Oops. We forgot. Wu Zhang received a call from Jiang Qi and realized that someone was missing. He secretly glanced at his wife who was driving beside him. She had a dark and murderous expression on her face. He couldn't help but shrink his head and said softly, then figure it out yourself, brother, I can't help you. I'm hanging up first, your sister-in-law wants to fight with me later. Beep beep. There was a dead tone on the phone. Jiang Qi looked at the screen of his mobile phone, his scalp almost numb, and he thought to himself that he had met the wrong person. Isn't this too bad? What should I do now? After a long meditation. Silently dial my mother's number. Hello? What's wrong with my dear son? Gojo. The mother's voice came from the phone. Mom, I was. Before Jiang Qi could finish his words, he was ruthlessly interrupted by his mother. Ouch. Self-draw, hula. Beep beep. There was another dead tone on the phone. At this moment, Jiang Qi was about to explode. It was almost 9:30, and he was still playing mahjong in the mahjong hall. He didn't know how much money he had lost. No way. I can only find her. At this moment, Jiang Qi's mind was filled with only her. In the bedroom of a villa. Song Meiwa, lying in bed, couldn't fall asleep for a long time. She felt a little uncomfortable because someone didn't reply to her message. In the past, someone would reply quickly, but tonight she sent 2 messages in a row, but didn't receive a single one. I slowly stretched out my arm, accurately picked up the charging phone, and checked WeChat, still no message from him. Song Meiwa didn't know how many times she had checked WeChat. She would check it every few minutes, but every time she was full of anticipation, she would end up with disappointment. Faced with her own strange behavior, Song Meiwa was too lazy to look for answers. Now she just wanted to receive a WeChat reply from someone, even if it was just a one-word reply. At this moment, sudden. The familiar ringtone of the cell phone rang, and a hint of intense joy flashed across the originally melancholy face. Is it him? Is this news from him? Song Meiwa hurriedly opened WeChat and looked at the message he sent. There was not much content, only about 10 words in total. The enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, Aunt Song, I've been caught, come and save me. Chapter 33 You are my only one. Seeing the message from Jiang Qifa, Song Meiwa's first reaction was that it was a telecom scam. But the problem was that the WeChat account belonged to him. Looking at the few words on it, she frowned and pondered for a long time. He was arrested? By whom? Why was he arrested? How was he arrested? Song Meiwa had many questions in her mind and hesitated for a moment, then she silently picked up her phone and typed a message to someone. Xiaoyer, what happened? How did you get caught? Soon. Someone sent a reply. Enterprising young man Zhang Gongzi, don't ask so many questions. Come and save me quickly, I'm in the police station, the address is XXXXXX. Police station? He was taken to the police station? Did he commit a crime? Song Meiwa frowned, without thinking anything. She quickly got up from the bed, put on her clothes, and drove out in the sports car without even putting on makeup. Although she was a little anxious, Song Meiwa, who was always steady, did not overtake. She drove to a police station according to the speed limit. After a long time, she finally arrived at her destination, put on a mask, and walked towards the office lobby in a hurry. After walking into the hall, I saw Jiang Qi standing in the corner. Ouch! Aunt Song, you're finally here. Jiang Qi burst into tears upon seeing his relative. He said with gratitude, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Song Meiwa looked at him with a hint of curiosity between her brows, and asked, what happened? Why were you caught here? Well. Jiang Qi said awkwardly but politely, I'll explain it to you later. Now, please sign for me. Then, Jiang Qi led Song Meiwa to the front desk and asked her to sign her own letter of guarantee. When she saw the letter of guarantee written by someone himself, she instantly knew why he came in, and her pretty face suddenly fell. Are you looking for women outside? Song Meiwa looked at Jiang Qi, who was standing beside her with an innocent face, with a dark face, and asked seriously. No. It was purely an accidental injury. I was caught just after I went in to spend money. Of course, my purchase was very serious, just a massage. Jiang Qi said seriously, Aunt Song believes in my character. I'm not the kind of person you imagine. I'm usually quite upright, especially when it comes to relationships between men and women. Song Meiyue wouldn't believe a single word of someone's sophistry. They'd caught him red-handed, and they'd even written a written guarantee. How could it be a case of mistaken arrest? Even if it was a mistaken arrest, why would they go there for no reason? Who would go to a club if they were decent people? Come find your mother. I won't sign this. Song Meiyue said expressionlessly, I'm going back. You stay here by yourself. As soon as the words fell, she turned around and prepared to leave, but at this moment, Song Meiyue's wrist was suddenly grabbed by someone. The sudden situation made this woman, who had been lonely for 31 years, feel as if she had been electrocuted. A strong emotion she had never experienced before was running through her body. Fortunately, Song Meiyue still retained a bit of her rationality and tried hard to break free from someone's strong hand, but it was all in vain. Don't go. You are the only one I have. Jiang Qi said pitifully. These inexplicable words made Song Meiyue's emotions even more overwhelming. Her heart, which had been lonely for 31 years, was now a little restless, just like Sun Wukong, who had been suppressed for 500 years and suddenly gained the freedom of his monkey life. But on second thought, maybe that's not what it means. Release. You have no respect for your elders. I am your elder. Song Meiyue bit her lips lightly and scolded with a little annoyance. If you promise me, I will let you go. Jiang Qi said. I'll sign, let go quickly. Song Meiyue's words sounded angry, but also mixed with sporadic shyness. She said angrily, You're hurting me. After the words fell, Jiang Qi hurriedly let go of Song Meiyue's wrist. She slowly turned around and looked at the lonely person in front of her. His deep eyes were staring at her, and there was endless expectation in his eyes, which made Song Meiyue a little overwhelmed. After signing, he let someone out of the office lobby and came to a red two-door sports car. Jiang Qi already knew that this woman had a spare car, so he didn't say much about it. He opened the passenger door and plopped in. He then said to her, Aunt Song, take me to the Dihao Spa. My car is still parked there. Club. Don't you have a mortgage? How do you have spare money to go to the club? Song Meiyue glanced at Jiang Qi beside her and asked casually. Someone else's treat. I'd feel a bit embarrassed not to go. Jiang Qi replied. Wu Shang and Xie Buchan. Song Meiyue started the car and casually said the names of someone's two good brothers. Jiang Qi was stunned for a moment, looking at her with a hint of surprise between his brows, but he quickly returned to normal and said casually, Well, they always treat us. Song Meiyue didn't say much. She drove her supercar and headed towards the Grand Spa Club according to the navigation instructions. The two of them didn't communicate much along the way until they arrived at the door of the Dihao Spa Club. While unbuckling his seatbelt, Jiang Qi said to Song Meiyue beside him, Auntie Song, please be careful on your way home. Send me a WeChat message when you get home. After that, open the car door and prepare to get out. Just as Jiang Qi closed the door, Song Meiyue, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up, don't forget to pick me up tomorrow morning. Hold head high. Bang. Jiang Qi closed the car door and left. At this time, Song Meiyue was the only one left in the car. She sat alone in the driver's seat, watching someone's back as he left, and couldn't help falling into deep thought. Man. You can't have money. This guy only has such a low salary, but he already looks like this. If he gets rich in the future, maybe. Thinking of this, Song Meiyue glanced at the rearview mirror inside the car, looking at herself in the mirror, not knowing what was going on in her mind. Her originally slightly sad expression gradually became confident, even a little complacent. There shouldn't be any chaos. 10 o'clock in the evening. After returning home, Song Meiyue sent a WeChat message to someone as promised to report her safety, and a few moments later, she received a reply from the other party. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, well, I am finally relieved. Good night, Aunt Song. Looking at the content he sent, Song Meiyue pursed her lips and secretly wondered in her heart. Is he being perfunctory? Or is he caring? After a moment's hesitation, I picked up my phone and sent him another message. Xiaoyer, are you concerned about me? After sending, Song Meiyue tightly grasped her cell phone, feeling nervous but also a little expectant. Soon. Someone replied. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 34 Humph, Bad Man. The moment Song Meiwei received the message, her heart trembled slightly, and a feeling of uneasiness and hesitation surged, as well as a strong sense of anticipation. She held the phone tightly, walked all the way to the sofa and sat down. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her complicated emotions, slowly raised her arm, and glanced at her phone screen. Sure enough, it was from him. The message he sent consisted of only 8 words, but it almost made 31-year-old Song Meiwei burst apart. He read the 8-character mantra over and over again, and even thought he was hallucinating. He raised his hand and rubbed his eyes a few times. When he opened his eyes again, he still saw those 8 characters. Each word was like a dagger, piercing his heart. The enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, respecting the elderly and loving the young are traditional virtues. Respect the elderly? Did he dislike me because I was old? Did he dislike me because I was an old woman? Song Meiwei almost crushed her cell phone, gritting her teeth as she stared at the message sent by someone on the screen. If looks could kill, then Jiang Qi might have been shot to death in a day and a night. At this moment, Song Meiwei thought of many solutions, such as firing someone, crying to someone's mother, luring someone home to beat him up, or having a drinking contest with someone and causing him to get alcohol poisoning. But after the anger, the rationality that had disappeared occupied her entire brain again, and she recalled the message someone sent her last night. So obviously. What about respecting the elderly and loving the young, traditional virtues? This is someone's deliberate attempt to harm me, just empty talk. What he clearly said last night was that in his eyes, I will always be young. Maybe time takes away the innocence, but it also leaves maturity. Song Meiwei curled her lips, a hint of anger on her face. She picked up her phone and started typing a message. Without any hesitation, she pressed send. Xiaoyer, if you dare to put your left foot first at work tomorrow, I will fire you. After sending, he angrily threw his phone onto the sofa, then grabbed a headrest and punched it several times with his tender little fists, showing how furious he was. Actually, Song Meiwei used to not care about her age. She didn't think 31 was a bit old, especially in this society where late marriage and late childbirth are prevalent, which gave her more reason to continue to age. But since she met someone, she seemed to have become a little concerned about her age. Although she looked indifferent on the surface, she often brainwashed herself. But suddenly changing one's clothing style is the most powerful evidence. At this moment, the phone on the coffee table rang. If I was not mistaken, it was a message from someone. Song Meiwei stopped her fist, bit her plump red lips, with a slightly unhappy look on her face, and took a look at her mobile phone. The enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, and Song, you actually still care a lot about your age, right? Looking at the content above, Song Meiwei couldn't help but pursed her lips, muttering to herself. Which woman doesn't care about age? I'm a woman too, okay? Suddenly, someone sent another message. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, my dear Aunt Song, please don't lose yourself in gossip. There will always be people who dislike you, and there will always be people who like you, so just be yourself. Besides, I think women in their 30s are very charming. These words were like a key that inadvertently opened Song Meiwei's heart, and then went straight to the most vulnerable and emotional part of her heart. She bit her lips lightly, and her bright eyes became a little blurred. Be yourself. 30-year-old women have charm. It seems that he likes that mature and intellectual style. That's right. He had already said that last time. Xiaoyer, I'm going to sleep. Don't forget to pick me up tomorrow morning. After sending this message, Song Meiwei took her mobile phone and walked towards the bedroom upstairs. Compared with her previous furious look, at this moment, she felt a little relaxed and comfortable. As for the reason, she finally determined someone's preferences, which happened to be her own characteristics. Mature charm. He really has good vision. The next morning, Jiang Qi drove to the gate of Song Meiwei's villa on time and sent her a message. A moment later, Song Meiwei, dressed in office lady style, walked out of the house. She looked very capable, but not rigid at the same time. Of course, her temperament was still superior. Good morning, Aunt Song. Jiang Qi greeted her warmly. Song Meiwei responded casually and said calmly, let's go. Okay. With a step on the accelerator, Jiang Qi's Hongguang mini electric car slowly drove out of the community. On the way to the company, Jiang Qi intentionally or unintentionally struck up a conversation with the woman next to him, but Song Meiyue was very cold and had no intention of chatting with him. In fact, it wasn't that she didn't want to chat with him, it was just that the topics he offered were very boring. You don't go to places like that anymore. Song Meiyue turned her head to the side, her eyes dull as she looked at the scenery along the street. She said casually, "It's smoky and messy. If you get infected with HIV, your life will be ruined. Don't go there anymore. Listen to your elders." "Ansong, it seems you still have some misunderstandings about my character." Jiang Qi said earnestly, "I'm not the kind of man you imagine, the kind of man who does bad things. I'm very self-disciplined and never have casual relationships with men. I went there more to maintain my circle of men." Song Meiyue frowned and was about to speak, but didn't know what to say. After thinking about it carefully, sometimes too much interference would not have a good effect, and might even backfire. After all, men also have their own circle of activities. Besides, a man's heart cannot be tied down at all. Even if he stays at home every day, his heart will fly away to who knows where. Thinking of this, she quietly turned her face to the side and glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Sure enough, there is no perfect man in this world. Although he is handsome, caring and taking care of others, has a sweet mouth and great cooking skills, he always likes to go to the bath center. Humph, bad man. To a certain place? Song Meiyue got out of the car and watched the car slowly drive away until it disappeared from her sight, and her thoughts returned to her mind. He took out his cell phone, quickly found a number, and dialed it without hesitation. "Mizuki. What's the matter with you looking for me so early in the morning?" Zhang Yeling's voice came from the phone, her tone was light and joyful. Listening to the voice of her good sister, Song Meiyue's melancholy mood improved a little. She pursed her lips and said, "Nothing, I just miss you a little bit." "Sister Yeling. How about coming to my house for a drink tonight?" Chapter 35, Pretty Rich Woman and Happiness. Jiang Qi arrived at the company's underground garage, just parked his car and was about to walk towards the elevator when he heard two car horns behind him. He turned around and saw, it was a white Toyota SUV. Jiang Qi waited at the elevator for a while, and then he saw Wu Zhang wearing a pair of sunglasses, walking slowly towards him. "What's going on? Why are you still wearing sunglasses?" Jiang Qi looked at Wu Zhang with a puzzled look on his face. Suddenly, he noticed a shallow scratch on his face and asked cautiously, "No. No way? Did they really fight last night?" Wu Zhang sighed deeply and took off his sunglasses. He saw that his eyes were red and swollen, with a circle of thick bruises. Hiss. Too brutal. Jiang Qi looked at the bruised Wu Zhang in horror, unable to imagine that this was caused by the beating from his wife. Wu Zhang's wife. Jiang Qi had seen her many times. She was the type of Jiangnan woman, quiet, gentle and charming. But this was just her disguise. The real sister-in-law was actually very cruel. After all, she was a 7th-degree Sanda player, and this was no joke. "Brother, it's so hard for me. When you look for a wife in the future, you must keep your eyes open. Don't choose someone like your sister-in-law. She looks gentle and considerate, but is actually very cruel." Wu Zhang patted his good brother's shoulder with a sad face and sighed. Hearing Wu Zhang's warning, Jiang Qi couldn't help but think of someone else. She shouldn't be that kind of person, right? She would probably stomp her feet at most and then give him a cold war, but she would never roll up her sleeves and beat someone up. Wait, why did I suddenly think of Aunt Song? Oh. Don't worry. Jiang Qi nodded hurriedly and said, "I will definitely keep my eyes open when looking for a wife." Then, the two of them walked into the elevator, punched in together, and returned to their workstations. Before he could even sit down, Xia Buchan leisurely arrived for work. Seeing his good brother Jiang Qi appear safely, he cautiously asked, "Jiang Qi, how did you get back last night?" "How dare you mention it? I almost spent the night in the police station." Jiang Qi rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Hearing the resentment building up in his heart, Xia Buchan said embarrassedly, "Oh, my dear brother, the situation was like this. At that time, my sister-in-law had an expression that looked like she wanted to eat someone. Brother Wu and I were almost scared, and then we forgot about you. As soon as the words fell, I couldn't help but lower my voice and asked softly, 'Is Angkor okay?' I got beaten." He was beaten into a national treasure, the panda. Jiang Qi replied, "Ah, isn't this too heavy a blow?" Xia Buchan frowned, his face full of indignation at his good brother's fate, but it only lasted for a few seconds, and the heroic spirit deep in his heart disappeared. He thought of his sister-in-law's skills, the strength of the 7th level in Sanda, that was no joke. The morning passed quickly. Jiang Qi, Wu Zhang and Xia Buchan went to a restaurant near the company together, preparing to cook a special meal for themselves. They ordered 5 dishes in total, and then started bragging. It was more like looking into the future than bragging. Wu Zhang and Xia Buchan were shocked by Jiang Qi's 100 million yuan investment. Although they heard all this from his mouth and did not see any actual money, his serious look made people believe that it was true. Xiao Jiang? Did you really secure a 100 million yuan investment? Wu Zhang was still a little skeptical and asked curiously, who are the investors? Actually, the investor is none other than Fei Hong Group, Jiang Qi said seriously. We will set up a separate subsidiary of Fei Hong Group to execute our business plan. But don't worry, the two of you. I've already thought of the internal power structure, and it won't be easily seized. Faced with his confident words, Wu Zhang and Xia Buchan hesitated. Could it be that this was all true? Had he fulfilled all his boasts? However, Jiang Qi quickly poured cold water on them. He told them that the specific amount of funds had been confirmed, but there were still many related procedures to go through. The most conservative estimate was, it would take 3 months. 3 months? Actually, it's very fast. Wu Zhang and Xia Buchan didn't care, of course, they were still a little skeptical deep down. At this time, a middle-aged man appeared in the restaurant. Jiang Qi, Wu Zhang and Xia Buchan were all familiar with him. He was Zhou Fuxing, who was competing with Lao Taozi for the position of deputy director. Other colleagues in the department called him Zhou Paopi behind his back. Oops. Old Wu, Xiao Jiang, Xiao Xia. I didn't expect to meet you 3 here. Zhou Paopi walked towards the 3 people happily. Old Zhou. Come on, now that we've met, don't leave. Sit down together. Wu Zhang was quite disgusted with him, but on the surface he was quite polite to him. After all, he had a strong background in the company. Zhou Paopi didn't hesitate to sit down next to Wu Zhang and said with a smile, I'll treat you to dinner later. Don't stop me. Ouch. Brother Zhou, are you in a good mood today? Xia Buchan asked curiously. It's a must. Zhou Paopi smiled, then said to Wu Zhang beside him, Old Wu, we'll be partners from now on. Please give me plenty of guidance on work. Wu Zhang was stunned for a moment, then instantly understood what he meant. It was obvious that the battle between Zhou Paopi and Lao Taozi for the position of deputy director ended with Zhou Paopi's victory. For a moment, he felt a little melancholy and helpless. He glanced at Jiang Qi opposite him with a hint of apology between his brows. Any results? Xia Buchan asked hurriedly. There's no result yet, but no matter what, the final vote was 8-6, and the advantage is mine. Zhou Paopi said proudly, let me tell you. I've been planning for this position since last year. Then, Zhou Paopi began his long speech. Jiang Qi leaned close to Xia Buchan's ear, with a hint of contempt in his smile, and whispered softly, strange tales, full of foolish talk. Xiao Jiang? What are you talking about? Zhou Paopi asked in confusion. Jiang Qi replied seriously, I'm saying, Manager Zhou, that's a good idea. When it's almost time to get off work. Jiang Qi received a WeChat message from a cold and aloof woman upstairs. The content was very simple, she would go back by herself in the evening. Originally, this was something worth being happy about, as he finally got rid of that woman. However, Jiang Qi was not happy at all, and there was a sense of emptiness in his heart. Maybe this is my fate? I opened the book of my life. There was no table of contents in this book. On each page were the 3 words pretty rich woman written crookedly. I studied it carefully for a long time before I could make out the words between the lines. The whole book was written with just 2 words. Happiness. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 36 Actions speak louder than words. When I get off work. Song Meiyue drove the Mercedes-Benz that had been parked at the company for several days and slowly drove out of the underground garage. On the way to someone's house, Song Meiyue's expression was always dull. She didn't know why she had such inexplicable emotions. Maybe she was not used to the feeling of going home alone after get off work. Sometimes people are so strange. Song Meiyue has been commuting to and from get off work alone for several years, and the time she has spent with someone is less than a few days in total, but these few days are better than the past few years. Unconsciously, he went to the gate of Sister Yaling's community, parked the car beside the gate, sent her a WeChat message, and soon, a middle-aged woman carrying a black bag walked toward Song Meiyue's Mercedes-Benz. Seeing this, Song Meiyue hurriedly opened the trunk. Zhang Yaling put the black bag in the trunk, walked to the passenger door, gently opened it, and sat down. Looking at her good sister and future daughter-in-law, she smiled and said, "Did you wait anxiously?" "No. I just arrived too." Song Meiyue pursed her lips and asked casually, "Sister Yaling, where's your son? Are you talking about Xiao Qi? I don't know where he went. Let's just ignore him." Zhang Yaling replied. Hearing this answer, Song Meiyue's expression flashed with dissatisfaction. He went out and did something bad again? Did he ignore my words? He opened his mouth, but swallowed the words back. Originally, Song Meiyue wanted to tell her sister Yaling in front of someone's mother that he went out to look for a woman last night and was arrested by the police. But after thinking about it carefully, it's better not to do such a wicked thing. Just in case. If this incident leads to a breakdown in my relationship with him, it would be a loss. But we can't let him do whatever he wants all the time, right? He has two good friends, both employees of your company. The three of them often get together to drink and brag, and occasionally go to a massage parlor. However, Xiao Qi is still very self-disciplined, just like his father. Zhang Yaling said with a smile. Song Meiyue was stunned for a moment, looking at Sister Yaling who seemed to be smiling beside her, and for a moment she was a little overwhelmed. "Let's drive. I'll cook some dishes for you later, and we sisters can drink and chat," Zhang Yaling said with a smile. After responding softly, Song Meiyue stepped on the accelerator and drove away from the gate of the community. In a villa, Song Meiyue was sitting alone on the sofa, while Zhang Yaling was busy in the kitchen. She was originally going to help out, but Zhang Yaling refused to let her enter the kitchen. In the end, she sat there in a daze, feeling helpless and innocent. I pulled out my phone and instinctively opened WeChat. Then, I clicked on someone's chat box and quickly typed, "Are you there?" Then, after a moment's thought, I deleted it. At this moment, Zhang Yaling came out of the kitchen carrying a dish and shouted to Song Meiyue, who was in a daze, "Meiyue, go get a few bottles of red wine, a little later in the vintage. Don't take out your private collection of red wine, I can't afford it." However, in the face of Zhang Yaling's warning, Song Meiyue didn't listen at all. She walked to the dining table with 3 bottles of top-quality red wine, opened one of the bottles with a bang, and then gulped down the wine, filling 2 high-heeled glasses. "Why are you taking such expensive red wine?" Zhang Yaling took the glass and said helplessly. "If it were someone else, I definitely wouldn't give it out, but it's different with you, sister. How could I possibly give you ordinary red wine? That would be a slap in my face." When Song Meiyue faced Zhang Yaling, her face was no longer cold. Although there was still a hint of aloofness, she was much gentler. Zhang Yaling smiled, raised her glass and clinked it with hers, then the 2 women drank it all in one gulp. Song Meiyue held the red wine bottle and filled the 2 glasses. "How much do you usually drink secretly?" Zhang Yaling asked. "Just by chance. When I'm in a bad mood, I drink a bottle or half a bottle," Song Meiyue replied. "Accidental? It seems like every day." Zhang Yaling frowned, staring blankly at her good sister and future daughter-in-law, and said earnestly, "Meiyue, try to drink less in the future. If I hadn't taken you to the hospital last time, you would have died." Song Meiyue pursed her lips, nodded silently, and responded softly, "Yeah. I know, I have quit a lot recently. Some words should be said in moderation. If you say them too much, they will become boring." Zhang Yaling no longer worried about Meiyue's alcoholism. Sometimes she was curious about how much her sister could drink. Every time she drank with her, she was usually the first to fall down, while she seemed as if nothing had happened. Of course, Meiyue has strong self-control and is not the type who drinks herself to death. As for the last time she went to the hospital, it was because she was upset by her parents' pressure to get married, so she lost her bottom line. Then, the 2 sisters drank wine and ate food while chatting about interesting things around them, but it was mostly Zhang Yaling who was telling stand-up comedy. "Now think about it. I, your sister, have had a hard life. My husband fell seriously ill when Xiaoqi was 2 years old and left us mother and son behind. I don't know how we have survived the past 25 years. Zhang Yaling described her tragic experience calmly, without revealing too much sadness in her words. Sister? Have you ever regretted it? Song Meiyue suddenly asked. Faced with this question, Zhang Yaling just smiled and said casually, I am willing to pay for my mistakes, but I never regret the decisions I made, and I have never doubted my own vision. Although the final outcome is not quite what I originally imagined, I am willing to accept it. After hearing what Zhang Yaling said, Song Meiyue's inner emotions began to stir. A strong emotion was overflowing, ready to break through the shackles of self-closure at any time and place. Mizuki. Zhang Yaling picked up a large shrimp and placed it in her bowl. She looked up at her and said gently, I don't know how you and Xiaoqi are doing now. Actually, I don't care about you. I just want to say, in the future, you must wipe your eyes clean. Some people say they love you, but they always do things that hurt you. Others don't know how to express themselves, but use their actions to give you the greatest sense of security. Zhang Yaling reached out and gently patted the back of her hand, smiling and saying, love is not a noun, it's a verb. Actions are more important than words. For a time, Song Meiyue thought of someone. After he turned around and said goodbye, he suddenly appeared in front of her again, holding a bag of vegetables in his hand. Indeed. He is a man of action who says one thing and means another. Chapter 37 Sister Yaling, I'm sorry. Song Meiyue really likes chatting and talking with Zhang Qi's mother. Although there is a 17-year age difference between them, there is no barrier between them. Moreover, Song Meiyue feels that Sister Yaling is not an ordinary housewife. Although she lives in a very dilapidated community, likes to play mahjong and square dance, her words and deeds are not simple. Certainly. Song Meiyue didn't understand too much. She didn't care about the identity of this good sister. She only cared about the feeling of being with Sister Yaling. It was very relaxing and comfortable. Mizuki? Which do you think is better, the food I cook or the food my son cooks? Zhang Yaling asked with a smile. Of course it's you, Sister Yaling. Song Meiyue lied against her will. In fact, the food cooked by someone was much more delicious than his mother's, and they were not even on the same level. But after all, not all truths could be told. Sometimes it was necessary to tell some sweet and white lies. Zhang Yaling smiled and said unhappily, all right, stop complimenting me. I know exactly what level I am. Xiaoqi inherited his cooking skills from his father. His father also relied on his cooking skills to trick me into joining his pirate ship and even gave birth to a son for him. Song Meiyue lowered her head, her brows etched with thought. She slowly raised her glass, drank a good amount of red wine in one gulp, and silently asked, Sister Yaling, what has marriage brought you? Well. Zhang Yaling looked at the woman beside her tenderly and said with a smile, do you think it's just about living together? Actually, the meaning of marriage is far more than that. Take me as an example. Although Xiaoqi's father passed away less than 4 years after I married him, the memories he left behind, I'm afraid I'll never forget them. Xiaoqi's dad is very warm. To use the words of you young people, he's called a warm man. Often when I need him most, Xiaoqi's father would suddenly appear before me. Zhang Yaling paused and continued, at that time, I felt that marriage is not about hurting each other or dragging each other down, but about having someone to rely on when you are tired. When I'm wronged, I can get a hug when I encounter difficulties, I have someone to discuss it with when I'm bored, I can have a long chat when I get home from get off work, I have someone to have dinner with. So, for me, marriage is a rebirth. Certainly. Everything starts with meeting the right person. If you live with the right person, it can be a truly fascinating journey. Zhang Yaling smiled and continued, I met Xiaoqi's father. As for you, it's up to you to decide what kind of man you meet. Song Meiyue opened her mouth, but the words were swallowed back. She didn't know how to express her emotions at the moment. Seeing Song Meiyue's silence, Zhang Yaling reached out and gently held the back of her hand, whispering softly, Meiyue. This world is not short of handsome faces, nor is it short of so-called wealthy people. How good a person is actually not very important. What matters most is that he treats you well. Being good to yourself is the most important thing. The last sentence of these words made Song Meiyue think a lot. She couldn't help but think of someone. It seemed that, from a certain perspective, he was quite good to her. Except for being a little bad occasionally, the rest of him was pretty good. That is. Song Meiyue glanced at Zhang Yaling secretly, and a hint of melancholy and helplessness flashed across her face. Why haven't I heard from Fei Fei recently? I miss her a lot. The Fei that Zhang Yaling mentioned was Gu Fei, but their relationship was not as strong as that with Song Meiyue. Of course, they were still good friends and would contact each other from time to time. She. Song Meiyue was reluctant to mention Gu Fei. The reason was simple. Gu Fei knew something, and that woman was the type who was not afraid of things getting out of hand and only wanted to create chaos. She bit her lip and said, "She's been very busy lately. The company is about to go bankrupt." Ah? Zhang Yaling was stunned and caught off guard. Sister Yaling. Don't go looking for her these days. She's upset. Song Meiyue said calmly, "But don't worry, I will help her through this. After all, she is my good sister, and I won't watch her collapse like this." Then you have to help her. Although Fei doesn't know how to control her actions and words, I know, she is a very nice person with a warm heart. Zhang Yaling said seriously. Song Meiyue nodded and said lightly, "Don't worry, sister, I will definitely help her." Seeing that the matter had been fooled away, Song Meiyue breathed a sigh of relief. It was hard to imagine, what kind of trouble would this woman Gu Fei cause after finding Sister Yaling? It wouldn't be a good thing anyway. She loved to see herself embarrassed and then stand in the corner and laugh. I hate this bad woman. Not surprisingly. Compared to Song Meiyue, Zhang Yaling's alcohol tolerance was only qualified to sit at the children's table. After just one bottle of red wine, she was already drunk to the point of being unconscious and fell asleep on the sofa. As for Song Meiyue, after drinking 2 bottles of red wine, she only felt a little dizzy, but also vomited a lot. He covered Zhang Yaling with a blanket, then lay on a small sofa, holding his mobile phone and sending a message to someone. "Xiaoyer, are you there?" "A little bit." Received his reply. "Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, what's the matter, Ansong?" Song Meiyue pursed her lips, quickly edited the content with her 2 thumbs, and then sent it out in a flash. "Xiaoyer, your mother is drunk and lying on the sofa in my house. She can't come back tonight. Don't come to pick me up tomorrow." Looking at the content she had sent, Song Meiyue felt more and more that there was something wrong, but she didn't know where the problem lay. Suddenly, she realized where the problem lay. She had unknowingly acquiesced to going to and from get off work with him. Just when Song Meiyue was caught off guard, Zhang Qifa replied. "Enterprising young man Jiang, yes. It seems." He didn't realize the problem. Song Meiyue's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down. She bit her lips lightly and typed away. "Xiaoyer, I'm so hungry." After sending, Song Meiyue threw away her cell phone, grabbed the headrest and hugged it tightly in her arms. She was indeed a little hungry because she had vomited everything. Soon I received a message from someone, picked up my phone and glanced at the content. "Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, take you out for a midnight snack?" For a time, Song Meiyue was caught in a dilemma. On one side, someone was taking her out for a midnight snack, and on the other side, her good sister was drunk and unconscious. The key point was that she was someone's mother. Think for a moment, analyze calmly. Looking at Sister Yaling, who was lying on the sofa and sleeping, I secretly complained in my heart. "Sister Yaling, I'm sorry. I'm so hungry. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward." Chapter 38. My bathtub is very high-end. It was already 10:30 in the evening. Zhang Qi drove his own electric car slowly into a high-end residential area, then skillfully arrived at the gate of a villa, picked up his mobile phone and sent a WeChat message to someone. After a while, he saw a sneaky figure slipping out of the house. "What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel like I'm having an affair?" Zhang Qi didn't know why such an idea came to his mind. It might be because he and Aunt Song sneaked out under his mother's nose, which made him feel some inexplicable feeling. It was probably like cheating under the nose of the invigilator, which was both nervous and exciting. Gently opening the car door, Song Meiyue quickly got in. When her perky butt sat on the passenger seat, the heart in her throat suddenly relaxed. As for why this happened, it was probably because she had abandoned the unconscious Sister Yaling and secretly followed her son to have a midnight snack, and she felt a deep sense of guilt. He took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and said calmly, "What are we going to eat?" "Well, I don't know what you like, Aunt Song. My suggestions are grilled fish and barbecue." Zhang Qi said, "There's a really good place called Zhuge Grilled Fish. Not only is the food delicious, but the environment is also very clean. Why don't you just go and have some grilled fish and order a few skewers of lamb?" As soon as the words fell, Jiang Qi smelled a faint smell of alcohol. Song Meiyue responded and fastened her seatbelt silently. On the way to their destination, the two of them didn't exchange much words. When they encountered a red light, Jiang Qi glanced at Song Meiyue, who was silent beside him, and asked curiously, "Are you drinking with my mother? Is there anything wrong with us drinking together?" Song Meiyue asked back. "Of course there's no problem, but my mother can drink a lot, and you are actually fine?" Jiang Qi said cautiously. Song Meiyue tilted her head, curled her lips, and said calmly, "She has never been my opponent. Every time she drinks with me, your mother is the first to fall down. But your mother is a good drinker. After getting drunk, she goes straight to sleep. She doesn't get drunk like others." So terrifying. Hearing Song Meiyue's description, Jiang Qi was a little stunned. His own mother's alcohol tolerance, she could drink at least half a caddy of white wine, and yet she was no match for Song Meiyue. So, how much could she drink? The level of two mothers? Good guy, I didn't expect he was an alcoholic. For a time, Jiang Qi seemed to have opened up a whole new world. He had a new view of the woman next to him. In fact, under the lofty appearance, she was just an ordinary person, and she also had many shortcomings. "Why are you looking at me?" Song Meiyue glanced at him out of the corner of her eye and found that the man was staring at her blankly. A faint blush appeared on her pretty face. She bit her lips lightly and said casually, "Look at the road carefully. The light has turned green." "Oh." Jiang Qi came back to his senses and stepped on the accelerator hard, then set off slowly and steadily. "Aunt Song? Have you taken a shower?" Jiang Qi asked casually while driving. Song Meiyue frowned and said calmly, "Why are you asking this? I am your elder." "Ouch, don't get me wrong. Since you were able to get my mother drunk, I guess you drank quite a bit too. However, I only smelled a faint scent of alcohol." Jiang Qi said, "That's why I asked if you had taken a shower." Indeed. Song Meiyue took some time to take a shower. As for why, she didn't want to appear in front of someone in a disheveled state. Song Meiyue responded softly, then turned her head to the side and quietly looked at the street scene in the night. "Go to a grilled fish restaurant." Jiang Qi chose a seat by the window on the second floor and started ordering. He ordered a slightly spicy grilled fish, a handful of lamb skewers, and 2 bottles of Jiuduobo. That was all he needed. At this time, Song Meiyue was like a curious baby, constantly looking at the environment of the restaurant. As the vice president of a listed group, she seldom came to such places to dine, and almost always went to various high-end star-rated hotels and restaurants. "Aunt Song? Who is the deputy director of our department?" Jiang Qi asked. Hearing his question, Song Meiyue came back to her senses, looked at him expressionlessly, and said casually, "It's you." "Yeah. But I heard it wasn't him." Jiang Qi said, "It seems to be someone else." "Someone else?" Song Meiyue raised her eyebrows, a hint of displeasure flashed across her face, and she said seriously, "I'll ask about it tomorrow and send you the appointment as soon as possible." At this time, Song Meiyue was already a little dissatisfied with some people in the company. She didn't expect that someone would interfere with the things she had personally ordered. Since that was the case, she would take the opportunity to give them a warning, and if that didn't work, she would just get out. Soon, grilled fish and lamb skewers were served, and the enthusiastic Jiang Qi helped Song Meiyue open her drink. Looking at the plate of grilled fish in front of her, Song Meiyue, who was already starving, didn't care about her image. She picked up the chopsticks, picked up a cauliflower and put it into her mouth. The next second, she spit it into the bowl. "What's wrong? Isn't it cooked yet?" Jiang Qi asked doubtfully. Song Meiyue glanced at Jiang Qi, who was sitting opposite her, and replied calmly, "It's too hot." Hearing her answer, Jiang Qi was a little amused. Looking at Song Meiyue, who picked up another cauliflower and was blowing it gently, he had to say, this woman's unintentional little mistake was so cute. The grilled fish was fragrant, and the lamb skewers were also delicious. While carefully picking out the bones, Song Meiyue asked absent-mindedly, "Does showering waste a lot of water and electricity for you?" Who said that?" Jiang Qi asked. "Your mother told me that you take half an hour to take a shower every time, and the electricity and water bills keep rising. She wishes she could turn off the power and water meter every time you take a shower." Song Meiyue explained. Jiang Qi's face suddenly turned black. Why did her mother tell her everything? Did she also tell her about her bedwetting as a child? I didn't expect. You're 4 years old and you're still wetting the bed. Song Mei said calmly. Ouch. He actually said it. Jiang Qi was a little speechless, but after thinking about it carefully, from his mother's perspective, there didn't seem to be any problem. After all, she regarded Song Mei as her daughter-in-law. Your mother said that you lack water in your life, no wonder you like to go to the bath center. Song Mei picked up a skewer of mutton, took a small bite, and stared blankly at Jiang Qi in front of her. After hesitating for a moment, she said nonchalantly, by the way, my bathtub is very high-end, with automatic massage and constant temperature functions. Chapter 39, I can control you in every minute. Hearing Song Mei's words, Jiang Qi, who was sitting opposite, was stunned for a moment. At the same time, seeing his bewildered expression, Song Mei felt a little moved, but she remained calm as she explained, what I mean is, you might as well come to my house instead of going to a bathhouse. I have more than one bathtub, and they have many functions. The key is that you don't have to pay for anything, not even the water and electricity bills. For a time, Jiang Qi was shocked. He stared at the woman in front of him in amazement and opened his mouth, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know what to say. My cat can do a stronger version of a backflip? But let us be honest, no one can say no to a jacuzzi. Certainly. When something is out of the ordinary, there must be something fishy going on. I'm afraid there's a trick going on. Ant song? Jiang Qi asked cautiously, why did you suddenly come up with such an idea? Facing this question, Song Mei picked up her chopsticks and, while picking at the fish, replied calmly, your mother is a little upset about you going to the bathhouse every now and then. She complained to me while we were drinking. As your elder and your mother's sister, it's natural for me to share her worries. Sounds like that makes sense. But then again, no matter how high-tech your bathtub is or how powerful its massage function is, can it be as good as those young ladies in Slit Cheongsams? I don't want to come. Going to a bathhouse isn't just about taking a bath, it's also about enjoying a massage. It's undeniable, technology is very advanced these days, and high-end bathtubs with massage functions are standard. But Jiang Qi paused here, raised his head, and said earnestly, after all, they're all machines, they don't have souls. That kind of. The beautiful young lady pressed her palms against my skin. With each application of force, a symphony of movement between skin, flesh, and bones. Ansong, you don't understand the joy inside. Jiang Qi said. Song Mei ignored Jiang Qi's words, but she noticed a key point, the beautiful young lady. Beautiful young lady? Didn't he say he didn't want to look for women? How come there is suddenly another beautiful young lady? Song Mei looked at the man in front of her with her deep eyes. It was obvious, he had let something slip. It was not a so-called mistaken arrest last night, but he was arrested and brought to justice. Thinking of this, Song Mei's face fell, and with a hint of coldness and ruthlessness in her words, she asked, didn't you say you don't look for women outside? Why did you suddenly show up with some beautiful young lady? Which of your words is true? No. I really don't look for women outside, but massage is different. They are all young female technicians, so I have no choice. Jiang Qi explained seriously. Nonsense. Aren't there any male technicians? Song Mei asked coldly. I can't say there aren't any cases, but the male technicians' techniques are too rough and their strength is too great. My body can't handle it. Jiang Qi shrugged and replied seriously, Auntie Song, don't worry too much about it. This is the unspoken consensus in the industry and a characteristic of the profession. For example, in auto repair, are there more men working in the field? So, it's all the same principle. Although this explanation was well-reasoned, it sounded like sophistry to Song Mei. She stared at the man in front of her and said expressionlessly, I'll give you two choices. Use my bathtub or not. If you use it, the investment process will continue as normal. If you don't, the investment process will be terminated. You can decide for yourself. As soon as the words fell, Song Mei looked at his hesitant face, as if he was having a fierce ideological struggle, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Control you. It's just a matter of minutes. Why? I suddenly realized something. Jiang Qi sighed and said with emotion, your life is your own. Live the life you are capable of. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Things that can be easily lost are really not something to regret. For example, going to a bath center for a massage. Never mind. I won't go there again. Just massage in your bathtub at home. Jiang Qi said calmly. Listening to his confident words, Song Meiwei did not feel satisfied, because she knew men were creatures who were either on the way to making a mistake or had just made one. She would rather believe that there were ghosts in this world than believe a man's broken mouth. After having supper, it was almost 12 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Qi drove his car and took Song Meiwei to her home. The two did not communicate at all along the way. Perhaps the atmosphere was too depressing. Jiang Qi turned on the car stereo and a song Onion by Pigeon King came on. If you are willing to peel off my heart layer by layer, you will find. You will be surprised. You are my most repressed and deepest secret. If you are willing to peel off my heart layer by layer, you will feel a lump in your throat. You will cry. As long as you can hear me. See my whole heart. Song Meiwei, who had been silent all the time, twitched the corners of her mouth slightly. She had something in her mind that she wanted to say to someone next to her, but she didn't know how to express it. Perhaps the content was a bit too shocking, and of course she was also a little deeply confused. She secretly turned her face to the side and looked at him from the corner of her eye. It was not as clear as during the day, but she could still see his handsome outline. She bit her lip lightly and said calmly, "Do you believe in fate? Destiny?" "I don't really believe in fate." Jiang Qi shook his head and answered seriously, "Instead of believing in things that don't exist, it's better to believe in yourself. You've probably heard of the Internationale, right? The lyrics say, 'There has never been a savior, and we don't rely on gods or emperors. To create human happiness, we have to rely on ourselves.'" Song Meiwei rolled her eyes, her tone slightly annoyed, and said, "I'm talking about love." "And Song, I'm not criticizing you. I thought your awareness would be the same as mine, with your mind full of the International. I didn't expect you to talk about love." Jiang Qi sighed, his words filled with endless disappointment. Song Meiwei ignored him, looking out the car window at the nighttime street scene, muttering to herself, "I believe in fate. Sometimes all my plans for life can't withstand a single malicious arrangement by fate." As soon as the words fell, Jiang Qi drove the electric car and slowly stopped it by the roadside. "Why don't you leave?" Song Meiwei turned her head and asked puzzledly. Jiang Qi stared at her blankly and said earnestly, "Aunt Song, I suddenly understand what you mean. Sometimes, God's will is beyond human control. I trusted him so much, yet he abandoned me at the critical moment. Speak human language. The car's out of battery. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 40. He is my nephew." When someone parked the car on the side of the road, in that brief second, Song Meiwei considered many situations, and even made plans for the worst, but she never expected that the car was just out of power. Song Meiwei stared blankly at Jiang Qi, who was standing beside her with an innocent look on his face. Countless words came to her lips, but she didn't know how to start. "What should we do now?" Song Meiwei suppressed her inner dissatisfaction and asked lightly. "Let me see if there's a charging station nearby." "Aunt Song, don't panic. I'm here for you. I'll definitely get you home safely." Jiang Qi took out his phone and searched for a nearby charging station on the map. Sure enough, he found one, but... Looking at the distance to the nearest charging station, Jiang Qi pursed his lips, raised his head and looked at Song Meiwei beside him, and said awkwardly but politely, "Auntie Song, have you ever experienced pushing a stroller?" "What do you mean?" Song Meiwei asked calmly. "I just looked at the nearest charging station. It's about 3.5 kilometers away, which converts to 3,500 meters. The current world record for a 1,000-meter run is 2 minutes and 11.96 seconds, so..." Before someone could finish speaking, Song Meiwei interrupted him ruthlessly. "You want me to help you push the car, so you can sit in the car and hold the steering wheel?" Song Meiwei saw through his trick at a glance, and with a hint of anger between her eyebrows, she said, "You go push. I'll help you hold the steering wheel." "Aunt Song, listen to my advice, you can't control the steering wheel of this tram." Jiang Qi said seriously, "There's no power to support it now, and the electronic power steering is ineffective. This steering wheel is super heavy, really. I'm not kidding you." Song Meiwei frowned, doubting his explanation, but Jiang Qi was not lying. Now his electric car had lost all its electronic functions, including the electronic power steering function. Steering was as difficult as lifting dumbbells. "I won't push." Song Meiyue's face darkened as she said to someone beside her, "I'm your elder, your leader, your investor, and your prime minister. Anyway, I won't push you away. If you want to push me, do it yourself." After saying this, the more Song Meiyue thought about it, the angrier she became. What on earth was this man thinking? He actually asked me to help him push the cart. Reasonably speaking, he was usually quite gentle, considerate, and caring. How could he suddenly become so carefree? Thinking of this, his deep eyes looked him up and down, revealing a glimmer of judgment. Seeing that he was calling for help, gradually, this ruthless and serious look disappeared, replaced by a loss of temper. Never mind. Come to think of it, it wouldn't be bad to have some more time alone with him. What? It takes so long? No. I can push it to the charging station. Zhang Qi's face was full of anger at this time, but he couldn't vent his anger to the customer service on the other end of the phone. After all, they were also workers. Why should working people make things difficult for working people? In the end, he could only swallow his anger. Hang up the phone. Zhang Qi didn't know what to do. He originally planned to ask Wu Zhang or Xie Buchan to come for rescue, but Wu Zhang was under house arrest by his wife and could not go out at night recently. As for Xie Buchan, just pretend that he didn't exist. It's better to rely on himself than on him. There is another reason, that is Song Meiyue who is by his side. Not to mention what kind of public opinion impact it will cause, it is certain that he will be labeled as living off a rich woman's gigolo. What's wrong? Song Meiyue asked. Why? The waiting time is too long. I can push the car to the charging station in this time. Zhang Qi sighed deeply, glanced at Song Meiyue beside him, and said earnestly, "Auntie Song, why don't you call a Didi and go back first? I'll figure out a solution myself." Hearing his words, Song Meiyue turned her head to the side, pursed her lips slightly, and said calmly, "If I leave you here alone, how can I face Sister Yaling in the future?" As soon as the words fell, an inexplicable sense of shame welled up in my heart, as if I had let her down. But then again, since I have already wronged Sister Yaling, I should treat her son well, which can be considered as making amends. "Do you have a tow rope for a trailer in your car?" Song Meiyue asked. "No." Zhang Qi shook his head. "Oh." Song Meiyue bit her lip, silently took out her cell phone, found a number from the contacts, hesitated for a long time, and finally plucked up the courage to dial it. In the bedroom of a villa, Gu Fei was hugging her husband, with a slight blush on her face and some beads of sweat on her forehead, sticking to her long black hair. "Husband, Meiyue and I are going to pursue a dream," Gu Fei said delicately. "She and I will each put out 50 million, a total of 100 million, and then pursue a dream with a market value of 1 trillion. What? You? Gu Fei's husband shuddered at his wife's words. He pursed his lips and said cautiously, "Don't do anything illegal. If we want to make money, we must make clean money. It's a high-pressure situation right now. If we are targeted by the regulators, there is basically no way out." Gu Fei rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "What are you thinking? Would Meiyue and I be that kind of people?" "Just relax. It's not illegal, and I think it's very reliable." Then, Gu Fei told her husband everything her eldest nephew had said. A moment of time. Gu Fei's husband was immediately astonished, but he quickly found a loophole and said thoughtfully, "I have to say, the person who came up with this business plan is a genius. They leverage multiple ecosystems to connect the top-level logic and achieve the interconnection of all things. But it's difficult to achieve without a 10 billion investment." Gu Fei's husband frowned and said earnestly, "So, please help me make an appointment with this idealistic young man. I want to have a good chat with him." Gu Fei giggled, leaned against her husband's arms, and said softly, "He's not a stranger. In a sense, he's our nephew. I'm his aunt, and you're his uncle, and also our brother-in-law." After hearing what his wife said, Gu Fei's husband's face was full of doubts about life. As an MBA from Wharton School of Business, he couldn't understand this relationship. Good guy. What kind of magical identity is this? At this moment, Gu Fei's cell phone rang, and the caller was Song Meiyue. Chapter 41, throwing herself into Zhang Qi's arms. The sudden phone call made Gu Fei very unhappy. She hugged her husband's waist tightly with one hand and fumbled for the phone that was calling her with the other hand. She looked at the caller, it was Song Meiyue. "Hello? Why are you calling me in the middle of the night?" Gu Fei pouted, her face full of complaints towards her. Fei. Jiang Qi's car is out of battery, and he and I are stranded on the side of the road. Please drive an SUV to rescue us, and don't forget to bring a tow rope. Song Meiyue said on the phone, I'll send you the location on WeChat. Hurry. Jiang Qi and I have to go to work tomorrow. After that, the call was hung up mercilessly. This Song Meiyue. I'm so pissed. Is this how she treats asking for help? Gu Fei nearly collapsed. Jiang Qi's car ran out of battery, and they were stranded on the side of the road. Then she was asked to rescue him, and yet her attitude was so awful. She was like, etc. No. Recalling what someone had just said, her face, originally indignant, gradually became meaningful. Oh my god, wasn't she drinking with Sister Yeling tonight? How did she get stuck on the side of the road with Sister Yeling's son again? Could it be that drinking with Sister Yeling was fake, and the real reason was that he took the opportunity to get Sister Yeling drunk and secretly had an affair with her son? Thinking of this, Gu Fei was a little eager to try something, but at the same time, she admired her good sister Song Meiyue's actions. She pursed her lips and said to herself with emotion, It's really wonderful, it's simply wonderful. Hearing his wife's inexplicable words, Gu Fei's husband asked in confusion, What's so wonderful? You don't understand. This is a secret between women. Gu Fei released her husband's waist, got off the bed, picked up the clothes on the floor, and said, Give me the key to your SUV. You want to go out in the middle of the night? Although I was a little confused, I still gave her the car keys. Midnight is the best time to catch an adulterer. I'm leaving. As soon as the words fell, Gu Fei walked straight to the bedroom door. At this time, her husband was the only one left in the room, lying alone on a big bed. He didn't care much about what his wife was doing. On the contrary, he cared more about the previous incident. He's both my eldest nephew and my brother-in-law. What kind of magical identity is this? Faced with this problem, the man on the bed was puzzled. Even though he was a top student at Wharton Business School, he was confused about his life at this moment. The Hongguang Mini, which had run out of power, was parked on the side of the road, and a triangular warning sign was placed 100 meters away. As for Jiang Qi and Song Meiyue, they were standing on the non-motorized vehicle lane. Perhaps the place was a bit remote, with few pedestrians and vehicles passing by. Jiang Qi took out a pack of cigarettes from his trouser pocket, took out one and put it in his mouth, and lit it with a snap. At the same time, Song Meiyue, who was standing next to him, saw someone smoking and a hint of dissatisfaction appeared on her face. Smoking is harmful to health and has a serious impact on the next generation. It can cause serious fetal malformations, Song Meiyue said expressionlessly, It's better not to smoke in the future. Oh, I just smoked occasionally. Jiang Qi responded casually, not paying attention to someone's warning. Song Meiyue felt a little annoyed by someone's absent-minded response, but she didn't say much. She just stood quietly by the side, feeling inexplicably depressed. Not only does he smoke, he also likes to go to bath centers. That's just the way this man is. Nothing good. But then again, he was just making the same mistake every man makes. Was he overreacting a bit? Or was he making a big deal out of nothing? She looked at him smoking for a few moments as if nothing had happened, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. Through the smoke, she could see his handsome face and deep eyes, which seemed to add a touch of hazy beauty. Well, he still looks very charming when he smokes, at least to himself, that's how it looks. Hello? When you were in school, there must have been a lot of girls chasing you, right? Song Meiyue asked casually. Hearing this incredible question, Jiang Qi glanced at her from the corner of his eye. Beneath her seemingly calm face, there must be a deadly motive. Logically, why would she raise such a question? What deeper meaning did this question represent? Simple thinking, calm analysis, hesitant to speak. Aunt Song, do you think the liking you had during school is called love? Jiang Qi asked. Is there any difference? Song Meiyue turned her head and looked at him seriously. Of course there is a difference. Actually, I think liking someone and loving them are really different. Jiang Qi raised his arm, slowly brought the cigarette between his fingers to his lips, took a deep breath, looked up at the bright moon in the night sky, and exhaled a puff of light smoke. Liking is a person's most primitive impulse and the purest behavior. For example, I like sports cars, I like playing games, and I like sleeping in bed. Jiang Qi paused for a moment and continued, but love is different. Love requires tremendous courage for two people to be together. Liking is pure, but love requires courage. Song Meiwei pondered these words over and over again, her eyes gradually becoming a little blurred and a little moved. Well. Wrong. What was the problem just now? In this moment, Song Meiwei suddenly came to her senses and stared at the man beside her. A feeling of hysteria and helplessness ran through her whole body. She had to admit, he was indeed a good peacemaker and she almost got dragged into the gutter by him. Never mind. He won't tell it anyway, and even if many girls like him, it doesn't really matter. After all, his preferences are a little different. It can be said that he has great vision. Just when Song Meiwei was still daydreaming, an oversized electric bike was speeding towards them from a distance. The non-motorized vehicle lane was very narrow, and Jiang Qi and Song Meiwei occupied almost half of the lane. Beep. 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 The owner of the electric scooter was honking his horn frantically. Jiang Qi, who heard the sound, hurriedly made way, but a certain woman seemed to be possessed by a ghost. She stood there indifferently, as if she didn't hear the rapid honking of the electric scooter at all. Careful. At the critical moment, Jiang Qi grabbed someone's wrist and pulled her over with force. Under this unexpected force, Song Meiwei fell into Jiang Qi's arms in a daze. For a time seemed to stand still, and a faint silence filled the air. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 42. Can this be watched for free? All this happened too suddenly, so Song Meiwei didn't even make any reaction. She threw herself into someone's arms in a daze. It was as if time had been stopped by God. At this moment, the whole atmosphere became silent, with only the breathing sounds of the two people trying to break the tranquility. Plop, plop, plop. Song Meiwei's heart, which had been frozen for 31 years, suddenly began to accelerate, like a high-speed train that has been accelerated. The strong chest and the faint smell of cigarettes continued to paralyze her brain nerve center. All her thoughts disappeared at this moment, and only deep shame remained. Gradually, a strange blush crept up her cheeks, and they even felt a little hot. It's too dangerous. Auntie Song, you were almost hit just now. If I hadn't been quick, you would have been in the hospital by now. Someone's voice came to her ears, with a hint of lingering fear in the words, which also woke up the absent-minded Song Meiwei. She suddenly broke free from his strong and safe arms, took a few steps to the side, and turned her head to the side. The strands of black hair at her temples covered her face at the moment. Song Meiwei bit her plump red lips lightly, her brows revealing some inscrutable emotions. For a moment, she didn't know what to say to him. After trying hard to hold back her words for a long time, she finally uttered two words. Thanks. There was a hint of aloofness in her soft voice, but her pretty face had already turned mostly red. You're welcome. Jiang Qi looked at her from behind, a playful smile on his face. He asked cautiously, Aunt Song, do you think it's okay to invest another 50 million? Originally, Song Meiwei was still in a state of uncontrollable emotions. When she heard about money, her capitalist rationality instantly took over. She pursed her lips and said with a hint of annoyance, No. I think this is possible. Jiang Qi said seriously, please think about it. Don't answer me so quickly. Think carefully about the mystery behind it. 50 million is already my limit. If I want another 50 million, it will need approval from the company's board of directors. Song Meiwei still didn't dare turn around and look at him directly. She whispered, unless you make some progress early on so I can use it as a publicity stunt, I won't be paying you more. Jiang Qi nodded and was not disappointed. In fact, he had known this would be the result a long time ago. The reason he asked was simply to break the awkward atmosphere. After all, he had done something very bold and reckless in a hurry just now. But then again, after the sudden accident, one thing is certain, that is, her figure is really great. As for how extreme it is hard to describe it in a few words. It is probably that kind of full feeling, as if the happiness is about to overflow. Thinking of this, Jiang Qi felt a deep sense of guilt. Why? The sins on his body increased a lot. Just when the two of them were silent, a large G-Class SUV was parked not far away. Someone in the car was staring at the scene in front of him in amazement, his eyes full of shock and disbelief, and he was even a little caught off guard. Oh my God! They were already hugging each other. Gu Fei was deeply shocked. In fact, she had stopped not far away 3 minutes ago, wanting to see what the two men were doing in private behind Sister Yeling's back. At first, everything was normal, and the two seemed to be communicating something. I thought I wouldn't see anything interesting, but before I knew it, the two of them were hugging each other. As for how she got him in the arms, it was too fast and I couldn't see clearly, but anyway, Song Meiwa dived into the arms of Sister Yeling's son. That's right, she dived in headfirst, and without hesitation. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is so exciting, and the best part is that there is no entrance fee, it is free to watch. But if free content is already so popular, then wouldn't paid content be? The more Gu Fei thought about it, the more she blushed. Based on her own experience in someone's age of 31, she could imagine, once Meiwa tasted the taste of love, it would probably be out of control. She didn't know if Jiang Qi's small body of 27 years old could withstand the accumulation of 31 years. After thinking about it for a while, Gu Fei restarted the car and drove quickly towards the two people. Soon he arrived next to Jiang Qi and Song Meiwa, turned off the engine and got out of the car. He looked at the two people in front of him with a smile on his face, and this smile was a bit meaningful. Hello, Mr. Gu. I'm deeply sorry to bother you to come and tow the car so late at night. Jiang Qi saw Gu Fei coming and said his apology with a little calmness and neither humble nor arrogant. It's okay, it's okay. I am just Meiwa's tool. I've gotten used to it. Gu Fei waved his hand and glanced at Song Meiwa beside him. Seeing her standing there with a blank expression, as if nothing had happened, his heart was filled with smiles. Ouch. She just threw herself into the man's arms without hesitation, and now she is so calm and collected. This woman is trying to steal the day. Jiang Qi. There is a towing rope in the trunk of the off-road vehicle. You can go and get it. I'm not very good at this. Gu Fei said. I'll take care of it, no need to bother you, Mr. Gu. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Qi left alone to fiddle with the leash, leaving only Song Meiwa and Gu Fei standing there. I thought that after I sent someone away, Gu Fei would ask me some grave-digging questions, but I waited and waited, but instead of asking any challenging questions, I got an inexplicable smile and a meaningful look. Faced with this situation, Song Meiwa did not panic. Instead, she stood there even more calmly, responding to all changes with the same attitude. Gu Fei was driving her husband's G-Class with Jiang Qi's small electric car pulling behind it. The speed was not very fast, it was about the same as an electric car. After all, this was also for safety reasons. Is there anything you want to ask? Song Meiwa finally couldn't help herself and decided to take the initiative. She asked calmly, if you have any, just ask directly. Don't hold it in your heart. It's a bit uncomfortable to watch. Mizuki? Weren't you drinking with Sister Yeling? Gu Fei asked with a half-smile, why are you suddenly out with Jiang Qi again? What on earth were you and him doing in the middle of the night? Song Meiwa turned her head away and replied nonchalantly, I was hungry, so I asked him to take me out for a midnight snack. It's that simple. Oh. So you're going to have a midnight snack? Gu Fei smiled slightly, and while holding the steering wheel, she said softly, but I just saw you throw yourself into Jiang Qi's arms without hesitation. Is this also part of having a midnight snack? Chapter 43 Arrested upon returning home. Gu Fei's unexpected words made Song Meiwa feel a little panicked, but as a successful capitalist, when faced with unpredictable difficulties, she quickly regained her usual composure, and her brain began to work rapidly, looking for the most appropriate reason. I remember you have mild night blindness, don't you? Song Meiwa said calmly, at night, your eyesight is a little bad. Gu Fei rolled her eyes and said unhappily, we're sisters after all, but you really don't care about me at all. Wasn't it cured 2 years ago? It's just a vitamin A deficiency. I mean, are you deliberately avoiding that question? Song Meiwa felt a little guilty deep down. She turned her head quietly and said lightly, is there a possibility that this is your own hallucination? Hello? Comrade Song Meiwa. Is it so hard to admit that you're a bitch? Gu Fei's cheeks puffed up with anger. Night blindness, hallucinations. Stop trying to find excuses. I saw you throw yourself into Jiang Qi's arms without hesitation, and it lasted a long time. Song Meiwa frowned, bit her plump red lips, and said calmly, I didn't rush over without hesitation. He pulled me over. The situation at the time, there was an electric scooter coming towards us, and he pulled me over in a hurry. Yeah? Gu Fei recalled the scene just now. It seemed that an electric car really passed by the two of them. But then again, even if that was the case, they hugged each other for too long, right? All right. Even if what you said is true, you've been lying in Jiang Qi's arms for too long, haven't you? Gu Fei curled her lips and said seriously, it's obvious that you're playing into his hands. Because of your status, you're too embarrassed to throw yourself into Jiang Qi's arms, so you're taking this opportunity to go along with the situation. Am I okay with what I said? These words made Song Meiyue's mind feel empty. She couldn't help but recall the scene of being pulled into someone's arms. From being caught off guard at the beginning, she gradually became somewhat dependent, even a little obsessed, to the sudden realization at the end. In just a few seconds, it was as if she had experienced all the joys and sorrows of life. Maybe. I really just went with the flow. Anyway, at that time, there was no thought of resistance in my mind, only his strong chest and unparalleled sense of security. How? Are you reminiscing about your husband's chest? Seeing Song Meiyue didn't say anything, Gu Fei asked maliciously, hey? Is your husband strong? Hearing her shameful words, Song Meiyue's stern face flushed slightly. A hysterical and helpless emotion was stirring deep in her heart. She bit her lip lightly and said nonchalantly, I find there is a kind of beauty in you. What beauty? Gu Fei asked. The beauty of brainstem deficiency. Song Meiyue turned her head and looked at Gu Fei, who was driving. In fact, Gu Fei was very beautiful, the kind of delicate and energetic woman. Unfortunately, her IQ was a bit low, and she liked to make trouble, not for others, but for her only good sister. Gu Fei was almost vomiting blood in anger. If she hadn't been driving, she would have had a fight with this woman. But then again, she was not as well educated as her. She could only blame herself. If she had scored an extra 100 points in the college entrance examination, she wouldn't have ended up like this. Actually, my feelings for him can't be called love. Song Meiyue stared blankly at the road in front of her and said thoughtfully, anyway, when I'm with him, I'm not as tired as during the day. You should understand what I mean, right? Gu Fei pursed her lips and said unhappily, you just want to deny the feeling of love at first sight and get along with him in a way that makes you fall in love with him over time. Anyway, in my eyes, you have already fallen in love with him, but you, a strong woman, just don't want to admit it. Song Meiyue didn't say anything, but sat on the side by herself, looking at the city at night through the car window, her thoughts slowly overflowing. At this moment, Gu Fei hummed a song softly, Courage by Jingru. Love really requires courage. To face the rumors. As long as you look at me. My love has meaning. We all need courage. To believe that we will be together. I can feel you in the crowd. Put it in my palm. Your sincerity. Gu Fei dragged Jiang Qi in his car to the charging station, then drove away with Song Meiyue. Looking at him standing by the car in the rearview mirror, all alone, suddenly, Song Meiyue had the urge to get out of the car, but finally held back. But the confusion that flashed across her brow was accurately caught by Gu Fei, who was beside her. What? Are you heartbroken? Can't bear to leave? Seeing your little husband standing alone in the parking lot, do you want to go and keep him company? Gu Fei said with a smile, just give me a gentle nod and I'll turn the car around right away. I don't want to bother with you. Send me home quickly. Song Meiyue said coldly. Yes. My Miss Song. On the way back, the two sisters didn't talk about anything. One was analyzing the feelings of someone around her, and the other was struggling over whether to send him a message. Song Meiyue wanted to take out her cell phone several times to send a message to a man, reminding him to be careful when going back, but because of Gu Fei beside her, she finally gave up the idea and sat quietly in the car, not knowing what she was thinking. After a long time, Gu Fei sent Song Meiyue to her doorstep, said goodbye, and drove away. Watching the black G-Class moving farther and farther away until it disappeared from her sight, Song Meiyue hurriedly took out her cell phone and sent him a WeChat message. Xiaoyer, are you back? Moment. Someone sent a reply. Enterprising young man Jiang, on the road. Seeing that he had gone back, Song Meiyue's somewhat restless heart gradually returned to calm. Xiaoyer, be careful. Song Meiyue stood there thinking for a while, then quickly edited another message on her phone. Xiaoyer, go home and have a rest early, and don't be late for work tomorrow, otherwise your salary will be deducted. Song Meiyue didn't want her concern to be seen through by someone, so she had no choice but to use the ugly face of a capitalist to cover up her true purpose. The enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, covering his face. JPG okay, boss. For a time, Song Meiyue raised the corner of her mouth slightly and turned to walk towards her room. Quietly opening the door and carefully entering her room, Song Meiyue subconsciously looked towards the living room, but the next second, she was stunned. Zhang Yaling, who was lying on the sofa playing with her mobile phone, raised her head and looked at Song Meiyue, who was standing at the door. In an instant, the two of them looked at each other. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 44 Have you ever fallen in love at first sight? The atmosphere on the scene was a little quiet. The two women looked at each other but didn't say anything. However, compared to Song Meiyue's eyes, which showed a hint of avoidance, Zhang Yaling's gaze was more of a playful one. Half an hour ago, Zhang Yaling had already woken up and found that someone had disappeared without a trace. She didn't realize there was anything wrong at first until she sent a message to her son, telling him that she would not be back at night. As a result, after reading the content of the message from her baby son, she suddenly realized that the situation was much more complicated than she had imagined. My son just came home from supper, and Mitsuki disappeared without a trace. Could it be? Just then, Song Meiyue returned home. Mizuki? Where did you go? Zhang Yaling smiled and said seriously, you didn't drive, did you? Song Meiyue shook her head and replied calmly, Feifei asked me to accompany her for a midnight snack, and then she drove to pick me up. I wanted to ask you, Sister Yaling, to go with us, but I saw that you were already asleep, so I didn't wake you up. Hearing her words, Zhang Yaling felt amused. If she hadn't been familiar with Gu Fei, she would have been fooled by her. Logically speaking, when did Gu Fei ever have the habit of eating midnight snacks? Meiyue knew this very well. She must have been panicking and made up an excuse. TSK. It seems that the two of them are making good progress. I guess the day when I can hold my first grandson in my arms is not far away. So that's how it is. Zhang Yaling didn't ask any more questions, but simply acquiesced to her statement. Some things can't be expressed in words, but can only be understood. She sat up from the sofa, held her forehead, and said helplessly, these bottles of red wine are too strong. I usually drink 2 bottles, but today I was drunk with just 1. Song Meiyue walked to her good sister's side, sat down gently, and said softly, good wine usually has a strong aftertaste. These are all things I have kept for a long time. I don't usually take them out to drink. I only opened a few bottles when you came, good sister. Why? I feel bad that you spend so much money every time. Zhang Yaling said bitterly. Sister Yaling, don't say that. We sisters shouldn't care about money. In my eyes, how can a few bottles of broken red wine be worth Sister Yaling? Song Meiyue said seriously, Sister Yaling, please don't say such things in the future. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Okay. Zhang Yaling smiled slightly, then sniffed casually, a faint smile flashed across her brows, and she asked curiously, did you and Feifei go to eat grilled fish? Song Meiyue was stunned for a moment, her eyes a little flustered. She quickly calmed herself down, nodded and said, well, she wanted to eat grilled fish, so she took me to eat grilled fish. What's it called? Before Song Meiyue could finish her words, Zhang Yaling said with a smile, the Zhuge grilled fish on the side of XX Road? As soon as the words fell, Song Meiyue became even more panicked and forcibly suppressed her nervousness. She pretended to be thoughtful and said, it seems so. Anyway, I don't remember clearly what restaurant it was. I just know they serve grilled fish. It must be that restaurant. Xiao Qi likes their grilled fish the most. He has taken me there several times. The taste is so familiar to me. Zhang Yaling said with a smile. Ah. This. Zhang Yaling's words made Song Meiyue feel a little overwhelmed. She wanted to say all kinds of excuses, but she didn't know how to say them. She sat there in silence for a long time, then said with forced composure, really? But the grilled fish in that restaurant is really delicious. After that, he quickly stood up and said to Zhang Yaling, Sister Yaling, I'll go clean up the guest bedroom for you. She ran away in a panic. At this time, Zhang Yaling sat on the sofa with a meaningful smile on her face. Night. It's already very deep. Song Meiyue lay alone in bed, unable to fall asleep. Gu Fei's words kept coming back to her mind. You have fallen in love with him, but you just don't want to admit it. I really fell in love with him? Looking at the ceiling above her head, her thoughts became extremely confused. She was not sure whether she had fallen in love with him, but one thing was certain, that in the past few days, someone seemed to have become the most indispensable existence in her daily life. I reached out for my phone, opened WeChat and clicked on the dialog box with him, constantly recalling the previous chat content. From the simple exchanges at the beginning, gradually, it became a little more frequent, and at the same time, we became a little more in tune with each other. Unconsciously, his eyes became a little blurry, and deep down in his heart, a feeling of hysteria and helplessness surged to every part of his body. What do I do? Should I continue to sink deeper into the trap, or cut my losses here in time? Sudden. An unexpected piece of news broke the silence in the room and also startled Song Meiwei, who was deep in thought. The enterprising young man, Mr. Jiang, are you asleep? Song Meiwei pursed her lips slightly and replied to his message with her mobile phone. So yeah, no. Moment. He sent it again. Enterprising young man Jiang Gongzi, oh. Oh? Oh what? What's good about it? Looking at the single word "oh" on it, Song Meiwei felt very unhappy. She bit her lower lip with a hint of annoyance on her face. When she was about to ask him what he meant, someone sent another message. Enterprising young man Jiang Gongzi, go to bed early, good night. Just 5 simple words, without any further concern, made Song Meiwei feel much better. So yeah. After sending, he put his phone aside and stared blankly at the ceiling above his head. Sudden. Song Meiwei picked up her cell phone and quickly sent him a message. Xiaodier, do you think there is a possibility of falling in love at first sight in the world? Holding the phone tightly, waiting for someone's answer. Soon. Someone's answer came. Enterprising young man Jiang Gongzi, of course it exists. If I see something at first sight, I will go back and buy it no matter how long I have been shopping. It's like the first time someone falls in love with someone, even after going around in circles countless times, when I finally meet them again. I will still be moved. After reading it over and over again for a long time, Song Meiwei's expression became a little moved, and her eyes gradually became erratic. Ponder for a moment. Asked him a question. Xiaodier, have you ever had this feeling? I originally thought that someone would be slow to reply, but unexpectedly, he replied in just a few seconds. Enterprising young man Jiang Gongzi, guess. For a time, Song Meiwei was angry, furious, and anxious. Someone who did not play by the rules made her feel at a loss. A hint of anger and a slight blush appeared on her cold and beautiful face. Xiaodier, I don't want to guess, just tell me. After sending this message, Song Meiwei threw her cell phone aside, dived into the bed, and wrapped herself up like a caterpillar. It seemed that only in this way could she offset the fear, tension, panic, and anticipation in her heart. Ding! The phone suddenly rang and someone's answer came. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 45 The Little Flying Stick is Coming. Song Meiwei poked her head out from under the quilt, with a hint of complicated emotions between her brows. She struggled innerly for a long time. Finally, she reached out and took the mobile phone beside her, but did not unlock the screen. Instead, she held it tightly in her hand. At this moment, she was nervous and a little expectant. I don't know if the content he sent is what I thought it was. What should I do if it's not? For a time, Song Meiwei, who is always calm and composed, feels anxious and worried. I took a deep breath and finally made up my mind to unlock the screen to see the answer he sent. Maybe it was just as I thought. If not, then I would make things difficult for him and make him sweep the toilet. Click. Fingerprint unlocking was successful. After opening WeChat, I clicked on someone's profile picture. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, actually, yes, but I feel that love at first sight cannot describe how I felt at that time. I think a stunning glimpse is the most appropriate. Only a stunning glimpse can astonish the ears, and just that one glance can last for thousands of years. Looking at the content he sent, she read it over and over again in her mouth. Her cold and beautiful face was slightly touched, and a faint arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, she did not look like a 31-year-old career woman at all. Instead, she looked like a young girl who had just fallen in love. Every word above touched the most fragile string deep in her heart. Biting her lips lightly, Song Meiwei quickly edited the content. When she finished typing, she looked at the message and muttered to herself, "Isn't this too obvious?" After a little thought and calm analysis, I deleted it silently. Can't send. He will definitely think wrongly. I re-edited the message and pressed send without hesitation. Xiaodier, she must be a young and beautiful beauty, right? Song Meiwei pursed her lips, threw her phone aside, and continued to wrap herself up like a caterpillar, waiting for someone's reply. At the same time, Zhang Qi, who was wearing a pair of large shorts, looked at the question sent by Song Meiwei. He knew what it meant, but his heart was full of hesitation. He slowly put down his mobile phone and stared blankly at the ceiling above his head, his face full of melancholy and helplessness about life. What to do? I feel like I'm getting further and further on the road to becoming a rich woman. But then again, looking at Song Meiwei from a broad perspective, she is not actually a rich woman. It would be more appropriate to call her an older, strong woman. Besides, she looks very young. Although she is actually 31 years old, she looks like she is about 26 or 27. Key? Thinking of this, the figure of a certain person emerged in my mind, a black professional female suit, paired with a white shirt and black high heels, with slightly curly and brown hair, a cool makeup and smart and charming eyes, showing an intellectual and mature temperament. I have never seen her real figure, but through several experiences of taking a car, I can imagine the majestic feeling of being squeezed by the seatbelt. What a charming body it is. Ouch. I'm so worried. Zhang Qi grabbed his lush hair with a look of extreme pain. On one side was money, status, a mature and sexy rich woman, and on the other side was dignity, ideals, and the belief that a gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement. Moreover, she was his mother's best friend. Zhang Qi felt like he was at a crossroads in life. After thinking for a long time, Zhang Qi almost blew up his brain's CPU, but he still didn't know how to face it. To be honest, putting aside the fact that she was his mother's best friend, Song Meiwei was simply the best candidate for a wife. But the problem was that we couldn't just put aside the facts like a certain university did, right? And he is also labeled as a giant living off a rich woman. How can a man who stands tall and proud be insulted by others? No. I, Zhang Qi, am not that kind of person. In an instant, Zhang Qi was filled with courage to face the unknown. He picked up his mobile phone and quickly edited the message. The next second, it was sent out. Enterprising young man Mr. Zhang, Aunt Song, of course it's you. When I first saw you, I felt like I saw a fairy. Maybe this is what a fairy looks like. The stars are scorching hot, and you are the ideal of the world. Looking at the content he posted, Zhang Qi sighed deeply and turned his head to the side. He looked at the night sky through the window, his brows full of melancholy, thinking back to running under the sunset that day. Maybe that was my lost youth? On the other side, Song Meiwei received an answer from someone, looked at the content carefully, and suddenly, unspeakable emotions ran through her body, joy mixed with a hint of happiness. Happiness contained a little sweetness, and sweetness contained a little bit of desire. I am a celestial being. I am the ideal of the world, so this ideal should also belong to him, right? She threw down her cell phone, grabbed a corner of the quilt, pulled it up with force, and buried her head in the quilt. Her curvy body twisted slightly. She couldn't help herself and couldn't stop. After a while, Song Meiwei stopped moving in the quilt. She slipped out of the quilt and put her head into the quilt. There was a hint of worry and helplessness on her face. But he is Sister Yeling's son. Isn't this a bit shocking? The tangled emotions in the air made the 31-year-old woman feel a little overwhelmed. This night, Song Meiwei stayed awake all night. The next morning, Song Meiwei drove her sports car to take Zhang Yeling home. Along the way, the two sisters chatted about women's topics, but Zhang Yeling was still responsible for the funny part, while Song Meiwei was responsible for the supporting part. Mizuki? You seem to have something on your mind? Zhang Yeling noticed that Song Meiwei beside her seemed a little depressed, and asked with concern. Song Meiwei pursed her lips and said casually, maybe I didn't get enough rest last night, I'm a little tired and lack energy. Then don't go to work today, go home and have a good rest. Zhang Yeling said hurriedly. Today, Song Meiwei didn't think about going to work at the company. She just wanted to stay at home alone and be quiet. After sending Zhang Yeling home, Song Meiwei went back directly. After returning home, she sat on the sofa, holding a headrest in her arms, staring at the coffee table with lifeless eyes. Her thoughts were already in a mess, and unknowingly, she fell asleep. When Song Meiwei woke up from the sofa, she took out her cell phone to check the time and noticed that it was already past 11 o'clock in the morning. She was thinking about whether to make a bucket of instant noodles. At this moment, the doorbell rang hurriedly. Song Meiwei frowned, stood up, walked to the access control system, and pressed a button. Who? What's the matter? Song Meiwei asked coldly. Then, someone's familiar voice came. The little flying stick is coming. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 46. Why did you come here? It's him. That's right, it's him. When the drowsy Song Meiwei heard someone's magnetic voice, she instantly woke up. An inexplicable emotion was revealed between her eyebrows. She bit her plump red lips slightly, trying hard to restrain the surging emotions in her heart, raised her hand and gently pressed a button. Wait a moment. As soon as the words fell, Song Meiwei anxiously ran back to the sofa, picked up her mobile phone and used the reflection of the mirror to observe her current appearance. Because she had slept on the sofa, her hair was a little messy at the moment, and she looked like a sloppy woman. This made the 31-year-old strong woman depressed. She didn't want to appear in front of someone in this image, but it was too late to tidy up, and someone was still waiting in front of the door. What to do? How about wearing a hat? Although it's a bit weird to wear a hat in the house, it's better than such a messy image, right? At the same time, Jiang Qi stood at the gate, holding a bag of vegetables in his hand, standing there alone. In fact, he didn't want to come, but there was really no way. His mother urged him to cook lunch for someone, threatening to commit suicide. What's going on? Does it take that long to open a door? Just as Jiang Qi muttered to himself, he saw the door slowly open from the inside, and Song Meiwei appeared in front of him in home clothes. A loose white t-shirt matched with loose pink wide-leg pants gave her a simple and refreshing feeling. Especially such loose clothes could still show her amazing chest. You can imagine how proud her figure is. Auntie Song, I'm here to make lunch for you, Jiang Qi said with a smile. Oh. Song Meiwei nodded expressionlessly, then made way for him and said casually, come in. Jiang Qi walked into the villa carrying the vegetables. While changing into his slippers, he asked in confusion, why are you wearing a hat in the house? It's none of your business. Cook your meal well. Song Meiwei pursed her lips and walked towards the second floor. Then she said, I'll go to the bedroom. As soon as the words fell. After leaving Jiang Qi behind, he went upstairs alone. Jiang Qi frowned as he watched her leave. Why did she seem a little strange today? He couldn't quite put his finger on what was strange, but it was just different from her usual self. In the bedroom, Song Meiwei was sitting in front of the dressing table, dressing herself up carefully, even washing her hair. When she finished applying lip gloss on her face, she picked up an expensive lip gloss and looked at herself in the mirror, suddenly falling into confusion and helplessness. I even dressed up for him. Never mind. We've come this far, we can't give up halfway, right? Song Meiwei curled her lips, unscrewed the lip gloss in her hand, gently applied it on her plump red lips, and then sipped it. In an instant, her whole temperament improved. Looking at herself in the mirror, Song Meiwei's heart became a little overflowing, and her mind began to wander. After a while, she shook her head vigorously, throwing all those ridiculous and absurd thoughts behind her. Why? If I weren't Sister Yaeling's best friend, that would be fine. Song Meiwei sighed deeply. But if I weren't Sister Yaeling's best friend, I wouldn't have met him, right? Never mind. That's it, so annoying. Then Song Meiwei untied her shower cap, picked up her hairdryer, quickly dried her hair, and applied some fluffy hair to make her hair looser, thereby adding a mature temperament. Just ended. I heard someone shouting downstairs. Dinner is ready. Auntie Song is ready for dinner. Song Meiwei slowly stood up, walked out of her bedroom, and strolled downstairs. As soon as she walked down the stairs, she was hit by an enticing fragrance. Jiang Qi hurried out of the kitchen with a plate of tofu. When he put the tofu on the dining table, he looked up at someone who came to eat, and in an instant, a look of deep surprise flashed across his face. I have to say, although 31-year-old Song Meiwei looks very young, her experience in the workplace has made her mature. Time is like flowing water, washing away all the ostentatious light in her, leaving only the calmness and composure after insight into the world. Especially from her elegant manners, one can inadvertently smell the sexiness and fragrance unique to a mature woman. This is not a smell. It is a feeling from the inside out, a feeling that comes from deep within the heart, overflowing continuously. Looking at the astonished expression on someone's face, Song Meiwei felt very pleased. She suppressed the little joy in her heart and walked towards the dining table calmly. She took a look at the dishes he cooked. There were 3 dishes in total, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, which was considered an international standard. Faced with the 2 meat dishes, Song Meiwei was not very interested. She focused her attention on the plate of tofu. Is there any secret about this tofu? Song Meiwei asked. Here? This is called Minister Zhang's tofu. Jiang Qi handed her the chopsticks and explained to her about Minister Zhang's tofu. Tofu, peel both sides of the skin, cut each piece into 8 small pieces, then dry it a little, sear it in lard, sprinkle a little salt, turn it over, a large cup of white wine, 18 large shrimps, roll them in a small cup of autumn oil, add a pinch of sugar, roll them again, cut the green onions into 120 pieces about half an inch long, and then slowly remove them from the pan. Jiang Qi replied with a smile. Song Meiwei glanced at the man. She would never believe that making such an ordinary tofu could be so complicated and particular. There were 18 large shrimps, and half an inch long green onions cut into 120 pieces. All of these were exaggerated to show off his hard work. She gently picked up a piece of tofu, slowly brought it to her mouth, pouted her plump, rosy little lips, blew on it gently a few times, and then carefully put it into her mouth. For a time, a trace of astonishment flashed across Leng Yan's face. At this moment, Song Meiwei's taste buds had been conquered by this small piece of tofu. No way? How can it be so delicious? I absolutely love his tofu. Is it delicious? Let me tell you, this tofu and ingredients were all carefully selected by me at the vegetable market. Jiang Qi smiled, picked up the chopsticks, and put a piece of braised pork into his mouth. Song Meiwei didn't say anything, but sat there quietly eating Jiang Qi's tofu. While her taste buds were constantly stimulated by the delicious taste, her brain started to run wild with thoughts. She quietly raised her head and looked at him sitting next to her. You? Why did you come here? Song Meiwei asked softly, her tone still cold. Of course. The voice stopped abruptly. Jiang Qi looked at Song Meiwei beside him and swallowed back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Chapter 47. Can you fix a water pipe? Jiang Qi originally subconsciously wanted to blurt out the truth, but when he saw Song Meiwei's cool and elegant face beside him, he suddenly held it back. It was obvious, someone's question was not as simple as it seemed. If he was not careful in answering it, he would fall into an abyss from which there was no escape. I went to deliver a document for signature this morning, and when I passed by your office, I looked through the blinds and saw that you were not in the company. I asked other colleagues, and they said you did not come to work this morning. I thought something had happened, so I called my mother. My mom said you didn't get enough rest last night. When she sent her home, she saw that you looked exhausted. Listening to someone's description, Song Meiwei's heart was filled with waves, like waves beating against the deepest strings of her heart. She gently picked up a piece of rich and red braised pork from her hometown and said calmly, and then? Then I went back to the technical department and worked until 10 o'clock. Jiang Qi looked at Song Meiwei beside him and said seriously, but I don't know why. I had no desire to work during this period. The thought of you waking up hungry and eating meaningless instant noodles made me feel uncomfortable. Then I asked my department manager for an hour off, bought some vegetables at the nearby market, and came over to cook for you. Jiang Qi paused at this point and continued, I'll make dinner for you later. I'll be leaving for work soon, so you can heat it up in the microwave. For a time, Song Meiwei felt the spring breeze blowing across her long frozen heart, slowly melting it into a stream, flowing through every part of her body. A silent emotion was like a flood that had been released, surging and surging. She didn't know why she was like this. Maybe this was the feeling of being cared for, protected, and loved. Biting her lips lightly, a hint of tenderness appeared between her brows. She suppressed the hysterical emotions in her heart and said calmly, Thank you. You're welcome. After all, you are a very special existence to me. Jiang Qi smiled and said casually, A special existence? What makes it special? How special is it? Jiang Qi's words made someone think a lot. She really wanted to know what the so-called special meant, but she was embarrassed to ask such a question, for fear that others would see through her thoughts. But if she didn't ask, she would feel very uncomfortable, the kind of heart-wrenching discomfort. After much thought, Song Meiwei still couldn't resist the temptation of the answer. She picked up a piece of Minister Zhang's tofu and said casually, What's so special about it? How special is it? Special. I don't know what's so special about you, but you're very special to me. Jiang Qi raised his head and said with a smile, Maybe it's because you're willing to invest 50 million in me. As soon as the words fell, Song Meiwei suddenly stood up from her chair. This sudden action scared Jiang Qigang so much that the braised pork he had picked up fell onto the dining table. Looking at someone beside her with a frosty face, Song Meiwei said to him with a dark face, "I'm full." After saying this, he walked towards the sofa and sat down with a bang. He turned his head to the side and secretly looked at someone's back. He was getting angrier and angrier the more he thought about it, but he didn't know how to vent. He could only grab the headrest next to him and pound it hard secretly. After hammering for a while, Song Meiwei lost interest and started thinking about something else. Will he come to comfort me? If he tries to coax me, should I accept immediately? If I do, will it be embarrassing? Will he think I'm the type of woman who easily falls for sweet talk? But if I act a little too aggressively, that doesn't seem appropriate either. The key is, I don't know how to act. Time passed by minute, until Song Meiwei began to feel hungry again. At this moment, she suddenly realized that she might have thought too much. Looking at someone still sitting at the dining table eating, after a little thought and calm analysis, Song Meiwei stood up from the sofa, walked towards him with an expressionless face, gently pulled out her chair, and sat down. "Aunt Song, you're here?" Jiang Qi said with a smile, "I didn't eat much, I saved it all for you." Song Meiwei ignored this guy, picked up her chopsticks and continued eating. Maybe she was a little upset, so she ate much faster than usual. Soon, the two of them finished all the dishes, taking the empty plate action to the extreme. Jiang Qi was cleaning up the dishes, while Song Meiwei was sitting on the sofa, her face full of worry. She touched her belly carefully, feeling extremely annoyed. "I feel like if I keep eating like this, I'll get fat from him. But his cooking skills are so great that I can't resist the temptation of delicious food. Even ordinary tofu can be so delicious. Oh, a bit annoying. But with him in the house, it seems to be filled with the smell of fireworks." Song Meiwei couldn't help but look towards the kitchen. When she heard the sound of the spatula, she knew that he was preparing dinner for her. For a moment, the closed space in her heart was touched by inexplicable emotions and slowly opened a gap, but after a while, the gap was closed again. No matter how beautiful the dream is, its realization is still cruel and suffocating. Maybe he is really perfect, maybe he is really suitable for me, maybe. So what? After all, I am his Aunt Song, and there is a gap in status between us. I can't break free from the shackles of the world and have a passionate and shocking relationship with him, right? That would be too embarrassing. Not to mention how others would view me, just Sister Yaling. How could I hold my head up in front of her in the future? Not to mention that mean woman Gu Fei, she would definitely go to great lengths to make trouble and make me embarrassed. At this moment, Jiang Qi walked out of the kitchen, untying his apron, and said to someone who was sitting on the sofa with his mind wandering, "I've put dinner in the refrigerator for you. You can take it out and heat it up when the time comes. It's almost time for me to go back to work." Hearing that someone was going back, Song Meiwei felt a sense of anxiety. Looking at this man who made her feel strange and hesitant, she pursed her lips, turned her head away silently, and said in a cold and soft voice, "Be careful on the road." Jiang Qi responded casually and walked towards the door. Just as he grasped the door handle, he suddenly heard someone's slightly urgent voice behind him. "Wait a moment. Can you fix plumbing? P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward." Chapter 48. Are you in love with a widow? Jiang Qi stood there stunned for a long time after hearing Song Meiwei's request. He didn't know how to complain for a moment. Knowing what was going on, he didn't expose someone's inferior excuse. He smiled and replied, "Auntie Song, you found the right person. I've been a professional plumber for 20 years. My skills are impeccable." Song Meiwei stood not far from Jiang Qi, her head tilted to the side, biting her plump lips tightly, and said calmly, "Then you can fix the water pipe for me tonight. I don't know why, in the second-floor bathroom, whenever I turn on the faucet, water will bubble up from the side. It could be an aging pipe or a water pressure issue. I already know what's going on. I'll come and fix your pipe after get off work." Jiang Qi nodded and said seriously, "I'll be going back now. You can catch up on your sleep this afternoon." As soon as the words fell, he walked straight out of the villa and headed towards his electric car. Song Meiwei came to the door and gently opened a narrow gap. Looking at his departing back, waves of emotion surged in her heart. She had never felt this way before, but it had been appearing frequently since she met him. Watching him get into the car and slowly drive away until he disappeared from sight, Song Meiyue's blurred consciousness once again gathered in her brain. How do I remove the water pipe? Song Meiyue frowned slightly, her face full of doubts and helplessness about life. In the end, she gave up the idea of destroying the water pipe. After all, this kind of thing, she could just make up a reason to get away with it. It wasn't like she was really asking him to fix the water pipe. Back to the sofa. He lay down lazily, holding the headrest tightly in his arms, staring blankly at the chandelier above his head, his thoughts becoming a little scattered. I used to think there was nothing wrong with being alone, but since I met him, I suddenly realized that I was not used to being alone. What attracts me? There was a hint of melancholy and confusion on Song Meiyue's cold and beautiful face, and she muttered to herself. Is it his handsomeness? His thoughtfulness? His warmth? Or his sturdiness? Maybe both. Thinking of this, Song Meiyue suddenly buried her head in the headrest, covering her head tightly, while holding her hands tightly, and her slender legs kept kicking the sofa. At this moment, Song Meiyue didn't look like a 31-year-old cold-faced female CEO, she was clearly a groundhog in heat. At this moment, the cell phone on the coffee table rang, interrupting someone's moment of springtime. He raised his head, a hint of displeasure on his face, reached out for his cell phone, and glanced at the uninvited guest who ruined the mood. He didn't expect that it was his father calling. Dad, what's the matter? Song Meiyue asked coldly. My dear daughter, why didn't you come to the company today? Are you not feeling well? Do you want Dad to come and see you? A deep male voice came from the phone, and his words were full of concern for Song Meiyue. Need not. I'm just a little tired. Song Meiyue refused on the spot. Hearing his daughter's ruthless rejection, the other party didn't care. He smiled and said, My dear daughter, your mother has recently found a few boys for you. Dad has already checked them out for you. The conditions are very good. Not only are they tall and handsome, but they also have good academic qualifications. They are all overseas returnees. When will you have a chance? Before he could finish his words, Song Meiyue interrupted him and said calmly, No time. After saying this, just hang up the call. Her plump red lips were slightly pouting, with a hint of displeasure between her brows. She threw her phone on the coffee table and continued to lie on the sofa, staring at the chandelier. Her mind began to wander. What's good about returning from overseas? Do they know how to make baked carp noodles? Do they know how to make pickled vegetables and tofu? Do they know how to make stir-fried bean sprouts with that refreshing aroma? Do they know how to make Minister Zhang's tofu? Definitely not. Even if I couldn't make his food taste like that. Jiang Qi returned to the company and ate various snacks while chatting with Xie Bucken beside him about interesting social stories. Jiang Qi. I met a girl yesterday. Ouch, Xie Bucken said excitedly, she looks exactly like the wife I've always dreamed of. I really. I even secretly took a photo of her. Saying, I took out my phone, opened it, and found a photo he had taken secretly. Jiang Qi leaned over and took a look, not knowing what to say for a moment. He looked at his good brother seriously and uttered a few words with difficulty. Are you okay? You call this a girl? Jiang Qi said unhappily, it feels like her child is about to go to kindergarten. Xie Bucken shrugged, took back his phone, and said seriously, I chatted with her for a while. She's only 10 years older than me. She lost her husband 3 years ago, and is now raising her 4-year-old daughter alone. Hearing this, Jiang Qi was shocked. He couldn't help but widen his eyes and looked at him in astonishment. He said cautiously, Are you in love with the widow? Don't you think she's perfect? Although she's not very good looking, she has that mature, feminine charm about her. She's truly too charming. Xie Bucken said with emotion, I'm really hesitant now, whether I should pursue her. For a time, Jiang Qi was speechless. Xie Bucken once said that he liked widows, and he thought it was a joke, but he never expected that he actually fell in love with a widow. Well, I don't know what to say. If you really like someone, then go for it. Of course, sometimes you have to consider reality. Jiang Qi said earnestly, liking someone is often an impulsive thing, but love requires careful consideration. Jiang Qi did not stop him, nor did he agree. Instead, he asked Xie Bucken to think carefully about the obstacles he might encounter. Often, these obstacles would hurt more than one person. Bucken nodded, sat there quietly, and began to fall into deep thought. Looking at him sitting there silently, Jiang Qi felt helpless. Although he was his best brother, this was all he could do. The rest depended on his choice. But to be honest, falling in love with a widow was not that shocking. What's truly shocking is, at this time, the image of someone at noon emerged in my mind, with a cool and elegant makeup matched with charming eyes, fluffy wavy hair and scarlet lips, showing her unique mature woman temperament. The loose clothes could not hide her majestic and imposing chest at all. You can imagine what a delicate and graceful body this is. Sudden. The breathing light on the phone flashed, bringing Jiang Qi's thoughts back to reality. I picked it up and took a look. It was a message from her. Chapter 49: The Water Pipe Burst. The message someone sent was very simple, so simple that it only had 4 words. Xiaoyer, I want to eat dumplings. Looking at the content above, Jiang Qi pursed his lips and then replied to her. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, what's the filling? Xiaoyer, cabbage and pork. Enterprising young man Jiang, yes. After Jiang Qi locked his phone, he stared at the dark screen quietly, imagining someone seen at that moment in his mind. He guessed that at this moment, she should be lying lazily on the bed or sofa. She must be very cute, right? Why? Are you going to chase her or not? Bucken was still entangled in the matter of the widow. Deep down, he longed to develop some feelings beyond friendship with the widow, but he was afraid that after interacting with her, he would be strongly opposed by his family, and the situation would get out of control. Jiang Qi, interrupted from his thoughts, glanced at his best friend beside him who had a conflicted look on his face, and said helplessly, many times, a slight hesitation in your heart means you're not that into it, and there's still room for negotiation. If you truly love someone, you'll definitely risk your life for them. Maybe. It's mainly because it's hard for my family to deal with it. My parents will definitely try their best to stop me. Bucken said bitterly, but I feel very unwilling to give up like this. Jiang Qi gently patted Bucken's shoulder and said to him earnestly, I don't want to stop you from pursuing happiness, but sometimes, what you consider happiness is more of a torture for 2 people. Think about it carefully. Bucken nodded and sat there without saying a word. Jiang Qi was too lazy to say anything about his symptoms. Although others could see it more clearly, the path of life was in his own hands. As for what the future would be like, only time could give the answer. For a long time, it's time to get off work. Bucken was the first to run away, followed closely by Jiang Qi, who happened to meet Wu Zhang at this time. Encore. If you have time, try to persuade Xiao Xia. He's been having a brain twitch lately. Jiang Qi said with a sullen smile as they headed to the underground garage. He's fallen in love with a widow 10 years older than him, and the key is that she has a 4-year-old daughter. Ah? He fell in love with a widow? Wu Zhang was shocked when he heard the news, and then he was in tears and laughed. He said, I used to hear him talk about the good things about widows. I thought he just watched too many movies, but I didn't expect that. After that, he sighed deeply and said seriously, you know this guy, he's a bit of a screw-up. I think he won't know what pain is unless he falls hard a few times. Maybe it will be a good result? Jiang Qi said with a smile. Well, then let's take it one step at a time. Wu Zhang said thoughtfully. In the evening, Jiang Qi drove his small electric car slowly into a high-end residential area, stopped in front of a large villa, got out of the car and walked to the gate. He took out his mobile phone and sent a message to someone. Soon, the door opened from the inside, and a slightly lazy and graceful mature woman appeared in front of him. Come in. Song Meiwei still looked cold and silently made way for him. Jiang Qi had long been accustomed to the aloof Aunt Song. He walked into the big villa carrying the ingredients for cabbage and pork dumplings in one hand and a hardware toolbox in the other. Do you want to eat dumplings first, or fix the water pipe first? Jiang Qi asked Song Meiwei behind him while changing his slippers. Then, let's eat dumplings first, and then fix the water pipes. Song Meiwei replied. Good. After eating dumplings, you will have more energy to fix the water pipe. Jiang Qi didn't waste any words, put down the hardware toolbox, and walked towards the kitchen. Since he bought ready-made dumpling skins, Jiang Qi quickly finished wrapping 50 dumplings and put them all into the pot. After adding water twice, a large plate of dumplings was officially out of the pot. Dumplings are coming. Jiang Qi came out of the kitchen carrying dumplings and called out, Aunt Song, it's time to eat dumplings. Upon hearing the news, Song Meiyue walked over slowly and sat down at the dining table. Looking at the large plate full of dumplings, she felt like something was missing. She stood up and walked into the kitchen. After a while, she returned to the dining table again with vinegar in her hand. Jiang Qi handed her a pair of chopsticks and asked in confusion, "Why do you suddenly want to eat dumplings?" "I just want to eat dumplings, no need to ask any questions." Song Meiyue took the chopsticks handed to her, gently picked up a big white dumpling, dipped it in some aged vinegar, and put it into her mouth. The deliciousness of the pork mixed with the freshness of the cabbage, and paired with the sour aged vinegar, instantly burst out with unparalleled flavor. Just this taste. This made Song Meiyue fall into deep memories. What's wrong? Isn't it delicious? Jiang Qi noticed that someone next to him was quietly in a daze, and asked curiously. Song Meiyue, upon hearing his voice, instantly came back to her senses, reached out and picked up another dumpling, and said lightly, "This dumpling tastes almost exactly like the one my grandma made. I haven't eaten grandma's dumplings in about 10 years. Oh. My condolences. The dead cannot be brought back to life. I know you are sad, but life must go on. Although your grandmother has passed away, we who are still alive must still live well." Jiang Qi hurriedly comforted. Song Meiyue glanced at him and replied expressionlessly, "My grandmother is still alive." Ah. Ouch, what a big mistake. At this moment, Jiang Qi wanted to commit suicide on the spot, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that it was not entirely his fault. What Song Meiyue said just now could indeed easily cause some misunderstanding. In the following time, the two of them didn't communicate much, they just focused on eating dumplings, and soon the whole plate of dumplings was eaten up. After Jiang Qi finished clearing the table, he picked up the hardware toolbox he had brought with him and said to Song Meiyue, who was sitting on the sofa digesting her food, "Auntie Song, which bathroom upstairs has a broken pipe? I'll go help you fix it now." Song Meiyue was stunned for a moment, a hint of panic flashed across her brows, and she pretended to be calm and said, "I'll take you there." In a bathroom on the second floor. Song Meiyue pointed somewhere casually and said calmly, "It seems to be here." Oh. Jiang Qi nodded, picked up the hardware toolbox, and went up to check. Looking at him lying on the ground, carefully checking the intact water pipes, Song Meiyue, who was standing next to him, was so panicked that her heart almost jumped out of her throat, and a feeling of shame for lying swept over her body. Well. It doesn't look broken. Jiang Qi turned his head to look at Song Meiyue, who looked a little nervous. He silently opened the hardware toolbox, took out a wrench from it, and said seriously, "Let me take it apart and see." As soon as the words fell, "Take the wrench and gently break it. If nothing unexpected happens, an accident will happen soon." The water pipe was burst by Jiang Qixio. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 50. He is vulgar and real. In fact, Jiang Qi knew that the water pipe was not broken, and the reason why he took the wrench to twist it was nothing more than to save someone's face. After all, she looked so helpless and nervous just now. She never expected that, just a slight bend of the pipe could actually break the intact water pipe. For a time, the small bathroom was flooded in an instant, and what was even more unfortunate was that the water pipe that Jiang Qi broke was aimed at someone standing at the door. A continuous stream of water sprayed towards the innocent Song Meiyue, soaking her in an instant. This sudden change scared Song Meiyue silly. By the time she came to her senses, her makeup had melted off, her hairstyle had become messy, and her clothes and pants had become wet. Especially the black bar coat she was wearing, quietly showing off her unique charm. The water pipe had burst, and the strong water pressure made Jiang Qi unable to do anything. He could only press the water outlet with his palm. He turned around and shouted to Song Meiyue, who was standing behind him, "Auntie Song, go turn it off." Having said that, he stopped abruptly. At this moment, Jiang Qi was stunned by the scene before him. Of course, his focus was the same as that of most of his male compatriots. I have to say, in ancient times, Yang Guifei came out of the bath, and now Aunt Song is getting wet. This is too much, right? In fact, to be honest, apart from Song Meiyue's unkind attitude, the rest of her configuration is top-notch. From her face to her figure to her family background, she is almost a benchmark for human women. It's a pity. Such a top-notch mature woman is actually a close friend of her own mother. Song Meiyue came back to her senses and looked at the surprised eyes of the man in front of her. She subconsciously lowered her head and looked at her body. Suddenly, her cold and beautiful face flushed, and even her neck and ears turned red. He quickly turned sideways, suppressing his inner shame and pretending to be calm. Do you know how to fix a water pipe? Well. Jiang Qi explained awkwardly but politely, from a certain perspective. I'm a professional sewer repairman. I originally thought repairing water pipes and sewers were similar, but I didn't expect that different professions are so different. Ansong, please go and close the sluice gate first. The water pressure is too strong. I can't hold it back anymore. Wait. Song Meiyue nodded and hurried out of the flooded bathroom. However, she was out for just a few seconds when she hurried back. Looking at him trying to hold back the water, a hint of embarrassment flashed across her brows as she said seriously, I don't know where the sluice gate is. No. Jiang Qi looked at her innocent face standing across from him, speechless. Fortunately, he didn't panic. After a moment's thought and a calm analysis, he hurriedly said to her, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be in the basement. Go look for it there. It's just a valve. Just close it. Song Meiyue pursed her lips and left the bathroom silently. After someone left, Jiang Qi was alone pressing the water column, but the scene just now appeared in his mind. He had imagined countless times what kind of picture was under that dress, and today he accidentally caught a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg. Let me tell you one thing. What a well-proportioned, delicate and graceful figure. No wonder my mom always says she's easy to give birth to. It feels like she's more than enough to have twins, and then take care of herself. Thinking about it, Jiang Qi felt a deep sense of guilt in his heart. He felt that he was about to be overwhelmed by desire. All kinds of inexplicable thoughts came to his mind. His strong will and noble sentiments were about to be worn away by reality. Why? Gold will always shine. No matter how perfectly it is hidden, it will reveal its original charm at some unintentional moment. Jiang Qi said to himself with emotion. Now. He got enlightenment, complete enlightenment. A 30-year-old woman is like the finest Longjing tea. Beneath her seemingly ordinary appearance, she only needs to be gently soaked in hot water and she will instantly burst out with infinite charm, especially after tasting it. It is a kind of fragrance that is endlessly memorable and penetrates the heart. At this moment, the water pressure gradually weakened, and soon the gushing water stopped. While there was no water, Jiang Qi hurriedly picked up his wrench and reconnected the water pipe. He checked it carefully, and made sure that nothing was missing. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He sat on the ground, wet, and wiped the water droplets off his body. Song Meiyue returned to the bathroom and looked at someone sitting on the floor. His condition was no better than hers, even wetter than before. She pursed her lips, and asked in a cold, soft voice, can the water pipe be fixed? It's screwed on. There shouldn't be any problem. Jiang Qi looked at the mature woman in front of him. Although she was leaning sideways, this profile could better show her broad mind. In addition, her clothes, which were already soaked and stuck to her body, instantly brought out her elegant and mature charm to the fullest extent. Song Meiyue noticed his eyes, feeling shy but also a little proud. She had always been extremely confident about her figure. Although she was a little ashamed that his secret hidden deep inside her was accidentally discovered by him, she also came to a conclusion. He is just an ordinary man, and in some ways very vulgar. It's quite good actually. He feels very real like this. In the bathroom, Jiang Qi sat on the ground and Song Meiyue stood at the door. Neither of them spoke to each other. Time seemed to stand still, and even the air was filled with silence. Almost. It's time for me to go back. Jiang Qi stood up and said to Song Meiyue, who was standing opposite him, go change your clothes quickly. Don't catch a cold. It's influenza season now. If you get infected, it will be very troublesome. Hearing his caring words, Song Meiyue's expression was vaguely moved. She bit her lips lightly, nodded silently, and said in a cold and gentle voice, I understand. Song Meiyue covered her chest while sending someone downstairs. When she went downstairs, looking at his wet back, her heart was touched. She opened her mouth, but the words were swallowed back when they came to her lips. Soon. Jiang Qi went downstairs, gently grasped the doorknob, and slowly opened the door. He turned around to look at the silent Song Meiyue and said, Aunt Song. I'm leaving. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Qi walked out of the villa. Song Meiyue stood at the door, staring at his departing figure intently. Suddenly, an unspeakable courage surged from the bottom of her heart, and she hurriedly called out to him. Hello? You wait a moment before leaving. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 51. Buy him underwear. The sudden words made Jiangqi stop in his tracks. He turned around and looked at Song Meiwei with a puzzled look on his face, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Aunt Song. Song Meiwei pursed her lips and stood at the door of her house. She tilted her head and didn't look directly at the man in front of her. A faint blush appeared between her brows. Her green fingers tightly grasped the doorframe. She said lightly, "You're already wet. Why don't you take a shower and go back? By the way, experience my jacuzzi." Jiangqi looked at Song Meiwei, who seemed a little at a loss, and for a moment he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "I have to say, this woman is just so adorable." Hearing his laughter, Song Meiwei frowned slightly, secretly looking at him from the corner of her eyes, and said with a little dissatisfaction, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. I want to stay and take a bath, but I don't have any clothes or pants, not even underwear." Jiangqi said helplessly, "I can't just come out naked after taking a bath, right? Wouldn't that be no different from a pervert?" Song Meiwei bit her lips slightly, her face full of thoughtful expression. Indeed, this is a big problem. Without spare clothes, he has no conditions to stay and take a bath. But there is a way, buy him a set and the problem will be solved. "I'll buy it for you now." Song Meiwei said to him calmly, "This is not a difficult thing." "Ah. It's better not to bother you with any expense, Aunt Song." Jiangqi didn't expect this woman to be so decisive, and subconsciously refused. "No. You can't go back like this. I won't be able to explain to Sister Yaling then." Song Meiwei said sternly, "You must stay and take a shower and put on clean clothes before you go back. Otherwise, I will fire you tomorrow and cancel the 100 million investment." This move was very effective. Jiangqi was accurately grasped by Song Meiwei. Looking at the extremely powerful Song Zitin, he shrugged slightly and said with a smile, Okay, buy me a long-sleeved shirt in size L, the waist size of the pants is 32, and the underwear is also in size L." Seeing that he finally gave in to her, Song Meiwei felt a little happy deep down in her heart, but her face remained icy. She nodded silently and said, "I understand. I'll buy it for you now. You can go take a bath in the bathroom where you repaired the plumbing." I know. Jiangqi returned to the villa. As for Song Meiwei, she took her car keys and prepared to go out to buy spare clothes for someone, including his shorts. Coming to the bathroom on the second floor, I carefully studied the smart bathtub in Song Meiwei's house. I roughly understood its various functions. The next step was to start running the water. After adjusting the constant temperature, I took off my wet clothes at lightning speed, and only wore a pair of large shorts. Then I jumped into the bathtub. Ouch. It's so fucking comfortable. Jiangqi leaned against the bathtub wall, feeling the massage experience brought by technology. Although it seemed to lack a bit of soul compared to the young ladies wearing slit cheongsams in the bath center, it was free after all. Since it was free, why ask for so much? Gradually, the water in the bathtub flooded Jiangqi's entire body. Since the constant temperature system was turned on, the water temperature did not drop over time and always maintained a very comfortable temperature. Soon, someone's mind became confused, and all kinds of strange ideas came to mind. To be reasonable, my mother's vision is really sharp. No wonder she likes Song Meiwei so much. Besides being attracted by other people's property, it is probably because this person is really fertile. With her big breasts, hips, perky waist, and long legs, you can tell at a glance that she is the material for giving birth to twins. Especially those breasts. At this time, Jiangqi thought of that scene again, and of the open-mindedness that could not be described in words. The black hollow fabric bar, I really never thought that she, who looks so conservative, would choose this kind of bar. No wonder everyone says, you can't judge a person by his appearance alone, sometimes the inner things are more worthy of attention. Damn, I figured it out again. Song Meiwei arrived at a shopping mall, parked the car, and silently put on a mask and sunglasses, and also put on a hat, covering herself more tightly than some big stars. Choosing clothes and pants for someone did not bring any trouble to Song Meiwei. She bought the clothes and pants quickly. As for the price and brand, of course they were all luxury brands worth 4 figures. She would not buy cheap goods for someone. Next up is buying underwear. Song Meiwei was holding a shopping bag and standing in front of the door of a men's underwear store, but she was reluctant to go in. A strong sense of shame ran through her body, and a faint blush had crept up her cheeks. Fortunately, she was wearing a mask. Or, not by it. Anyway, after you put on your pants, others can't tell whether you are wearing anything underneath. You can't just take your pants off to check, right? Song Mei-wei thought about it for a long time, but finally had no choice but to follow a middle-aged woman in. Standing in the four-corner area, she looked at the dazzling array of shorts in front of her and fell into an extremely embarrassing dilemma for a moment. So annoying. I am the vice president of Feihong Group, but I am secretly buying underwear for men. Sudden. The salesperson in the store came to Song Mei-wei and asked enthusiastically, "Madam, are you choosing underwear for your husband?" The sudden voice almost scared Song Mei-wei to death. She subconsciously wanted to deny the salesperson's words, but she finally held back and nodded silently, pretending that she was buying underwear for her husband. But Song Mei-wei suddenly felt that the word husband seemed really pleasant and wonderful. "What size does your husband wear?" asked the salesperson. "Size? Oops, I think I forgot. Is it M?" The salesgirl was very tactful. She noticed that the woman didn't know her husband's specific size, so she asked, "What's your husband's height and weight?" "Height? Weight? How would I know? He seems to be 1.75 meters tall? No. He should be taller than that. As for weight, last time I lay in his arms for a while, he seemed very strong. He should be around 130 kilograms, right? This one, please get me the XL1. Song Mei-wei casually pointed to a pair of large flowered shorts and said softly to the salesgirl. Good. After paying, Song Mei-wei hurriedly walked out of the men's underwear store carrying a bag containing someone's underwear. At this moment, she ran into Jiang Yeling, who was buying underwear for her son. For a time, both women were stunned. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 52. It's all for your son. Jiang Yeling looked at Song Mei-wei, who ran out of the men's underwear store. Her cold and charming face showed a little panic, and her eyes were a little erratic. Gradually, the smile on her face became meaningful. "Mizuki? Why did you run out of the men's underwear store?" Jiang Yeling glanced at the shopping bag in Song Mei-wei's hand and asked with a smile. Hearing her good sister's question, Song Mei-wei didn't know how to answer for a moment. She carefully hid the bag containing someone's underwear behind her back, suppressing the panic in her heart and pretending to be calm. "I accidentally went to the wrong place." "No. Accidentally walked into it?" Song Mei-wei's explanation made Jiang Yeling a little amused, but at the same time she liked her future daughter-in-law more. She seemed mature and steady, but in fact she was quite simple at heart, especially when it came to relationships between men and women. She couldn't even tell a simple lie. So that's how it is. Jiang Yeling didn't try to expose Song Mei-wei's despicable lie. She stepped forward, gently took her arm, and said to her affectionately, "Since you're here, please stay with me for a while. I plan to buy Xiaoqi a pair of underwear." Originally, Song Mei-wei wanted to refuse, but she didn't know how to say it when the words came to her lips. In the end, she was held and went back in a daze. She stood in the boxer briefs area of the store, watching her good sister Jiang Yeling choose underwear for her son. "I'd been the one buying clothes and pants for my little Chi since he was little, even his underwear," Jiang Yeling said casually to Song Mei-wei beside her as she picked out her boxer briefs. "Speaking of which, Xiaoqi is quite pitiful. He's lacked fatherly love since he was little. But luckily, he's quite sensible and hasn't gotten into any serious trouble over the years." As soon as the words fell, Jiang Yeling turned to look at her good sister and said with a smile, "He is the kind of person who knows how to live." Song Mei-wei nodded subconsciously, and her thoughts began to become a little scattered. Indeed, that man was the type who could live a good life. He not only knew how to care for women, but was also very caring. He was also very handsome and strong. Most importantly, he had excellent cooking skills. Real. Such a man is so popular with women, but it's a pity that he. Looking at Sister Yeling, who was carefully selecting men's underwear, Song Mei-wei felt a little lost. From a certain perspective, Sister Yeling was the gap between her and someone that could never be crossed, and the complicated relationship between them was difficult to cut off and sort out. "Mizuki? What are you doing in the mall?" Jiang Yeling asked curiously after picking out a pair of plain underwear. "I want to come here alone to stroll around and relax." Song Mei-wei made up an excuse and replied to Jiang Yeling. You're usually under so much pressure, you really should relax and relieve the burden on your shoulders. Zhang Yaling pursed her lips and said seriously, Mei Wei, don't think I'm nagging you. It's time for you to think about your marriage. Find a man who understands you and loves you, and who can take good care of your life. Song Mei Wei pursed her lips slightly, nodded silently, and didn't say much. At this moment, she only wanted to escape quickly, run to her home, and then give him the clothes, pants, and boxer shorts she bought. After Zhang Yaling paid, she carried the shopping bag containing her son's 2 pairs of underwear, looked at her good sister beside her, and asked with a smile, "Are you in a hurry to go home?" Song Mei Wei was stunned. On one side was Sister Yaling, who was very kind to her, and on the other side was someone taking a bath at home. She didn't know how to choose. Deep in her heart, she wanted to go home, but emotionally, she wanted to go shopping with Sister Yaling. Final. A kind of hysterical desire overcame the feelings between sisters. Sister Yaling. I have something urgent at home, so I'll go back first. Song Mei Wei bit her lips slightly, a little embarrassed under her cold face, and said in a low voice, "If there is something urgent, then go back quickly and don't delay my work." Zhang Yaling said, "Then I'll be leaving first. Sister Yaling, next time if we have time, we sisters can continue drinking." After that, Song Mei Wei left in a hurry, her back showing a hint of panic. She didn't stop until she turned a corner. She stood there, breathing heavily with lingering fear. A sense of shame for betraying sisterhood ran through her body, leaving her at a loss. "Sister Yaling, I'm really sorry." "I'm sorry again, but this time it's because of your son, it has nothing to do with me. From this perspective, it's all for your son. Anyway, next time I'll treat you to liberty." At the same time, Zhang Yaling still stood there, looking at the direction where Song Mei Wei left, and a slight curve of her lips couldn't help but rise. "TSK, TSK, TSK. I'm almost ready to buy underwear for my son." Song Mei Wei drove her sports car, rushing home anxiously. When she thought about how she had abandoned Sister Yaling for a certain man, she felt greatly condemned by her conscience. The key point was that the man was none other than Sister Yaling's son. Encountering a very long red light. While Song Mei Wei was waiting for the green light, she subconsciously glanced at the shopping bags on the passenger seat, and a look of helplessness flashed across her brows. After all, she was the vice president of a listed group, but she had fallen to the point of buying clothes and pants for a man, and even bought him a pair of boxer briefs. I got deeper and deeper into it, to the point where I couldn't get out. What should I do next? Song Mei Wei gripped the steering wheel tightly, almost peeling off the leather. The uneasy and complicated emotions almost tore her apart. Recalling her first encounter with someone, she always felt that there was a fateful connection between her and him. Why? Let's take it one step at a time. When the green light came on, Song Mei Wei stepped on the accelerator and drove quickly towards home. I don't know how long it will take. A 2-door sports car slowly stopped in front of a villa. Song Mei Wei got out of the car carrying 3 shopping bags, walked to the front door of her house, gently grasped the door handle, and slowly pressed it down. When she walked into the house, she threw the shopping bags aside and began to change her shoes. At this moment, a familiar and magnetic male voice echoed in his ears. "Aunt Song, you're finally back. I've been waiting for a long time, and the flowers are almost withered." Following the direction of the sound, Song Mei Wei looked towards the sofa in the living room. When she saw the scene in front of her, she was completely numb. "P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward." Chapter 53 smells like Mei Wei's perfume. Jiang Qi, who had already finished taking a shower, had a white bath towel wrapped around his waist, and his upper body was also covered with a bath towel. His muscular body and well-defined muscle lines could be vaguely seen. Such a huge visual impact, straight away Song Mei Wei was stunned. Although because of the last experience, I felt the strong chest and incomparable sense of security, this feeling was like a taste of marrow. But today, I accidentally saw his upper body. Although the bath towel made it vaguely visible, it was really dazzling. Song Mei Wei came back to her senses and quickly turned her head to the side. A blush crept onto her cold and charming face, and an indescribable emotion flashed between her brows. She suppressed the emotion stirring deep within her heart and said lightly, "Something happened. I'm a little late." "Oh. So that's how it is. I thought something happened to you and was wondering if I should go out and look for you." Jiang Qi didn't notice Song Mei Wei's abnormality. Holding his phone, he said to himself, "Did you buy me some clothes, pants, and underwear?" I bought it. Song Meiwa changed into slippers, picked up the 3 shopping bags, and walked towards someone. When she was still a few meters away from him, she threw the 3 shopping bags to him and said calmly, "Go change in the bathroom upstairs." Okay. Jiangqi suddenly stood up from the sofa, and in an instant, the bath towel covering his upper body seemed to have lost its friction and slid down along his broad and strong shoulders. Song Meiwa was completely unprepared for this sudden scene. She stared at his intact and muscular upper body in amazement. Her heartbeat was like a high-speed train speeding up, thump-thump non-stop. The strong visual impact almost penetrated her whole body. She turned her head in panic, averting her gaze from him, biting her lip tightly, and said with a hint of annoyance, "Can you be more careful? You're affecting the cityscape like this." "Got it, I'll definitely do it next time." Jiangqi picked up the 3 shopping bags thrown on the sofa and walked upstairs slowly. At this moment, Song Meiwa secretly turned her head and glanced at his broad, round back out of the corner of her eye. Her mind was already in a mess. She never thought that such a gentle and refined man could have such a good figure. Although he didn't have the broad shoulders and strong waist like those on TV, it was completely good enough, at least for her. She pursed her lips, walked slowly to the sofa, sat down, picked up a headrest, and hugged it tightly in her arms. Her bright eyes became a little dazed, and she stared blankly at the cup on the coffee table, her thoughts flooding. Why do I feel like I'm getting weirder and weirder? Is it really because I'm too lonely? Do I need a man to care for me? No. No way? Song Meiwa's expression became a little complicated. On the one hand, she felt that she was slowly changing and becoming a little eager for men, but on the other hand, she refused to admit her desire. The 2 thoughts and 2 emotions intertwined together, making Song Meiwa almost have a mental breakdown. At the same time, after Jiangqi came to the bathroom, he took out clothes and pants from the shopping bag. Since they were newly bought, he didn't even cut the tags. After taking a look at the price tags, Jiangqi was shocked, and the faith deep in his heart gradually collapsed. It's over, it's over. I, a man who stands tall and proud, actually ended up living off rich women. Jiangqi stood there blankly, holding his clothes and pants, his face full of melancholy and helplessness about life. Once upon a time, he was full of vigor, but he never expected that he would end up like this. Never mind. A real man can bend and stretch. Let's talk about it later. Once you learn to let go, the whole world becomes clear. Jiangqi put on the underwear that someone bought him, and then put on the clothes and pants that cost 4 figures. He stood in front of the mirror and took a look. To be honest, this outfit is much better than Pinduoduo's, and his whole spirit outlook has improved. Could this be the bonus of money? After putting his clothes into the shopping bag, Jiangqi walked out of the bathroom carrying the bag and strolled downstairs. When he turned the corner, he saw Song Meiwa sitting on the sofa, holding a headrest in her arms, and looking dazed. Ahem. That Aunt Song? Jiangqi coughed lightly a few times and said seriously, "Thank you so much. I'll transfer the money for clothes and pants to you when I get home. Remember to collect it on WeChat when the time comes." The unexpected words interrupted Song Meiwa's wandering thoughts. Her eyebrows knitted together, and she felt very unhappy. She replied expressionlessly, "Are you looking down on me?" No. Aunt Song, what do you mean by that? Jiangqi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said unhappily, "When did I ever look down on you? You want to give me money, but that means you look down on me." Song Meiwa turned her head, looked at him coldly, and said seriously, "Am I someone who cares so much about money?" Hey there. After hearing these words, I almost believed them. Jiangqi smiled and said seriously, "Can you invest another 50 million? For a time." The huge living room was silent, and time seemed to stand still. The 2 looked at each other, and no one spoke first. Go to bed early, good night. Jiangqi hurriedly fled from here, holding his changed clothes, because he saw someone's expression, which seemed to be gradually changing in the direction of losing control. That expression and that look. The tigress of Jinggang Mountain was just like that, and the key point was that he was not the tiger fighting hero Wu Song. Looking at his frantic fleeing figure, Song Meiwa's mouth showed a barely perceptible smile, but her eyes revealed a hint of loss and loneliness. The second after he left, I missed him a little. Jiangqi arrived downstairs of his house, parked his car, and walked towards the stairs carrying his old clothes. He walked slowly to the door of his house, took out the key and inserted it into the keyhole. When he opened the door, he saw his mother sitting on the sofa. When Zhang Yaling heard the door open, she turned around suddenly and stared at her baby son. When she saw his new clothes, her face was filled with joy. Newly bought? Zhang Yaling asked. Zhang Qi responded casually and hurriedly put on his slippers. Did you buy it? Zhang Yaling asked. Nonsense. Zhang Qi replied absent-mindedly. Sudden. Zhang Yaling stood up, walked quickly to her son, sniffed him a few times, raised her head, and said seriously. Ron. This dress smells like Mitsuki's perfume. P.S. Asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 54 I Miss You. Zhang Qi was stunned for several seconds by his mother's unexpected words, but he didn't panic. He said calmly, Mom, does your nose belong to a police dog? Can you identify specific smells with just a sniff? Of course. I'm so familiar with the scent of Mei Yue's perfume. Zhang Yaling looked at her son and asked meaningfully, You came back so late today, were you with Mei Yue? Did she buy these clothes and pants? I think the fabric is pretty good, they must be very expensive, right? Faced with his mother's barrage of questions, Zhang Qi ignored them and walked to the sofa, sat down, and lay there like a paralyzed person, putting his feet on the coffee table, then picked up the TV remote control and kept changing channels, with no intention of answering at all. This made Zhang Yaling extremely anxious. She walked over to her son in anger, raised her hand and hit him hard, and asked anxiously, You little brat. I'm asking you a question. Are these the clothes and pants that Mei Yue bought for you? Oh. Zhang Qi replied helplessly, This involves a lot of things, you won't understand even if I tell you. That's it? Zhang Yaling smiled slightly and sat beside her son, saying seriously, What doesn't Mom understand? I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. It's just a love affair, and you're making it so mysterious. What's this about love between men and women, isn't it too vulgar? Zhang Qi rolled his eyes and said unhappily. Is it okay for a man and a woman to be in love? Zhang Yaling glared at her son fiercely and said angrily, You're asking for too much. As soon as the words fell. Patting his son's arm gently, he asked with a smile, What did you and Mei Yue do together? Why did she suddenly buy you a set of clothes and pants? Her water pipe was broken, and I helped fix it. I accidentally burst it, and I got soaked. Then she bought me some clothes and pants, and I took a shower at her house. That's basically it, Zhang Qi said seriously, and she and I are not in a relationship. Mom, please don't overinterpret it and distort the facts. Fix the pipe, fix the burst pipe, get soaked, new clothes and pants, and finally take a shower, it sounds perfect. But then again, when will my son learn to fix plumbing? Thinking of this, Zhang Yaling's expression became meaningful as she looked at her son seriously. These two people. They tried every possible way to create opportunities in order to stay with each other. One asked someone who had no experience in plumbing to fix the pipe, and the other deliberately burst the pipe. In that case, why not sleep together earlier? Did Mei Yue also buy you the underwear? Zhang Yaling asked with a smile. I refuse to answer such questions. Zhang Qi said lightly. TSK. This brat refused to answer. Zhang Yaling's smile suddenly became even brighter, and she said earnestly, If you don't tell me, I won't know. When I went to buy you some underwear tonight, guess who I met? Hearing this, Zhang Qi's heart skipped a beat. Suppressing his uneasiness, he calmly replied, You already know everything, and you're still asking me? I just wanted to see you, this little brat, behave dishonestly, but you're anything but. Zhang Yaling sighed, a hint of bitterness between her brows, and she said bitterly to herself, Your father passed away early, leaving us mother and son behind. Mom raised you with great difficulty, but I never expected. This is acting, look at the acting skills. Oscar owes my mom a little golden man. When he first traveled through time, Zhang Qi suffered a lot from Zhang Yaling and was often deceived by her superb acting skills. But as time went on, Zhang Qi, who had traveled through time for 2.5 years, gradually figured out Zhang Yaling's routine. Fake. They're all fake. There aren't so many affectionate scenes between mother and son. Mom, that's too much. I want to try the same trick again. Before Zhang Qi could finish his words, the breathing light of the mobile phone on the coffee table flashed. He picked it up and saw, it was a message from someone. Xiaoyer, are you home yet? He locked the screen silently, sat up as if nothing had happened, glanced at his mother who was stretching her head, and said casually, I'll go back to my room first. As soon as the words fell, He walked towards his bedroom without looking back. Looking at her son's departing back, Zhang Yaling smiled. Although she didn't see anything, she knew without a doubt, it must have been Mei Wei who sent him a WeChat message. Night. Quiet. Zhang Qi was lying on the bed, wearing only a pair of shorts that someone had bought for him, looking swaying. Enterprising young man Zhang Gongzi, just got home and now lying in my bed. A little bit. Someone's reply came. Xiaoyer, me too, lying on the bed. For a time, the two of them were caught in an awkward atmosphere, lying on their respective beds, holding their mobile phones, staring at the screen intently, but not knowing what to say to each other. Just as Zhang Qi was trying to find a topic, he received a message from someone. Xiaoyer, do you regret it? Regret? What do you regret? Faced with this inexplicable question, Zhang Qi didn't know how to answer. Young and enterprising man Zhang Gongzi, I don't understand. Xiaoyer, do you regret meeting me? Looking at these 6 simple words, Zhang Qi couldn't help but smile, imagining what someone looked like at the moment in his mind. It must be very tempting, right? Putting aside those imaginary images, Zhang Qi held his mobile phone and typed away. At the same time, in a villa, Song Meiwei was lying on the sofa, with 2 empty bottles of red wine scattered on the coffee table. Her cold and charming face was flushed red. At this moment, her head was a little dizzy, and her consciousness was being swallowed by alcohol. Why, are you so slow? To regret or not to regret, is it so difficult to choose? Her plump and sexy little mouth pouted slightly, a hint of deep dissatisfaction flashed across her brows, and she suddenly burped and muttered to herself angrily, "Stinky man, so slow." As soon as the words fell, someone's message came. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, you are my surprise. I never thought I would meet you, but I did. Maybe this is fate, so I don't regret it. In an instant, Song Meiyue's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and an indescribable emotion gushed out, penetrating every part of her body. At the same time, the alcohol flowing in her blood surged even more violently, almost swallowing up her remaining consciousness. Song Meiyue forced herself to keep her eyelids open and sent him a message in a daze. As for what the content was, she actually didn't know herself. She relied on her instinct and subconscious to send him what was in her heart. But the letters in front of my eyes were doubled and it was almost impossible to see them clearly. Song Meiyue did not hesitate and sent him a voice call request, and soon, the other party accepted it. "Aunt Song? What's wrong?" His voice came from the phone, deep and magnetic. Song Meiyue closed her eyes, her face flushed with drunkenness, and she stammered in a daze, "I miss a man. I miss you. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward." Chapter 55 Aunt Song is dead. What the hell? Does she miss a man? Zhang Qi was shocked when he heard what Song Meiyue said, but he quickly regained his composure. From Song Meiyue's slurred words, he could figure out that the woman on the other end of the phone might have been drunk and what she said just now must have been some drunken talk. "Aunt Song? Aunt Song?" Zhang Qi asked seriously, "Are you okay?" How could I be in trouble? It's just 2 bottles of red wine." A humming voice came from the phone, and the voice was obviously drunk. It continued, "I can still drink another bottle, no. 2 bottles. It's over. If you are really drunk, people usually say they are not drunk." Zhang Qi suddenly had a terrible headache. Facing the drunk Song Meiyue, he didn't know what to do for a moment. But at this moment, the woman on the other end of the phone heard that Zhang Qi had not spoken for a long time, and started to act up again. "Hello? Is the young man still here?" Song Meiyue, half asleep, held up her phone and said drowsily, I'm a little lonely. Can you come over?" Zhang Qi frowned and subconsciously glanced at the time. Actually, at this point, it was neither too early nor too late. After a moment of contemplation and a calm analysis, he said to the woman seriously, "Then I'll come over now." "Don't want. A single man and a single woman, it's easy. I'm vulnerable." Song Meiyue felt like she was about to lose consciousness, and she almost lost the strength to even lift her eyelids. She spoke in a whisper as thin as a mosquito, "Tonight, you kept staring at my chest. Don't think I don't know." Faced with someone's accusation, even a shameless contestant like Zhang Qi lowered his head in shame, because what someone said was all true. But to be honest, it's really too big. I can't take my eyes off it. Aunt Song? Should I come to your house or not? Jiangqi asked cautiously. Hello? Hello? Aunt Song? Aunt Song? Song Zetian? Tigress? Jiangqi pursed his lips and continued to call out, Stinky bitch? What are you doing? Originally thinking someone was asleep, the sudden sound almost made Jiangqi lose his grip on his phone. He subconsciously swallowed his saliva and asked cautiously, Are you okay? Do you want to be taken to the hospital? Of course I'm fine. Don't bother me. I'm very sleepy now. Song Meiwei pursed her lips and whimpered, Come, pick me up from work tomorrow, don't forget. As soon as the words fell, there seemed to be no movement again. Jiangqi did not hang up the phone. He sat at the head of the bed holding his phone close to his ear. Although there was silence on the other end of the phone, it caused waves of emotion in his heart and his thoughts gradually became confused. Actually, beneath every strong appearance, there is a fragile heart. Beneath every cold face, there are unspeakable sadness and pain. Song Meiwei is just like this. She is usually so aloof and so unkind, but just now, she is so fragile and so pitiful. Time passed by minute. Jiangqi didn't know how long it had been before he hung up the voice call and looked at the time displayed on it. It was more than 2 hours. After charging his scorching phone, Jiangqi crawled into bed, looking at the ceiling above him. He recalled someone's initial words and burst out laughing. He muttered to himself, So she can be so cute when she's drunk. Too bad I forgot to record it, otherwise I'd play it for her tomorrow morning. Speaking of this, imagine what would happen if someone heard the recording, especially if she asked for a man. I'm afraid they would kill her to silence her and then destroy the body, right? Why? The trivialities of life sound pretentious when spitted out, and irritate the throat when swallowed. Maybe this is life, sad and hard to describe. Jiangqi snorted and said with a hint of emotion. The next morning, in the living room of a villa, Song Meiwei was lying on the sofa in a mess. Her hair was a bird's nest, not only split but also tangled. At this moment, her tightly closed eyes moved slightly, and then slowly opened their eyes. She looked at the world curiously in her sleepy state. Why am I lying on the couch? Ouch, my head hurts. Holding her forehead, Song Meiwei felt a pain. This feeling was very familiar. It was the headache after being drunk. I glanced at the empty bottles of red wine on the coffee table, trying hard to recall what happened last night. Probably, the situation was like this. Because of someone's departure, I was so lonely and isolated that I couldn't help but open a bottle of red wine. One bottle was not enough, so I ordered another one. As a result, I drank too fast and got drunk. But after I get drunk, I seem to desire someone even more. If I remember correctly, I also sent him a message, which seemed to be, Do you regret meeting me? Sudden. Song Meiwei felt both shy and expectant. She felt shy that she had sent him such a message, and she was expecting someone's answer. Where's my phone? She immediately sat up straight, looked around for her phone, and then found it on the ground. She picked up the phone and hurriedly unlocked the screen, which showed a WeChat dialog box with someone. She soon found her question and saw someone's answer. As a result, at this moment, Song Meiwei noticed something that shocked her. What? Actually. Song Meiwei jumped up from the sofa and stared at the phone screen in amazement, her eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief, and she was even a little caught off guard. More than 2 hours of voice calls? Or did you call it yourself? Oh my God. How so? The remaining alcohol from last night disappeared in an instant. Song Meiwei felt as if the whole world was about to be torn apart. A hysterical and helpless emotion gushed out from the depths of her heart and directly pierced through the top of her head. I can no longer remember the 2-hour phone call with him last night, but one thing is clear. After he left, I missed him very much, especially after drinking 2 bottles of wine, I missed him even more. In this state, I'm afraid. I'll say a lot of shameful things without knowing what's going on, right? Thinking of this, Song Meiwei felt like she was going crazy. She grabbed her hair, which was like a bird's nest, and twisted around on the sofa, as if only in this way could she offset the shame and helplessness in her heart. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell broke the silence. Song Meiwei slowly sat up, looked towards the door with a puzzled look on her face, then stood up and walked over. Since she had just experienced social death, her brain consciousness had not fully recovered yet, so she grasped the door handle and gently pulled open the door. Jiangqi stood at the door and said with a smile, "Aunt Song, I'm here." The two looked at each other, staring at each other. Remain silent. P.S. Asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 56. Aunt Song's face turned red. Song Meiyue looked at the man in front of her. Seeing him wearing the clothes and pants she bought last night, and holding the insulated porridge bucket in his hand, a strong sense of shame surged in her heart, mixed with a hint of warmth. She turned her face to the side, with a hint of shyness between her brows, and asked casually, "What are you doing here?" I'm here to pick you up from work. What else would I be doing here?" Jiang Qi shrugged, then suddenly remembered something. He picked up the thermos bucket and said with a smile, "Oh, by the way, I brought you century egg and lean meat porridge. You drank so much last night, so this should warm your stomach." Hearing the word wine, Song Meiyue suddenly realized something and ran into the house in a panic, leaving Jiang Qi standing alone at the door, a little at a loss for a moment. Looking at her hurriedly leaving figure, Jiang Qi could probably guess why. He had to admit, her look this morning was indeed very eye-catching, different from her previous mature and intellectual look. She looked like a little girl next door, the kind who just woke up, lazy and a little messy. Walking into someone's villa, Jiang Qi changed into slippers and walked towards the dining table. As soon as he entered the house, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol. Then he saw the empty wine bottles scattered on the coffee table. He secretly sighed in his heart. This woman can really drink, but then again. Putting down the insulated porridge bucket in his hand, Jiang Qi turned around and came to the coffee table to help someone clean it up. As a person with mild misophobia, Jiang Qi couldn't stand a messy environment the most. In a short while, the messy coffee table was cleaned up, and then he sat on the sofa and played with his mobile phone. At the same time, in a bathroom on the second floor, Song Meiyue locked the bathroom door and took off her smelly clothes and pants. In an instant, a devilish body appeared in the world. Standing in front of the sink, looking at herself in the mirror, Song Meiyue admired her figure, with a hint of pride and arrogance in her heart. She has always been absolutely confident in her figure and appearance. Someone will be very satisfied, right? Biting her lips lightly, she put aside all the shy thoughts in her mind, stepped under the shower head, and the warm water washed away the smell of alcohol on her body, allowing Song Meiyue to return to her previous spirit. After taking a shower, he quickly wiped off the water stains on his body, wrapped himself in a white bath towel, gently pushed open the bathroom door, carefully stuck his head out, looked around like a thief, and saw that it was safe outside. Then he slipped into his bedroom. Click. Lock the door. In just 15 minutes, Song Meiyue, wearing light makeup, walked out of the room. She was still wearing a black professional suit with a white shirt inside, and a pair of loose black trousers. Although the style was a bit loose, it still couldn't hide her slender legs. She walked down the stairs slowly, and just as she reached the corner, she noticed the brand new living room. Her eyebrows raised slightly, and a hint of satisfaction flashed across her face. She secretly thought to herself, "It seems that he has a slight obsession with cleanliness. Then she won't have to worry about the cleanliness of the house from now on." Suddenly, her cold and charming face flushed with red, she bit her sexy lips tightly, and waves of emotion had already been stirred deep in her heart. Why do I inexplicably associate him with home? Could it be that I'm so lacking men that I'm becoming a little mentally unstable? Aunt Song, hurry up and eat breakfast first, otherwise the porridge will get cold and won't taste good. Jiang Qi didn't turn around, but shouted to Song Meiyue behind him while playing with his mobile phone. His words brought Song Meiyue back to reality. Looking at him playing with his mobile phone, she felt a little unhappy. He has changed. He was not like this before. After cooking, he would consciously hand over the chopsticks to her, and she didn't even have to get the rice herself. As a result, now, he is unwilling to even unscrew the lid of the thermos bucket for me. It is said that men will change their hearts quickly after getting something, but the problem is, he has never gotten me, so why would he change so quickly? Well, maybe that's what being a man is. Their tendency to get bored with the old and love the new is a characteristic ingrained in their nature. Song Meiyue pouted slightly, with a hint of displeasure between her brows. She walked slowly to the dining table, picked up the insulated porridge bucket, and unscrewed it with a light force. At this moment, an idea flashed in her mind. She turned her head stealthily and glanced at someone sitting on the sofa out of the corner of her eye. The next second, I used all my strength to screw the lid back on, and tried a few more times, but it wouldn't open at all. I can't open it. Song Mei said casually, come here, help me unscrew the porridge bucket. It shouldn't be. I didn't tighten it very tightly. Jiangqi put down his mobile phone and walked quickly towards Song Mei. After picking up the insulated porridge bucket, he tried to unscrew the lid, but found that it was really tight. Strange, how could this happen? It's obviously very loose. Jiangqi subconsciously glanced at Song Mei beside him, wondering if she had tightened it on purpose. What are you looking at me for? You think I tightened it myself? Song Mei said calmly, then you think too highly of a gentlewoman like me. Jiangqi smiled awkwardly, as if there was nothing wrong. Then he used all his strength to finally unscrew the lid of the insulated porridge bucket. With the attitude of being here anyway, he quietly walked into the kitchen and brought a bowl and spoon to someone. Give. He handed the bowl full of porridge to Song Mei and also handed her a spoon. This thoughtful service instantly made Song Mei feel the warmth she once had. She took the spoon handed to her, gently scooped up the porridge in the bowl, and slowly put it into her mouth. The texture was very smooth and refreshing, and the taste was neither bland nor salty. Everything was just right. Did you make it yourself? Song Mei asked casually. Of course I bought it. I don't have time to get up and cook porridge. Jiangqi replied. After hearing what he said, Song Mei felt that the porridge in her mouth didn't taste so good anymore. It turns out he didn't make it himself, no wonder it tastes so bad. At this time, Jiangqi looked at Song Mei who was drinking porridge beside him, and a bold and evil idea popped into his mind. He then asked seriously, Aunt Song, do you know what you said last night? As soon as the words fell, Song Mei's cold and beautiful face suddenly turned red, even spreading to her neck and ears. The hand holding the spoon was still trembling slightly. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 57. Could this person be you? As time went by, Song Mei had somewhat forgotten the bad experience last night. She sipped the preserved egg and lean meat porridge sent by someone. Although it was not cooked by him personally, it was bought by him after all, which could be regarded as a kind of care and concern for her. As a result, he suddenly brought up what happened last night. At this moment, Song Mei wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She felt that she had no face to live in this world anymore. Although she didn't know what she said to him after she got drunk last night, she was in such a state of wanting a man so deeply at that time that she was afraid that what she said would not be good things. She guessed that it was all very shameful. What should I do? Should I rush into the kitchen now, stab him to death with a fruit knife, and bury this secret in the grave forever? Just when someone was about to be torn apart, Jiangqi, who was sitting next to her, was looking at her rosy face with a smile and asked earnestly, Aunt Song, are you sick? Why is your face so red? Do you want to go to the hospital? After saying this, Song Mei's body trembled slightly, and the spoon in her hand fell onto the dining table. No. Auntie Song, what's wrong with you? Jiangqi pretended to be nervous and asked, are you really okay? I see you seem to be very ill. How about I take you to the hospital right now? I'm telling you, if you're sick, you should go see a doctor. Don't try to bear it. It will only cause harm. You are sick. Song Mei took a deep breath, suppressed the shame in her heart, and said calmly, I'm fine. Maybe I haven't digested the wine from last night yet. Yeah? Then you should drink less in the future. Look at you, your face is even redder. Jiangqi said seriously. Song Mei felt like her whole body was about to break apart. Facing the half-smile of the stinky man next to her, she responded softly, then picked up the spoon that had fallen on the table. At this time, not only her neck and ears were red, but even her chest was red. Aunt Song? You haven't answered my question yet. Last night, do you know what you said? Jiangqi didn't let her go. He picked up the previous question again and pressed her. Song Mei lowered her head and quickly scooped the porridge from the bowl with a spoon. Her long black hair covered her red cheeks. She said with a slight trembling voice, I don't know. I don't want to know. Why? I always thought you were that kind of calm and mature woman. I never thought you'd do something like this after getting drunk. It's truly shocking. Jiangqi said with both emotion and astonishment. I'm afraid I'll remember what happened last night for the rest of my life. What? He wants to remember it forever? Song Meiyue, who was so ashamed that she almost crawled under the table, suddenly had the urge to strangle him to death. It was obvious, her drunken words last night had left an indelible impression on his mind, and at the same time, the image she had established also collapsed. Maybe in his heart, I am that kind of woman who longs for a man to love her. Although there is indeed a little bit of this thought, it is not so strong. Last night, due to the effect of alcohol, I inadvertently magnified my inner desire. In fact, I can continue to live without him. It's so scary. At the same time, I feel so sorry for you. Jiang Qi looked at the distraught Song Meiyue beside him and said sincerely, I can't imagine how much pressure you're carrying. Even when you're drunk, you only talk about work. And Song, at this moment, I just want to say, thank you for your hard work, boss. In an instant, Song Meiyue's hope of living was rekindled, and her shattered heart was pieced together again. She pursed her lips and asked coldly and cautiously, Are we really just talking to you about work? I am a little skeptical about what someone said. Under normal circumstances, especially when she was in a state of overflowing desire, she would definitely tell him that she wanted a man and wanted him to come and accompany her. It was unlikely to be a work-related matter. Of course, it's not impossible. The company has a lot of projects recently, and one or two of them are almost driving me crazy. Of course. What do you think you said? Jiang Qi said with a smile, Could it be that you want a man? Suddenly, the dimmed blush returned to Song Meiyue's cold and beautiful face. No respect for elders or younger children. I am your elder, please be careful. Song Meiyue no longer dwelled on what happened last night. Since he explained it this way, she would believe him. Maybe the facts were not so, but sometimes, the truth was not that important. Jiang Qi smiled and didn't say much. He sat quietly beside her and waited for her to finish breakfast. On the way to the company, the two did not talk much. Song Meiyue sat in the passenger seat, turned her head sideways, and looked at the scenery along the street in confusion. Her emotions began to flood, all kinds of strange thoughts popped up in her mind. I don't know when it started, but Song Meiyue became a little sentimental. She didn't know why, but one thing was certain, from the moment she met someone, it seemed as if her originally planned life trajectory had deviated greatly. And Song? Jiang Qi suddenly spoke. Well. Song Meiyue turned her head, glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, and responded softly. What do you want to eat tonight? Jiang Qi said to her while driving, after get off work. I'll go buy it and then make it for you. I'm fine with either. Song Meiyue replied calmly. Then I'll just buy something. Anyway, 3 dishes and 1 soup, international standard. Jiang Qi said. Song Meiyue responded again, but it was a little different from before. Although it was still just one word, this word carried a hint of tenderness in it. At this moment, inside the small car, the atmosphere returned to its previous silence. Neither of them spoke, and they maintained silence in tacit understanding. Even the noisy streets, the endless stream of vehicles, and the rapid honking of horns, could not break this tranquility. Am I particularly difficult to get along with? Song Meiyue asked calmly. No. Jiang Qi answered casually. Yeah. Song Meiyue looked at the pedestrians along the street and said expressionlessly, It's okay if I'm difficult to get along with. I never expect others to feel sorry for me. Anyway, I've carried through the most difficult days by myself. Jiang Qi frowned and said seriously, Maybe this is life. But you still have to believe that there will always be someone who will come for you, understand your thoughts, know your hard work, and accompany you through the ups and downs of life. Could this person be you? As soon as the words fell, suddenly, Song Meiyue's brain short-circuited and she wanted to jump out of the car. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 58 Auntie rewards you. Song Meiyue didn't know why she asked such a question, but words were like spilled water, they couldn't be taken back. After Song Meiyue came to her senses, she was so anxious that she wanted to unbuckle her seatbelt and jump out of the car. For a time, the atmosphere in the small car became extremely quiet, and time seemed to stand still. Song Meiyue turned her head to the side, a strange blush extending from her cold face to her neck. Her right hand was tightly gripping her mobile phone, almost crushing it, and her heart was trembling non-stop. It's over. I'm really doomed this time. I thought I had escaped last night's experience, but I didn't expect to fall into the quagmire again. What's going on? Why have I been so unlucky these past 2 days? Just when someone was at a loss, Jiang Qi, who was driving, glanced at Song Meiwei, who was silent beside him, and thought for a moment. Then a smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he said seriously, "Aunt Song, don't be ridiculous, I, Jiang, am in my prime." As soon as the words fell, Song Meiwei, who was about to die socially, suddenly felt a surge of anger erupt from deep within her heart. The shame and somewhat unprepared emotions were replaced by indifference and anger. She turned her head, glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, and asked expressionlessly, "Are you saying I'm old?" "No. You misunderstood." Seeing her return to her usual self, Jiang Qi said with a smile, "Do you know when a woman is most charming?" Song Meiwei frowned and replied lightly, "I don't know." "It's right now." Jiang Qi smiled and said, "The most beautiful look of a woman isn't the childishness of 18, nor the maturity of 30, but her confidence at all times. I've never seen a woman like you. It's as if you were born with such confidence. You're mature and intelligent on a daily basis, but when you're drunk you're so. Anyway, you're perfect." "So what?" Song Meiwei asked calmly, "What does this have to do with your youth?" "Well, some things can't be expressed verbally, they need to be understood with the heart." Jiang Qi rambled on in a serious tone, "Think about it yourself. I suggest starting from the perspective of humanity and the universe, and engaging in a game of ideas through the philosophy of life. Of course, in the end, you still have to return to the international." His words successfully led Song Meiwei astray. She looked at him without hesitation, at this unreasonable man, with a slightly critical look in her eyes. She looked at him carefully and asked seriously, "Have you been to the hospital?" "What did the doctor say?" "I have. The doctor said I'm in the late stage, there's no cure." Jiang Qi followed her words and answered with a smile. Song Meiwei turned her head away and looked at the pedestrians along the street through the car window. Her sexy red lips were slightly pouting, and under her cold and charming face, there was a hint of playfulness and cuteness that did not belong to her age. Perhaps that wasn't his original intention. He didn't despise his age. He just wanted to save face. Song Meiwei's mind gradually overflowed, thinking about the many experiences in the past few days, the meticulous care and concern she felt from him, and his strong and secure heart. He would definitely not say those words that made her angry for no reason. So there was only one reason. He didn't want to embarrass himself. Then willingly become the bad guy. Suddenly, the knot buried in her heart was untied by Song Meiwei herself, and what followed was gratitude to others and a touch of emotion that she herself could hardly perceive. Sudden. Song Meiwei thought of something. His salary was not very much to begin with. Most of it was used to pay the mortgage, leaving very little. As a result, he had to use part of the money to buy vegetables and then cook for himself. His current financial situation should be very bleak, right? Think for a moment, analyze calmly. I silently picked up my phone and transferred some money to someone on WeChat. Coincidentally, Jiang Qi drove to his destination, parked the car, and picked up his phone. He glanced at the message he had just received, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked Song Meiwei beside him, "What do you mean? Why did you suddenly transfer 5,000 to me?" "Food expenses." Song Meiwei answered calmly while unbuckling her seatbelt. "That's too much, right? A few hundred yuan would be enough." Jiang Qi said helplessly. Song Meiwei unbuckled her seatbelt, turned her head and stared at him blankly, saying seriously, "The rest is a reward from Auntie." After that, with a bang, Song Meiwei got out of the car and left, leaving Jiang Qi sitting alone in the car, watching Song Meiwei's back gradually walking away and finally disappearing from his sight. What the hell? Ah, Auntie rewarded me? Jiang Qi returned to the company and slumped in his chair weakly, looking at the 5,000 yuan transfer sent by someone. He never clicked the button. After all, he still had the blood of a man flowing in his body. Ouch. Why do we have to go to work again? Xiaobukan, exhausted, plopped down beside Jiang Qi and said drowsily, "Jiang Qi, when can we achieve financial freedom? Don't mention wealth for now. I'm obsessed with money, brother." Jiang Qi sighed deeply, locked his phone, and looked up at the ceiling. With a bitter expression, he sighed, "Melancholy. Life is so fucking melancholy." For a time, the brothers fell into emo. At the same time, Song Meiwei was sitting in the office, holding her mobile phone, staring at the transfer on the screen, a hint of anxiety revealed between her brows. Why hasn't he accepted it yet? Song Meiwei didn't know what to do. Maybe she was too rude and direct, which made him feel a little resentful. But the problem was, she was obviously thinking about him and worried that he didn't have enough money to buy groceries every day, but he was still dissatisfied. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, breaking the atmosphere. Then a middle-aged man came in. He looked to be in his 50s. When he saw Song Meiwei, a kind smile appeared on his face. "My dear daughter. Dad came to see you." The middle-aged man sat in front of Song Meiwei and asked with concern, "Have you been under a lot of pressure at work recently?" Seeing his father, Song Meiwei immediately understood his intention and said casually, "Dad, let's get straight to the point. How many boys' information did you collect this time?" After that, Song Meiwei's father took out 5 photos and placed them in front of his daughter. Someone glanced at it absent-mindedly, and in an instant, the whole person was stunned. Why is he in there too? P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 59 Like a Close Wife. Originally, Song Meiwei didn't take the blind date her father introduced to her seriously, but she never expected that someone would be mixed in with the person introduced to her this time. It was quite unbelievable when she thought about it carefully. Although my parents are not snobs, they are still quite strict when it comes to the matter of their future son-in-law. Logically speaking, it is impossible for someone to enter the eyes of their parents, so how could he suddenly appear? "My dear daughter. These 5 young men were carefully selected by your mother and me." Song Meiwei's father, sitting opposite, picked up the first photo of a young talent and said with a smile, "This is your Uncle Dong's son. He just came back from abroad this year. He's only 1 year younger than you, and he's now a section chief." As soon as the words fell, he casually picked up the second photo and said earnestly, "This is your eldest cousin's friend. He's a manager at a securities company and seems to be a year older than you. But your eldest cousin said, this person doesn't smoke, drink, or visit prostitutes. He's the type who lives a down-to-earth life. Your mother thinks he's a great person and highly recommends him." Speaking of life, Song Meiwei thought of someone in her mind. It seemed that this guy smoked and drank, and most importantly, he often went to the bath center to find women for massage. In comparison, he was simply terrible. But putting aside the facts, in fact, he was also the type who knew how to live. After all, he had a firm grasp on his stomach. I wonder what he will cook tonight. A little bit looking forward to it. Then, Song Meiwei's father introduced 2 more young talents in succession. Finally, he picked up Jiang Qi's work photo and said seriously, "This guy is a young man Dad recently discovered at the company. I've been observing him for over a month. How should I put it? Compared to the previous 4, he has nothing special except his looks. He's just mediocre." In an instant, Song Meiwei felt a little unhappy and opened her mouth, but she swallowed the words back. "But I think the more ordinary a man is, the more suitable he might be for you," Song Meiwei's father said. "I've heard he comes from a single-parent family, so he's been very independent since childhood. He's also quite popular, and his colleagues have a good opinion of him. He has a gentle and refined personality, which is a good match for you." Song Meiwei looked at someone's photo, a very ordinary formal photo. Although he was completely inferior to the previous 4 people in terms of family background, but he was really handsome, and most importantly, he was very strong, which she had deeply experienced. Thinking of this, a strong sense of shame gushed out from the depths of his heart, and a hint of shyness flashed between his brows. Why do I think of that accident again? Is it really desire that is at work? Song Meiwei bit her lips tightly, trying to calm herself down. She raised her head and looked at her father in front of her, saying calmly, "Dad, I don't have time for a relationship right now. I have a meeting to attend later, so let's end this here." Saying, pressing someone's photo with his arm and pushing the other 4 in front of his father, all of this seemed to be unintentional, but the real situation, only Song Meiwei knew. "Why? Okay. Song Meiwei's father didn't realize what the problem was. He picked up the photos of the 4 young talents, slowly stood up, looked at his precious daughter, and said with concern, "Take care of yourself. Come home often when you have time." After that, he left his daughter's office directly. Watching her father close the door of his office, Song Meiwei hurriedly picked up someone's photo and hid it in the corner of the drawer in a panic. When she finished this, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous, but also very excited. He raised his arm and gently touched his cheek with his palm. It's so hot, I can soak my face in a teapot. The day passed quickly. Jiang Qi drove his small electric car slowly towards his destination and soon saw Song Meiyue standing on the side of the road. Compared to this morning, she was now wearing a mask and a baseball cap. But even so, it still can't conceal her calm and composed demeanor as a mature woman who is unfazed by fame or disgrace, and has the relaxed and unhurried temperament of a wind-blown woman. The car stopped steadily in front of her, then Song Meiyue opened the door and sat in gracefully. She pulled the seatbelt and fastened it firmly to the buckle. In an instant, the outline of her open-minded heart was revealed. "Let's go," Song Meiyue said coldly. Jiang Qi stepped on the accelerator hard, and then the tram started slowly. Along the way, the two of them remained silent in tacit understanding. They didn't feel there was anything wrong with this awkward and quiet atmosphere, especially for Song Meiyue. She had been busy at the company all day and didn't really want to talk at the moment. "Have you ever eaten qianlong cabbage?" Jiang Qi suddenly asked. "No." "Is it delicious?" Song Meiyue asked. "That's it, actually. It's made with cabbage hearts as the main ingredient, mixed with sesame paste, honey, sugar, vinegar, salt, and other seasonings." Jiang Qi said this, then added, "It's a cold dish. If you want to eat it, I'll make it for you tonight." Song Meiyue responded casually, looking at the scenery along the street, and said expressionlessly, "Why don't you want my money?" Jiang Qi replied, "It's a bit too much. Besides, it's just some food, it won't cost much." Song Meiyue didn't continue talking. She sat quietly in the passenger seat, wondering what was going on in her mind. Unconsciously, arrived at a large shopping supermarket. After Jiang Qi parked the car, he was about to get out to buy some food when someone next to him suddenly spoke. "I'll go with you." Song Meiyue unbuckled her seatbelt and said calmly. "Oh." Jiang Qi didn't care about anything and got out of the car on his own, while Song Meiyue put on a mask and a baseball cap and followed quickly. Entering the shopping supermarket, Jiang Qi pushed the cart and went straight to the vegetable and meat section. As for Song Meiyue, she stayed firmly by his side, like a close-knit wife, following Jiang Qi wherever he went. "Let's stir-fry some beef." When passing by the meat area, Jiang Qi stopped and carefully selected beef suitable for stir-frying. Watching him selecting beef, pressing it and smelling it, his movements were quite professional. Song Meiyue suddenly remembered what Gu Fei said. She said that what she liked most was to go to the supermarket or the vegetable market with her husband after get off work. "I used to think that Gu Fei was crazy and what was the point of visiting here? But now, I seem to have experienced that feeling, a calm and warm feeling." "Ha? Jiang Qi?" The sudden sound echoed in Song Meiyue's ears, and she shuddered all over. "No. No way? I actually met Gu Fei here? P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward." Chapter 60 Little Husband. The sudden sound interrupted Jiang Qi, who was choosing beef. Turning around, he saw Gu Fei holding a man's arm, standing not far behind him with a smile on her face. "Hello, Mr. Gu. I didn't expect to meet you here." Jiang Qi looked at Gu Fei with a smile, then moved his gaze to the man beside her and said respectfully, "This should be your lover, right?" Gu Fei smiled and nodded, then introduced to Jiang Qi, "Yes. This is my lover Zhang Wenzhong, the chairman of Dingtian Company." As soon as the words fell, then he said to Jiang Qi, "Don't call me General Gu from now on. Your mother and I are sisters. We're not as close as Meiyue and your mother, but we can still get along. Occasionally, we get together for a few drinks. From now on, you can call me Aunt Gu. As for my husband, you can call him Uncle Zhang." Ever since his experience with Aunt Song, Jiang Qi didn't care that much about seniority. Even if he did, there was nothing he could do. After all, the other party was his mother's sister, so it was natural for him to call her aunt. "Well, I understand, Aunt Gu." Jiang Qi agreed with a smile. "Wife? Is this Jiang Qi?" Zhang Wenzhong looked at the young man in front of him with curiosity, with a hint of curiosity on his face. Ever since he heard the ideological guideline of Ecological Counterattack 2.0 from Gu Fei, he was looking forward to meeting Jiang Qi in the future. Today he finally met him, and there were many topics he wanted to discuss with him. "That's right. He is the Jiang Qi I mentioned to you," Gu Fei said with a smile on her face. After that, noticing the woman standing next to Jiang Qi, Gu Fei's brows furrowed, a subtle flash of irritation crossing her face. What was going on with this woman beside Zhang Qi? Wasn't he and Mei Wei having an affair? Why did a strange woman suddenly appear out of nowhere? Could she be Zhang Qi's colleague? The black women's professional suit, paired with a pair of black medium-high heels, fully demonstrates the simplicity and competence of urban white-collar women in the workplace. She seems to have a slim figure, but her appearance. She wears a mask and a baseball cap and keeps her head down, so her real appearance cannot be seen at all. It feels so familiar, doesn't it? This outfit and this temperament always make me feel that she is very similar to Mei Yue, as if they were carved from the same mold. Gu Fei carefully looked at the strange woman next to Zhang Qi, trying to find clues from her. In an instant, when she noticed the mobile phone tightly held by the strange woman, she immediately realized something, and her originally gloomy expression revealed a faint smile. So that's it, I suddenly understand. Ha! My dear nephew. Gu Fei looked at the stranger woman in disguise and asked Zhang Qi, who is this girl? Well. Oh, she's just SSSS. Before Zhang Qi could finish his words, he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his waist and couldn't help but gasp. Oh shit. How come this woman has such strong hands? Zhang Qi was almost in shock. He couldn't believe that the seemingly weak Song Mei Wei had such strength. It hurt more than his mother's pinch. Was this still the same girl who couldn't open the porridge bucket lid? Maybe she tightened it? I remembered that someone said this morning that she couldn't open the porridge bucket. Now it is obvious that she tightened it herself. Zhang Qi calmed down. He understood why someone wanted to pinch him. His clever mind instantly started a storm of thoughts. He thought briefly and analyzed diligently. Then he explained to Gu Fei, it's a colleague from the company. She happened to be going the same way as me, so I took her home. Oh, I see. Gu Fei smiled and said, then I'm relieved. Your Aunt Song cares about you very much, so don't make her sad. Zhang Qi did not answer, but just dealt with it casually. However, Song Mei Wei, who was standing beside him in silence, was almost ashamed to the point of committing suicide. Even though she was wearing a mask and a hat, she always lowered her head, fearing that Gu Fei would see that it was her. Don't find me. Don't find me. Don't let Gu Fei find out it's me. Song Mei Wei kept praying in her heart, trying to avoid certain things in this way. In the following time, the four of them formed a small team. Zhang Qi was picking vegetables while discussing the ideological guidelines of Ecological Counterattack 2.0 with Zhang Wenzhong. Gu Fei held her husband's arm and didn't say a word the whole time. As for Song Mei Wei, she didn't dare to speak and stayed close to Zhang Qi. Shao Qi. I have to admit, your idea is bold and avant-garde. If successful, the future is bright, but the subsequent investment is huge. Zhang Wenzhong said earnestly, I have an idea, take it slow and steady, and move forward slowly. After all, you don't have a traffic base yet. Zhang Qi fully agreed with Zhang Wenzhong's words and said seriously, Uncle Zhang, you're right. I plan to initially test 15 products, covering information platforms, social platforms, search engines, and other aspects. Information platform. This is a good idea, but there are many such platforms on the market now. How can you have your own competitiveness? Zhang Wenzhong asked. Zhang Qi replied seriously, I've used many platforms, and they all have an obvious problem. As more and more information becomes available, the information that can help users becomes less and less. What if I could accurately filter out the useful information and present it to users? Would that be a good idea? After listening to Zhang Qi's description, Zhang Wenzhong suddenly understood something. He looked at the young man beside him in astonishment, with a look of surprise and disbelief in his eyes. Shao Qi. Your line of thought leaves me a little shocked. Zhang Wenzhong said with emotion, it's simply impeccable. Zhang Qi didn't feel anything about Zhang Wenzhong's praise, but Song Mei Wei, who was beside him, felt a surge of emotion in her heart. She didn't know why she had such a feeling, but she felt particularly comfortable hearing Gu Fei's husband praising someone, which was 1,000 times more comfortable than when he praised herself. Why? You said you'd accompany me for a stroll, but you ended up chatting so enthusiastically with your nephew that you completely ignored me. Gu Fei rolled her eyes at her husband, then let go of his arm. She walked over to Song Mei Wei, gently took her arm, and said with a smile, Sister, can you stay with me for a while? This sudden change almost scared Song Mei Wei silly. She was so nervous that she didn't know what to do, and even her heart was in her throat. Suddenly, Gu Fei's whispering voice came to my ears, with a hint of teasing and laughter. Mizuki? Are you having an affair with your young husband? P.S. Asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 61. My heart is in turmoil and my body is shaking. Originally, Song Meiyue's nerves were in a highly tense state. She was both nervous and scared. Then she heard Gu Fei's words, and for a moment she wished she could find a piece of tofu and hit herself to death. It was obvious. Gu Fei had recognized her a long time ago, and she deliberately did not break this thin layer of window paper. What's wrong? Why are you so silent all of a sudden? Gu Fei took Song Meiyue's arm and walked slowly. She leaned close to her best friend's ear and said with a smile, "Are you a little dissatisfied with me because I caught you and your young husband having an affair?" Seeing that things had come to this point and Gu Fei had no intention of making a big fuss about it, Song Meiyue took a deep breath and said calmly, "Don't get me wrong. He just sent me home." Send you home? Then why did you send it to the supermarket? Gu Fei said with a smile, "Isn't your little husband going to cook for you tonight?" Although Gu Fei guessed the purpose of this trip, Song Meiyue, who wanted to save face, would not admit such a thing, especially if that bad woman Gu Fei knew about it. She might even follow her here to eat for free. "I've already eaten in the company cafeteria," Song Meiyue replied calmly. Company cafeteria? Gu Fei carefully looked at her best friend, who was wearing a mask and a baseball cap, and then burst out laughing. She said unhappily, "I say, woman, do you think I'm stupid? I just complained last month that the company food was terrible and I would never eat there again, and now you tell me to eat in the cafeteria tonight. Last month is last month, and now is now, people change." Song Meiyue explained seriously. Gu Fei rolled her eyes. She was too lazy to argue with Song Meiyue about this matter. She watched her husband and Meiyue's young husband chat about life. The two men were chatting so passionately. She said with emotion, "My husband is such a rigid person, but he can chat so happily with your young husband. It seems that the two of them are quite compatible." Song Meiyue frowned and said seriously, "Call me by my name, don't call me little husband, little husband. He and I our relationship is ordinary. It's not as complicated as you think. It's just an ordinary relationship." If it's really just an ordinary relationship, why were you calling me ABA just now? You're obviously hesitant. Gu Fei curled her lips, then suddenly had an idea and asked curiously, "Meiyue, from now on, should I call Jiangqi my nephew or my brother-in-law?" Refused to answer. Song Meiyue said with a dark face and indifferently. Gu Fei, who knew her best friend's temper well, of course knew that someone was not angry at the moment. She was just avoiding certain things with this attitude. After all, Meiyue liked Jiangqi in her heart, but because of the awkward relationship between them, she didn't know how to deal with it. Indeed, this problem is difficult to solve, but then again, there are so many people to fall in love with. But why did he fall in love with Sister Yeling's son? I can only give her two, she deserves it. But to be honest, Sister Yeling's son is so handsome. His handsomeness is not like the effeminate handsomeness of a pretty boy, but the masculine handsomeness that a grown man should have, especially his eyes. They seem to be able to penetrate a woman's soul. Just those evil eyes, Meiyue can't resist them at all, not to mention that she has been lonely for 31 years. But Meiyue has been lonely for 31 years. Jiangqi might not be able to withstand the power she has accumulated. What are you thinking about? Seeing that Gu Fei was slow to speak, Song Meiyue glanced at her furtively and saw that she was frowning and looked thoughtful, wondering what she was thinking about. Nothing. I'm just worried about my eldest nephew's waist. Gu Fei looked at her good sister beside her and said meaningfully. Waist? What's wrong with his waist? Is there any problem? Song Meiyue didn't know what Gu Fei meant, but she was too lazy to understand the meaning. She looked at the back of someone not far away, watching him talking and laughing, and suddenly realized he was still quite cheerful, but in the future, she should let him stay less with Gu Fei's husband, so as not to lead him astray. 10 minutes later. After Jiangqi bought all the vegetables, he said goodbye to Gu Fei and his wife and prepared to take Song Meiyue home. Before leaving, Gu Fei and his wife added Jiangqi on WeChat. Looking at the backs of Jiangqi and Song Meiyue as they left, Gu Fei couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Although she didn't know what Jiangqi was thinking, from what she had seen, it seemed that Jiangqi also liked Meiyue very much, otherwise he wouldn't have sent her to and from get off work, cooked dinner for her, or even taken Meiyue out for a midnight snack. As for Meiyue, let's not even mention it. Even though Meiyue has been denying it, her face is already full of love for Jiangqi. What to do? How to help this lonely couple break the shackles of the world? Well, if it really doesn't work, then just love each other first and deal with the future problems later. Suddenly, many plans emerged in Gu Fei's mind, which were bound to ignite the love between this lonely man and woman. In a villa, Song Meiyue sat alone on the sofa in the living room, playing with her mobile phone while listening to the sound of cutting vegetables coming from the kitchen. Then she raised her head and looked towards the source of the sound, thinking for a while, then she stood up silently and walked towards the kitchen. I want to help. Song Meiyue stood beside Jiang Qi and said seriously, I don't want to eat for free. Hearing her words, Jiang Qi felt helpless. From what he had discovered when he first came to her house to cook, it was obvious that this woman had rarely been in the kitchen. But now she asked to help him. Was she sure she was not here to cause trouble? Well, then wash the cabbage and then cut it. Remember not to cut it too thin, but a little wider. This is for making qianlong cabbage. Jiang Qi pointed to the cabbage on the side and said seriously, first, pick out the cabbage leaves layer by layer, and then rinse them with water. Oh. Song Meiyue nodded, picked up a cabbage beside her, and began to pick the cabbage leaves. This job was not very tiring or troublesome. The cabbage was washed easily, and the next step was to cut it. Song Meiyue, who had rarely touched a kitchen knife, was in a dilemma for a moment, but she was worried about being disliked by someone, so she gritted her teeth and picked up the kitchen knife to cut the vegetables in her own way. Just at this time, when Jiang Qi saw the scene around him, he was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Oh my God! What are you going to do? Jiang Qi, who couldn't bear to watch, quickly stretched out his hand, gently held Song Meiyue's hand holding the kitchen knife, and said seriously, relax a little, don't hold it so high. In a moment, Song Meiyue's heart was in turmoil and her body was trembling a little. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 62 Parents' Unexpected Visit. At this time, Song Meiyue, with Jiang Qi holding the back of her hand, felt like she was about to suffocate. This experience was similar to the last time he pulled her into his arms. Although it didn't reach the point where she couldn't help herself physically, it was already very embarrassing. She didn't dare to move. Her body seemed to be out of control of her brain. She let Jiang Qi hold her little hand, slowly lowering it and then slowly raising it. A faint blush appeared on her cold and beautiful face, and it spread to her neck. There are two common ways to cut vegetables. The first is the straight knife method, where the knife and the ingredient are perpendicular, cutting directly into the ingredient with the force of the knife at the front end. The second is the push knife method, where the knife and the ingredient are perpendicular, and the knife mark enters the ingredient and then immediately pushes the knife forward. Jiang Qi controlled Song Meiyue's hands and whispered softly, the first one is suitable for cutting potatoes, bamboo shoots, cucumbers, and other vegetables. The second one is suitable for cutting softer ingredients, such as meat slices or pickled mustard greens. In short, it's up to you. Use whichever you want. After saying this, he released someone's delicate and soft hand and asked seriously, have you given up studying? However, facing Jiang Qi's question, Song Meiyue's consciousness had not yet returned to her mind. She stood there stupidly. When she finally reacted, she did not rush to answer someone's question. Instead, she hurriedly turned her hot and red cheeks to the side to prevent someone next to her from seeing her embarrassing appearance. Is that intentional? Or was it just an unintentional act? Song Meiyue forced herself to calm down and tried hard to think about the problem in front of her. However, no matter what answer she gave, it could not satisfy a certain expectation in her heart. Perhaps, all the answers were just her own imagination and not spoken from her mouth. Aunt Song? Are you okay? How could you become so withdrawn while cutting vegetables? Jiang Qi looked at Song Meiyue, who was standing there in a daze. Because she turned her head to the side, he couldn't see the expression on her face. He said hurriedly, why don't you go out first? Sit on the sofa and think carefully about how to cut vegetables. When you have figured it out, continue cutting next time. Song Meiyue responded stiffly, hurriedly put down the kitchen knife in her hand, and fled the scene in a hurry, leaving Jiang Qi standing alone in the kitchen. Seeing her fleeing in a hurry, Jiang Qi couldn't help but smile. He picked up the kitchen knife dropped by someone and skillfully cut the washed cabbage. The previous scene kept flashing through his mind. It was unbelievable. Those hands didn't look like those of a 31-year-old woman at all. It felt like the hands of an 18-year-old girl were not as delicate and smooth as hers. It's so hard. This woman is really terrifying. Not to mention how the unique temperament of a mature woman is fully displayed on her. Her skin is as delicate as that of an 18-year-old girl. Could this be the legendary, domineering and sweet type? It's simply the ceiling of pure desire. At the same time, Song Meiyue sat on the sofa. Although she looked calm on the outside, her heart was already surging. The feeling of someone holding the back of her hand just now was as if he had touched her soul and inadvertently plucked the most fragile string, and the lingering sound stirred every cell in her body. He did it on purpose. He definitely did it on purpose. This man still can't resist my charm, and actually uses such means to take advantage of me. Bad. Very bad, very bad. Song Meiyue insisted that someone's action just now was intentional. She absolutely did not believe that it was unintentional. It must have been a long-planned act. In an instant, her cold and beautiful face showed a little annoyance, and she was angry, helpless, and a little unsatisfied. Well. His hands were big and rough, and the feeling of holding them in his hands was kind of solid. Thinking of this, Song Meiyue grabbed the headrest beside her, hugged it tightly in her arms, rested her head on it, and pressed her chin firmly against the headrest. She stared at the mobile phone on the coffee table with her eyes wide open, her mind wandering, not knowing what she was thinking about. Dinner is simple. However, the original plan was for 3 dishes and 1 soup, but in the end it turned out to be 4 dishes and 1 soup, one of which was a cold dish. Song Meiyue, who ate shenlong cabbage for the first time, was instantly conquered by this Beijing-style cold dish. Although the ingredients, techniques and appearance were very ordinary and could not be compared with other dishes, the freshness, sweetness and sourness in the mouth made Song Meiyue unable to stop. After an unknown amount of time, all the dishes on the table were eaten up. At this time, Jiang Qi took a watermelon from the kitchen, preparing to give himself and her some after-meal fruit. "Is this melon ripe?" Song Meiyue asked casually while wiping the corners of her mouth elegantly with a tissue. "Look at what you said. Will I let you eat raw watermelon?" While chatting and laughing, Jiang Qi split the watermelon in front of him with a knife, then cut the watermelon skillfully, handed a slice to someone, picked up the other slice and ate it frantically. Compared to Jiang Qi, who plays Beiji eating ginseng fruit, Song Meiyue is much more elegant, and she embodies the temperament of a noble lady to the extreme. "More?" Jiang Qi saw Song Meiyue finish the watermelon in her hand and asked her casually. "No. You'll get fat if you eat too much at night." Song Meiyue took out a tissue and wiped her mouth gently. Then, she looked at him wolfing down the food, with an imperceptible tenderness between her brows. If it was another man eating like this, she would be a little disgusted, but if it was Jiang Qi, she would think it was pretty good. "Are you sure you have enough money?" Song Meiyue said absent-mindedly, "Tell me the truth." "Don't worry, it's enough." Jiang Qi picked up another slice of watermelon and said as he ate it, "I still have quite a bit of savings." Song Meiyue frowned slightly and said casually, "Usually, only married men have private money." "You haven't even been married, how do you still have private money?" After saying this, pursing her lips, she casually asked, "How many are there?" "What? Are you a spy sent by my mother?" Jiang Qi rolled his eyes and said seriously, "Why are you even asking about my little treasury?" "Just asking." Song Meiyue said this, but she was a little wary in her heart. It is said that rich men will become bad. With his current economic level, he is so poor, but he often goes to bath centers to spend money. If he has a lot of money in his pocket, who knows how rampant he will be. Thinking of this, look at him without any hesitation, looking at the man who is eating melon. Perhaps he is not that kind of person, he just thinks too much. At this moment, there was a rapid knock on the door, breaking the silence. "Xiao Ye. Mom and Dad forgot to bring their keys. Come and open the door." Suddenly, the 2 people in the room panicked. Chapter 63 has a manly scent. Song Meiyue never expected that her parents would suddenly come to visit at this time. If it were any other time, it would not be a big deal, but the problem now is, there is a young and handsome boy in the house. If her parents saw him, the consequences would be unimaginable. At the same time, Jiang Qi's face was also full of nervousness, but his nervousness was not the same as Song Meiyue's. Jiang Qi was more worried whether the chairman of Feihong Group would have some bad thoughts when he saw him and his daughter together, which would make him angry. After all, daughters are always their father's close-fitting little cotton-padded jackets. What should I do?" Jiang Qi asked cautiously. Hearing his voice, Song Meiyue's consciousness gradually returned to her mind. She suppressed the panic in her heart and said seriously, "You hide first." Ah? Hide? Jiangqi was stunned. What's this hiding trick? Is hiding necessary? It's like he's having an affair with her. Nothing's really going on, but he's trying to cover it up in a way that only makes it more obvious. It'd be fine if he didn't get caught, but if he did, I'm afraid. If they see you and I alone in a room, my parents will think that. Song Meiwei bit her lip lightly, a hint of helplessness and shame in her words, and said, "Anyway, you can't show up, you have to hide." Jiangqi opened his mouth, but swallowed the words back. Just at this moment, he heard shouts from the door again. "Baby girl? Hurry up and open the door for Dad." The shouts outside the door were like a death warrant, making Song Meiwei, who was in the vortex, unable to resist. She took a deep breath, trying to calm her inner panic, and shouted, "Wait a minute. I'll be right there." After saying this, staring sharply at Jiangqi beside him, he said seriously, "Hurry up and take the shoes away from the door, then run to the second bedroom on the left, third from the second floor, and hide under the bed. Remember to turn your phone to silent mode. I'll message you when the time comes." "No. Hide under the bed?" Jiangqi hurriedly shook his head and said seriously, "Jiang, have nothing to fear. Clearly, nothing happened between us, so why make things so complicated? This solution, isn't it just fabricating something out of nothing?" For a time, the two had their first fierce conflict. Jiangqi felt that Song Meiwei was making a big deal out of nothing, turning a not very complicated matter into a very cumbersome process, which was tangled and confusing. Song Meiwei did not want her parents to know certain things, especially that she was hiding a man in her secret room. "Are you going to hide or not?" Song Meiwei looked at him angrily. She looked at the suddenly stubborn man and said viciously, "If you don't hide, I will withdraw my investment immediately and assign you to the cleaning department to clean the toilets." Jiangqi rolled his eyes and was about to open his mouth to refute a few words, but when he saw the anxious look on someone's face, his heart softened and he pursed his lips. He asked curiously, "Are you worried that people will misunderstand you as a man hiding in a golden house?" Song Meiwei curled her lips and did not answer his question. Okay. Then I'll make a reluctant sacrifice." Jiangqi sighed, then added earnestly, "But I'd rather die than crawl under the bed. It's simply too shameful to do that." "No. I can't do it." Then. Hide in the closet," Song Meiwei said. "Why is it either under the bed or in the cabinet? Is there no other place? Like a basement or something?" Jiangqi said dejectedly. "The entrance to the basement is next to the main door. There is a wine cellar in the house, but my dad will definitely go in, so you can just hide it in the closet." Song Meiwei bit her lip tightly, a slightly pitiful look between her brows, and pleaded softly, "Please. I'll give you a raise when the time comes. This is not about money, this is..." "How much has it increased?" Jiangqi asked. "Hide first," Song Meiwei said urgently. "We'll see how you perform then." Final. Jiangqi walked barefoot, holding his shoes, and walked carefully to the second floor, then he walked into the second bedroom. Standing in the dark closet, Jiangqi was completely devastated. He didn't know why this had happened. He even suspected that he had taken the wrong script and had inexplicably hidden in the closet. But who could he blame? He could only blame himself for being too soft-hearted. Maybe it was the sight that brought back memories. Jiangqi, hiding in the closet, hummed a sad song softly. "You are always too soft-hearted. Take all the problems on yourself. Love is always easy, but getting along is always hard. If it's not yours, don't force it." Damn. The whole world cried. "Dad? Mom? Why did you come here suddenly?" Song Meiwei opened the door and looked at the middle-aged couple in front of her, asking with a slightly stiff expression. "Mom, I missed you. You little bitch, you never came home, so I had to come here by myself." The middle-aged woman standing at the door smiled at her daughter and said, "How was it? Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Song Meiwei pursed her lips and then asked, "When will you go back?" This question. The middle-aged couple was confused by her questions. They had just arrived and she was asking when they would go back. Was there anyone who was so disliked by her? Yeah? My parents just arrived at your house, and you're already asking when they'll be back. Do you dislike your parents so much? The middle-aged woman asked unhappily. No. I. Song Mayue was speechless. She couldn't tell her parents that she had hidden a young and handsome boy at home. He was right next to your room, in the closet of the third bedroom on the left on the second floor. Mom, that's not what I meant. Song Mayue bit her lip and explained helplessly, I mean, can you stay here tonight? At this time, Song Mayue's father said with a smile, originally, your mother and I planned to leave before 10:30, but since you asked. Speaking of this, he turned to look at his wife beside him and asked, honey, why don't you just stay here tonight? That's fine. The middle-aged woman nodded. What? Staying here tonight? What should he do then? At this moment, Song Mayue felt that the whole world was dim. Originally, the world was full of love and peace, but now all she saw was despair. Song Mayue's mother walked into the villa and was changing her slippers when she suddenly found a clue in the shoe cabinet. She raised her head, carefully observed the situation in the villa, and then sniffed gently. It has a manly scent. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 64. Does she have a man? As Song Mayue's mother, Yu Xiaofang's nose is not that of a police dog, and she cannot judge the presence of a man through the air. The reason why she has such an idea is entirely because of her grasp of details. First, she noticed something strange in the shoe cabinet, a pair of large slippers placed in a messy manner, and secondly, there was a hint of fireworks in the air. So obviously, someone had just cooked at my daughter's house, and that someone must have been a man. Many clues and elements are mixed together, and one thing is slowly coming to light. At the same time, Yu Xiaofang's mood is gradually becoming excited. A man and a woman are alone in a room, and he is still cooking dinner for his daughter. It seems that this man's identity is not ordinary. Is he Yaya's boyfriend? Thinking of this, Yu Xiaofang nudged her husband, Song Guoping, the chairman of Feihong Group, and whispered, Guoping, take a closer look at the slippers in the second compartment on the right side of the shoe cabinet. Do you notice anything? Well, slippers? Song Guoping looked at the messy slippers in confusion and said casually, isn't it just a pair of slippers? They should be worn by men, right? Yu Xiaofang raised the corner of her mouth slightly, and said earnestly, don't you think there's something wrong with these slippers? Aren't they too messy? They don't match the other pair next to them? After hearing his wife's explanation, Song Guoping suddenly understood. His brows revealed immense joy and excitement. He stared at his wife in disbelief, suppressing his inner excitement and whispered, you mean, our Yaya has a man? Yu Xiaofang nodded, then shook her head and said seriously, these are just our guesses. Without solid evidence, it's better not to hold on to such hopes. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. However, speaking of this, looking at her daughter sitting on the sofa, she was holding her phone, not knowing what she was doing. Then she said meaningfully, when our daughter first saw us, she seemed a little nervous and flustered. Especially when she asked us, quite unreasonably, when we were going back, it seemed like she was trying to hide something. And this room clearly smells like smoke. Yu Xiaofang narrowed her eyes and smiled at her husband, go to the kitchen and see if the bottles and cans on the stove are neatly arranged. Then check the pots and pans to see if they've been washed. Good. Song Guoping nodded repeatedly. At the same time, Song Mayue didn't know that she was being controlled by her parents. She was sending a notice to someone hiding in the closet, informing him that something unexpected had happened, her parents would stay here overnight, and asked him to stay until midnight, wait for her parents to fall asleep, and then sneak out. Originally thought that someone would be very angry, but he calmly sent 3 words. Got it. This was beyond Song Mayue's expectation, and at the same time her guilt towards him became deeper and deeper, and the guilt was mixed with other emotions. Yeah? Are you tired from work recently? Yu Xiaofang walked to the sofa and sat down next to her daughter, looking at her tenderly and asking with concern. At this time, Song Guoping took the opportunity to sneak into the kitchen. Under the couple's cover and sneak attack, Song Mayue didn't notice anything at all. She replied expressionlessly, it's okay. That's all I see every day. Although Yu Xiaofang dreams of becoming a grandmother, her care and love for her daughter have never diminished. Gently holding her daughter's hand, she said with emotion, take care of yourself. Don't get sick from overwork. It's best to find a man who cares about you and takes good care of you. Song Mayue was already used to her mother always turning things over to her son-in-law. She curled her lips and said lightly, "Let's talk about it later." As soon as the words fell, Song Guoping slipped out of the kitchen, walked quickly to his wife's side, and then slowly sat down. Then the couple looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Ahem. Yeah, please sit down first, your dad and I have something to discuss. Yu Xiaofang stood up expressionlessly and said to her daughter beside her. Watching her parents walk towards the backyard, Song Meiwei didn't care. At this moment, all her thoughts were on the person hiding in the closet. Of course, there was also an indescribable emotion, probably because she was secretly hiding a grown man at home under her parents' noses. Wife. You're amazing. This kitchen is exactly as you imagined. Especially when I touched the non-stick pan, there wasn't even a water stain on it. Song Guoping said with a smile, "Our Yaya has a man now, a man who can cook and wears size 43 slippers." Yu Xiaofang was also extremely excited when she heard what her husband reported, but she quickly regained her composure. After all, these evidences were just speculations, and before she saw the man, all the speculations were subject to unexpected circumstances. Don't be too happy too soon. After all, there are many unexpected situations. Yu Xiaofang pondered for a moment and said thoughtfully, "I'll call Fei Fei. She should know something." Yes. Hurry up and call Fei Fei and ask her if Yaya has a man," Song Guoping said urgently. Yu Xiaofang took out her cell phone, found Gu Fei's number, and dialed it directly. Soon the other party answered and asked with a smile, "Fei Fei, are you busy?" At this moment, Gu Fei was sitting on the sofa, her whole body lying in her husband's arms, holding the phone close to her ear, and said with a smile, "Auntie. Of course I'm not busy, I'm watching TV with Wenzhong." Ouch. You two are so loving. Yu Xiaofang smiled, then asked quietly and cautiously, "Fei Fei. Auntie has something I need to ask you." "Aunt, please tell me." Gu Fei said. "That. Does my Yaya have a man?" Yu Xiaofang asked seriously. "I found some clues in Yaya's villa, but I'm not sure, so I called you to ask. You are Yaya's best friend, so you should know something, right?" Hearing Yu Xiaofang's words, Gu Fei suddenly sat up from her man's arms, with a look of surprise between her brows. She opened her mouth, but didn't know how to explain when the words came to her lips. After all, this love affair was too shocking, and Gu Fei was worried that her entire worldview would collapse once her aunt knew about it. Mitsuki falls in love with her best friend's son. Will my aunt burst into tears? P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 65. I will treat you better in the future. Although Gu Fei knew some things about Song Meiwei, that she was in love with Sister Yeiling's son, and that Sister Yeiling's son also had a good impression of Meiwei, the two were in a very awkward situation with each other because of worldly prejudices and shackles, but these things must never be told to Meiyue's mother. Although my aunt's ideas are not so futile and she is very supportive of so-called free love, no matter how open-minded she is, it is probably not that easy for her to accept her daughter falling in love with the son of her daughter's best friend. What's wrong? Fei Fei, why are you suddenly silent? Yu Xiaofang noticed the silence across from her. A surge of excitement welled up in her heart, and she asked cautiously, could it be that Yaya really has a man? Gu Fei didn't know what to say for a moment, and squeaked, this. Ouch. You're driving me crazy. What's going on? Is there anything? Yu Xiaofang was so anxious that she almost stamped her feet. She said urgently, Fei Fei, please don't lie to me. I've watched you grow up. Faced with the anxious Yu Xiaofang, Gu Fei finally chose to tell half and then hide the other half. Aunt. Actually, I don't know much about this either. Yaya never told me anything, but like you, I've discovered a clue. Gu Fei said seriously, Yaya might have fallen in love with a man, and this man often comes to Yaya's house and cooks dinner for her. Hearing Gu Fei's words, Yu Xiaofang's face suddenly lit up with joy. What she got from Gu Fei was almost the same as what she knew, so it can be concluded that her daughter has a man, and the two of them often date in private, but just knowing this is not enough. Is there anything else? Yu Xiaofang asked. Gu Fei smiled bitterly. Of course there is. I'm just afraid you'll be frightened after hearing it. Then she pursed her lips and said seriously, no more. That's roughly what I know. Auntie, you know that Yaya won't publicize anything she doesn't want others to know, so? 2. Yu Xiaofang sighed in disappointment, then said seriously, Fei Fei, if Yu tells you something in the future, please tell me. Of course. I won't betray you. But there's one more thing, please keep an eye on her. Yu has no experience in love, and I'm worried she'll get deceived.
I understand. Don't worry.
Gu Fei agreed quickly. Then, the two of them ended the call. Yu Xiaofang looked at her husband beside her, and before she could speak, Song Guoping couldn't help it. What did Fei Fei say?
Song Guoping asked anxiously.
It's basically consistent with our guess. Yaya has quietly found a man, and this man often comes here and cooks dinner for our Yaya alone.
Yu Xiaofang replied. In an instant, Song Guoping was almost excited. It had been so many years.
He finally heard that his daughter had a man.
Don't get excited, don't get excited. We haven't even started talking yet, why are you so excited?
Yu Xiaofang said calmly, the situation is very serious right now.
We know nothing about Yaya's man, and Yaya doesn't seem to want to confess to us. I'm really worried. What if Yaya encounters a bad guy?
These words sobered Song Guoping up a lot. He frowned and thought for a long time before expressing his opinion.
I think you're worrying too much. Yaya has been working in the company for so many years.
She's seen all kinds of men and experienced all kinds of things.
Is she so easily deceived? I really don't understand anything.
Love can easily make people lose their minds, and our Yaya doesn't have any romantic experience. Yu Xiaofang rolled her eyes, took a deep breath, and said earnestly, I've already told Fei Fei to pay more attention to Yaya.
As for the two of us, let's just pretend we don't know anything about this. Well, this is the only way. Song Guoping nodded. He knew his daughter's temper very well.
Since she didn't want to make it public, she should just pretend that she knew nothing, so as to avoid a big fight.
At the same time,
Gu Fei was standing in her own yard, informing her good sister of the news.
Yeah, my aunt just called me.
Gu Fei said seriously, she seemed to have noticed something in your room and asked me, if you have a man.
Song Meiyue was not surprised by this news.
Her parents were old foxes, and her little troubles would definitely not be hidden from their eyes.
She bit her lip and asked calmly, what did you say? Don't worry. I didn't say anything. Gu Fei said.
Oh. Song Meiyue curled her lips, feeling extremely melancholy.
Well, where's he? Gu Fei asked curiously, has he gone home yet? This question suddenly brought Song Meiyue's mood to the bottom.
She raised her head and looked towards the second floor, and said silently, go back.
Be careful next time. Don't have an affair at home. There are so many 5-star hotels out there, aren't they much safer than home? Gu Fei said unhappily. Goodbye. Song Meiyue hung up the phone without any hesitation.
She had anticipated what Gu Fei would say next, so she took the initiative to nip these humiliating words in the bud. Putting her cell phone on the coffee table, Song Meiyue sat alone on the sofa, looking towards the second floor from time to time, her heart filled with guilt and heartache for someone.
Don't worry. I will treat you better in the future.
The family of 3 sat in the living room downstairs for a while, chatting about some family matters, and then Song Guoping and Yu Xiaofang went upstairs. Both of them had taken a shower, and when they arrived at the bedroom, they lay directly in bed.
5 minutes later, Song Meiyue began to act. Feeling guilty, she walked cautiously towards the stairs, then tiptoed upstairs and walked towards the 3rd bedroom.
She walked to the bedroom door, gently grasped the door handle, slowly pressed it down, and then carefully pushed it in.
This process almost suffocated Song Meiyue.
She didn't dare to move too much for fear that her parents would hear it.
Finally opening the door, Song Meiyue didn't close it because someone was going to come out later and closing the door would be a bit of a hindrance. Walking stealthily to the cabinet, Song Meiyue looked at the cabinet in front of her and could imagine what kind of expression someone would have next. It would definitely be a face full of resentment. Never mind. Who made me owe him?
Song Meiyue pursed her lips, grabbed the handle of the cabinet, and opened it cautiously.
The next second,
she was completely dumbfounded.
P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward.
Chapter 66. The couple were stunned.
Where are the people?
Where are the others?
Song Meiyue stared at the empty wardrobe in front of her in amazement.
Her mind was already in a mess. She was like a wooden stake standing there motionless, and her whole body was almost about to break apart. A living person is missing.
This is simply unbelievable. Restraining her inner shock and panic, Song Meiyue tried to calm herself down. She didn't believe that someone could disappear out of thin air, unless there was only one reason. He sneaked back home, but the problem was that she had been in the living room the whole time and didn't see him walk down the stairs at all. Could it be? Did he jump out the window? No, no, no. Although it is only 2 stories high, if you don't control the landing point well, you can easily break your bones. Although this guy is quite strong and has a strong body, the probability of injury is still very high. Faced with this unexpected incident, Song Mayue was completely confused. She sat down on the edge of the bed, calmed down and began to think about where someone had gone. However, no matter how she thought about it, Song Mayue still did not get a logical answer. In desperation, she got up and left the second bedroom, tiptoeing towards the living room downstairs. When she reached the coffee table, she picked up her cell phone and sent a message to someone, asking him where he was. A little bit. Song Mayue received his reply. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, I'm in the closet. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, but there is someone outside the closet, it seems to be your parents. In an instant, Song Mayue, sitting on the sofa, couldn't believe what she saw. She felt as if she was struck by lightning. She couldn't move her body. Her mind was in a state of dementia, and her heart was like a huge rock falling towards the bottom of the valley. Cracked. It's really about to break apart. Why was he in his parents' bedroom? Wasn't he supposed to go to the third bedroom? How did he end up in the second bedroom? Song Mayue was about to collapse. A hysterical despair gushed out from the deepest part of her heart. From her parents' sudden visit to someone walking into the wrong room, she couldn't imagine what she had experienced. What to do? What should I do now? Song Mayue was racking her brains, but still couldn't think of a solution. However, this problem had to be solved. What if her mother opened the closet and suddenly found a grown man hiding inside? She would probably not be able to wash herself clean even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Oh my God! Why is this happening? Song Mayue grabbed her hair and tore it up, her irritability almost swallowing her body. At the same time, Zhang Qi, who was hiding in the closet, was already trembling with fear. The moment the door was opened, he almost wanted to come out, but suddenly a middle-aged woman's voice reached his ears. He admitted that he was almost scared to death at that time. It's over, it's really over now. If I had known this would happen, I should have been more resolute and not listened to her bad advice. Now look what I am doing. I could be caught red-handed at any time and anywhere. Can you please not leave your clothes and pants lying around? Can you hang them in the closet? The middle-aged woman's voice reached Zhang Qi's ears again. At this moment, he thought of biting his tongue to commit suicide, and then tried it, but found it was too painful. In the end, he gave up this unrealistic idea and waited for the end of the world to come. What's the point of hanging this? We'll be back tomorrow morning. Just fold it and put it on the bedside table, said Song Guoping. These words gave Zhang Qi the motivation to live again, but as he had survived the disaster, he did not dare to breathe loudly and continued to remain nervous, fearing that the slightest movement would alert the couple outside. Wife, what kind of man do you think our Yaya found? Song Guoping asked curiously. How should I know? I've introduced so many men to her over the years, but none of them caught her eye. Now I don't know what type she likes. Yu Xiaofang replied calmly, anyway, he's a good cook, and Yaya really likes his cooking skills. After saying this, she sighed deeply and said with emotion, thinking about it carefully, this man I've never met is quite suitable for our Yaya. Yaya often has to work overtime until very late, and then comes home to eat instant noodles. If at this time, there is a man who can cook and make something for Yaya, it would be really nice. That is, I don't know what the other person's character is like and whether he is suitable for living together. Yu Xiaofang said melancholy. The conversation between the couple was heard without reservation by Zhang Qi, who was hiding in the closet. It was obvious that the man whom Song Mayue's parents had never met should be himself. As for how the two of them found out, it was meaningless to trace the root of the problem now. That's right. What's going on with that little car at the door? Yu Xiaofang asked with a puzzled look on her face. Why is it parked in front of Yaya's house? Maybe the neighbor parked his car illegally, said Song Guoping. Yu Xiaofang frowned and said to her husband earnestly, go talk to the neighbors tomorrow and tell them to park in front of their own houses. What's the big deal about parking in front of Yaya's house? In an instant, Zhang Qi in the closet panicked again, but things were far from over. No. Let's go find them now and explain the situation. We might not be able to see them tomorrow, but the neighbors are definitely here now. Yu Xiaofang said seriously, let's go. Put on your clothes and pants. We'll go together. Song Guoping got out of bed without hesitation and started putting on his clothes. The couple was putting on clothes and pants, while Jiang Qi, who was hiding in the closet, felt that he was about to be sentenced. Life was really too exciting, with one crisis after another. Well, Dad? Mom? Where are you guys going? Lying on the sofa in the living room downstairs, Song Meiyue was racking her brains for a solution when she heard footsteps coming from the stairs. She turned around and saw her parents coming down. She immediately stood up and asked urgently, "Go and reason with your neighbor next door and ask him why he parked his car in front of your house." Yu Xiaofang said seriously. Song Meiyue was stunned for a moment, and when she came to her senses, she collapsed again. Car. His car. Just when Song Meiyue was caught off guard, Song Guoping and Yu Xiaofang had already gone out to talk to their neighbors. At this time, Jiang Qi, feeling guilty, came down stealthily from upstairs. Looking at the desperate Song Meiyue, he pursed his lips and asked softly, "Is it too late for me to escape now?" Hearing his voice, Song Meiyue looked at the man in front of her, and her heart suddenly became angry. "As long as I'm not caught in the act, I'll stick to my guns." Song Guoping knocked on the door of his next-door neighbor, and after a while, a middle-aged man opened the door. "Who are you?" the middle-aged man asked doubtfully. "Oh. Sorry to bother you so late at night. We are the parents of the owners of the house next door. Is the car in front of our daughter's door yours?" "It's that small car." Yu Xiaofang did not adopt an aggressive attitude, but asked the neighbor calmly. "Well, it's not mine," the middle-aged man replied. "But it seems like that car has been parked there quite often these days, at regular times, in the morning and evening." The driver is a handsome young man. He must be your daughter's boyfriend, right?" After saying this, the couple were stunned. "P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward." Chapter 67. He slipped away, in front of my eyes. The couple was so shocked by their neighbor's words that they were stunned for a while. They turned their heads to look at each other and noticed the stunned expressions on each other's faces and the disbelief between their brows. If what the neighbor said was true, then doesn't that mean Yeye's man was always in the house? But the question is, where are the others? The couple thought of this at the same time, and then recalled how their daughter looked when they first saw her. Her slightly panicked look and the inexplicable questions seemed exactly the same as what the neighbor described. This. Song Guoping came back to his senses from the shock, looked at his wife with a complicated and astonished expression, opened his mouth, but when the words came to his lips, he didn't know how to say them. At this moment, Yu Xiaofang was also in deep confusion. She would never have thought the situation was like this. She didn't even notice that there was actually another person in the room, a living young man, who might be her future son-in-law. "I saw that young man this morning while walking my dog. He was sitting in the car," the middle-aged man said. "How should I put it? He was a clean, respectable young man. He gave me a very down-to-earth feeling. Most importantly, he was quite handsome." This comment instantly attracted the couple's attention. Although they had never seen the mysterious young man, the neighbor's evaluation undoubtedly met the couple's standards for a future son-in-law. In fact, they had very low requirements for their son-in-law. They did not demand that the other party be rich or have a high status. They just wanted him to live a down-to-earth life. Of course, appearance is a must, ugly ones are definitely not acceptable. At this moment, the middle-aged man discovered something and said to Song Guoping and Yu Xiaofang, "That's him." As soon as the words fell, Song Guoping and Yu Xiaofang quickly turned their heads and looked in the direction the neighbor said. Since it was night, their vision was not so clear, and they saw a blurry figure quickly getting into the car parked in front of Yeye's house. Before the couple could react, the car drove away, gradually drifting away. Soon the taillights disappeared from view. At this time, a heart-wrenching regret gushed out from the depths of their hearts. The couple was on the verge of collapse. They watched their future son-in-law leave like that, slipping away right under their noses. This could drive people crazy. In the following time, the couple didn't know how they said goodbye to their neighbors. They stood silently at the door of their daughter's house, where the car was originally parked, looking in the direction where the mysterious future son-in-law fled, staring blankly, for a long, long time. Why? Such skill is truly daring. Song Guoping sighed deeply, looking at his wife with a bitter expression, and said with emotion, I didn't expect that my future son-in-law was right under our noses, but we didn't even notice him. Where did my daughter hide him? How should I know? Yu Xiaofang was filled with anger and frustration. Such a great opportunity to meet her future son-in-law had slipped right under her nose. She didn't know when she would see him again. Given her daughter's temper and personality. Wife, do you think Ye will confess later? Song Guoping asked. Frank, if she confesses, will she still be your daughter? Yu Xiaofang rolled her eyes and said unhappily, I guess she's already prepared to deny it. Without solid evidence from the two of us, Ye won't reveal a single word. After saying this, a faint smile appeared on his depressed face, and he said with satisfaction, but we have finally confirmed that Ye has a man, and the boy is quite good, he should not be a mess. That's right. How much is that white car? Yu Xiaofang asked. I seem to have some impression. If I remember correctly, it should be only about 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. Song Guoping replied, it's just a small electric car for transportation. So cheap? After hearing the price, Yu Xiaofang looked at her husband in disbelief, but she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, a car is just a means of transportation and can only reflect one's financial strength at most. As for one's character, it has nothing to do with the car. When the couple returned to the house, their daughter was no longer there. It was obvious, she had gone into hiding. As they walked upstairs and passed by their daughter's room, Yu Xiaofang stopped, raised her hand and gently knocked on the door, then asked softly, Ye? Are you asleep? Moment. My daughter's voice came from the room. Asleep? Song Meiyue shouted. The couple looked at each other, seeing the helplessness and amusement in each other's eyes. Without saying anything, they walked into their rooms silently. After crawling back into bed, the two could not fall asleep for a long time. Deep down, they could not get over the fact that their future son-in-law had slipped away right under their noses. Where on earth could the mysterious future son-in-law be hiding in the house? The next morning, Song Meiyue woke up early from her sleep. After someone returned home last night, she did not go to him to question him, because it was her fault in the final analysis. Although his mistake was not small, she clearly told him to go to the third bedroom, but he went into the second one. But, no matter what, it was she who asked him to hide. But fortunately, my parents didn't catch me in the act, so I still have room to maneuver. She put on her clothes, washed up briefly, put on some light makeup, and slowly walked down the stairs. At this time, Yu Xiaofang had already prepared breakfast, and the family of three sat together happily. As for what happened last night, none of them mentioned a word. The sumptuous breakfast ended quickly, and the three of them set off for work together. Song Guoping drove the mother and daughter to the company. Yu Xiaofang got off the car halfway. She was different from the father and daughter. Yu Xiaofang was a politician. As the chairman of Feihong Group, Song Guoping has a dedicated parking space, which is on the ground. After parking the car, the father and daughter walked into the company together. During this period, although the father and daughter had some exchanges, they were all about company matters. Yeah. That piece of land by the river, you need to keep a close eye on it. Make sure nothing unexpected happens. At the elevator door, Song Guoping said to his daughter seriously. I understand. Song Meiyue replied coldly. After that, the elevator has arrived. With a ding sound, the elevator coming up from the basement floor slowly opened its door. Jiang Qi stood alone inside. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 68. What should I do if I want to watch a movie? Jiang Qi stood stupidly in the elevator, looking at the father and daughter in front of him. He suddenly felt panicky, afraid that he would be recognized by the chairman. Although he had successfully escaped from someone's villa last night, he was running away under the noses of someone else's parents after all. Song Meiyue was also extremely nervous at the moment. She clutched her mobile phone tightly, her palms almost sweating. She never thought that she would meet him in the company early in the morning, and she met him with her father. Don't recognize him. Otherwise it will be a tragedy. However, Jiang Qi and Song Meiyue were a little too worried. Song Guoping didn't see Jiang Qi's face clearly at all, he only saw a blurry back. Mr. Song, President Song. Jiang Qi saw the father and daughter coming in, and greeted them with a stiff upper lip. After all, as an employee of Fei Hong Group, he still had to say hello when he met his leader, otherwise it would be too impolite. Are you Xiao Jiang from the technical department? Song Guoping looked at Jiang Qi with a smile. He was quite familiar with this handsome young man. He had been paying attention to him a month ago and recommended him to his daughter. Unfortunately, his daughter didn't like him in the end. But now, Song Guoping didn't have any such thoughts. After all, his daughter already had a man secretly. Yes. Mr. Song. Jiang Qi nodded hurriedly, feeling a little surprised and a little worried. He didn't know why this high-ranking chairman knew him, and whether it was related to what happened last night. Do your best. I will make use of you in the future. Song Guoping said with a smile. These words made Jiang Qi completely confused, but he gradually let go of his worries. Looking at him like this, he probably didn't notice him last night. It was just a bit unbelievable that he wanted to use him for no reason. Of course, it was also possible that someone else was just talking nonsense. I will try my best, Mr. Song. Jiang Qi replied hurriedly. At the same time, Song Meiwei, who was standing silently at the side, felt relieved, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that she was worrying too much. In the situation last night, it was pitch black and she couldn't see the face at all, and the person ran away so quickly that he would definitely not be seen. It's safe. I feel like I've saved my life. It looked like he couldn't stay in this house much longer, at least not while he was around. But then again, why shouldn't he? He had plenty of experience hiding in closets, so at worst, let him suffer a little longer. And if he hadn't run into the wrong room, none of the thrilling events that followed would have happened. Just as Song Meiwei was daydreaming, the elevator arrived at a certain floor. Jiang Qi said goodbye and went out on his own. She watched his back as he left, until the elevator door closed, then she withdrew her gaze. However, Song Meiwei didn't know that Song Guoping, who was beside her, was in deep confusion at this moment. Just now, he glanced at Jiang Qi's back as he left, and instantly felt a sense of déjà vu, but he didn't know where this feeling came from. How do I feel? Xiao Zhan's back looks familiar? Song Guoping murmured to himself. These words made Song Meiwei break out in a cold sweat. She suppressed her inner panic and tried to appear calm, fearing that her father would notice her abnormality. Maybe I've been too tired lately. Song Guoping sighed and said earnestly to his daughter beside him, Yeah. Hurry up and get married, and then give birth to 2 big fat kids. Then dad and your mom will retire gloriously and stay home to take care of your children. Song Meiwei, who had saved her life, did not respond, but stood there expressionlessly, not knowing what she was thinking. Brother? What's going on? Seeing his good brother sitting in a chair in a daze, his face full of despair, Xia Buchan asked curiously, Did the developer of the house you bought run away? Did the pre-sale property become an unfinished property? You say. How many hardships does a person have to go through in his life? Jiang Qi asked with emotion. Why are you suddenly so sentimental so early in the morning? Xia Buchan pursed his lips and asked cautiously, Advanced cancer? Jiang Qi glanced at Xia Buchan beside him and said unhappily, Can you say something nice? It's either an unfinished building or terminal cancer. Are you just waiting for me to die so you can inherit my bank loan? Come on. I don't have Alzheimer's yet. Xia Buchan waved his hand, then looked around and cautiously approached Jiang Qi, grinning and saying, Jiang Qi, the widow and I are making rapid progress. We're planning to go to the movies together tonight. Jiang Qi was not surprised. He had already guessed this would be the outcome. He nodded silently and said calmly, It's up to you to make your decision. I think she's pretty good. Even though she's much older than me and has a 4-year-old daughter, sometimes I can't help but miss her. Xia Buchan shrugged and said seriously, That's it anyway. Jiang Qi responded. The next period of time was a day of slacking off. I don't know how long it took. When it was almost noon and he was about to get off work, Jiang Qi suddenly received a WeChat message from someone. Xiaoyer, come to the underground parking lot. I'll be waiting for you in the car. License plate number is XXXXXX. Jiang Qi frowned, but finally obeyed his heart. What's wrong? Can't you just go to the office and call me here suddenly? Jiang Qi sat in the back seat of a Mercedes-Benz, closed the door, looked at Song Meiwei beside him, and asked with a puzzled look on his face.
Someone will come into the office, it's safer here. Song Meiwei glanced at him and said ruthlessly. No. Why do you always make things up?
Jiang Qi was speechless. This woman seemed to be too cautious. She always liked to turn a small matter into something very complicated and tedious, and there would always be some accidents.
Song Meiwei's brows showed a hint of displeasure.
She turned her head to the side and said lightly, "That's just how I am."
Do you have any objections?
Looking at the suddenly stubborn person, Jiang Qi felt helpless and said with a smile, "Of course not."
After saying this, then he asked, "What do you want from me?"
Song Meiwei bit her lip lightly and said nonchalantly, "Originally, I was planning to go to the movies with your Aunt Gu tonight, but she had something urgent to do, so we can't go."
But I really want to see it. What do you think we should do?
Well, then I'll ask Aunt Gu on WeChat what could be more important than accompanying you, Aunt Song, to the movies.
Saying,
the mean-spirited Jiang Qi took out his cell phone and kept secretly observing someone out of the corner of his eye.
Sure enough, someone came to steal the phone. I didn't get it.
Jiang Qi was quick-witted and quick-handed. He suddenly raised his arm and perfectly avoided the sneak attack.
Then, Song Meiwei dived into Jiang Qi's strong arms. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 69 I like you to call me Auntie.
Song Meiwei unexpectedly dived into Jiang Qi's arms, into that strong chest that she had been longing for. Ever since she unexpectedly fell into his arms last time, that feeling was like a taste of marrow that she had come to love. The 31-year-old Song Meiwei was filled with some inexplicable impulse. However, this time, when I revisited the old place, in addition to the strong sense of shame that surged from deep in my heart and ran through my whole body, there were also some other emotions mixed in, a hint of happiness, and a bit of sporadic warmth.
Is it intentional? Song Meiwei herself couldn't explain it clearly.
She was indeed anxious at the beginning. When she heard that someone was going to call Fei-Fei to verify something, she was so scared that she immediately dropped her guard and rushed to snatch his phone without hesitation. However, she never expected that he was just teasing her. In fact, at that time, I was still able to control my body, but I don't know why, when I realized that I had been deceived, I suddenly chose to give up, to throw the jar into the air, to die together with him, and chose that idea that was brewing in my heart. The back seat of the Mercedes-Benz is very large, but the two of them were squeezed in the corner. At this moment, the air seemed to condense, time also stopped, the atmosphere around them became extremely quiet, and they could even hear each other's heartbeats. Jiang Qi felt this curvy body, and the unique fragrance of a mature woman pass through his nose, very sexy and intoxicating. Her breathing was a little rapid, but it could be detected that in this rapidity, she seemed to be trying hard to find a balance between breath and balance.
She must have done it on purpose, right? She must have done it on purpose. It feels so bad.
I was taken advantage of. People say that girls should protect themselves when they go out, but in fact, boys should protect themselves even more when they go out.
But there is one thing to say.
Her body is so soft and comfortable, 2 words can describe it: graceful.
Aunt Song, you're so heavy.
Jiang Qi pursed his lips, breaking the silence between them. Hearing someone's words that ruined the mood, Song Meiwei was pulled back to reality from the dual emotions of shyness and shame. She suddenly stood up from someone's arms, turned her cold and slightly flushed face to the other side, her long black hair covering her face, and at the same time she adjusted her slightly wrinkled professional women's suit.
Fraud. Song Meiwei bit her lips tightly and blurted out these words out of the blue. Same here.
Jiang Qi looked at the person facing him. Although he couldn't see her face at the moment, he could tell from thinking about it that her face was flushed. Suddenly, he felt a surge of emotion.
She must be very cute when she blushed. Unfortunately, he had never seen it before. What a pity. Song Meiwei didn't say anything.
She knew her lie had been exposed, and there was no need to argue any further.
She hesitated for a moment and asked casually, "Are you going?" "Where are you going?" "Watch a movie?"
Jiang Qi thought seriously for a moment, then said seriously, beg me, and I'll go to the movies with you." Song Meiwei was stunned, and the expression on her face became complicated. 2 thoughts were fighting fiercely. One thought represented her toughness, constantly sending messages of rejection to her brain, while the other thought represented her desire and submission, transmitting the content of requesting someone to her brain.
Final. Song Meiwei chose desire and submission. I couldn't help but purse my lips, and said stiffly to someone next to me, I want to watch a movie tonight, accompany me. Jiang Qi, who possessed a profound artistic aspiration, naturally wouldn't agree to such a request. He frowned and said seriously, such rigid, mechanical speech, this will definitely not pass muster. Ansong, you need to inject soul into your words, what people call emotion. You need to put your heart into it. Do it again. Jiang Qi coughed lightly and said in a serious tone, begin. Song Meiyue's eyebrows raised slightly, and she secretly complained in her heart. Is he trying to control me? Then she turned her head and stared at him coldly, staring at the man who was trying to control her. Song Meiyue didn't say anything, but communicated with him through her eyes. Facing this sharp and righteous gaze, it seemed as if it could easily penetrate the layers of defense in one's heart, reach the deepest evil, and then make a ruthless judgment. Jiang Qi was defeated. He was defeated by a 31-year-old woman, and he lost so much that even his underwear was almost gone. I'll pick you up after get off work, at the same place. As soon as the words fell, Jiang Qi ran away, leaving Song Meiyue sitting alone in the back seat. Song Meiyue turned around and looked at his departing back, with an imperceptible curve at the corner of her mouth, and a hint of arrogance and confidence on her face. The boy is a bit immature. Sudden. Song Meiyue's face turned red again. Young man, why did I describe him as a young man? Get off work. Jiang Qi drove his own electric car slowly out of the underground garage. Logically speaking, according to last night's experience, this car can no longer be driven, at least not to the company, but Hongguang Mini has long been all over the streets. In the company's underground garage alone, there are 4 cars of the same type and color, so there is no need to panic. The only thing I'm worried about is the community surveillance. However, according to someone, there have been some minor problems with the surveillance in her community recently. The replayed images are a bit blurry and the specific license plate numbers are not clear, so it is safe for now. After turning several corners, she arrived at a certain place and saw Song Meiyue, dressed in an office lady outfit, standing there from a distance. The car stopped steadily in front of her, and then Song Meiyue opened the door and sat elegantly in the passenger seat. What time is the ticket? Jiang Qi asked. 7:30. Song Meiyue fastened her seatbelt and replied calmly, let's eat first. Good. Jiang Qi nodded, then stepped on the accelerator and started off. Along the way, the two of them had almost no communication. One drove silently, and the other was in a daze without saying a word. The small car was filled with silence and stillness. You. Sudden. They both spoke at the same time and stopped talking at the same time. You go first. You go first. They spoke in unison again, and then fell into silence. What do you want to say? Song Meiyue said coldly. I just want to, should I change the way I address you? Jiang Qi said seriously, although you are my mother's best friend and should be my elder, but... Song Meiyue curled her lips, turned her head to the side, looking at the scenery along the street through the car window, and said lightly, I don't want to change. I want to be your elder for life, your aunt for life, and... Speaking of this... Biting her lips tightly, she whispered to herself very quietly, I like you to call me Aunt Song. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 70, Pinch Someone's Thigh. Her voice was so soft that only Song Meiyue could hear it. After all, this was a monologue from deep in her heart, and she didn't want anyone to know that she had such thoughts. Sometimes when you get used to a certain setting, it is difficult to make any changes. Even subtle changes will make people feel uncomfortable. This is the case with Song Meiyue. At the beginning, she was indeed disgusted by him always calling her aunt, but gradually she got used to it, and even subtly, she always got along with him as an elder. But what I got in return was an indescribable feeling, a feeling of fear, excitement, and anticipation. I was afraid that others would know about my relationship with him, especially since she was his girlfriend. The excitement also lay in this. As for anticipation, it was probably looking forward to going to and from get off work with him every day, and looking forward to what dishes he would cook for me in the evening. In short, I've fallen deeper and deeper into this, to the point where I can't extricate myself. What are you talking about? Jiang Qi didn't hear what Song Meiyue just said. He asked Song Meiyue beside him while holding the steering wheel. Song Meiyue curled her lips, a hint of shame flashing across her brows, and she said calmly, it's nothing. Just call me Aunt Song. I don't have any special requirements for how I address you. Besides, I'm your elder anyway.
No matter what happens in the future, I'll always be your mother's best friend. Oh. Jiang Qi smiled and said casually, Aunt Song, what did you want to tell me just now?
Song Meiwei pursed her lips and said nonchalantly, just drive your car with peace of mind.
I suddenly don't want to ask anymore.
Jiang Qi was a little unpredictable when facing the woman beside him. She was like the weather, sunny one second, and suddenly a bolt from the blue the next. Her little emotions came and went, but her little emotions were slightly different from those of other women.
She liked to sulk alone. However, after a while, Song Meiwei couldn't hold it in any longer, so she glanced at him furtively, opened her mouth, and said calmly, Is your mother's birthday coming soon?
Yeah.
I don't know. Jiang Qi replied awkwardly.
Hearing him say that he didn't know, Song Meiwei was speechless for a moment, but when she thought about it carefully, it didn't seem to be his fault. After all, this was a common problem among men. They couldn't remember their wife's birthday, their parents' birthdays, and they could even forget their own birthday.
What gift are you going to give her? Song Meiwei asked.
Let's talk about it later.
Jiang Qi shrugged, then asked cautiously, When is my mother's birthday?
Song Meiwei couldn't help but roll her eyes and replied calmly, 25 days left.
Oh, it's still early. Take your time. Jiang Qi said with a smile, I thought it would be tomorrow. Song Meiwei stopped talking and sat quietly in the passenger seat.
Although she looked calm and composed, in fact, the thoughts deep in her brain had already flooded to the point of disaster. She secretly complained in her heart. He only knew how to go to some bath center every day and didn't even know his own mother's birthday.
Is he really that kind of person who can live a good life? Oh, forget it. That's what men are like, there's nothing you can do about it.
Song Meiwei made a compromise because her father was the same, but her mother still spent half of her life with her father.
Maybe all men are like this, and that's their nature.
As the saying goes, it's difficult to change one's nature, so all she can do is compromise.
In silence,
the two of them went to a commercial plaza.
Song Meiwei was still wearing the same two-piece mask and hat.
After arming her face, she took the elevator with Jiang Qi and went to a high-end restaurant. They chose a more secluded corner, and Jiang Qi began to order food. Stir-fried pork, chopped pepper fish head, mushrooms and vegetables, clam and egg custard. Song Meiwei took a look at the dishes someone ordered and felt quite satisfied, as they were all her favorite dishes.
Aunt Song? What movie will be playing later? Jiang Qi asked curiously. Ghost Nun. Song Meiwei replied expressionlessly. Horror movie? Jiang Qi was stunned, and asked with a hint of confusion, Why is there a horror movie in this theater? It's completely inconsistent with the basic ideology of our country. There's no reason why such feudal and superstitious things can be shown.
Besides, we have all received higher education. The entire universe is composed of dark energy, dark matter, ordinary matter, and then there is electromagnetic radiation. Song Meiwei frowned, raised her eyelids and looked at him, then said lightly, Horror movies are always released, and I also know that there are no ghosts in this world, so, are you scared?
Provocation. Although Jiang Qi knew that Song Meiwei was provoking him, due to his manly face and dignity, he would not easily bow his head. He said disdainfully, Funny.
To be honest, I have been watching horror movies since I was a child.
Watching horror movies is like breathing.
Song Meiwei didn't respond, but in her heart she was full of contempt for someone. According to reliable information, this person has been afraid of ghosts since childhood. After watching a horror movie one time, he was so scared that he wet the bed at night.
That's right, the person who provided the information was Sister Yaling. Actually,
Song Meiwei originally wanted to watch a romance movie, preferably one that would make you fall in love, but in the end she chose a horror movie.
As for the reason, only she knew. 7:30.
Jiang Qi and Song Meiwei arrived on time. There were not many people in the theater, most of them were couples, sticking close to each other.
After the two of them sat down, Jiang Qi was very dissatisfied with his seat. He looked at the empty theater and asked Song Meiwei beside him in confusion, With so many seats, how can I choose a corner? Song Meiwei sat there, expressionless, and said, The corner is quiet.
I don't like crowded places.
In this regard, Jiang Qi didn't say anything else. He sat next to someone and waited for the movie to start.
However, he still felt a little uncomfortable deep down. If it was any other type of movie, it wouldn't matter where he sat, but it was a horror movie.
He always felt that he was sitting in the corner and felt a little uneasy. At this moment,
I smelled a strong scent of a young mature woman from the tip of my nose, a hint of tea fragrance mixed with the sweetness, which washed away the panic in my heart.
she's not panicking, so why should I be panicking? Soon, the movie started. Although Jiangqi didn't really want to watch this movie, since he was already there, he might as well watch it.
According to the general routine of horror movies, the story is progressive, allowing the audience to slowly fall into the horror atmosphere with the story and shots, but this movie takes a different approach and opens directly with a thunderbolt. This sudden and horrifying scene frightened Jiangqi so much that he shuddered all over.
Then, he pinched someone's thigh. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 71 ISNT He an exception?
The horrifying scene just now also frightened Song Meiwa, who was sitting next to him, but before she could recover, she felt someone pinching her thigh, which was very painful. But at the same time, that hand was really strong. There was no need to guess, who else could it be but him? Song Meiwa bit her lips tightly, lowered her head and watched him grabbing her thighs tightly, firmly and forcefully. An inexplicable feeling gushed out from the depths of her heart. Fortunately, she was wearing pants. If she was wearing a skirt and stockings, I'm afraid he would have torn her thighs.
You pinched me. Song Meiwa tilted her head and spoke to him coldly. Ah. Oh. Sorry, Aunt Song. Hearing Song Meiwa's voice, Jiangqi was finally brought back to reality from his extremely frightened state. He quickly pulled his hand back and said awkwardly but politely, I didn't expect the opening to be a lightning strike. This kind of movie usually develops step by step, starting with the narrative carrier and then getting into the main story. Song Meiwa looked at the plot on the screen and said absent-mindedly, there's no need to explain to me. Explanation is a cover-up, and cover-up is the truth. If you're scared, then just close your eyes and have a good sleep. I won't laugh at you. Jiangqi was controlled, and controlled precisely. Song Meiwa kept teasing someone's man's psychology with words, and soon, Jiangqi got carried away. In his words, such a coward is not allowed to exist in the man's circle. Joke. How can I, a grown man who stands tall and proud, be frightened by these weird things? Jiangqi said seriously, stop messing around. Let's just watch the movie. Song Meiwa raised the corners of her mouth slightly. She didn't know why, she particularly liked seeing his stubborn look, which made her feel like a cute child. However, men seem to stay young until they die. Their minds didn't grow with age. What grew was only their disguise of seeming maturity. Time passes by minute by minute. The movie's plot reaches the mystery-finding stage, where the protagonist pushes away layers of fog, and finally discovers the core of all events. As a result, the number of terrifying scenes also begins to increase. Song Meiwa was attracted by the plot, but of course, what attracted her even more was someone next to her. Whenever a creepy scene appeared, she would sneak a glance at him out of the corner of her eye to see his reaction. The result naturally lived up to her expectations, and for a moment she felt that someone became even more adorable. Although he is handsome and strong, and has cooking skills that she likes very much, and is very caring and considerate, sometimes he seems silly and not very smart, but this kind of stupidity of his is very popular with women. Then, Song Meiwa didn't pay any attention to him and sat there quietly watching the movie. As she watched, she noticed that some of the couples in the theater, the girls all threw themselves into their boyfriends' arms, while their boyfriends all hugged their girlfriends tightly, their eyes involuntarily looking at him beside them. As a result, at this time, Jiangqi also stared at her blankly. Their eyes were focused at this moment, and they each had caught evidence of the other peeping at them. For a time, the situation was a bit awkward, no one expected to bump into each other. Why are you looking at me? Song Meiwa calmed down her emotions, turned her head to stare at the big screen, and asked lightly. I was wondering if you were pretending. I didn't expect you to be a real horror movie fan. Jiangqi replied helplessly. Aren't you the same? Song Meiwa pursed her lips and said calmly, I've been watching horror movies since I was a child. Watching horror movies is as easy as breathing. I'm doing this for you. Jiangqi smiled, staring at the movie in front of him, and said, if it were any other woman, I would have left with a sullen face and not even looked back, but you, then I can only muster up my courage and force myself to go with you. Song Meiwa curled her lips and said a little unhappily, is it because I invested in you? So, to you, I am so special? Jiangqi didn't answer directly. He sat quietly beside her, watching the protagonist gradually sink into despair, and said softly, "Aunt Song, let me ask you a question. How many people will a person meet in their lifetime?" "I don't know." Song Meiwei answered directly. "About 8 million people." Jiang Qi casually said, "In a lifetime, you'll meet 8 million people. You'll become familiar with 3,600 of them, and close to 200 of them. But in the end, you'll gradually disappear in the vast sea of people. Every encounter and goodbye is just a transition from stranger to stranger again." Song Meiwei frowned and asked coldly, "What do you mean?" "I haven't finished yet." Jiang Qi said silently, "Do you remember that night? We were coming back from a midnight snack, but the car ran out of battery on the way." Song Meiwei nodded. "You said at the time you believed deeply in fate, and that sometimes all your life plans couldn't withstand fate's ill-intentioned arrangements." Jiang Qi paused, then continued, "It's like every encounter in farewell, even though the ending is the same, there are always exceptions." At this time, Song Meiwei pinched her pants and rubbed them hard, creating a lot of wrinkles. Now she didn't look like a 31-year-old female president at all. Instead, she had the air of a young and ignorant girl. "So among these 8 million people, I am the exception?" Thinking of this, Song Meiwei turned her head and peeked at him silently. Looking at Jiang Qi, who was so nervous that he couldn't breathe because of the chase, an indescribable look flashed in her eyes. In fact, isn't he an exception for himself? Oh, so annoying. Sister Yeling blames you, now your sister Miyue is getting deeper and deeper into trouble. How can we still be sisters after this? The movie finally ended. Jiang Qi's journey of horror came to an end here. It was hard to imagine how he survived, but he did it anyway. Jiang Qi secretly swore. If he watched a horror movie again next time, he would be a dog, a barking dog. Song Meiwei had already put on a mask and a hat. Looking at the frightened person beside her, she said with a hint of pride, "It doesn't feel that scary." Jiang Qi didn't bother to complain, he stood up silently and asked, "Go back?" Song Meiwei nodded. The two of them strolled from the corners towards the exit. Just as they reached the entrance, they happened to meet a couple who were also preparing to leave. Jiang Qi? Xiao Xie? Jiang Qi looked at the widow beside Xie Bucken, while Xie Bucken looked at the mysterious rich woman beside Jiang Qi. Both brothers were stunned. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 72 Aunt Song, please stay. At the exit of the cinema, Jiang Qi and Xie Bucken looked at each other, and at the same time looked at each other's female companions. However, compared to Jiang Qi's shock and panic, Xie Bucken was obviously much calmer and composed. He did not shy away from his relationship with the widow beside him. On the contrary, Jiang Qi kept claiming to be upright, but in the end he still took the path of true fragrance. Rich woman. The woman next to Jiang Qi is definitely a rich woman. Although Song Meiwei was wearing a mask and a hat, and her specific appearance could not be seen clearly, Xie Bucken, a veteran lover of mature women, judged that the woman next to Jiang Qi was a wealthy woman based on the temperament she exuded. Judging from her clothes, she was most likely a senior executive of the company with an annual income of at least 3 million. At this moment, Xie Bucken showed a knowing smile. If they were not accompanied by their female companions, he would have wanted to ask his good brother, "Is it not good to live like a rich woman?" At the same time, Jiang Qi came back to his senses from his panic. Although it was a bit embarrassing to meet Xie Bucken, fortunately, he was wearing a mask and a hat, so he had no idea. The woman next to him was actually Song Meiwei, the vice president of Fei Hong Group. Jiang Qi, who had recovered from his shock, looked carefully at the legendary widow. It was hard to describe how stunning her appearance was. Compared with someone next to him, one was as far apart as heaven and earth. But he had to admit that that kind of gentle and delicate temperament was something someone could never learn in his lifetime. In short, she is the type of good wife and mother. Xie Bucken made a fortune. I didn't expect we'd meet here again. Xie Bucken looked at his good brother with a smile, then introduced him to the widow beside him and said, "This is Jinro, whom I mentioned to you before and whom I've been pursuing." As soon as the words fell, Xie Bucken said to Jinro, "He is Jiang Qi. Isn't he handsome?" "Hello. I've always heard Xiao Xie talk about you. He said you are a super handsome guy, much more handsome than celebrities." I didn't believe it at first, but now I do. Jinro looked at Jiang Qi standing in front of her and said gently, There. No, no, Jiang Qi denied repeatedly, then hesitated. Logically, it was time to introduce Song Meiyue, but the question was how? He couldn't tell them.
She's my mom's best friend, Xiao Xia and I's immediate superior, and the vice president of Feihong Group.
Well, that.
Jiang Qi stood there, mumbling for a long time, but no complete sentence came out of his mouth. Xia Buchan noticed his good brother's embarrassment and kindly helped him out. All right, some things don't need to be explained.
I understand, brother. Do you guys have anything to do later? Do you want to get a midnight snack together? No. We have something to do later. Jiang Qi refused.
In fact, Jiang Qi's words were very ordinary, but Xia Buchan still misunderstood them. He thought Jiang Qi was going to work later. As for the content of the work, some things could not be explained in too much detail, otherwise he would be easily caught.
All right.
Go and take care of your own business first.
Xia Buchan smiled, raised his hand and gently patted Jiang Qi's shoulder, saying earnestly, work hard. Come on.
Jiang Qi looked at him blankly, feeling a little puzzled.
Then,
the two of them ran away in a hurry, and their backs looked somewhat embarrassed as they left. On the way back, the two did not communicate much. Jiang Qi was driving his own electric car on the main road, while Song Meiyue beside him kept tilting her head and looking at the scenery along the street through the car window. Although the atmosphere was a bit quiet, the two of them were enjoying this moment.
The woman next to your friend seems to be much older than him,
Song Meiyue said suddenly.
She seems to be about 10 years older than him, and is a widower with a 4-year-old daughter. Jiang Qi replied. Song Meiyue was stunned.
She didn't expect that she would be a widow, but after thinking about it carefully, there was no problem. In an environment of free love, both parties were single, and nothing could stop them from falling in love. Of course, falling in love was easy, but the many problems that came after falling in love were not so easily solved.
Thinking of this,
he subconsciously glanced at someone next to him, then silently turned his head.
But
things are going well for them now, but in the end, it's bound to end in tragedy.
Jiang Qi said thoughtfully as he drove. Xia Buchan is young and impulsive.
He may not know what obstacles he'll encounter in the future, but Jinro definitely understands, she and him are not compatible.
After saying this,
Song Meiyue, who was beside Jiang Qichong, asked, Aunt Song, do you think it's possible that the person who pushed you away is the one who's the saddest?
Song Meiyue frowned and said stiffly, objection. Reason?
Jiang Qi said with a smile.
There's only love, not compatibility. No one is born to be together. Everything needs adjustment, and only after adjustment can it be meaningful.
Song Meiyue still tilted her head, her sexy red lips slightly pouted, and said unhappily, quitting halfway is nothing more than not loving enough. There's no such thing as incompatibility. It's all a lie to deceive yourself and others.
Jiang Qi didn't say anything and drove silently.
After a long time, he finally said, maybe you are right.
Song Meiyue pursed her lips and asked calmly, what's right? What's right?
Perhaps. The meaning of love is to use the name of love to connect two strangers to each other, to support each other, and to let each other know, you need help, and I am always here.
Jiang Qi said with a smile. After that,
then he asked, shall I pick you up tomorrow?
Song
Meiyue responded softly, looking at the street scene under the night sky, wondering what was going on in her mind.
Finally, Song Meiyue was sent to the door of her home.
Just as Song Meiyue was unbuckled her seatbelt, Jiang Qi's cell phone rang, and the caller was his mother.
Hello? What? Jiang Qi asked. Mom won't be back tonight. I lost a lot today and I have to make it all back. I'm ready to fight them until dawn.
Jiang Yeling said angrily, you should go to bed early and remember to close the windows.
As soon as the words fell, he hung up directly. Jiang Qi exploded instantly.
Actually, he should have been used to spending the night alone at home, but he happened to watch a horror movie tonight.
What's more, last month, an elderly man in his apartment building died at home. He didn't think there was anything wrong with it before, but now it's a big problem. My house doesn't have an elevator, and I live on a high floor, and the lights in the hallway are a bit dim. Go back and be safe.
Song Meiyue said something, closed the car door and left silently. Looking at her back, Jiang Qi thought for a moment, analyzed calmly, finally, he mustered up the courage and quickly opened the car door.
Wait a moment. Aunt Song, please stay. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 73 Song Whooping was shocked. The sudden shouting made Song Meiwa stop in her tracks. She turned around and looked at Zhang Qi, a hint of doubt between her brows. She asked calmly, "What's the matter?" Zhang Qi jumped out of the car and stood in front of Song Meiwa. Looking at her cool and beautiful face, the words he had prepared in his mind disappeared at this moment. He asked awkwardly, "Aunt Song, are you afraid of sleeping alone at night?" Song Meiwa frowned, a slightly strange look on her face. She didn't know what this meant, and replied coldly, "I'm not afraid." After that, he said expressionlessly, "If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Don't beat around the bush with me. Actually, I'm worried that you've just watched a horror movie and might be scared sleeping alone at night," Zhang Qi said sternly. "That's why I'm asking you. If you're scared, I'll make a reluctant sacrifice and stay at your house tonight." After hearing what Zhang Qi said, Song Meiwa felt a little funny and cute. He was obviously scared, but he pretended to be considerate of others. She really liked this man when he became stubborn. But it would be bad if it got out that this man and woman were alone in a room, right? But then again, wouldn't it be okay if it wasn't spread? If he didn't tell me about this and I didn't, who would know? And I'm his Aunt Song. Since he's already asked, as his elder, I shouldn't refuse his request. Sister Yaling is not at home tonight? Song Meiwa asked casually. She lost too much mahjong during the day, so she planned to play until dawn at night to win back all the money she lost. When Zhang Qi heard someone mention his mother, he knew that she had seen through his words, so he stopped pretending and said it frankly. Then you can stay in the third bedroom tonight. Song Meiwa said lightly. As soon as the words fell, he walked towards the door without paying attention. After a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned to Zhang Qi behind him and said, "Park your car further away. Don't park it right in front of my house. Last time, it was because of your car that I almost got caught in front of my parents." "Oh, I see." Zhang Qi silently returned to the car, drove his electric car to a far distance, and then walked into Song Meiwa's villa. Just at this time, the neighbor next door passed by with his golden retriever. He glanced at Zhang Qi's back and went back to walking the dog. While changing into his slippers, Zhang Qi asked Song Meiwa, who was sitting on the sofa, "Auntie Song, I want to take a bath, but what should I do if I don't have any clothes? My washing machine is a washer-dryer. You can wash it yourself later, and then spin and dry it." Song Meiwa held her mobile phone, glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, and then said, "You are not allowed to throw your underwear in." "All right. Then I won't change my underwear. I just put them on yesterday anyway." Zhang Qi changed into slippers and walked towards the kitchen. As he walked, he asked, "Warm or hot water?" "Hot." "Oh." At this time, Song Meiwei raised her head and looked towards the kitchen. An inexplicable feeling gradually seeped out from her heart. She didn't know how to describe this feeling. It was probably a kind of warmth in the ordinary. But to be honest, Sister Yaling is really addicted to mahjong. She even plays mahjong all night long. She is almost 50 years old, so how can she still have so much energy? No. As her younger sister, I have to remind her. He silently picked up his cell phone, found Jiang Yaling's WeChat ID, and was about to send her a message, but suddenly stopped what he was doing, bit his lips lightly, put the phone on the coffee table, and a faint blush flashed across his face. "Sister Yaling. It's not that I don't care about you, sister. Let us forget about it tonight. I will care about you again tomorrow. Give hot water, be careful, it's very hot." Zhang Qi brought 2 glasses of water, handed one to Song Meiwa, and then sat down beside her, not right next to her. There was still some distance between them. Song Meiwa picked up the cup of hot water, opened her plump little mouth slightly, and took a sip gracefully. She immediately frowned and asked, "Why is it so hot? Isn't this nonsense? I just boiled the water, how could it not be hot?" Zhang Qi rolled his eyes and answered absent-mindedly while playing with his phone, "Besides, you asked for it to be hot yourself." Song Meiwei curled her lips, turned her head to the side, and said in a cold voice, "This is too hot. Help me get another glass of cold water to neutralize the water temperature." If it were any other woman, Zhang Qi would have exploded long ago, but he happened to be facing Song Meiwa, a woman he couldn't refuse. "Why? Okay. You are my Aunt Song, the only Aunt Song in the world. I'll get you some cold water right away." Jiangqi stood up and ran into the kitchen again. Watching him leave, Song Meiyue's emotions were a little overwhelming. She didn't know why. She particularly liked to see him busy for her. It felt like she was being cared for in his palm, and it was an all-round care without any blind spots. Oh right. Didn't you promise to give him a raise? How much should I raise him? How about 200? Is that too much? In fact, Song Meiyue didn't want to give someone a raise, but there was no other way. Considering that person's bad behavior, he even went to the police station in person to rescue someone. Raising his salary would only make things difficult for herself. Once this man has money in his pocket, he is prone to doing all kinds of bad things. But the problem is that the words have been spoken, and she has no choice but to give him a raise. For a time, capitalist Song Meiyue fell into deep thought, her mind full of how she could withhold someone's labor remuneration. In a villa, Song Guoping and Yu Xiaofang were sitting at the head of the bed, one holding a cell phone and the other holding a book, each doing their own thing. Wife. I'm still a little disappointed. Song Guoping put down his phone, turned to look at his wife, and said helplessly, this afternoon. I went to Yeye's residential complex, found her property management, and checked the surveillance video from last night, but it was too blurry. I didn't see anything. Yu Xiaofang didn't seem surprised at all. She said calmly, why else do you think Yeye dared to bring her man home? She'd already checked the surveillance footage. Let me tell you, our daughter is quite the sly one. Song Guoping smiled and said seriously, wife, you have to understand one thing, old ginger is still spicy. In the afternoon, I met Yeye's next door neighbor, and then. Before he could finish his words, the phone beside him rang. Song Guoping glanced at the caller and said with a smile, speak of the devil, and here he comes. He picked up his phone and answered the call immediately. Ah. Song Guoping was shocked. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 74, Go Scare My Daughter and Her Man. Yu Xiaofang, who was reading a book, heard the movement of her husband beside her. She turned her head curiously to look at him and found that her husband's eyes were filled with astonishment and disbelief, and he was even a little caught off guard. The key point is that the call was from Yeye's next door neighbor. Could it be related to Yeye? Thinking of this, Yu Xiaofang suddenly became nervous and stared at her husband. At this time, Song Guoping was holding his cell phone. After listening to the description of the person on the phone, he was extremely shocked. He opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to say it. He could only say thank you stiffly, and then hung up silently. What's wrong? Yu Xiaofang asked impatiently, did something happen to Yeye? Song Guoping glanced at his anxious wife, sighing deeply. With a bitter expression, he replied, I didn't expect our daughter to be so bold. Any sensible person would have chosen to stay quiet for a few days after nearly catching her man last night. But, she brought him home again. Ah. Yu Xiaofang was also shocked after hearing this. In fact, she had the same idea as Song Guoping. She thought that her daughter might be quiet for a few days after what happened last night, at least she would not dare to bring a man home again. But she never expected that her daughter would be so bold. However, after a brief shock, he quickly regained his senses and thought about it carefully. This is not a big problem. His daughter is already 31 years old and it is time for her to get married. It is only right to bring a man home. I just don't know. Whether the two of them have ever slept together, there must be no such thing as pregnancy before marriage. Never mind. It's our daughter's freedom. Besides, free love is a norm these days, so let's not get involved. What if we push her too far and she becomes a nun? Then, Yu Xiaofang said with a wry smile, you know Yeye's temper. Song Guoping nodded, pondered for a moment, and then asked cautiously, wife, what do you think is the status of Yeye and our mysterious future son-in-law? How should I know? But since they've dared to bring her home, they've probably been dating for a long time. It's just that my daughter has done a very good job of keeping it a secret. Yu Xiaofang lost interest in reading. She sat at the head of the bed, frowning, and murmured, I'm more worried now, my daughter is pregnant out of wedlock. Probably not. Yeye is still very sensible. Song Guoping said earnestly, don't let your imagination run wild. After that, the bedroom fell into silence. The couple sat at the head of the bed, each thinking about their own things. Husband? Are we going to Yeye's house? Yu Xiaofang turned her head, looked at Song Guoping blankly, and asked seriously. This. Isn't this bad?
Song Guoping, after all, still loved his daughter.
He frowned and said helplessly, "You said it yourself, don't push your daughter too far. If you push her too far, she might just give up and become a nun."
Yu Xiaofang said with a hint of malice between her brows, "Let's pretend to be passing by and scare our daughter and her man."
You're already over 50, and a big boss in the business department, how can you be so childish? Song Guoping smiled unhappily, then said excitedly, "Let's go. Let's go together." Then,
the couple put on their clothes and set off directly.
In a villa,
Jiang Qi was sitting on the sofa playing mobile games, while Song Meiyue was holding a book elegantly beside him.
"Aunt Song? What do you think the future international economic structure will be like?"
Jiang Qi asked absent-mindedly while playing games.
"International economy?" Song Meiyue put down the book in her hand and said silently, "I only pay attention to domestic affairs. I don't pay attention to foreign affairs." As soon as the words fell, he looked at someone next to him and asked curiously, "Do you have any ideas?" "Nothing. Just asking."
Jiang Qi put his phone on the coffee table in front of him, then stretched comfortably. Because his arms were lifted up by the hem of his t-shirt, his flat abdomen was exposed to the air, and was accidentally discovered by Song Meiyue.
"This abdomen, I have touched it before." Song Meiyue glanced at someone's flat abdomen and couldn't help but recall the scene when she first threw herself into his arms.
In addition to feeling his strong chest and an indescribable sense of security, she also accidentally touched his flat and strong abdomen.
Certainly,
his abdominal muscles are not to the level of bodybuilding, with 6 or 8 packs, but they are extremely strong as steel plates, but a little soft at the same time. In short, they feel very comfortable and a bit addictive to touch.
Thinking of this,
Song Meiyue's face flushed and she quickly turned her head to the side to avoid being seen by him in such an embarrassing situation.
"Aunt Song, I'm going to take a shower first." After that, Jiang Qi stood up and walked towards a bathroom on the second floor. At this time,
Song Meiyue came back to her senses and glanced at the back of someone going up the stairs. The calm lake in her heart began to ripple, and her imagination was filled with a hint of confusion. "I used to be completely indifferent to men, but now, ever since I met him, I seem to be filled with curiosity about men's bodies.
Of course, I'm just curious about his body. What kind of magic does he hold in him?
What kind of magic can make me abandon my 31 years of reserve and throw myself into it without hesitation?
Strong? Sturdy? A sense of security?"
Song Meiyue tried hard to find the answer, looking for the answer to her gradual madness and loss of reason, but in the end she failed. It seemed that all the answers could not explain her changes. Maybe some things have no answers, they just happen like that.
On the other side, Song Guoping and Yu Xiaofang drove into a residential area and then parked their car steadily in front of their daughter's house.
"Look. My daughter has learned her lesson, she knows not to park in front of our house." Yu Xiaofang said with a smile, "Drive forward a bit, I think she'll park right in front."
Then, 100 meters away, I found the tram.
At this time, the couple looked at each other and saw the deep smile in each other's eyes. Back at their daughter's house, Song Guoping and Yu Xiaofang got out of the car together and walked to the door. Yu Xiaofang raised her hand and knocked gently a few times without shouting loudly.
"Who is it?"
My daughter's voice came from the access control system, with a hint of displeasure in her words.
"Your father and your mother." Yu Xiaofang answered lightly. "P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward." Chapter 75. Aunt Song regrets it so much.
In Song Meiyue's mind, her parents should not come again, at least not in the short term, but she never expected, her parents came again tonight. Compared with the situation last night, the situation tonight is more difficult.
For a time,
Song Meiyue felt as if her soul had been drained away, her heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate, her mind was in a mess, and she had no idea what to do. She tried hard to adjust her emotions and tried to calm herself down.
"Didn't you bring your keys?" Song Meiyue asked cautiously, suppressing her panic.
"Mom and Dad happened to be passing by and stopped by to see you, so they didn't bring your key."
Yu Xiaofang touched the key in her pocket and said softly, "Yeah, open the door quickly." "Don't have your keys?" After hearing this important news, Song Meiyue seemed to see a glimmer of hope.
She suddenly ran quickly to the stairs. At this moment, the most important thing for Song Meiyue was the man upstairs.
As for her parents, they didn't have the key anyway, so she let her parents stand at the door for a while. She took 2 steps at a time and soon arrived at the bathroom where someone was taking a bath. As soon as she reached the door, she heard a light melody coming from inside. The melody carried someone's relaxed and comfortable mood. Song Mei-wei took a deep breath, raised her hand and gently knocked on the bathroom door. "Hello? Don't wash anymore, my parents are here again," Song Mei-wei said anxiously. As soon as the words fell, the cheerful melody in the bathroom suddenly stopped. Jiang Qi soaked his whole body in warm water, feeling the harshness brought by technology. His brows were full of fear and collapse, his scalp was numb, his whole body was about to split apart. Just like Song Mei-wei just now, he had completely lost his mind at this moment, and his brain was in chaos. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, I finally reacted and immediately became as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Beads of sweat rolled down my forehead. The bathroom was so quiet that I could even hear my own heavy and rapid breathing. Oh my God! Why are her parents here again? He even came specifically when I was taking a shower. What should I do now? If it was the situation yesterday, I could still face her parents calmly, but in today's situation, it seems that no matter how open my heart is, it will be of no use, right? I can't tell her parents that I came here to take a bath and stay here for the night after the bath. Or, commit suicide? As long as you close your eyes, all problems are no longer problems. Jiang Qi was in despair and was at his wit's end. He couldn't think of any way to solve the problem, unless he continued to hide in the closet. But now the enemy was at the gate, his shoes were still at the door, and he was missing a pair of slippers. There were too many bugs in this room, even a blind man would know that there was an extra person. Hello? Hide quickly. Don't go into the wrong room this time, Song Mei-wei said urgently. Jiang Qi came back to his senses, quickly stood up from the bathtub, wiped the water stains on his body, put on his underwear, then picked up his clothes, hurried to the door, opened the door, and saw Song Mei-wei standing at the door with a nervous look on her face. For a moment, the two of them focused their attention on this moment. Although Jiang Qi held onto his clothes, he still couldn't hide his muscular body. Song Mei-wei saw it all, a strong sense of shame surged from her heart. She quickly turned her head away and said angrily, "Hide quickly." "But my shoes are still at the door, and there is a pair of slippers missing from the shoe cabinet. This leaves too many loopholes," Jiang Qi said helplessly. "Don't worry. I'll take care of it." Song Mei-wei bit her lips tightly and said calmly, "Take off your slippers and go barefoot." "Oh." Jiang Qi hurriedly took off his slippers and walked barefoot into a secondary bedroom. This time he did not go to the wrong place. Standing in the closet, he felt very complicated. As an enterprising young man of the new era and a talented person with great ambitions, he confusedly took the path of hiding under the bed and in the closet. People who didn't know him would think he was having an affair. "I won't be coming tomorrow night. I won't even set foot in this villa even if you kill me." So scary. However, when Jiang Qi secretly made the decision, he suddenly realized a problem. All his decisions and ideas were based on being able to live until tomorrow, but in the current situation, whether he can see tomorrow's sun is still unknown. Speaking of which, what if I get caught by the chairman and see a grown man hiding in my daughter's closet? Will he be angry? From the father's perspective, the chairman would definitely be furious. If it were me, I would also be furious. After all, a daughter is a father's little cotton padded jacket. How could I allow a strange man to appear in the closet of my daughter's home? Gradually, Jiang Qi's mood became a little low, and his heart was filled with endless sadness. It's so cold. I'm almost freezing to death. At the door, Song Guoping and Yu Xiaofang had been standing there for a long time without feeling the slightest bit unhappy. They could imagine what their daughter was doing at the moment. She must be frantically destroying all kinds of evidence to prevent the secret of the man being discovered. "Wife, don't you think we've gone a bit too far?" Song Guoping still loved his daughter after all. When he thought of his daughter's anxious look at the moment, he couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable as a father. "She kept it a secret from us for so long, don't you think she's even more excessive?" Yu Xiaofang rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "You knew that you and I were so worried about her lifelong plans that our hair was almost gray, arranging blind dates for her every day, and yet she secretly found a man, brought him home, and most importantly, didn't tell us." After hearing what his wife said, Song Guoping felt a little bit sorry at first, but now he has become hard-hearted. After thinking about it carefully, it was really too much for her to tell her mother, but she didn't even tell her own father. He had loved her in vain for decades. Why? 2. It's fine if Yaya didn't tell you, but she didn't even tell me. Song Guoping sighed and said bitterly, this little cotton padded jacket is a little too cold. Yu Xiaofang rolled her eyes and said calmly, ever since Yaya got a man, your little cotton padded jacket has long ceased to keep you warm. The longer it's worn out, the less warm it becomes. By the time Yaya gets married, I guess it'll have become a piece of rag to rich as cotton. As soon as the words fell, the door in front of me made a click and then slowly opened from the inside. Dad, Mom. Song Meiyue's expression was slightly stiff, and there was a hint of breath in her words. She said calmly, I just had something to do. I kept you waiting for a long time. Fine. Mom and Dad were just passing by and stopped by to see you. Yu Xiaofang said with a smile, now that we've finished, we should go back. Song Meiyue was stunned for a moment, her brain still not reacting for a while, and she subconsciously said, why don't you come in and sit for a while? It's still quite early. After that, Aunt Song regretted it so much. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 76. It seems the door collapsed. When Yu Xiaofang heard her daughter's words, she glanced at her nonchalantly, knowing that it was just a slip of the tongue. Now her daughter was eager to drive her and her husband away so that she could flirt affectionately with the mysterious future son-in-law in the house. Since my dear daughter has said so, I'd feel a little sorry if your father and I didn't sit for a while. Yu Xiaofang said with a smile, all right. Mom and Dad will reluctantly sit for a while before going back to spend some time with our daughter. Actually, you would be doing me a disservice if you stayed. But there was nothing she could do now. She could only blame herself for speaking too quickly and not being able to keep her words to herself. Then Song Meiyue gritted her teeth and welcomed her parents into the house, but deep down she felt pity for the person upstairs. I'm sorry to have wronged you again. But don't worry, I'll give you another 50 yuan salary increase next month. When the couple changed their shoes, they kept looking around the house, starting from the shoe cabinet, then the entire living room, meticulously not missing any placement of objects, but the couple did not notice anything unusual. Improved. The means of hiding a man in a golden house have been improved. If the neighbor next door hadn't tipped off and then found the small tram, the couple really wouldn't have realized there was a grown man in the house. For a moment, the couple became extremely curious about their daughter's man. Where on earth could he be hiding in the house? The couple was sitting on the sofa. At this time, Song Meiyue walked to her parents with 2 glasses of water, handed them the 2 glasses of water, and then sat down next to Yu Xiaofang. Dad, Mom. What are you doing so late? Song Meiyue asked casually. We went to a concert together. An international piano master came to perform here recently, so your dad and I went there to improve our artistic accomplishments. Yu Xiaofang lied calmly, describing something that didn't exist to her daughter. Song Meiyue did not doubt the authenticity. Although her body was in the living room, her thoughts were in the closet of a bedroom on the 2nd floor. The temperature has fluctuated quite a bit lately. He just took a shower and is hiding naked in the closet. Will he catch a cold? Later, after Mom and Dad leave, maybe I should make him a bowl of ginger soup, but how do I make ginger soup? Wait, do we have any ginger at home? Yeah? Just as Song Meiyue was lost in her thoughts, she heard her mother's voice calling out, bringing her back to reality. She looked at her mother with a slightly confused expression and asked casually, Mom? What's wrong? Mom asks you, when do you plan to get married? Yu Xiaofang said with a smile. This question made Song Meiyue fall into deep thought again. When she heard the word marriage, the figure of a certain person appeared involuntarily in her mind. His care and protection, his strong chest, his flat and strong abdomen, his superb cooking skills. No matter from which point of view, he is an excellent candidate for a husband. But even if he ignored the fact that she was his Aunt Song, that he was his CEO, and even if he ignored the many differences in their identities, would he accept a woman who was already 31? Even though he kept saying that 30-year-old women were full of charm and mature grace, what if he was just saying it casually? No. He won't. Song Meiyue was confident in her figure and her looks. At the same time, she was also confident in the vulgarity of a certain person. In fact, he was a vulgar man. He liked women with big breasts, long legs, perky butts and beautiful faces. Coincidentally, she was this type, and the best one at that. He casually picked up the cup of water on the coffee table, slowly brought it to his lips, took a sip, and said calmly, let's talk about it later. Oops. Don't say that again. Your cousin is 5 years younger than you, and her child can even talk now, Yu Xiaofang said anxiously. My precious daughter, what on earth do you want to do? You're already 31. No one will want you if you keep wasting your time like this. All of us are so worried about you, we're practically dying. At this time, Song Guoping said, Yeah, that's enough. It's time for you to get married. My parents' requirements for a son-in-law are basically, just find a man. Of course, don't go too far. Only find someone from China, and preferably around the same age. Don't find someone older than dad, or I'll have to call him brother. That's not good enough. But you have to call him. Song Meiyue suddenly found it difficult to speak. In order to hide her inner embarrassment, she hurriedly picked up the water glass and pretended to take a sip. What nonsense! How could Ye possibly find a man like this? You old thing, can't you be more serious about your thoughts? Yu Xiaofeng couldn't stand it anymore. She reached out and pinched her husband hard, saying unhappily. After saying this, he turned to his daughter and said, Yeah, don't listen to your dad's nonsense. He's just like that, he says whatever comes to his mind. Anyway, hurry up. Mom and Dad are anxious to have the baby. As soon as it's confirmed, go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. If you don't have time, I'll call your uncle who and have him come to your house to get the certificate in person. That's right. As for the betrothal gift, given our family's financial strength, we don't need any. Just having a son-in-law is enough. Yu Xiaofang waved her hand and continued, As for the dowry, my plan is this: 2 large villas, 10 million in cash, and 3 luxury cars. As soon as the words fell, Yu Xiaofang asked quietly, Yeah? Do you think this is okay? Before Song Meiyue could speak, Song Guoping, who was sitting next to her, looked a little embarrassed and said indignantly, Wife, what are you thinking? I, Song Guoping, the chairman of Feihong Group, am also very famous in China. My little cotton padded jacket, this is all the dowry? Where will I put my face in the future? After that, looking at his little cotton padded jacket, he said seriously, Yeah. Daddy promises you that when you get married, I will definitely make you a grand wedding and give you great face. Song Meiyue pursed her lips. Although she didn't know how the conversation turned to dowry, it was obvious, her parents were crazier than before. Perhaps it was related to what happened yesterday, which gave the two of them a glimmer of hope. Song Meiyue responded softly and dealt with it like this. For a while, the living room was silent, and the family of 3 sat on the sofa in silence. Almost. We should go back too. Yu Xiaofang stood up and said with concern, Yeah, you should go to bed early too. Song Meiyue also stood up and prepared to see her parents off. Before the 3 of them had taken a few steps, a loud noise suddenly came from upstairs. Boom! It seems like the door collapsed. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 77 Falling into Her Arms. The sudden noise upstairs broke the brief peace of the family of 3. Song Guoping and Yu Xiaofang raised their heads and looked towards the second floor in unison. It turned out that the mysterious future son-in-law had been hiding upstairs. At the same time, Song Meiyue, who was standing by, had a pale face and was in a panic deep down. Time seemed to have stopped at this second. The air around her was frozen, and she could even hear her own heartbeat. Yu Xiaofang shifted her gaze to her daughter, and seeing her pale face, she felt a little amused. Of course, she did not intend to take this opportunity to force a meeting with her future son-in-law. After all, her daughter's temper might provoke her resistance, and then she would shave her head and become a nun, which would not be worth it. Yeah. Next time, keep the doors and windows closed at night, especially when you're sleeping. The weather's getting colder, and the wind's getting stronger. Don't catch a cold. Yu Xiaofang looked at her daughter earnestly, her face full of concern. Did you hear me? Song Meiyue came back to her senses and nodded stiffly. In fact, she knew very well in her heart, these words were just a way for her to save face. Her mother must have known it from the beginning, knew that she was hiding a man in the house again tonight. As for the so-called passing by, that was just a lie. All right. Your father and I are going back now, so you don't have to see us off. Yu Xiaofang said with a smile, By the way, hurry up and decide on your own lifelong event. Your parents are waiting for you to become grandparents. Sometimes, just getting close is enough, don't hesitate. You're already 31 years old. It's time to take the initiative. There's nothing shameful about it. Song Meiwei pursed her lips and did not refute anything, responding to her mother with silence. After seeing her parents off, Song Meiwei gently closed the door. When she heard a click sound, the heart that was hanging in her throat instantly relaxed. She leaned against the door, breathing heavily with lingering fear, and the uneasy emotion still filled her cold and beautiful face. After calming down the fear and anxiety deep in her heart, Song Meiwei couldn't help but feel a headache about the current situation. Although she didn't know how her parents got the news, this home was no longer so perfect, and she really had to move to another place in the future. But then again, the attitudes of my parents seemed to indicate one thing. They both hoped that they could be honest, and put the young man upstairs in front of them personally. Thinking of this, Song Meiwei sighed deeply, her face filled with melancholy, helplessness, and a hint of worry. I almost forgot about him. Song Meiwei suddenly woke up and ran upstairs in a hurry. The sudden loud noise upstairs must have meant that something had happened upstairs. Feeling nervous and worried, she came to the door of the second bedroom in a moment and pushed it open and went in. The cabinet door collapsed. He curled up in the corner and shivered, holding his clothes in his arms. The young man's pitiful appearance made 31-year-old Aunt Song feel distressed. She grabbed the blanket from the bed and quickly draped it over his muscular back, saying anxiously, and with a hint of apology, "I'm sorry." "Gone?" Jiang Qi asked hurriedly. Song Meiwei nodded and responded softly. Jiang Qi was wrapped in a blanket brought by someone and walked out slowly from the closet. Although he was fully armed, his sturdy outline could still be vaguely seen. Song Meiwei hurriedly turned her head and looked away from him, with an imperceptible blush on her face. "I'm freezing to death. Just now I almost thought I would have to die here tonight." Jiang Qi sat on the edge of the bed, then curled up into a ball, looking at Song Meiwei standing opposite him, and asked curiously, "Auntie Song, how do you explain that sound?" "No explanation. My parents had already passed away at that time." Song Meiwei did not tell him the truth so as not to make him worry. "That's good." Jiang Qi sighed and said bitterly, "Maybe it was because it was too cold, my body couldn't help but fall over, and then the door collapsed." All right. This matter ends here." Song Meiwei curled her lips and said seriously, "Auntie will pour you a cup of hot water and get you some cold medicine by the way." As soon as the words fell, he left the bedroom directly, leaving Jiang Qi sitting there alone. Song Meiwei returned downstairs, feeling full of guilt towards someone. At first, she was indeed a little annoyed with that person for making such a big noise for no reason. She was afraid that others didn't know that there was someone hiding upstairs, but now, all she had left was concern for him and deep guilt. Think about it carefully. All this was caused by himself, and by the way, he also caught a cold because of himself. After pouring a cup of hot water and taking a few cold medicine tablets, Song Meiwei strolled towards the second floor. After entering the room, she saw that he was still curled up in a ball, pursing her plump, red lips and whispering, "Jiang Qi, it's time to take your medicine." Jiang Qi was stunned for a moment, looking at the glass of water and a few pills handed to him, as well as the words just now. This scene seemed familiar, and he felt like he had seen it somewhere. "Oh. Is this Bai Jiahai?" Jiang Qi took the cup of water and pills handed to him, and looked at the pills in his palm, 3 pills in total, some black and some green. Black pieces and King-Kaling pieces. Song Meiwei replied. Jiang Qi didn't hesitate and put 3 pills into his mouth. Then he took a few sips of hot water and swallowed them. After taking the pills, he still curled up into a ball, holding the cup of hot water and taking a sip from time to time. Song Meiwei hesitated, then slowly sat down beside him and asked softly, "Do you blame me?" "Well, what's strange?" Jiang Qi drank some hot water and looked at her blankly. "I froze you like this. You must be blaming me, right?" Song Meiwei said silently, "Actually, it's okay if you blame me. It was indeed me who made you like this." Jiang Qi smiled faintly and said absent-mindedly, "I will never blame you, Aunt Song, I really never will." After that, he picked up the water cup and took a few more sips. Song Meiwei didn't say anything, but sat quietly beside him, savoring his words. The emotions in her heart were like a huge rock, smashing heavily on the silent and peaceful lake, and then causing waves. The bedroom was quiet, with only the sound of someone drinking water, no other sound. "Shall I pour you another glass?" Song Meiwei asked in a low voice when she found that he had finished drinking. "No. I'm full." Jiang Qi, wrapped in a blanket and holding an empty cup, turned his head to the side and asked in confusion, "Why do I feel so dizzy all of a sudden?" As soon as the words fell, Jiang Qi felt his eyes go dark, then he lost all consciousness and fell into Song Meiyue's arms. In her bosom. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 78. These two people are so talented. Song Meiyue sat beside him and watched him slowly fall towards her. For a moment, her mind went blank and she completely lost control of her body. She just sat there stupidly, staring in amazement as he fell into her arms. Hugging. She hugged his strong body reflexively, and then her consciousness returned to her body. Song Meiyue lowered her head and looked at someone's face buried deeply in her, buried in her open-mindedness. A strong sense of shame gushed out, running through her whole body. Numb. And crisp. Song Meiyue felt as if she had no strength in her body. An irresistible emotion, like a flood, continuously rushed towards her brain and went straight to the top of her head, almost piercing it. The next second. After suddenly releasing the unconscious person, Song Meiyue immediately stood up and stood there in panic. Her cold and charming face was now flushed red, even her neck and ears were stained red, and she kept gasping for breath. Oh my god. I actually took the initiative to hug the man's body. Song Meiyue raised her arms and gently stroked her blushing cheeks. Waves of scorching heat came from her palms, as if she could even make a teapot on them. She didn't know how to explain why she had just caught someone's body and let him dive into her arms. I always feel that there was an irresistible force that prompted me to do that. But fortunately, he knew nothing, otherwise it would be really embarrassing. Song Meiyue came back to her senses and looked at him lying on the bed. The blanket that was originally wrapped around him had fallen to the side. He was wearing only a pair of shorts. His figure was not as exaggerated as that of a bodybuilder, but the outline of his muscles could be vaguely seen. His skin was also quite fair, and his facial features were distinct and deep. He had a wild, unrestrained, evil, and sexy feeling. His face turned red again, redder than before. But this time he didn't turn his head to the side, but stared at him unscrupulously. Anyway, the person was asleep, he wouldn't know that he was looking at his body in broad daylight. After looking at each other for a long time, the reserve deep in her heart kept telling Song Meiyue it was almost over. She bit her red lips lightly, lifted the quilt to cover him, then sat on the edge of the bed, quietly looking at his handsome face, and reached out to touch his forehead. Not hot. There should be no fever. Song Meiyue breathed a sigh of relief, stood up carefully, tiptoed out of the house, gently closed the door, and turned off the lights. Then she strolled to the sofa in the living room, fell on it exhausted, staring blankly at the chandelier above her head, her thoughts flooding. Thinking about it, Song Meiyue reached out and grabbed a pillow, buried her head tightly in it, and her two slender legs kept kicking on the sofa. Her curvy body twisted slightly, and this was exactly her way of venting her inner shame, just like an 18-year-old girl who suddenly tasted love, excited and a little hesitant. Buzz buzz buzz. The cell phone on the coffee table vibrated, breaking the silence in the living room. Song Meiyue threw away the headrest, then took out her cell phone and took a look. It showed a call from Bad Woman. Taking a deep breath and trying to calm herself down, Song Meiyue answered the call silently and said coldly to Gu Fei on the other end, "What are you doing?" "No. What's wrong with you? It's like eating guns and cannons. Why are you talking so hard?" Gu Fei was startled and was about to open her mouth. Suddenly, she remembered something and said with a smile, "Oh. It seems that the time I came to see you conflicts with the time you and your young husband spend making love. Okay. Next time I will pay attention and try not to come to you at night." Song Meiyue curled her lips and replied coldly, "What's the matter? I remember you love listening to violin solos, don't you?" Gu Fei said with a smile, "It just so happens, an international master is coming to our place to give a concert. And it just so happens, my husband is very close to the person in charge of the Grand Theater, so he got 2 VIP tickets. What do you think? What should we do?" Song Meiyue frowned and said calmly, "I don't have time, you and your husband should go together. My husband and I are both music freaks, and we don't understand this kind of elegant art." Gu Fei said seriously, "I'm going to give you these 2 tickets so you and your husband can enjoy it. Let me tell you, the theme this time is Dance of Love, using music to describe the appearance of love. It's tailor-made for you and Jiang Qi. My heart is moved. And they are ready to make a move." Gu Fei's words successfully aroused Song Meiyue's desire. She had always been interested in music, especially violin and piano. If it weren't for family reasons, Song Meiwa might have pursued a career in music. The key is to go with him. However, Song Meiwa fell into deep hesitation again. Although she had a strong desire in her heart, she didn't want Gu Fei to know. After some thought and calm analysis, I decided to take a gamble. Why should I go with him? He and I have nothing to do with each other.
Song Meiwa pursed her lips and replied with a hint of stubbornness between her brows, "If you want to give me one, just give me one, and tear up the other one directly."
Okay.
Then I'll tear one off now, and give you the other one tomorrow.
Gu Fei said with a smile. She knew Song Meiwa too well.
When she heard these words, she saw through everything instantly. It was obvious that this trick was called playing hard to get.
Song Meiwa was stunned.
This was completely contrary to what she had calculated. She opened her mouth, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't know how to say them.
Shouldn't this bad woman have forced me to go? Why did she agree to it? So what should I do now? Hello? Yeah, are you still there?
Gu Fei said mischievously. I tore it up, huh?
As soon as the words fell, Song Meiwa's anxious and cold voice came from the phone. Etc.
I'll take Sister Yaling with me. Song Meiwa sat up straight, her face filled with shame, anger, and helplessness.
Is it Sister Yaling or Sister Yaling's son?
You must tell me clearly.
Gu Fei asked relentlessly. Yes. Song Meiwa bit her lip and said coldly, it could be Sister Yaling, or it could be Sister Yaling's son. I'll ask Sister Yaling first. If Sister Yaling doesn't want to go, then I'll take her son with me. After all, I'm his Aunt Song. This time it was Gu Fei's turn to be confused.
She wasn't confused about who to take, but about Meiwa's last words.
Suddenly, Gu Fei got enlightenment, a complete enlightenment. In fact, this is the same as calling your husband brother. Only, my husband and I need to get into the role, and Mitsuki and Xiaoqi, they are the characters. These two people are so talented. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward.
Chapter 79. The little bad guy comes to my Aunt's dream again. Jiang Qi had a dream. This dream was somewhat strange. He stood on a flat open space and looked around to see two huge mountains. The mountains were very high, steep, and huge, reaching straight into the sky. In a blink of an eye, he turned into a mountaineer, climbing one of the mountains, climbing and climbing. Finally, he was almost at the top of the mountain, and there was a temple on the top of the mountain.
Finally, I've waited for you. Come on, follow me into the house. I want to have a baby with you.
A nun who looked very similar to Song Meiwa ran out of the temple, grabbed his arm, and tried to drag him into the house.
Resist. Resist again.
In the end, she couldn't resist and was thrown onto the bed by the nun who looked like Song Meiwa.
Then, her clothes and pants disappeared inexplicably.
As for the nun who looked like Song Meiwa, she was standing by with a shy look on her face, holding the belt and pulling it gently. Then, with a loud crash, Jiang Qi woke up from his dream.
Jiang Qi was gasping for breath after waking up in shock.
He felt a little regretful about the nun who looked like Song Meiwa in his dream. He regretted that he woke up too quickly and did not see clearly what kind of delicate body was hidden under the cassock. After calming down his emotions, Jiang Qi looked at the room he was in. After confirming that he was still in Song Meiwa's house, he felt relieved. Then he began to think about a question, a very important question. By the way, what kind of medicine did that woman give me? Why did I suddenly feel dizzy shortly after eating? Could it be the knockout drug? Jiang Qi suspected that someone had taken the wrong medicine and accidentally mixed sleeping pills in it. Of course, it was also possible that it was some ingredient in the cold medicine that suppressed the central nervous system and caused a strong sleepiness reaction. In short, it was all over, and he didn't catch a cold because of it. As for the medicine, let's end it here. I picked up my phone and looked at the time. It was already past 5 in the morning. Looking quietly at the ceiling above his head, Jiang Qi's thoughts became confused. There was one thing he had to admit. He didn't know when it started, but Song Meiwa almost occupied all of his space and time. He also didn't know when it started. The relationship between him and her gradually became a little complicated. But what attracted me to her? He is so aloof and arrogant, always has a sour face, and has small temper outbursts from time to time. He also likes to drink.
He has no control over his drinking, and looks like a real alcoholic. The key is that he is quite self-righteous. Occasionally he is also quite pretentious, sometimes too hot, sometimes too cold. Of course, disadvantages and advantages coexist. Although she has many shortcomings, it is undeniable, she also has great advantages, such as the unique mature woman temperament, the calmness that is not surprised by praise or criticism, the calmness that leaves no trace, and the calm and composed style of a mature woman, all of which deeply attract me. Especially her figure. Although I have never seen her real body, I can imagine what a proud body she has under the serious and solemn OL uniform. Thinking about it, Jiang Qi's mind suddenly popped up a classic line from a movie or TV series. Is that what you call love? You're just lusting after her body, you're a slut. For a time, even Jiang Qi, who had a thick skin like a city wall, couldn't help but blush and look embarrassed. Damn, so precise. After thinking about it for a while, Jiang Qi lifted the quilt, put on his clothes, and walked towards the stairs quietly. As soon as he reached the corner, he smelled a strong smell of alcohol, and then he saw 2 empty wine bottles lying on the coffee table. Why are you drinking again? When Jiang Qi saw the scene, he felt very powerless in his heart. Putting aside her many shortcomings, the most unacceptable thing was her drinking. He didn't know if it was God's intention. How could such a perfect woman be an alcoholic? It's simply incomprehensible. Walking towards the sofa in the living room, Jiang Qi suddenly discovered there was a living person lying on the sofa. Song Meiyue was wearing a set of cyan pajamas for middle-aged and elderly people and was sleeping soundly on the sofa. Why did Jiang Qi tell at a glance that this was a style for middle-aged and elderly people? Because Mom also had such a set, and it was exactly the same style, just with a slightly different color. Turning around, she went back to the second floor. When Jiang Qi came out of the room, he had a blanket in his hand. He carefully covered her with the blanket, then rushed into the kitchen and closed the movable sliding door. 10 minutes later, Jiang Qi walked out of the kitchen, where porridge was still cooking in the rice cooker. He returned to the living room and carefully cleaned up the mess left by someone last night. Looking through the mess on the coffee table, Jiang Qi discovered that someone never seemed to use a cup when drinking, but probably drank from the bottle. Blowing the bottle. This is red wine. He glanced at Song Meiyue, who was sleeping soundly beside him, and immediately felt off for her. Wasn't this what the heroines of ancient times were like? What should I do about this? I used to naively think that she was just a tigress. Even if I wasn't the tiger fighting hero Wusong, I could still deal with her with just a sliding tackle. But the premise was, this tiger couldn't drink, but now this tigress could drink a lot. It is said that alcohol makes cowards brave. After the tigress drank, wouldn't she want to fly to heaven? After cleaning up the coffee table, Jiang Qi sat on a small sofa, holding his mobile phone and playing a small game called Sheep Catch a Sheep. The difficulty of this game was a bit frustrating, and he never got past the second level. But, based on the underlying logic of this game, Jiang Qi keenly sensed a hint of business opportunity. The game perfectly captures the unwillingness to give up and the reluctance to admit defeat in human nature. A large number of users are trapped in the routine and cannot extricate themselves. Of course, social networks play a big role in the reception and selection of information, and the public will gradually develop a mentality of desperately chasing hot topics. Jiang Qi held his mobile phone, staring at the screen with distracted eyes, but his mind was thinking about other things, such as how to use psychological guidance to create a huge market. Unconsciously, more than an hour passed. Jiang Qi got up and went to the kitchen to check the porridge in the rice cooker. Then he walked to the sofa in the living room, stood next to someone, bent down and gently pushed her a few times, and whispered, "Wake up. The sun is shining on your butt." As if sensing the calls from the outside world, Song Meiyue's tightly closed eyes twitched slightly, and then, she slowly opened a narrow slit of her eyes and dimly saw a blurry figure. She was sleepy and thought she was still dreaming. She pursed her lips and muttered to herself, "Little rascal. Why do you appear in my dreams every day? P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward." Chapter 80. Do you like mature women? Recently, Song Meiyue often dreams of someone. As for what she does with that person in the dream, she herself can't say. Every time she wakes up from the dream, her mind is blank. The only thing she knows is that she dreamed of him again last night. This time, Song Meiyue, sleepy-eyed, thought she was in a dream again, and had met someone in her dream again. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar blurry figure, her plump, vermilion, sexy little mouth pouted slightly, and she said angrily, "Don't stand, squat down and let Auntie touch your face." As soon as the words fell, she reached out and gently tugged at his clothes, and in an instant, Song Meiwei, who was in a daze, felt something was wrong, but she didn't know what the problem was. Zhang Qi was helpless at this time, but he didn't want to end the game. Instead, he tried hard to cooperate with someone's performance. He slowly squatted down and put his face in front of someone. He watched her raise her arm, and the delicate palm slowly stretched out and gently covered his face. Warm, hot, warm, soft, why does it feel so comfortable? It's just like the real thing. Really the same. Same. Song Meiwei, who was lying on the sofa, couldn't help but tremble all over, her eyes full of shock and disbelief, and she was even a little at a loss. She suddenly pulled her hand back from someone's face, and a heart-wrenching embarrassment and shame gushed out from the depths of her heart. The originally cool and charming cheeks had long been covered with a strange blush, and the accelerating heartbeat brought about rapid breathing. Song Meiwei quickly turned over, with her back facing someone, and her hot and red face buried deeply in the sofa. Playing dead. This was Song Meiwei's only thought. Like an ostrich, she chose to bury her head in the haystack to escape the crisis in reality. Looking at Song Meiwei, who had her back to him, especially her previously aloof face, now tinged with shyness and blush, she looked so adorable and charming. Zhang Qi pursed his lips and asked with a sly smile, "Aunt Song? How does my face feel?" Aunt Song didn't want to answer this question. Not only did she not want to answer it, she also wanted to kill this stinky guy who was suspected of teasing her. I was just half asleep, you don't take it too seriously. Song Meiwei buried her head deep in the sofa and said coldly to someone next to her, but if you listen carefully, you can find that there is a hint of trembling and shyness in these cold words. Oh. Then go wash up. I have already prepared breakfast. Zhang Qi said this, walked into the kitchen silently, and started his busy work. At this time, Song Meiwei propped herself up, turned her head carefully, and glanced at Zhang Qi, who came out of the kitchen with porridge. When he went to the kitchen again, she seized the opportunity, ran to the stairs in a panic, and walked quickly towards her bedroom. Bang! After closing the door, he threw himself into his bed. At this moment, Song Meiwei felt like her whole body was about to break apart. She confusedly mistook reality for a dream, and told every word in the dream to the real him without missing a single word. Especially those words, which revealed a hint of impropriety. What little rascal, what Auntie's dream, what let Auntie touch your face? Oh my God. How could I say such shameless words? Time passed by minute, Song Meiwei kept collapsing, picking up her shattered self, and then collapsing again. After being repeatedly rubbed to the ground by the scene of social death, Song Meiwei decided to raise her head and look forward. After all, life must go on, and the incident just now, just treat it as if it never happened. After adjusting her inner emotions, Song Meiwei took off her pajamas, revealing a set of seductive black underwear to the world. She then took out her work clothes from the closet, put on her clothes, left her bedroom directly, washed up briefly, and then slowly went downstairs. However, I originally thought that I could face him calmly, but when I saw him sitting at the dining table, as if waiting to have breakfast with me, the calm lake in my heart suddenly rippled again, and an indescribable emotion filled my whole body. I've served it to you. Please sit down and have breakfast. Zhang Qi said casually when he saw Song Meiwei coming down. Song Meiwei didn't say anything. She walked slowly to his side and sat gracefully on the chair. She held the bowl full of porridge in one hand and a spoon in the other. She slowly scooped up some porridge and put it into her mouth. It's bland, but it warms your stomach. At first, Song Meiwei was a little uncomfortable, but when she tasted the porridge made by someone, she instantly forgot all her worries. She sat there calmly, neither anxious nor irritable, eating it bit by bit, tasting it bite by bite, with crispy pickled cucumbers. Aunt Song? Zhang Qi's voice broke the silence and also startled Song Meiwei, who was eating breakfast. Cough, cough, cough. Song Meiwei was choked and kept coughing. At this moment, a tissue was handed to her. Taking the tissue handed to her, Song Meiwei wiped the corner of her mouth, glanced at the guy next to her expressionlessly, and asked calmly, "Is there anything wrong?" "I forgot. I'll tell you when I remember," Zhang Qi said with a wicked smile. Song Meiwei was a little unhappy, but her face did not reveal her current mood. She lowered her head and continued to eat the light white porridge. Little bad guy. He actually teased my aunt. On the way to work. The two did not communicate throughout the whole process. Jiang Qi held the steering wheel and drove on the way to the company, while Song Meiwei beside him kept turning her head to the side, looking at the pedestrians along the street with distracted eyes. "Auntie, I like the white porridge in the morning very much." Song Meiwei said this out of the blue. "Yeah? I thought you wouldn't like it. After all, the taste is too bland," Jiang Qi said casually. Song Meiwei stared blankly out the window, hesitating for a moment before saying casually, "What happened this morning? Just pretend nothing happened." "I was just half asleep. In a sense, I wasn't completely myself then. Do you understand me?" "Oh." Jiang Qi responded softly. For a time, the small carriage was once again plunged into silence, and one could even hear each other's breathing. Jiang Qi. It was rare for Song Meiwei to pronounce someone's full name. At this moment, she was sitting in the passenger seat, staring intently at the front, and asked calmly, "Are you the legendary MILF? P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward." Chapter 81. Who would whisper in someone's ear? Jiang Qi nearly crashed into the guardrail after hearing these words. Luckily, he finally managed to control the steering wheel. Still terrified, he took a few deep breaths and said helplessly, "Aunt Song, could you please stop asking ridiculous questions while I'm driving? I almost hit you. I'm just asking, why are you so nervous?" Song Meiwei turned sideways to him and said slowly, "You really are obsessed with mature women, otherwise you wouldn't be so panicked." "Am I right?" Jiang Qi pursed his lips and replied earnestly, "I think this is quite normal. I've always believed that the most perfect stage for a woman is the stage you're in, Aunt Song. Of course, it's undeniable that young beauties have a youthful allure to men, but compared to you, those young girls are nothing." Song Meiwei did not interrupt, but sat there quietly listening to his subsequent flattery. 31 years old. This age is great. A woman's golden period is perfectly reflected at this age. You don't have the immaturity or naivety of a girl. The social edges have polished you to a rational state, while still retaining the sexiness that belongs to a woman. You are intellectual yet mature, Jiang Qi said seriously. Jiang Qi's explanation was very precise. He did not shrink back due to the special vocabulary. Instead, he generously expounded his own views. After hearing his answer, Song Meiwei felt a little touched. "Let me tell you one thing. He should be a big pervert, and he is being perverted openly and righteously. It is obviously a very shameful thing, at least he thinks so. But when it comes to his mouth, it has a completely different meaning, as if everything is natural and that men should be so perverted. And I'm awesome and perfect, isn't that a given?" He hadn't seen anything better or more perfect yet. Song Meiwei curled her lips, remained silent for a long time, then opened her mouth and said in a cold voice, "According to what you said, then in your eyes, am I the most beautiful woman in the world?" After saying this, the carriage fell into silence again. Time passed by minute by minute. Song Meiwei, eager for an answer, could no longer hold back. She bit her lip tightly, and secretly glanced at Jiang Qi, who was driving from the corner of her eye. She asked, "Why aren't you talking?" "I'm looking for beauties who can rival you," Jiang Qi replied calmly. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but sigh deeply, and said to Song Meiwei beside him with emotion, "It turns out that all the women in the world are not as good as 1/10,000th of you." Song Meiwei rolled her eyes, a hint of annoyance in her satisfaction, and said unhappily, "Slippery tongue. You even dare to tease your aunt." As soon as the words fell, she turned her head to the side, and her strands of black hair covered her slightly shy face. She really liked the sweet words from someone just now. This little bastard has such a sweet mouth. Jiang Qi parked the car and walked towards the elevator alone. As for Song Meiwei, she got off the car early at the usual place. When the elevator reached the first floor and the door opened, Song Guoping, the chairman of Feihong Group, walked in. Seeing Song Guoping, Jiang Qi felt a little inexplicably nervous. "Mr. Song," Jiang Qi called out cautiously. "We are destined to meet each other in the elevator." Song Guoping looked at Jiang Qi beside him with a smile. He did not have the airs of a chairman at all. On the contrary, Song Meiwei was much more imposing than him. Jiang Qi smiled and didn't say much. He stood there without saying a word. With a ding sound, Jiang Qi silently left the elevator. Song Guoping looked at Jiang Qi's departing back and fell into deep thought again. This back looked so familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen it. Back to the general office. Jiang Qi seemed to have lost his soul and was paralyzed in the chair. Last night. It couldn't be said to be thrilling. It was very close to being arrested, just a little bit, and he was about to be caught by the chairman and the chairman's wife. Fortunately, the goddess of luck was on his side. Tonight, I won't go in even if you kill me. If I go in, I'll be a dog. They say things never happen more than 3 times. Jiang Qi didn't want to experience the same tragedy for the 3rd time. He. Why do you look so haggard? Xiaobukan had just sat down when he saw his good friend beside him with a melancholy expression. He knew that the battle last night was very intense, so he asked in a sly tone, "Did you work until the early hours last night?" Jiang Qi rolled his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "You bastard, don't lead me astray. He was just my friend yesterday. Do you think I believe it?" Xiaobukan shrugged and said seriously, "But there is one thing that surprised me. I originally thought you liked elegant, single, wealthy women, but I never expected that you actually like office lady types." After that, Xiaobukan raised his head and looked around, then hurriedly leaned over to his good brother's ear and whispered cautiously, "I heard the deputy director's appointment was announced today." "Oh." Jiang Qi slumped in his chair and said absent-mindedly, "Just come down if you want." "Why?" "Whenever I think of Zhou Paopi's smug face, I feel annoyed. This guy will definitely make things difficult for us, especially the 2 of us." Xiaobukan said bitterly. This is not an exaggeration. Although the former deputy director was squeezed out by Zhou Fuxing, he had actually always had his eyes on the position of director. However, Wu Zhang had a long seniority in the company, and Zhou Paopi did not have the strength to squeeze him out. Of course. Although he doesn't have the ability to squeeze out Wu Zhang, he does have the ability to squeeze out Jiang Qi and Xiaobukan. There's nothing he can do, it's just the workplace. Jiang Qi didn't say anything, but was thinking about a problem. He didn't pay attention to this point at first, but after Xiaobukan's reminder, he suddenly realized that if he didn't get rid of Zhou Paopi and Lao Taozi, it would be difficult to spend the next 3 months in peace. These 2 people must be very dissatisfied, and then they will join forces to target me and deliberately create some trouble in the department. Once things get worse, Song Meiyue will not be able to make any progress, and she will definitely encounter corresponding resistance. After much thought, a brilliant idea suddenly popped up in Jiang Qi's mind. It can be summed up in 3 words: pillow talk. It's a bit too shabby. Who would whisper in someone's ear? 10 o'clock in the morning. A small conference room. A dozen members of the technical department gathered together, waiting for the appointment of deputy director to be announced. Compared with the calmness and composure of the others, Zhou Fuxing's face was full of pride, while the middle-aged man opposite him had a look of unwillingness on his face. At this time, the deputy director of the Human Resources Department next to Wu Zhang spoke. Due to the vacancy of the deputy director of technology position, the management meeting has decided to appoint a new person, which is now announced. Appoint Jiang Qi as the deputy director of the technical department, responsible for assisting the director in completing tasks. As soon as the words fell, the conference room was in an uproar. P.S. Asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 82. Sister Yaling is on the 5th floor. Jiang Qi? Deputy Director? Everyone in the conference room was shocked, including Wu Zhang and Xiaobukan, not to mention Zhou Paopi and Lao Taozi. Everyone turned their eyes to the young man in the corner. They couldn't believe it. It was originally a competition between Zhou Paopi and Lao Taozi, but in the end the winner was Jiang Qi. After a brief silence, everyone reacted and offered their blessings, except for Zhou Paopi and Lao Taozi. Especially Zhou Paopi, his expression was completely distorted, but he did not let his emotions burst out because of the people present. After the personnel left, Zhou Paopi and Lao Taozi also left the sad place amidst the resounding congratulations. As soon as they walked out the door, Lao Taozi looked at his former rival and said calmly, "Old Zhou, we fought each other so hard, but I didn't expect that in the end we would both be hurt." Zhou Paopi's face remained sullen, and he spoke in a low voice, "I didn't expect Jiang Qi to be so secretive. He usually seems to have no desires, but then, he actually resorted to such a drastic measure. I'm really puzzled. Who's behind him? Who helped him secure the personnel rights at the top? How should I know? But the facts are before us. Whether you're willing to admit it or not, Jiang Qi will be our leader in the future." Lao Taozi smiled and said calmly, "Right now, we're both complete losers.
We have three options: leave in disgrace, stay humbly, or bring Jiangqi down.
Zhou Paopi narrowed his eyes, looking seriously at his former opponent, and said earnestly, "Do I still need to choose? However, it's a bit difficult for me to deal with him alone. After all, he and old Wu have a close relationship. How about we join forces and take down Jiangqi first, and then continue the fight?" "Good." Lao Taozi nodded. At the same time, the people in the conference room left one after another, leaving only the three people who were eating, drinking, and having fun. With no outsiders present, Wu Zhang and Xie Buchan started to dig up the roots of their good brother and forced him to tell them how he got the position of deputy director. Oops. Well. Jiangqi didn't know how to explain for a moment.
He couldn't tell them that he got the position from the chairman's daughter with his handsome face and strong body.
Let's not talk about whether it's embarrassing or not, he will definitely be labeled as a gigolo.
Seeing Jiangqi whimpering and unable to explain himself, Wu Zhang knew that his good brother was in trouble, so he smiled and said casually, "Since you are in trouble, I won't force you.
Anyway, if you can get this deputy director position, it will be a relief for me."
Before the position of deputy director was settled, Wu Zhang had used many connections and made a lot of efforts for Jiangqi.
Although these efforts were in vain in the end, the perfect ending was enough. Did you see Zhou Paopi's expression just now? Xie Buchan said excitedly, "Oh my, it was absolutely amazing. I've never seen such an amazing expression before. It felt worse than eating feces."
Talking about Zhou Paopi, Jiangqi pursed his lips and said seriously to Wu Zhang and Xie Buchan, "The three of us need to find a way.
We must get rid of Zhou Paopi and Lao Taozi.
I have a strong feeling that these two will team up and cause trouble. Although we will eventually leave here, we need to smoothly navigate this window of opportunity. If anything unexpected happens during this time, it would be detrimental to our future." Jiangqi pursed his lips and continued, "It might sound a bit cruel, but there's nothing we can do, this is the workplace. If we want to progress, they have to leave." Wu Zhang pondered for a moment and couldn't help but smile bitterly, those two are so deeply ingrained in the company.
Unless we remove their backers in the company, it will be difficult. Backstage.
When Jiangqi heard Wu Zhang mention the word backstage, he instantly thought of the mature, charming, and cold Aunt Song.
Ouch, what happened? Why did I suddenly think of her again? No. That's too embarrassing. I have to save face. Oops. I say, you two, aren't you a little too cautious? Xie Buchan said unhappily, "You're the supervisor, Brother Wu, and you're the deputy supervisor, Jiangqi. Do you think Zhou Paopi and Lao Taozi can really get away with it?" Wu Zhang smiled unhappily, patted Xie Buchan's shoulder gently, and said seriously, "That's why I strongly recommended Xiao Zheng to be the deputy director. It makes sense. He is always more careful and cautious than you. You need to work hard to learn from him." After saying this, he said to Jiangqi, "Xiao Zheng, Zhou Paopi and Lao Taozi, we don't need to be too anxious.
They won't cause any trouble in the meantime. It won't be too late to deal with them once we come up with a foolproof plan."
"Yeah," Jiangqi responded casually.
Song Meiyue stayed in her office, handling some matters in the company. As the vice president, she was quite busy.
After signing the last document, she finally had a chance to breathe.
She sat down on the chair tiredly, picked up her mobile phone, and glanced at the empty WeChat.
Didn't he come to see me? It seems like I was the one who went to find him. Thinking of this, Song Meiyue was a little unhappy.
She put her cell phone aside and gently pressed her temple. Countless complaints in her heart burst out at this moment.
"Okay.
Since you don't look for me, I'll go look for your mother."
Song Meiyue picked up her phone again, opened WeChat and found Zhang Yaling. "Xiao Yer, Sister Yaling, are you awake?"
Just a few seconds after sending the message, the phone rang, and the caller was Zhang Yaling.
"Sister Yaling." Song Meiyue answered the call and asked softly, "Are you awake? Have you had lunch?" "I woke up a long time ago." "It's almost 2 o'clock, how can you not wake up?" Zhang Yaling said with a smile.
Song Meiyue said earnestly, "Sister Yaling, don't play mahjong all night anymore. You're almost 50, and you're still ruining your body like this. If you develop any illness in the future, it will be really troublesome."
Hearing her good sister's caring words, Zhang Yaling smiled slightly and asked curiously, "How did you know I was playing mahjong last night?"
Song Meiyue was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to explain. She stammered, your son told me, yesterday when he got off work, he was helping me fix the toilet, and then he told me.
Yeah? Then when did he go back? John Yaling asked.
I went back after the repair was completed.
I didn't pay attention to the time at that time.
Song Mei-wei lied with her eyes open, her face a little red with embarrassment.
Oh. John Yaling said with a half smile, Mei-wei. Actually, I stayed at home the whole night last night. P.S. Asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 83. Auntie also loves sweet talk.
Song Mei-wei's whole body was about to break apart. She had never expected that.
Sister Yaling didn't go out to play mahjong last night. It was all a deception.
As for why she told someone that she went out to play mahjong all night, it was not very important at the moment. The most important thing was whether she could successfully fool someone.
It's over, the clown is actually me.
I went to great lengths to make up a lie, but it turned out to be full of holes.
How am I supposed to cover it up?
At this time, Song Mei-wei wanted to open the window and jump out directly from here. She tried hard to find various excuses to cover up her lies, but found that no reason worked.
Why? That brat. I don't know where he went last night. John Yaling sighed and said angrily, I didn't see him all night.
I guess he heard I was going to play mahjong all night, so he met up with his two friends and went to the bathhouse.
After hearing John Yaling's words, Song Mei-wei gradually came back to her senses.
Biting her plump, red lips, she whispered, maybe.
Anyway, last night, after he finished fixing the toilet, he ran away in a hurry. Mei-wei.
Please help me discipline him from now on, Zhang Yaling said seriously.
You're Shao Qi's boss.
If he doesn't listen to you, just make things difficult for him. Although Shao Qi is a good man, he's still a man after all, and he has many of the same shortcomings.
I can't control him.
Please help me control him.
Oh.
Song Mei-wei agreed casually, picking at the cap of a black pen in her hand, not knowing what to say to Sister Yaling opposite her. In fact, she really wanted to ask, why did Sister Yaling tell her son that they were going to play mahjong all night, but she was worried that it would bring trouble to herself.
In the following time, Song Mei-wei didn't know how she got through it.
She hung up the phone in a daze, rested her elbows on the desk, and held her hot cheeks tightly with her palms. Her thoughts had already become like paste, clumping together.
Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the office door, interrupting Song Mei-wei's thoughts.
He quickly suppressed his restless emotions and shouted, "Come in" at the door.
Then Gu Fei walked in from outside. He. Xiao yeah. I'm here. Gu Fei walked up to her with a smile and sat down.
Looking at her best friend's exhausted expression, she said with a distressed look on her face, "Oh.
Can you please stop working so hard? You're almost bankrupting my company. It's obviously your fault for making the wrong decision that's causing your own bankruptcy. What does it have to do with me?" Song Mei-wei rolled her eyes and asked calmly, "Where's my ticket?" Gu Fei then took out 2 concert tickets from her bag and handed them to her. However, just as Song Mei-wei took the tickets, they were taken back in time and asked meaningfully, "Who are you going with?" "I." Song Mei-wei opened her mouth, but swallowed the words back. She pouted slightly, a hint of displeasure between her brows, and said, "What do you care who I go with? Just ask." "Forget it. Since you are keeping your mouth shut, I won't ask any more questions." Gu Fei handed her 2 tickets. After getting the concert ticket, Song Mei-wei looked at the seat number. They were side by side, but a little off to the side. She couldn't help but frown and looked up and asked, "Why is it so off the beaten path? Is it near the corner?" It's in a corner." Gu Fei nodded and said earnestly, "I've thought about it carefully. You and Jiang Qi go to a concert, and it's inevitable that emotions will get high. Touching hands, hugging, even kissing. If you sit in the front, how can you do bad things in public?" After saying this, he winked at Song Mei-wei and asked with a smile, "Have I thought it through?" Song Mei-wei ignored her, put away the 2 concert tickets, and then looked at the bad woman in front of her and said, "Okay, the tickets have been delivered, you can go back." Gu Fei almost died of vomiting blood. My goodness. He changes his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. So I am just a ruthless ticket-giving machine? When I get off work? Xiebukan originally wanted to take advantage of Jiang Qi's promotion to ask the 2 of them to go out and have some fun, but in the end Jiang Qi used family matters as an excuse, so the entertainment program was aborted.
At this time, he drove his own car, turned around and arrived at the destination, and parked steadily in front of someone. I don't know why, but whenever I see Song Mei-wei in a professional OL outfit, I can't help but imagine what she would look like in a pencil skirt, and if possible, with a pair of black stockings.
Estimate. It would be really tempting. Your Aunt Gu gave me 2 concert tickets. She originally wanted to go with me, but she had something urgent to do. So are you free?
Song Mei-wei said casually while fastening her seatbelt. This time it's for real.
You can call her and ask. It's still the familiar recipe, and the same familiar taste.
Jiang Qi glanced at Song Mei-wei beside him, pretended to take out his mobile phone, and said seriously, "Then I will confirm with Aunt Gu first." As soon as the words fell,
the phone was taken away.
Song Mei-wei clutched his phone tightly, glaring at someone beside her angrily, and said angrily, "Are you annoying?
If you want to go, go. If you don't want to go, don't go. Why do you always ask her?"
Anxious. She was anxious. It's rare to see her so angry, and she's quite cute.
Oops. Isn't this just to make you happy?
Jiang Qi said with a smile. Go, go, go.
Can't I go with you?
Song Mei-wei pursed her lips, returned the phone to him, and sat silently in the passenger seat.
She was still a little unhappy, and after a moment's hesitation, she pretended to be nonchalant and asked, "Did you do this on purpose?"
Jiang Qi responded, then stepped hard on the accelerator and slowly drove towards the main road.
However,
Jiang Qi's made Song Mei-wei very depressed. Although she had known for a long time that he did it on purpose, the problem was, his seemed a bit righteous, his seemed a bit perfunctory, and his seemed a bit casual, giving a feeling of not caring at all.
He wasn't like this before.
He's changed, little rascal. Song Mei-wei bit her lips tightly, and glanced at him secretly from the corner of her eyes. Then she turned her head away and said calmly, "I'm very happy that you can accompany me to the concert, but I don't like the you said just now."
After. Don't do that.
Song Mei-wei pursed her lips and said softly, "Actually, Auntie also likes sweet talk.
P.S. Asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 84. He caught me cheating. Who doesn't love a bad man?"
Jiang Qi said with a smile, gripping the steering wheel.
But some men, they can't be bad. For example, men like me.
The principles I understand, the way I look at things, and the education I've received all tell me that's wrong. Song Mei-wei had seen many men who boasted about their products, but she had never seen anyone as shameless as him.
What did it mean that a man like him could never be bad?
Indeed, he might not be bad in front of others, but that was because he was all bad because of me. I find you're quite shameless. Song Mei-wei pursed her lips, a hint of annoyance between her brows, and said lightly, "Does Sister Yaling know that she has a son like you?"
Of course.
After all, she's my biological mother.
Jiang Qi smiled and asked seriously, "Aunt Song, I don't know if you've ever felt this way.
I used to think love had to be passionate, but when I grew up, I realized, in fact, more romantic than passion is, the little things in the ordinary life."
Do you think I'm right?
Jiang Qi said with a smile.
The little things in the ordinary life? Song Mei-wei kept thinking about the words just now.
There seemed to be some kind of unspeakable magic hidden in every word, which kept stirring up a strange emotion in her heart. She couldn't help but think of the experience of going to and from get off work with him these days and eating the delicious meals he cooked. It sounds simple and ordinary, but I don't know why, it always makes me feel extremely warm and happy.
But
Song Mei-wei, who had already generally agreed, snorted coldly and said indifferently, "I won't listen to that twisted logic."
Jiang Qi smiled even more happily. He didn't expect that the stubborn Song Mei-wei could be so cute. No wonder people say that a 30-year-old woman is a treasure.
In the past, he was ignorant, and thought that old women were not precious at all. Now, it smells so good. In this prosperous and noisy city, a small tram was slowly driving on the road, but the atmosphere inside the car was unusually quiet. Jiang Qi and Song Mei-wei had not communicated for almost 10 minutes after they finished their previous conversation.
"Aunt Song,"
Jiang Qi said unexpectedly, "the personnel appointment came out today, and I was officially promoted to the position of deputy director."
"Oh.
Do your best, don't embarrass me, your aunt," Song Mei-wei said absent-mindedly. Jiang Qi was silent for a moment, then said quietly, "I suddenly realized that I'm quite lucky.
Perhaps there is no third woman in this world who can treat me this well. The first woman is my mother.
Her kindness naturally needs no words, and the second woman.
Speaking of this, the voice stopped abruptly. At this time, Song Mei-yue was listening carefully to someone's words. Especially when she heard him talking about the second woman, her heart was filled with strong expectations, expecting that the woman's name would be the answer she needed. As a result, she waited and waited, but it ended here. What's going on? How come at the most critical moment, he suddenly stopped? Song Mei-yue turned her head cautiously and glanced at him quietly. Seeing that he was driving as if nothing had happened, as if he didn't care about what happened just now at all, she suddenly felt a hysterical and helpless emotion throughout her body. On purpose. He is teasing me like this on purpose again. The reserve of a mature woman and the upbringing of someone from a wealthy family did not make Song Mei-yue do anything out of line. She sat quietly in the passenger seat, looking coldly at someone next to her. She wanted to say something to him, but didn't know how to say it. Finally, still unable to suppress his inner desire, he calmly asked, "What's the name of the second woman?" "You guess." Jiang Qi replied with a smile on his face. Although Jiang Qi knew that this approach was a bit dangerous, he still couldn't help but want to tease this woman. "Turn around. I want to go home." Song Mei-yue's cold and charming face suddenly darkened and she said angrily, Look, Aunt Song, I've noticed you're not very easy to tease. You get so angry after just a little provocation." Jiang Qi smiled and then said, Okay. I'm not kidding you anymore. Actually, the second woman is you, the one and only Aunt Song in the world. In an instant, my emotions have stabilized and my anger has subsided. But the arrogant Song Mei-yue didn't give him a good look. She still had a sullen face and said coldly, "You're welcome. After all, I am your Aunt Song." After saying this, he turned his head to one side and sat there in silence. Jiang Qi. Song Mei-yue still turned her head to the side and said to him coldly, "I tell you, Auntie is very angry now, and the consequences will be serious." Jiang Qi didn't respond. Based on his understanding of her, he thought she was just a little upset. But don't say. Suddenly I have some expectations for the future. The two of them randomly found a high-end restaurant and sat in the corner to eat dinner. During the meal, Song Mei-yue, who was in a bad mood, never paid any attention to the man in front of her. She still maintained an indifferent refrigerator face, but also mixed with anger towards someone. "Why don't you eat shrimp? These shrimps are very expensive, hundreds of dollars per plate." Jiang Qi found that Song Mei-yue had not picked up a single prawn and asked curiously. Faced with someone's question, Song Mei-yue ignored him and ate other dishes by herself. "Too much trouble? Then I'll peel it for you." Jiang Qi seemed to understand Song Mei-yue's idea. He picked up a prawn and quickly peeled the shell. With his skillful technique, he peeled out a large prawn in a few seconds and then handed it to someone's bowl. "I don't want to eat." Song Mei-yue spoke, speaking indifferently. "Oh. Then leave it there." Jiang Qi didn't care and continued to peel the shrimps, then handed the shrimps to her bowl. Half a minute later, "I peeled about 7 or 8 shrimps. I'm going to the bathroom." Jiang Qi stood up and walked towards the toilet. Watching his departing back and then looking at the 7 or 8 large shrimps in the bowl, Song Mei-yue fell into deep thought. They had already been peeled, and it would be a waste not to eat them. As long as she could eat all the shrimps before he arrived, she could then say they were an eyesore and were all thrown away. You can save your face and taste the shrimp meat at the same time, kill 2 birds with 1 stone. After thinking it through, Song Mei-yue picked up a shrimp and quickly put it into her mouth. It tasted very sweet, tender, and fresh. A moment later, there was only 1 shrimp left in the bowl, and Song Mei-yue just picked it up and was about to put it in her mouth. Sudden. She saw Jiang Qi not far away, and saw that he was staring at her blankly with a faint smile on his face. P.S. Asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 85 Crispy. Song Mei-yue looked at him not far away, while Jiang Qi looked at her who was cheating, and their eyes were focused on each other at this moment. Collapsed and broken. Song Mei-yue wished she could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. When she was trying to steal the last shrimp, he came back from the toilet. She was caught by him eating the shrimp. This was not just a social death, it was clearly a capital punishment for herself. What to do? Killing someone in public, doesn't it seem inappropriate to silence them? Speaking of which, I was really unlucky today. First, I experienced the scene of returning to society to die at Sister Yaling's place, and finally got through it safely, but then I fell into the hands of her son and was caught eating shrimps. Just as Song Meiwei was lost in thought, Jiang Qi sat down opposite her. Looking at her still in a daze, he said with a smile, "The shrimp is good, isn't it?" Song Meiwei came back to her senses, her pretty face flushed. She hurriedly threw the last peeled shrimp into her mouth, then immediately turned her head to the side. While chewing the shrimp in her mouth, she said in a cold voice, "It's just so-so, it's just so-so. I have to say. Aunt Song's whole body is soft, except her mouth." He was caught in the act, but he still refused to admit it. But if you think about it carefully, you can understand. As the vice president of a listed group, how could he easily admit his failure? "Do you want more?" Jiang Qi asked. "Should I peel a few more?" "Almost done, just tasting it." Song Meiwei took out a tissue and wiped the corner of her mouth gracefully, saying, "I'm full." Jiang Qi felt somewhat helpless. Facing this stubborn and arrogant woman, sometimes he really had no way to deal with her. He silently picked up his chopsticks and began the so-called clearing operation. Just as he was busy eating, Song Meiwei, who had just wiped her mouth, sat there quietly, looking at him as if nothing had happened. Looking at the man who was eating so voraciously, she suddenly felt as if she had suffered a loss, and a huge loss at that. "If nothing unexpected happens, I should have paid for this meal myself. Since I paid for it myself, what's wrong with eating a few shrimps myself? It doesn't seem to be illegal, right?" Sometimes people are like this. If they endure for a moment, they will get angrier. If they take a step back, they will feel more at a loss. Song Meiwei suddenly understood. Looking at the man sitting opposite her, who was eating so recklessly, she immediately felt that it was unfair. She pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, and said in a cold voice, "Please help me peel a few more shrimps." Jiang Qi knew she would behave like this, so he never touched the plate of prawns. When he heard someone asking to peel a few more prawns, Jiang Qi did not think she was being wicked, but instead felt it was more real. I have to admit. Even the cold and arrogant Aunt Song has her moments of hesitation. Jiang Qi was peeling shrimps for someone, while that person was eating the shrimps he handed to him. For some reason, Song Meiwei felt that the shrimps now seemed to taste more fresh and sweet than before. The dinner didn't last very long and there wasn't much communication between the two parties. Soon the two of them arrived at a large theater. Jiang Qi originally thought that there would not be many people coming to this kind of elegant musical art, but when he arrived at the scene, he found that the seats were almost full. Of course, I am referring to the VIP seats. As for the ordinary seats, they are quite empty, especially the last few rows. It is completely deserted. Jiang Qi and Song Meiwei are sitting in a corner, with few signs of living people around them. Maybe it was because his body was covered with artistic pustules. Jiang Qi felt weak as soon as his butt touched the chair. At the same time, a strong sense of sleepiness rushed straight into his cerebral cortex. It must be said, this environment was really suitable for taking a nap. Jiang Qi couldn't help but yawn, and looked at Song Meiwei beside him with watery eyes, and said helplessly, "I want to sleep." Song Meiwei ignored him and sat there quietly, only frowning slightly. After a while, the concert has begun. The first piece is Amor Salat by Elgar, a song he dedicated to his newlywed wife. In a typical serenade style, it depicts an elegant love picture to the world. The performer on the stage played a soulful melody with his violin, just like the sweet words of a couple in love. In the soft tune, there was a hint of sorrow. Slowly, with the ending full of complex emotions, the whole piece of music gradually fades away, but the lingering sound echoing in the concert hall is as if a pair of lovers are still whispering to each other. Song Meiwei squinted her eyes and listened attentively to the performance, and gradually her emotions began to flood. At this time, a faint snoring sound came from my ear, small but extremely clear. The sudden noise interrupted Song Meiwei's wonderful enjoyment. She pouted her lips slightly, with a hint of annoyance between her brows. She turned her head quickly, and the result was a bit amusing. I don't know when this little rascal next to me fell asleep and started snoring. Seeing him sleeping soundly with his body tilted in an extremely awkward position, Song Meiwei felt a little distressed and pondered for a moment. She silently stretched out her hands, supported his tilted body, and slowly leaned her shoulders over. At this moment, Song Meiwei's cold and charming face flushed with strange blushes. Looking at the man who was so close to her, looking at that handsome, charming, and angular face, her heart, which had been lonely for 31 years, was burning with a flame. At this distance, he is really handsome, no wonder so many women like young and handsome guys. Of course, he is not a young and handsome guy, he is a young and handsome guy, fragrant, mellow and with a long aftertaste. She pursed her lips slightly, looked around guiltily, raised one of her arms, and carefully poked someone's face a few times with her slender index finger. The next second, someone seemed to sense something was wrong and scratched his face subconsciously. However, his series of instinctive reactions made Song Meiwei, who was doing bad things in secret, feel cute. It turned out that the little bastard could be so interesting when he was sleeping. If she had known that night, she should have sneaked into his room and tortured him, making him deliberately tease me on weekdays. Certainly. This is just an inner thought. As for the reality, Song Meiwei is a little thin-skinned and she can't do such a thing as breaking into a man's room at night. At this moment, Sarasate's Song of the Wanderer began to play. As an immortal masterpiece among violin solo pieces, it quickly attracted Song Meiwei's attention. Just as she was still intoxicated by the heart-wrenching and sad colors. Sudden. I couldn't help but shiver, and then my whole body felt numb. He actually. Song Meiwei felt like she was going crazy. P.S. Asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 86 Floral Water. Song Meiwei felt that her neck was bitten. Actually, to be precise, it was not bitten, but sucked in a very strange way. In an instant, it was as if the entire soul in her body was sucked out by this suction force. The feeling of embarrassment and anger kept invading her brain. But this feeling is also very strange, a little crispy and a little numb. Song Meiwei suddenly pushed away the person who was leaning on her shoulder. Maybe she was too frightened and couldn't control her strength for a moment. She saw Jiang Qi, who was sleeping. His forehead hit the table and chairs in front of him quickly. After a muffled sound, he was awakened by the pain. Ouch, ouch. It hurts shit, what the hell is going on? Jiang Qi covered his forehead, which was hurt by the collision, and looked at Song Meiwei beside him with a miserable face. Then he found that the mature Aunt Song was covering her neck and staring at him with anger, as if she was ready to eat him. Get out of the way, Song Meiwei said viciously. Jiang Qi, who was in a confused situation, silently made way for Song Meiwei. Song Meiwei stood up hurriedly and walked quickly outside. At this time, Jiang Qi stared at her leaving back and became even more confused, but he was not confused for long. His attention was attracted by his own forehead. Hiss. Hopefully it won't be swollen tomorrow. Jiang Qi silently took out his mobile phone and turned on the selfie mode. Looking at his red forehead, he reached out and carefully touched the place where he was hit. His thoughts gradually condensed into a memory. It seemed that he fell asleep and then got hit with a bang. But then again, what's wrong with her? Thinking back to how someone looked before she left, that expression and that look contained despair and anger, as if I felt like I had let her down. At the same time, Song Meiwei hurriedly ran into the women's restroom, stood in front of a large mirror, raised her head sideways, and looked at the place that had just been ruined by someone. In an instant, a feeling of hysteria and helplessness ran through her body. Countless swear words emerged from the depths of her heart, but she didn't know how to form a complete sentence. Red because of him sucking. I guess this mark won't go away in a few days. I'm really dead now. If someone sees it, they will definitely know that it was sucked out by someone, and I won't even have room for explanation. Looking at the red spot on his neck, Song Meiwei felt like she was about to collapse. She felt sorry for him, so she gave him her shoulder to lean on so that he could sleep more comfortably, at least not in a slumbering position. But she never expected that he ruined his neck while he was sleeping. The key point is that even though he destroyed it, he didn't forget to leave a mark on it. How? Sun Wukong? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Song Meiwei wished she could beat that little bastard to death. Why? You should take a few days off. You can't go to work like this, right? Song Meiwei sighed deeply. Her tone was so pale and weak, and her colleagues also felt a hint of indignation. Aunt Song? Shouldn't you sit inside? Jiang Qi asked curiously when he saw Song Meiwei coming back and sitting down on the seat on the other side. I don't want to sit inside, there aren't many people in the back rows anyway. Song Meiwei replied expressionlessly. Jiang Qi had no doubt about this reason. He sat there quietly in a daze, and then tried hard to pass the second level of Sheep. This game has a magical magic. The first level felt insulting, and the second level also felt insulting. After being insulted, I always felt unwilling to accept it, and then I was insulted again and again, and I felt unwilling to accept it again and again. At this time, Song Meiyue was in no mood to continue enjoying the concert. She secretly glanced at him playing with his phone, biting her lip and asking nonchalantly, "Does your forehead still hurt? Did you have a concussion?" "Thank you. I'm fine at the moment." Jiang Qi curled his lips and said unhappily, "Aunt Song, you care, so it's fine. Why does it feel like there's a hint of sarcasm in your concern?" Song Meiyue couldn't help rolling her eyes, secretly complaining in her heart. "I have been very polite to you. If I could beat you, I would have killed you right now. I used my shoulder to rest my head on yours with good intentions, but you ended up treating me like that. It's so infuriating, little bastard." In the following time, Jiang Qi fell asleep again. But this time Song Meiyue was determined not to pay any attention to this little rascal, leaving him to fend for himself there. Looking at him lying there in a mess, although she felt a little reluctant. But when she thought of the mark on his neck, she wanted to kick him twice. I touched the place he'd damaged. Was he dreaming? Did he dream he was sucking jelly? And he was sucking it so hard. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but purse my lips. Song Meiyue's face was full of helplessness. So naughty. Well. Little bad boy, Jiang Qi. Song Meiyue pushed someone who was sleeping and said coldly, "It's over. We should go back." "Is it over?" Jiang Qi opened his sleepy eyes and found that the concert was over. He then opened his arms and stretched comfortably, muttering to himself, "Oh. I slept so comfortably. This hypnotic effect is really good." Song Meiyue ignored him, stood up on her own and walked towards the exit. Jiang Qi followed closely behind her, silently following behind her. It was a little dark in the underground parking lot, and the two walked side by side, with no space between them. "Jiang Qi," Song Meiyue said abruptly, "when you get home tonight, if your mother asks you where you went last night, just say that you went to the bathhouse. Don't tell her you stayed at my house." "Oh. But don't worry, Aunt Song. My mother was playing mahjong all night last night, and she wouldn't ask me this question." Jiang Qi answered casually. "Don't worry about these things, just do as I say." Song Meiyue said expressionlessly, "Also, you help me fix the toilet, and then go to the bath center after you finish the toilet." "No." Jiang Qi felt that Song Meiyue was making a big deal out of nothing, but when he thought about the fact that she was Song Meiyue, it seemed to make some sense. Back in the car, I fastened my seatbelt, stepped on the accelerator and rushed out, and soon joined the queue to pay the toll. "Give." Jiang Qi took out a bottle of something from somewhere and handed it to Song Meiyue. After Song Meiyue took the thing he handed her, she looked at it carefully. It turned out to be a bottle of toilet water. "What?" Song Meiyue asked doubtfully. "I just noticed a red spot on your neck, and you keep scratching it. Maybe it's a mosquito bite?" Jiang Qi said seriously, "Apply some floral water to stop the itch. P.S. Asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets." Chapter 87 Your neck smells good. After hearing what Jiang Qi said, Song Meiyue was stunned, holding the bottle of toilet water tightly in her hand. Fortunately, it was a glass bottle. If it was plastic, it might have been crushed by her. After a brief moment of distraction, Song Meiyue finally came to her senses and said calmly, "Well, there was a poisonous mosquito in the concert hall, and it bit me and left a big bump." Song Meiyue's explanation did not arouse anyone's doubts. Although it was autumn and the weather was gradually getting cooler, there were still mosquitoes, and the mosquitoes were more fierce than in summer. After all, autumn is the breeding season for mosquitoes. In order to allow their offspring to obtain better nutrition, mosquitoes in the breeding period will be more ferocious and bite more severely. Then apply some quickly. I see you've been scratching non-stop, it must be very itchy. Jiang Qi said absent-mindedly. No. It's almost gone. Song Meiyue took the floral water he had brought her, looked at the long convoy with vacant eyes, and said calmly, Did you have any strange dreams when you were sleeping in the concert hall just now?" "Strange dream?" Jiang Qi suddenly remembered the dream he had last time. In the dream, Song Meiyue, dressed as a nun, dragged him into the house, and then cried and shouted that she wanted to have a baby with him. Unfortunately, at the most critical moment, he woke up inexplicably and did not see the magnificent scenery under the cassock. "Well, I can't quite remember." Jiang Qi answered casually. "Can't remember? It's just sucking some jelly, what's there to forget?" Song Meiyue turned her head to the side and said to him coldly, "Don't forget what I just said to you. If your mother asks you about it tonight, just follow my previous advice and be firm in your attitude. Don't be foolish and fall into her trap. Aunt Song, don't worry, I'm very smart. Jiang Qi said with a smile. Song Meiyue pouted her plump red lips, with a hint of displeasure between her brows. You're so smart. Then, the atmosphere fell into silence, and neither of them spoke to each other. After a while, Jiang Qi paid the parking fee and drove his small electric car slowly out of the underground garage. When he came to the ground, Song Meiyue looked at the city under the night sky, her thoughts gradually let go, her eyes slowly became blurred, and her cold and beautiful face began to turn red inexplicably. She quietly raised her arm and touched the place where he had sucked. How should I put it? The feeling couldn't be described as comfortable, but there was an irresistible magic that could instantly drain the soul from her body. Crisp, numb, itchy. This is just the neck, if it's the mouth. Thinking of this, Song Meiyue felt a little hot, a strong sense of shame gushed from the bottom of her heart, even her breathing became rapid, her chest heaving. Why did I suddenly think of these things? Even if I'm extremely lonely for 31 years, I shouldn't be so hungry and thirsty, right? No. There must be something wrong. I need to slow down. Song Meiyue rolled down the car window and felt the wind blowing in from outside. The heat began to fade away, and her restless heart returned to its usual calm. I feel like I'm spiraling out of control. Song Meiyue bit her lips tightly, glancing at him silently from the corner of her eyes. She had to admit, she could always inexplicably think of him at any time and in any place, that bad, stupid and cute little bastard. Then she looked away from him. Song Meiyue tried hard to control her emotions, to control the emotions that were stirring inside her. She took a deep breath and murmured, Jiang Qi, if you knew that the person you were going on that blind date with was me, would you still come? I think so. Jiang Qi answered seriously while driving, some people, you'll meet them after going around in circles, and some people, you'll miss them after wandering around. And you are the one I'm talking about. Yeah? Song Meiyue sat in the passenger seat, lowered her head, and kept touching the bottle of floral water that she had not returned to him. There was still half of it left in the bottle. It looked very beautiful and green. Of course. Jiang Qi turned his head and looked at her with a smile, his words filled with unswerving affirmation. I don't believe your nonsense. Song Meiyue turned her head away and said indifferently, drive carefully, don't be distracted. The tram was about to arrive at the gate of someone's community. The two of them tacitly did not communicate with each other along the way. Of course. Song Meiyue did not return the half-full bottle of toilet water to him, but held it tightly in her hand, touching it here and there. Why did you stop here? Aren't you going to take me home? Song Meiyue noticed that Jiang Qi parked the car at the entrance of the community, then turned her head to look at him and asked in confusion. I feel a shadow in my heart, why don't you go in by yourself? Jiang Qi said helplessly. For a time, Song Meiyue felt extremely guilty towards him. When she thought about it carefully, the little rascal had suffered a lot these past 2 days, especially last night, when he almost caught a cold. Just send me home and you can go back directly. Song Meiyue said. Well, that's fine. Jiang Qi silently started the car and drove into the gate of the community. However, Song Meiyue was a little unhappy at this time. He was unwilling to come into the house, which meant that from now on, she would never be able to eat his food again. The good times were gone forever. In this case, how could she keep him? Unconsciously, Jiang Qi drove the car to the door of Song Meiyue's house and pulled the handbrake. He looked at the woman who was in a daze beside him. Seeing her sad face, he did not disturb her. Instead, he sat quietly. At the same time, a memory emerged in his mind and began to become clear slowly. No way? Could it be? Am I the poisonous mosquito in the concert hall? Time passes by minute by minute. Song Meiyue finally came to her senses and found herself at the door of her home. She hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt and was about to get out of the car with the bottle of toilet water when suddenly, someone sitting in the driver's seat spoke. Aunt Song. Jiang Qi called out. Hearing someone shout, Song Meiyue turned around and looked at him, her face full of confusion, and asked curiously, what's wrong? I suddenly remembered something. Jiang Qi said seriously. Song Meiyue frowned and said with a slightly unhappy look, don't play dumb with Auntie, tell me what's going on. Your neck smells nice. Jiang Qi said. In an instant, the atmosphere in the car was not right. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 88 Black Stockings.
Song Mayua's brain instantly went into a state of shutdown, and her cold and charming face flushed with waves of red, and then spread rapidly to her neck and ears. Her rationality was gone, only a deep sense of shame.
Did he already know? Or did he already know? And he just held off on telling me now?
In just 1 second, countless questions popped up in Song Mayua's mind, but in the final analysis, she was teased by him again, but for some reason, she did not feel the slightest bit of disgust or anger towards his teasing. Song Mayue tried hard to control her inner emotions and restore herself to her usual calmness, but her rapid and heavy breathing still made her chest rise and fall.
She bit her lips lightly and said coldly, "Go back quickly. If you dare to tease me again, I'll be rude to you."
As soon as he finished speaking, he got out of the car and slammed the door shut. She slipped away, a little too quickly. Jiang Qi, who was in the car, looked at her hurried steps and smiled helplessly, then he turned the car around silently and drove towards the gate of the community.
At this time,
Song Mayue, who was opening the door, quickly turned her head and looked at the tram that was getting farther and farther away. The taillights of the tram were gradually blurring. She suddenly felt a strong sense of loss.
He used to come in and sit for a while, but now, he went back directly.
Pursing her lips and picking up her shattered heart, Song Mayue opened the door of her house.
It was empty, without a trace of worldly air.
After changing into slippers, he strolled to the sofa in the living room and threw himself on it without any ladylike image, just like when he threw himself into someone's arms. Song Mayue, lying on the sofa, had a mess in her mind, and the words he said before he left kept echoing in her ears. "The neck smells good.
Very fragrant. Fragrant."
Grabbing a headrest and pressing it tightly against her body, Song Mayue pursed her lips, revealing an unspeakable emotion between her brows.
She secretly thought in her heart, "This little rascal is so mean, he must have pretended to sleep on purpose and then took advantage of the opportunity." At this moment, the cell phone in my trouser pocket rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Gu Fei calling. "Hello? Is there anything wrong?" Song Mayue answered the phone and asked calmly. Gu Fei asked with a smile, "Are you home?" Song Mayue responded casually. "How about it? Did you have a passionate relationship with him?" Gu Fei asked again. "He's asleep."
Song Mayue pursed her lips and said seriously, "Even if he wasn't asleep, I wouldn't
do that with him. Can you please not involve him in this in the future? You always ask weird questions all day long. Don't you have to work?" After that,
Song Mayue suddenly remembered, her good sister Feifei seemed to be going bankrupt and really didn't need to continue working.
"I'm almost broke, why am I still working?" Gu Fei smiled, then said seriously, "Yeah, tell me the truth, are you attracted to Sister Yailing's son?" I. Song Mayue didn't know how to answer for a moment.
She held up her phone in one hand and touched the place where he had sucked with the other.
She was completely confused.
She bit her lower lip tightly and said seriously, "I'm not the kind of person who likes grass near home. Besides, he is Sister Yailing's son.
Sister Yailing is so good to me. How could I possibly do that to her son? Oops. I know Sister Yailing treats you well. Since she treats you so well, why not become her daughter-in-law? It can be considered as a way of repaying her." Gu Fei said with a smile, "The key is that you will not have any conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law in the future. You will be as good as sisters." No. You are sisters to begin with."
Song Mayue didn't say anything, but turned over and lay on the soft sofa, looking at the ceiling above her head with a blank look, not knowing what was going on in her mind. I don't know when I hung up the phone, nor do I know what I talked about with Gu Fei afterwards.
Song Mayue put the phone on the coffee table, and her thoughts couldn't help but fall on someone.
I have to admit that sometimes a careless word from others can always evoke countless thoughts deep in my heart.
Sister Yailing. I hope you won't blame me, your sister, in the future. It was your own choice anyway. It was already very late when Jiang Qi returned home. When he opened the door, he saw his mother sitting on the sofa.
He greeted her casually and walked straight to the bathroom.
"Don't rush to take a shower. Mom wants to chat with you for a few minutes," Jiang Yailing said. "Well. Oh."
Jiang Qi walked to the sofa and sat down next to his mother. Jiang Yailing stared at her son blankly, with a meaningful glint in her eyes. She asked curiously,
How far has the relationship with Meiwa progressed? It's not that serious. Jiang Qi waved his hand and answered absent-mindedly. Did you stay overnight at her house? Jiang Yeling asked. The sudden question confused Jiang Qi, but fortunately he did not panic and said calmly, no. It is a bit against public order and morality for a man and a woman to be alone in a room. Go take a shower. Jiang Yeling waved at him and continued, don't wash for too long. Looking at her son's back, Jiang Yeling couldn't help but smile faintly. Night. It's already deep. Jiang Qi was lying on the bed in his bedroom, chatting with Xiebukan and Wu Zhang in the chat group about cool and carefree things. Of course, the content was still quite healthy. As we were chatting, a feeling of sleepiness swept over Jiang Qi, who couldn't help but yawn. He said something to the two people in the group, locked the screen to charge the phone, and stared quietly at the ceiling above his head, his mind full of someone's figure. The black professional women's suit, paired with a white shirt and black high heels, shows the charm of an OL to the fullest extent. Her hair is slightly curly and brown in color. Her cool makeup and smart and charming eyes show her intellectual and mature temperament all the time. Unfortunately, I've never seen her wearing a tight skirt and black stockings. Ding dong. WeChat rang. Jiang Qi was pulled back to reality from his fantasy. He picked it up and saw that it was a message from someone, and it was a picture. When I clicked on it, I was instantly stunned. This is a photo, a selfie. The photo only shows a pair of long and beautiful legs, a pair of sexy legs wearing black stockings. However, before he had time to appreciate it, it was taken away by her right under Jiang Qi's nose. Well, isn't it over so soon? I haven't saved it yet. Suddenly, Jiang Qi received a message from the other party. Xiaoyer, you clicked the wrong one. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 89 Come in. Click the wrong one? Looking at the message she sent, Jiang Qi was immediately very curious. What did she originally want to send? After thinking for a while, Jiang Qi sent her a message. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, so what did you originally want to send me? Song Meiwei replied quickly and the news came immediately. Xiaoyer, I didn't intend to post anything, I just clicked the wrong button. Just a simple mistake? From clicking on the photo frame on your phone, to clicking on the photo inside, and finally confirming the photo, can you still make so many wrong clicks in a row? Are you fooling the kids? Jiang Qi was almost speechless, and felt more like he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He held his phone in his hand and typed messages quickly. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, Ansong, please don't click the wrong button again. I didn't have time to check it just now. However, this time, someone's reply speed was much slower, and Jiang Qi waited and waited. Until finally, when his patience was almost consumed by his impatience, he finally got her reply. Xiaoyer, I'm asleep. Ah? No. You're sleeping already? Jiang Qi was almost confused. He felt that he was being teased by Aunt Song. No. To be more precise, it should be called playing with. A naive and innocent boy was toyed with by a 31-year-old aunt. She used a selfie of herself, a photo of her beautiful legs wearing sexy black stockings. I have to say, the tricks in this city are so deep. At the same time, in the bedroom of a villa, Song Meiwei was lying on her bed, her face full of shame, her cheeks were extremely red. Just now, she sent a photo to someone, and the content of the photo was so explosive, it was a photo of her beautiful legs in sexy stockings. I guess he can't sleep at night? Song Meiwei bit her lower lip tightly, with a hint of playfulness between her brows. She did not regret her decision. On the contrary, the impatient look of that person made her feel a little proud, which meant that her figure was still very attractive to him. Actually, Song Meiwei felt a sense of crisis. Although some people claimed that they liked mature women and the taste of maturity and charm, their age was there after all, and some things could not be compared with young girls. Of course, if we put aside age, the rest should be better than young girls, right? Suddenly, the phone rang, and Song Meiwei took a look. Unexpectedly, it was him who sent a voice call request. After hesitating for a moment, I finally answered the call. Aunt Song. You're going too far. Jiang Qi said angrily, you're teasing me so late at night. I don't. Song Meiwe pursed her lips and replied coldly, I really just ordered the wrong thing, don't get the wrong idea. That? Could you have clicked the wrong button again? I didn't see clearly just now. Jiang Qi said pitifully, you retreated too quickly. I only saw your legs, and that was it. Hearing his words, Song Meiwe wanted to ask him, are these legs sexy? But she finally held back, suppressing the urge in her heart and said calmly, I said I clicked the wrong button, can I click the wrong button a second time? Seeing that there was no hope, Jiang Qi sighed helplessly and asked, how about I bring you bone porridge tomorrow? Tomorrow I. Song Meiwe opened her mouth but stopped abruptly. She had originally wanted to say that she wouldn't go to work tomorrow, but considering that if he knew, he might not come, she changed her words and said, come early tomorrow, preferably an hour early. Ah. Oh. I see. Jiang Qi didn't doubt anything. He simply thought, someone was in a hurry to go to work. Then, the two of them fell into an awkward silence, so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. I'm hanging up. Jiang Qi said. Song Meiwe responded softly. Good night. See you later, later. The next morning, the first ray of sunlight shone through the gap in the curtains onto Jiang Qi's big butt, and then he woke up from his sleep. After putting on his clothes and washing up briefly, Jiang Qi left home. Of course, he did not forget to say goodbye to his mother before leaving. However, whether his mother heard him in her sleep is another matter. Regarding last night's leg photo, besides feeling deep regret, the rest was just that I was shocked by someone's beautiful pair of legs. Although I only saw the content for a moment, there is no doubt, it elevated my view of the entire universe to a whole level. Those legs are simply amazing. Unconsciously, Jiang Qi came to a breakfast shop and asked the owner to fill up the porridge bucket he brought with him. Then he bought some pickled cucumbers and spicy and sour cowpeas, and set off again with light luggage, driving towards someone's community. Jiang Qi slowly arrived at someone's doorstep and got out of the car with breakfast in hand. He happened to run into Song Meiwe's next-door neighbor. Seeing an uncle walking a big dog and about to go out, Jiang Qi said enthusiastically, Uncle, are you walking the dog? The uncle was stunned for a moment, looked at the neighbor's boyfriend, smiled and nodded, and said, yeah, go for a walk. After saying this, seeing Jiang Qi carrying a plastic bag, he immediately said with a smile, young man, it's really hard to be in a relationship, but persistence is victory. Let me tell you. I was also a poor boy in the beginning, but by relying on all kinds of caring and asking about my wife's well-being, I finally got her. You have to work hard. Then, the neighbor next door walked away with his dog. Jiang Qi didn't think much about it. He walked towards someone's door, pressed the doorbell gently, and then stood there alone. A long time. The door was open from the inside. Song Meiwe leaned half of her body out. Why so late? Jiang Qi said as he was about to pry the door open, only to find that she was holding it tightly. Wait a minute. I want to take a bath. Song Meiwe said softly. No. Jiang Qi said with a helpless smile, then go wash it, I'll wait for you in the living room. Song Meiwe bit her lips tightly, a hint of shyness between her brows, and stammered, I'm a little worried about you. Who knows? What will happen to you? You're overthinking it. Jiang, am a very upright person and never do anything sneaky or shady. Jiang Qi patted his chest and said firmly, please believe me. I don't believe it. As soon as the words fell, it closed with a bang. Jiang Qi, who was standing at the door, was dumbfounded and at a loss for a moment. But after a while, the door slowly opened again. Song Meiwe stuck half of her head out, pursed her lips, and murmured, then you come in first. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 90 Prove it to him, make him understand. Ladies are made of water, even a woman like Song Meiwe. The moment the door was closed, countless thoughts came to Song Meiwe's mind, but what finally made her make up her mind was the lonely figure of someone. For a moment, she was a little at a loss, and even felt a little pain deep in her heart. Looking at him standing there stupidly, Song Meiwe bit her lips slightly and said coldly, what are you still doing at the door? Come in quickly. Oh. Jiang Qi reacted, smiled, picked up his breakfast, and went in quickly. Aunt Song? Why did you suddenly let me in again? Jiang Qi asked curiously while changing his slippers, aren't you worried that I might peek at you while you're taking a bath? Song Meiwe pursed her lips and replied calmly, first of all, I will lock the bathroom door so you can't get in. Secondly, your mother and I have a good relationship. If she knew I locked her son out, she would definitely resent me. As soon as she finished speaking, she asked him, "Didn't you want to come last night? Then why are you willing to come this morning? Morning is different from evening." Jiang Qi explained seriously, "The chairman and his wife both come at night, so it's still safe in the morning. Besides, even if they come, what's the big deal? I'm just here to deliver breakfast. Are you going to shoot me?" Song Meiyue hesitated for a moment and said silently, "My parents are actually not what you think. They treat everyone very well, especially my dad. You should have felt it last time in the elevator, right? The chairman is really nice, very amiable, like a spring breeze blowing across your face." Jiang Qi had a very good impression of Song Guoping. Although they had only met twice, these two encounters left a deep impression on him, and of course, also left deep scars. After changing into slippers, Jiang Qi looked at Song Meiyue standing opposite him. Looking at the middle-aged pajamas she was wearing, he said cautiously, "Aunt Song, I have a question that I'm not sure if I should ask." "Ask," Song Meiyue said expressionlessly. Jiang Qi opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to start. Finally, he mustered up the courage and asked curiously, "Why do you like wearing pajamas that are suitable for middle-aged and elderly people?" Song Meiyue was stunned, then subconsciously lowered her head and looked at the pajamas on her body. The next second, her face darkened. She looked at him with a hint of annoyance and said coldly, "What do you care what I wear?" After saying this, he left angrily, towards the stairs, leaving Jiang Qi standing there alone. Looking at her leaving figure, and seeing her bloated appearance caused by her pajamas, Jiang Qi didn't care about anything. He walked to the sofa, put the breakfast in his hand on the coffee table, then lay down and started his meal today. After a while, there was a loud slamming of the door from upstairs, bang. Jiang Qi was so scared that he almost dropped his phone. "It's over. She's angry." Jiang Qi looked up at the second floor and sighed helplessly. But it really didn't look good, which was a complete waste of God's gift to her. In the bathroom, Song Meiyue stood in front of the mirror by the sink, looking at herself. The more she looked, the more uncomfortable she felt. She hadn't thought there was anything wrong with her before, but after hearing what he had just said, why did she feel a little bloated? To be honest, she was quite well proportioned, and she was still quite thin where she should be. Pursing her lips slightly, Song Meiyue discarded the inexplicable thoughts in her mind and quickly took off her pajamas. In an instant, a perfect body appeared in this world. The warm water from the sprinkler head poured on her body, washing away all her worries for a long time. Song Meiyue took a bath, wiped off the water stains, and put on the pajamas that were suitable for middle-aged and elderly people. After returning to her room, Song Meiyue first dried her hair, then walked to the wardrobe and chose clothes for today. She subconsciously took out a professional OL suit, but suddenly thought of something, and put it back silently. "I almost forgot. I'm not going to work today, and the mark on my neck hasn't gone away yet." Song Meiyue picked up a set of home clothes and was about to change into them when she noticed herself in the mirror and the words someone had just spoken echoed in her ears. "Middle-aged and elderly style pajamas. Middle-aged and elderly styles. Middle-aged and elderly." Suddenly, the emotions inside me exploded, and a surge of anger rushed to the top of my head, almost piercing through the top of my head. Does he dislike my poor appearance? Or is he looking down on me because I'm older? Although Song Meiyue usually doesn't care about other people's comments on her, from her clothes to her age, she always ignores those words, but when facing someone, she cares particularly about his feelings and his opinion of her. At this moment, Song Meiyue was feeling a little restless inside. She wanted to prove something, so that he would understand something. "This set is not suitable." Song Meiyue threw the set of home clothes she had just taken out directly on her bed and began her treasure hunt. She needed a set of clothes that could explain everything, a set of clothes that could change someone's stereotype of her, a set of clothes that could show off her exquisite figure, her mature charm, and not be too frivolous. Finally, God helps those who work hard, Song Meiyue was found. When she picked up the dress, an indescribable emotion surged from deep within her heart. There was a hint of shyness in her satisfaction, and a bit of expectation in her shyness. This is a Rococo-style long dress. She saw it by chance in a luxury store when she went to Paris, and then she bought it at a huge price. However, she never wore it after that and even forgot that she had such a long dress. Just this one. I don't go to work anyway, so it's okay to wear it at home." Jiang Qi downstairs was a little melancholy. He had been playing the sheep game for several days, but he could never pass the second level. Of course, there were many people who couldn't pass, and he was not the only one. But what made him despair was that, even Sia Buchan had joined the flock. He sighed deeply, looked at the time, then picked up his broken heart, picked up the breakfast on the coffee table, and began to prepare for the next step. A little bit. Jiang Qi prepared breakfast and sat alone at the dining table, waiting for someone upstairs to arrive. At this moment, I heard light footsteps coming from the stairs. "Auntie Song, you can eat." The voice stopped abruptly here. "P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward." Chapter 91 Crisp Squeak. Jiang Qi looked at Song Meiyue walking down the stairs, and was stunned for a moment. The scene before him was completely beyond his understanding of things. All thoughts in his mind were drained away, and the only thing left was the ability to maintain basic breathing. Slightly charming eyes, eyebrows embroidered like willow leaves, fair and flawless skin revealing a touch of blush, plump and vermilion lips as delicate as cherries. She looks like a fairy from heaven, and her glance back is more beautiful than a sky full of stars. Especially the brown long skirt she was wearing, which further highlighted the charming temperament of a mature woman and also outlined her infinitely beautiful figure. It was a pity, the neckline was a bit high, blocking all the secrets of the fairy. What's wrong with her? Am I going to the company wearing this? Jiang Qi, who was stunned, came back to his senses and couldn't help but feel a strong curiosity. She knew she was going to work soon, but she dressed like she was going to an important banquet. What was she doing? Wait, it can't be because... Jiang Qi suddenly thought of the reason. It might be that what he said just now deeply irritated her nerves, so that she wanted to prove something to him, to prove her taste. At the same time, Song Meiyue lifted the hem of her skirt and walked down the stairs slowly. During this time, she noticed someone's astonished expression, and she felt very happy, and proud at the same time, because it meant that he had been conquered by her Rococo-style long skirt. Of course, putting aside the long skirt, wasn't it her own charm that conquered him? But then again, it's still a bit shameful. The main reason is that this long skirt is a bit tight, and mine is thicker than others, so it is particularly obvious. But fortunately, I wear a fixed style, otherwise this staircase will become a nightmare for me. She walked to the dining table with light steps and sat down gracefully. Her cold and charming face revealed an imperceptible blush. Song Meiyue glanced at him beside her, opened her mouth slightly, and asked calmly, "What's with that expression?" "It's a bit unexpected. I thought you'd be wearing business attire." Jiang Qi unscrewed the insulated porridge bucket and asked curiously while helping someone fill the porridge, "Are you going to the company like this later?" Song Meiyue curled her lips and replied expressionlessly, "Who said I have to go to work today? I want to rest at home for a day." "Ah? No." Jiang Qi, holding the spoon, froze for a moment. He looked at the elegant and mature woman beside him in astonishment. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to say it. After a long while, he asked, "Then what am I trying to do by coming here so early?" How would I know what you're up to?" Song Meiyue noticed his look. She was already feeling a bit guilty, and she felt even more ashamed. She quickly turned her head to the side and said lightly, "Don't talk too much for now. Let's eat breakfast quickly." For a time, Jiang Qi was a little amused and embarrassed. Looking at her stubborn and somewhat ashamed look, he finally compromised and said helplessly, "Who made me meet you in this vast sea of people? Give." He handed the porridge to Song Meiyue and at the same time moved 2 stacks of pickles to her side and said, "Last time I found out that you really like pickled cucumbers, so I bought some this time. I wonder if the pickled cucumbers in this store are to your taste." Looking at the pile of black cucumbers in front of her, Song Meiyue's heart was touched. Sometimes she had to admit, a small detail could bring incomparable warmth to the body and mind. "Aunt Song? Are you feeling unwell? Why did you suddenly stop going to work?" Jiang Qi asked her casually while eating bone porridge. "It's all because of you. Suck, 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 my neck has turned red from the sucking. How can I go out in this state?" Song Meiyue's brow showed a hint of annoyance, and she replied calmly, "There's no reason, I just don't want to go to work, I want to rest at home for a day, don't think too much. I'm in good health, much better than you." After saying this, the atmosphere fell into silence, and the two of them ate their breakfast separately without much communication between them. "Hello? What do you think of the dress my aunt is wearing?" Song Meiyue asked casually. "It's just okay." Jiang Qi's answer was straightforward, without any embellishment. "Normal? How could it be normal? Your eyes almost popped out just now. Song Meiwei frowned, her face full of displeasure, and said calmly, "What's wrong with that? The neckline is too high, you can't see the breasts." Jiang Qi said seriously. Song Meiwei almost burst into tears. Although she knew that the certain person was a bit perverted, and sometimes he was quite open and justified in his perversion, she never expected that he could be so perverted that he didn't even bother to hide it. However, facing Song Meiwei's increasingly ferocious expression, Jiang Qi remained calm and explained, "Usually, long dresses like this are designed to showcase a woman's charm. Lowering the neckline tends to show off a woman's beauty. From an aesthetic perspective, the human body is very beautiful, especially for women." Then, Jiang Qi successfully fooled Song Meiwei by using trigonometric functions and the Pythagorean theorem. Song Meiwei, who was sitting next to them, was stunned. Although she knew that it was all nonsense, for some reason, the more she listened, the more it seemed to make sense. "Are you thirsty? Let me get you that glass of orange juice." Jiang Qi noticed that Song Meiwei's eyes became a little blurry, and knew that his words had successfully led her astray. He hurriedly chose to retreat temporarily, to prevent her from seeing his face and suddenly waking up. At that time, all his efforts would be wasted. But ideals are full, and reality is skinny. Song Meiwei quickly woke up from the dream created by someone. She looked at his departing back, pouted her lips slightly, and a look of helplessness and emotion appeared on her face. "Never mind. That's it. What else can we do? Here's your orange juice." And Song. Jiang Qi handed a glass of orange to Song Meiwei, then pulled out his chair and sat down, but he didn't notice, one leg of the stool was pressing down on the hem of someone's long skirt. In the following time, it was relatively peaceful. "I ate the porridge in my bowl until all the bone porridge in the porridge bucket was eaten up." Song Meiwei took a tissue, wiped the corner of her mouth gracefully, and said calmly, "You can go back to work, remember not to be lazy. Be careful, Auntie will deduct your salary." As soon as the words fell, he stood up suddenly, a crisp tearing sound was heard, very long and loud, and with an echo. Squeak. P.S. Asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 92 Need to take the initiative. Jiang Qi and Song Meiwei were both stunned. The sudden tearing sound made the situation a little tense. At this moment, Jiang Qi watched Song Meiwei with her back to him. There was a long crack on her back, from her neck to her waist. However, the culprit was actually the chair he was sitting on. The leg of the chair pressed down on the hem of her skirt. "I have to take the blame, I can't push it away no matter how hard I try. But then again, Song Meiwei's skin is so delicate. Just this half-exposed back is already reaching the sky. If it were, I dare not even think about it." At the same time, Song Meiwei, who was suffering from the most embarrassing situation in her life, was emotionally torn just like the Rococo-style dress she was wearing. It also tore apart. She never thought that such an incredible accident would happen. She just wanted to prove her dressing taste, but in the end, the clothes tore apart. Fortunately, the crack was only on the back, and the location of the crack was just right. If it had cracked on the front or on the buttocks, then I'm afraid, only one person would be able to survive today. But how did it crack? Song Meiwei felt a force pulling at the hem of her skirt tightly. She came to her senses and turned sideways. She looked at the situation behind her and almost exploded with anger. The chair under someone's but had one leg pressing down on the hem of her skirt. It's true. This little bastard had no good intentions from the beginning. Song Meiwei grabbed the long skirt on her body to prevent it from falling off accidentally, then glared at the innocent-looking Jiang Qi with wide eyes and said angrily, "Did you deliberately use the stool to press down the hem of my skirt?" "Accident. It was purely an accident." Jiang Qi quickly retorted, "Aunt Song, how could I possibly do such a wicked thing? Don't play innocent. Don't I know who you are?" Song Meiwei said angrily, "You are that kind of person. You are. You even dare to tease me, your aunt. You are the worst person in the world. Oh, let's not dwell on this issue anymore. You should go change your clothes quickly," Jiang Qi said. Song Meiwei curled her lips. This was definitely not the time to argue with him. She took a deep breath and said silently, "Hurry up and get up. How long do you want to suppress me?" "Oh." Jiang Qi quickly lifted up the stool. Then he saw Song Meiwei hurriedly running away. Looking at her flawless back, which eventually disappeared from his sight, Jiang Qi couldn't help but sigh, what a pity. It would be better if the crack was in the front. Of course, a crack at the buttocks would also be nice. Song Meiyue returned to her room and swiftly took off the torn long skirt. She held it in her hand and looked at the long tear in the skirt, feeling ashamed and helpless, and a little heartbroken. She spent almost 3,000 euros to buy it, but she wore it for less than half an hour. So annoying. It's all because of this little scoundrel. Song Meiyue angrily threw the long skirt to the ground, then threw herself onto the bed, hugged a pillow tightly in her arms, and buried her head deep in it. Her mind kept recalling the scene just now, and the unbearable shame was like waves, beating against the most fragile heartstrings deep in her heart. How embarrassing. How truly embarrassing. If I had known this would be the case, I shouldn't have proved anything to him. Now look what I have done. I have lost both the wife and the army. But to be honest, actually, if you think about it carefully, it's not a big deal. It's not cracked in the front or on the buttocks, it's just on the back. Anyway, I have no other choice. Who else could it be but him? Thinking of this, Song Meiyue turned over, tossed the pillow aside, and stared blankly at the ceiling. Perhaps Fei Fei was right. Now that the decision had been made, why bother? Besides, why should she let anyone know? Couldn't she do it secretly? As long as I keep it a secret from all my relatives and friends, especially Sister Yeling, everything will be fine. But who will break this relationship? Him or me? Song Meiyue bit her lips tightly and began to brainstorm. She carefully analyzed the current situation. It seemed difficult to let someone take the initiative. The only thing he could do was to take advantage, so the person who could take the initiative could only be herself. You can't be too straightforward, saying that you are very lonely and need a man to accompany you, and this man is you, is really too embarrassing. Of course, the possibility of doing so cannot be ruled out. At this time, Song Meiyue narrowed her eyes, her face full of thought. Then dig a hole first, then let him jump in, and finally bury him. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, breaking the silence in the bedroom. I'm going back first. Jiang Qi shouted outside the door. Song Meiyue sat up suddenly and looked towards the door. Just as she was about to get out of bed, she suddenly realized that she was not wearing any clothes but only a set of underwear. She then said, "Oh. Then you go back first." As soon as the words fell. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered, "Be careful on the road." However, her advice received no response. Song Meiyue lay on the bed, took out her mobile phone, and sent a WeChat message to someone. The content was the same words she had previously instructed him. Moment. I received his reply, just one word, Throwing the phone aside, Song Meiyue continued to look at the ceiling above her head. The calm lake deep in her heart began to ripple, and at the same time, a feeling of shame and guilt swept through every part of her body. Feeling bad about myself. He said all kinds of no to Sister Yeling, but he actually stabbed her in the back secretly. Jiang Qi drove to the company's underground parking lot, found a random spot to park, got out of the car and headed for the elevator. He took the elevator alone to the first floor. As the elevator door opened, a middle-aged woman and the chairman Song Guoping came towards him. "Good morning, Mr. Song." Jiang Qi greeted him respectfully. "Morning." Song Guoping nodded and said with a smile, "I didn't expect to meet you again." Jiang Qi just responded with a smile, without saying much, standing silently in the corner. If he guessed correctly, the woman next to the chairman should be his wife. After all, she looks a bit like Song Meiyue. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel a little nervous. I had to make sure I wasn't recognized by the chairman's wife. At this moment, Yu Xiaofang kept looking at the young man next to her, with a hint of confusion and puzzlement between her brows. Why did he smell like her daughter's expensive perfume? P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 93 and Song, I want to perform. Yu Xiaofang knew that her daughter had many perfumes, but most of them were light fragrances. There was only one bottle that was a strong fragrance, and it was very expensive. It was in the category of art collection. She had only sprayed it 2 or 3 times. Of course. Although it was a strong fragrance, it was rich but not greasy. The key was that the smell was very special and difficult to imitate. Just as Yu Xiaofang was still struggling with the special smell on Jiang Qi, the elevator dinged and the handsome young man left. Looking at his departing back, she fell into self-doubt again. Such a familiar back, I always feel like I've seen it somewhere. What's wrong? You look like you're lost in thought. Seeing his wife's puzzled face, Song Woping couldn't help but ask curiously. Do you have a feeling, that young man who just left, his back looks very familiar? Yu Xiaofang murmured, I always feel like I've seen him somewhere, but I can't remember where. Hearing his wife's words, Song Woping was also quite surprised and said quickly, yes, I have this feeling. I seem to have seen him somewhere, but I can't remember where. Yu Xiaofang frowned, glanced at her husband, and said seriously, just now in the elevator, I smelled a special scent from him. It was a very strong fragrance, and our daughter also has a bottle of perfume with this scent. Ah? Are you mistaken? Song Woping was a little incredulous, even caught off guard, and said cautiously, maybe, it's just that the smell is similar? I don't know. Maybe I made a mistake. Yu Xiaofang sighed, then looked at her husband and asked, is he a senior executive in your company? Song Woping shook his head and replied, he's an ordinary employee in the technical department, and his family background is also ordinary, but he's quite good at dealing with people. I secretly observed him for a long time, and then introduced him to my daughter, but she didn't like him. Yu Xiaofang rolled her eyes, completely dispelling her inner doubts. She said unhappily, even if it were me, I wouldn't want to do that either. Letting your daughter date her subordinate? What are you thinking? Are you planning on embarrassing your daughter to death? What you said. As long as my daughter likes him, I'll promote him to the position of general manager of the branch in a minute. Song Woping said seriously, and then sighed helplessly the next second, but it's useless to say anything now. Our daughter has a man anyway, so let's not discuss other people and treat our future son-in-law well. The words are rough, but the truth is true. Yu Xiaofang also felt that it was inappropriate to continue discussing other guys. It was a bit unfair to the future mysterious son-in-law. Although she had not met him yet, at least her daughter's lifelong event was settled. It was just a matter of waiting for the day in the future, when her daughter could bring her son-in-law to visit, and if possible, bring the marriage certificate as well. Manager Jiang. Manager Jiang. When Jiang Qi arrived at the office, many of his former colleagues came to greet him. In fact, Jiang Qi's appointment as deputy director was, in a sense, well-deserved. His colleagues all knew what kind of person he was, and how sincere he was to his friends, especially in the past 2.5 years. He had changed a lot, and of course it was for the better. Sister Wang, you're too kind. I can only say that you're all so kind. Brother son, don't be like this. What's the point of being in charge or not? I'll still be Xiao Jiang from now on. Jiang Qi responded to his colleagues with a smile until he met Zhou Baopi. Looking at Zhou Fusheng, who was once so glorious but now had a gloomy face, Jiang Qi did not think he was going too far. After all, this is called the workplace, and he also disliked him to begin with. After becoming a leader, I feel a lot more powerful. Zhou Fusheng looked at Jiang Qi and said with a forced smile, Brother Zhou, you're embarrassing me, and there's something else behind your words. Jiang Qi said with a smile, actually, I can only sit in this position thanks to your humility, Brother Zhou. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any hope at all. Zhou Fusheng said nothing, just smiled grimly and went about his own business. After saying goodbye to his colleagues, Jiang Qi came to his own office. After all, he was already a deputy director, so it was not excessive for him to have his own office. It was just a bit shabby. Compared with someone else's luxurious office, it was so shabby. Ouch. It feels so good. Jiang Qi collapsed in the chair, looking at the ceiling above his head with blurry eyes, thinking about the mystery between man and the universe. Thinking about it. Sudden. There was a rapid knock on the door, and then Xie Buchan hurried in. Jiang Qi. Something big happened. Xie Buchan ran in a panic and closed the door casually. How? Is the sky going to fall? Jiang Qi asked lazily. Anchor's child Tonton suddenly had a high fever last night. We were sent to the local women and children's hospital for treatment and found out Tonton was suffering from acute premature leukemia. Xie Buchan said anxiously. After saying this, Jiang Qi felt like he was struck by lightning and found it hard to accept what he heard. Wait, acute pro-leukemia? I remember it's the most curable type of acute myeloid leukemia, right? Acute premature leukemia? Jiang Qi calmed down and said seriously, I know a little about it. A friend's son once had this disease. It's usually curable. Yes, yes, yes. But, Xiaobukan said helplessly, you also know the situation of Wu Ji's family. He and his sister-in-law are from the countryside. They can't raise much money unless they sell the house. I have already lent him 50,000 yuan, and there is still a gap of 100,000 yuan. As soon as the words fell, Xiaobukan hesitated for a moment, then said cautiously, how about we organize a donation within the department? Any amount we can raise will help. You go and organize it, and I'll figure out the rest. Jiang Qi said. No. Your situation is well known to everyone. Xiaobukan asked doubtfully, how are you going to get the rest of the money? There are always more solutions than problems. You should finish the fundraising first. Jiang Qi waved his hand, wanting him to leave quickly. With a hint of confusion and curiosity, Xiaobukan left the office, leaving Jiang Qi alone inside. At this moment, his brows were filled with sorrow and hesitation. The help Wu Zhang and his wife had given him, as well as the scene of Wu Ji's children calling him uncle, kept flashing through his mind. Jiang Qi finally made up his mind and dialed someone's number. After a while, the call was connected. Hello? Anson, I want to sell my skills. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 94. Are you going to have another showdown with the rich woman? Song Meiwei, who was resting at home, suddenly received a strange call from someone who directly asked her to sell her art. She was immediately confused. Selling her body was understandable, but what was the trick behind this art? Performing arts? What kind of skills do you want to sell? Song Meiwei sat on the sofa, frowning and asked calmly, do you have any talents? Well, a little bit, but not a lot, Jiang Qi replied awkwardly. I can play some musical instruments and sing. Oh, and I'm pretty good at basketball, too. When I was in high school, I was on the school team. Do you know the best sixth man? I was that sixth man. Song Meiwei curled her lips and said coldly, are you bullying me because I don't know basketball? What's the best sixth man, isn't that just a bench player? Substitutions are very important, okay? Do you think anyone can be a substitute? Being a substitute also requires strength, and I am the best among the substitutes. Jiang Qi said this and asked cautiously, if selling your skills doesn't work, then what do you think? How about I sell my body? Sell yourself? This is. Song Meiwei suddenly thought of his muscular chest, flat abdomen, broad shoulders, and a hint of emotion revealed between his brows. This emotion could not be described in words and could only be felt with the body and mind. In short, there was a hint of desire. But in the end, reason prevailed over impulse. Song Meiwei bit her lips lightly and said seriously, I don't want your body. Just tell me what you want to do, don't beat around the bush. Borrow money. Jiang Qi replied. Hearing the word borrow money, Song Meiwei's frown instantly relaxed. She was just worrying about how to give him some pocket money, but she didn't expect it to be delivered to her door like this. She asked softly, how much do you want to borrow? About 100,000. Jiang Qi thought for a moment and immediately gave a number. 100,000? What does he need so much money for? Bath center consumption, has it become so exaggerated now? The relaxed brows immediately twisted together again. Song Meiwei was full of doubts about someone asking for so much money. Although she had the financial resources, the problem was that if she gave him so much money, what if he went out and did something bad? Wouldn't that bring trouble to herself? What do you want that money for? Song Meiwei asked seriously. Help. Jiang Qi replied. Help? Something happened to Sister Yeling? Song Meiwei first thought of her good sister. She suddenly became nervous and her words became a little anxious and worried. Jiang Qi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said angrily, if something had happened to my mother, why would I have been beating around the bush with you before? I should have come straight to the point a long time ago. This is what's going on. I have a good brother, Wu Zhang. His child had a high fever last night and was diagnosed with leukemia. Fortunately, it's the most easily curable subtype of leukemia. After hearing someone's explanation, Song Meiwei didn't know what to say. It was not because she was too ruthless and cold-blooded, but because he asked her to borrow so much money, but in the end he used it to treat his friend's child. Why do this? Song Meiwei asked. If anything happens to Aunt Gu, I'm sure you'll do your best to help her. Some things don't require so many reasons.
Jiang Qi paused, then continued, he's helped me a lot, and now he really needs me. Song Meiyue pursed her lips, secretly cursing him in her heart, what a fool. Then she said, send me your card number.
Oh, and how long will it take for you to pay me back? How much interest will it be? Ouch. He is indeed a capitalist.
Jiang Qi almost vomited blood and said helplessly, let's calculate it according to the bank's mortgage. I want to borrow for 30 years.
The total interest will be about 80,000 yuan.
I'll pay you 500 yuan per month, and I'll deduct it from your salary.
Song Meiyue couldn't help but roll her eyes. What kind of person had she met? According to his calculation method, the current inflation rate, and the repayment method, why did it feel like he was the real capitalist? Final. Song Meiyue agreed anyway.
There was nothing she could do, the little rascal had already spoken, so she couldn't refuse.
As for the interest, how could I possibly ask for his interest? It's just talk. Will you come, in the evening? Song Meiyue asked. No. I want to go to the hospital. Jiang Qi said. Hang up.
Song Meiyue hung up the call without any hesitation, threw her phone aside, and sat alone on the sofa, feeling inexplicably depressed.
If you don't come, then don't come. Who cares? 6:30. Jiang Qi and Xiebakan came to the hospital.
In the afternoon, a fundraising event was held in the technical department, and a total of 5,000 yuan was raised.
Even Zhou Paopi and Lao Taozi only donated 500 yuan.
Pushing open the door of the ward, I saw Wu Zhang and his wife sitting beside the bed.
After one night, they both seemed to have aged a lot. Xiao Qi and Xiao Xia, why are you here?
When my sister-in-law saw Jiang Qi and Xiebakan, she hurriedly stood up, forced a smile, and said to them,
let's go see Tong Tong.
Jiang Qi walked to the bedside carrying some fruits, looking at the child who was only 5 or 6 years old, suffering such torture. Even though he had lived 2 lives, he felt a little uncomfortable.
Brother Wu, sister-in-law. Don't be sad. With current medical technology, this acute proleukemia can be completely cured.
Jiang Qi comforted him, don't worry.
It won't be a big deal. After saying this,
he said to Wu Zhang and Xiebakan, Brother Wu, let's go downstairs and talk.
Xiao Xia, come over here too.
Soon, the 3 of them came to a small park next to the inpatient department, sat on a bench and smoked cigarettes.
At this time, Xiebakan took out a stack of banknotes and handed it to Wu Zhang. Encore.
This is the donation our technical department raised for Tong Tong, about 5,000 yuan.
Xiebakan said.
Wu Zhang looked at the stack of banknotes in his hand, feeling a mixture of emotions deep down.
He sighed, it turns out that life really only bullies the poor. This is how the world is.
It won't show mercy to those who are poor.
On the contrary, it will be even more cruel.
Jiang Qi took a puff of his cigarette, took out a bank card from his pocket, handed it to Wu Zhang beside him, and said, here is 100,000 yuan.
The password is Tong Tong's birthday.
Wu Zhang and Xiebakan were both stunned, looking at him in surprise, shocked at how Jiang Qi could suddenly come up with 100,000 yuan.
Did you go to the Lu anti-aircraft artillery? Wu Zhang asked seriously. Jiang Qi smiled unhappily and said, this is my wife Ben.
You have to return it to me when Tong Tong's illness is cured. Wu Zhang was silent, clutching the bank card in his hand. Even though he had 1,000 words to say, he didn't know how to start.
We're leaving.
You should hurry back as well, and talk to your sister-in-law, so she can rest assured. Jiang Qi stood up and said seriously, with me in the department, there won't be any trouble.
I watched the 2 of them walk away until they disappeared from my sight.
Wu Zhang looked up at the night sky above his head and found that the sky seemed to be cleared of a layer of dark clouds.
On the way to the parking lot,
Xiebakan kept gazing at Jiang Qi beside him, his brows filled with melancholy and sympathy. He couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Jiang Qi, are you going to fight with the rich woman again tonight, at Guangmingding?
Jiang Qi? P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 95. Come and bring warmth.
Wu Zhang returned to the ward and saw his wife sitting beside the child's bed with a worried look on her face. Even as a grown man, he couldn't help but feel heartbroken.
Are you back?
Seeing her husband come back, Wu Zhang's wife moved her but to make room for him and asked, what did you 3 talk about?
Why did you come back so early? It's all about Tong Tong. Wu Zhang sat next to his wife, staring at his daughter on the hospital bed. An indescribable emotion gushed out from the bottom of his heart. He reached out and gently touched his daughter's face, then quickly retracted his hand. "That's right. Don't worry about the medical expenses," Wu Zhang said to his wife. "Xiao Jiang lent me 100,000 yuan. We've basically covered the cost of our daughter's treatment." Wu Zhang's wife was stunned for a moment, with a hint of surprise between her brows. She knew Jiang Qi's family situation and the pressure Jiang Qi was under. She couldn't help but be shocked when he suddenly took out 100,000 yuan. Where did he get so much money? Wu Zhang's wife asked. "This is his future capital for marrying a wife." Wu Zhang pulled out a bank card and a stack of bills, his face full of emotion as he said, "Xiao Jiang gave me 100,000 yuan, Xiao Xia 50,000 yuan, and these colleagues donated 5,000 yuan to Tongtong. I suddenly realized that the world isn't so cold after all." Wu Zhang's wife pursed her lips, held her husband's hand, and said gently, "You have these two good brothers. They are the blessings you have accumulated in your previous life. When our daughter's illness is cured, we will work a few more jobs to pay back Xiao Jiang and Xiao Xia's debts, especially Xiao Jiang's 100,000 yuan. We can't let Tongtong delay his marriage." Wu Zhang nodded, then put away the bank card and money. He glanced at his sleeping daughter and said to his wife with a smile, "In a sense, Xiao Jiang and Xiao Xia have given our Tongtong a second chance at life. How about becoming his godparents?" "You, stop coming up with such stupid ideas," Wu Zhang's wife said unhappily. "Aren't you just adding to their troubles for no reason?" "That's true." Wu Zhang pursed his lips and whispered, "Wife, do you know that Xiao Xia fell in love with a widow who was 8 or 9 years older than him?" "What? He's in love with a widow?" Wu Zhang's wife stared at her husband in amazement. She opened her mouth, but swallowed the words back. Trying to calm her inner shock, she asked cautiously, Does the other party have children?" "I have a daughter. Probably about 3 or 4 years old," Wu Zhang replied. Wu Zhang's wife was speechless. Although people are free to fall in love and marry now, it is unbelievable for a young man of 25 or 26 to find an old lady of 34 or 35, who is a widower and has a 3 or 4-year-old daughter. Maybe they're truly in love. Wu Zhang's wife, feeling a slight headache, held her forehead and asked, "What about Xiao Jiang?" "Have no idea. But this guy has a lot of luck with women. There are always all kinds of rich women who are interested in him," Wu Zhang said, "but Xiao Jiang is a very upright person. He is not the kind of man who would willingly fall for money. He still has his own principles." After hearing what her husband said, Wu Zhang's wife felt much more relieved. At least there was a normal person by her husband's side. At the same time, super rich woman Song Meiyue stayed alone in her home, lying on the sofa without any ladylike image, watching TV series on her mobile phone. On the coffee table were leftover instant noodles from lunch, a bag of Lay's original potato chips, 2 bags of boneless chicken feet, and 2 bottles of red wine that had long been empty. Although Song Meiyue always appears dignified and capable when she is outside, when she is alone at home, she is a real stay-at-home girl, and a stay-at-home girl who is addicted to alcohol. Gurgle. Suddenly my stomach growled. Song Meiyue finally put down her phone, then touched her stomach, turned her head to look at the messy battlefield on the coffee table, and couldn't help but pursed her lips. She had already eaten instant noodles at noon, and if she ate it again at night, she would feel so sick of it. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but sigh, staring blankly at the ceiling above my head, and countless figures of someone flashed through my mind. I have to say, since there was a man in the family, my happiness index has skyrocketed. If he were at home right now, he would have prepared the meal long ago, so I wouldn't have to think about what to eat in the evening. It's already 7:30. He's really not coming? Song Meiyue glanced at the time, her plump, vermilion lips pouting slightly, a hint of sadness between her brows, like a resentful woman thrown into the cold palace, her face full of dissatisfaction and melancholy towards someone. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Song Meiyue grabbed a headrest and hit it viciously a few times. The next second, she fell flat on the sofa with her head buried deeply in the headrest. Should I send him a message? But the problem is that he has already said he won't come tonight. If he refuses, won't I lose face? After thinking about it, finally, Song Meiyue mustered up the courage and sent a message to someone on her cell phone. "Xiao Yer, I'm hungry." Then, a minute passed, but no reply from him. This made Song Meiyue very angry. She bit her lower lip lightly, with a hint of displeasure on her face, and quickly sent him another message. Xiaoyer, I'm very hungry now. This time, someone finally responded. The enterprising young man, Mr. Jiang, you 1T starve to death if you skip a meal. I will bring breakfast tomorrow. Ansong, just hold on for a while. Song Meiyue nearly exploded at the inhumane words above. Suddenly, she pondered a question. Was her choice right? Was she too impulsive? Should the probation period be extended? Little scoundrel. Little bastard. Auntie, I was so looking forward to your coming, but you ended up like this. Are you worthy of me? Give me your money back. I 1T lend you 100,000 yuan. Song Meiyue threw her phone away angrily, grabbed the battered pillow again, and started punching it again. As a result, at this moment, a WeChat notification sound came from the phone. Song Meiyue stopped taking revenge on someone, reached out to take the phone and took a look. It was a message from that little bad guy. Enterprising young man Zhang Gongzi, please come out for a moment. Song Meiyue was stunned, and the next second, she suddenly stood up from the sofa, ran to the door barefoot in a hurry, opened the door hastily, and saw a small car parked at the door, with a young and handsome guy sitting in the car. P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 96, his little hand was pinched by him. There is more to this world than just flowers and sweet words. Sometimes the feeling of being remembered by someone is also very romantic. In fact, no matter what kind of relationship it is, being deeply remembered by someone is like, the world in front of you was originally dark, but at this moment, a person suddenly appears with an extremely shining light, illuminating all the roads. Even if the world ends, there will be motivation to continue living. Song Meiyue stood at the door, looking at the small car she often took, and the young and handsome guy sitting in the car. Her inner emotions suddenly flooded, a silent impulse rushed straight to her cerebral cortex. Sometimes the prince doesn't ride a white horse, but an electric car. For Song Meiyue, the current person is her prince. Although this prince gives her a little headache, but no matter what, he is her prince, and the only little prince. What are you standing there for? Jiang Qi rolled down his car window and shouted to Song Meiyue, who was standing at the door in a daze, come and get dinner. Hearing his words, Song Meiyue frowned immediately. What did she mean by come and get dinner quickly? Could it be that he would not come in to sit in the evening? Thinking of this, Song Meiyue curled her lips, a hint of displeasure between her brows, and said coldly, send it over. It's not this. Jiang Qi was speechless for a moment, but looking at her stubborn look, he knew why she asked him to send it over. He glanced at the time, hesitated for a long time, and silently tore up the promise he had made verbally, opened the driver's door, picked up the dinner he bought for someone, and walked towards her door. He came, although he didn't come on auspicious clouds, but for Song Meiyue, it was enough to make her satisfied. Hey! I bought you a portion of cold noodles and 2 ruji ammo. Jiang Qi handed the bag in his hand to Song Meiyue and said casually. She took the bag, opened it, took a peek inside, then looked up at the young man standing in front of her and said softly and coldly, are you ready to go back? Why don't you come in and sit down? I'll pour you a cup of coffee. Okay. Jiang Qi knew he couldn't refuse, so he agreed immediately and added, no need for coffee, just pour me a cup of hot water. Then, the two of them walked into the house. Jiang Qi was changing his slippers while looking at the messy coffee table. He didn't know what to say. He couldn't imagine. Song Meiyue, who looked so glamorous on the outside, was such a woman in private. I'm talking to Aunt Song? Don't you clean up after eating? Jiang Qi said helplessly, isn't this too messy? I'll clean it up later. Song Meiyue stood in front of the dining table with a bag in her hand. She took out her dinner from the bag and said casually, or you can take the trouble to help me clean up. Oh, and pour me a glass of water. Why? My life is so hard. Not only do I have to bring you dinner, but I also have to clean your house. And you were supposed to pour water for me, but now I have to pour it for you. Jiang Qi sighed, his words filled with sorrow. He said with emotion, it's helpless. Among the 7 billion people in the world, I just happened to meet you. Song Meiyue rolled her eyes, but a faint smile appeared on her face. She then pulled out a chair and sat down. Eating the sour and spicy cold noodles and the rujiyama with crispy skin and tender inside, the previous dull mood was swept away. While chewing the food in his mouth, he secretly turned his head and looked at him silently from the corner of his eye, watching someone who was tidying up the coffee table. It's great to have him. He is handsome, strong, and warm-hearted, but he is a little naughty occasionally. However, his kind of badness is just right. If it is a little lighter, it doesn't feel like anything, and if it is a little heavier, it's a bit disgusting. In short, I still quite like him being bad to me. After Jiang Qi tidied up the coffee table, he brought a cup of warm water from the kitchen and walked to her side. He gently handed the cup to her, then returned to the sofa and lay there comfortably. Has the money been delivered? Song Meiyue asked suddenly. It's delivered. Jiang Qi answered absent-mindedly while playing with his mobile phone. Song Meiyue pursed her lips and pretended to be nonchalant. If one day in the future, I encounter a problem that I can't solve, will you treat me like you treat your friends today? I guess so. Jiang Qi replied. Oh. Song Meiyue responded softly, then picked up a piece of cold skin and sucked it into her mouth with a hiss. I'm going on a business trip in a few days, probably for about 4 or 5 days, Song Meiyue said casually. I'm going to another city to research a project, to make plans for next year. Stay safe. Jiang Qi played with the sheep and replied perfunctorily. For a time, the atmosphere in the room became unusually quiet, with only the sound of someone eating dinner. Does he understand what I mean? Why do I feel like he doesn't understand the meaning of my words at all? He is so stupid and still tells me to be careful. It makes me so angry. He is such a fool. Song Meiyue pouted her lips, her face full of resentment towards someone, like a resentful woman who had not been loved by her husband for a long time, angry and helpless. She didn't know what to do. For a long time. After dinner, Song Meiyue wiped her mouth, looked back at the heartless him, and said silently, Auntie wants to go for a walk outside. Can you accompany Auntie? As soon as the words fell, he added another sentence. What I mean is, it's a bit dangerous for my aunt to be alone at this late hour. Can you stay with her? Song Meiyue said. Let's go. Be a good person to the end, and see the good things through to the end. I have brought you dinner, cleaned the house for you, and even taken a walk with you. It can be considered a perfect deed. Jiang Qi stood up, looked at her in casual clothes, and said with a smile. Song Meiyue pursed her lips, feeling a little unhappy. She felt like he was being forced. Forget it. A forced melon can sometimes be incredibly sweet. There was a park nearby. Jiang Qi and Song Meiyue were walking side by side. Maybe it was too late, they could hardly see any other people. A single man and a single woman, a quiet path, a peaceful atmosphere, and 2 beating hearts. Song Meiyue could feel that the back of her hand was being gently rubbed by him, again and again. She didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional, but in any case, the feeling was a bit comfortable, a bit numb, and a little itchy. Not only the back of my hands felt itchy, but my heart seemed to feel itchy too. Sudden. He held her little hand tightly, and in an instant, Song Meiyue's whole body was trembling. What's going on? P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 97. Then you. Song Meiyue's heart skipped a beat when he suddenly pinched her hand. Her breathing became a little rapid, and her chest rose and fell. She struggled carefully, but found that he was holding her very tightly. What are you doing? Song Meiyue was shy, cold, and a little anxious. She turned her head to the side and asked angrily. Shoo. There seems to be some movement up ahead. Jiang Qi lowered his voice and said in a sly tone, Listen carefully, it seems like there's a young couple up ahead doing something. Song Meiyue was stunned for a moment, frowning, and listened attentively to the movement in front of her. Suddenly, a faint sound came to her ears. The sound seemed a little strange, a strangeness that was hard to describe. What's going on up ahead? Song Meiyue completely forgot that her little hand was pinched, and turned her head to look at him with a puzzled look. He. It must be a young couple doing something bad. Jiang Qi said with a smile. Well, young couple doing bad things? Song Meiyue looked at him curiously, and seeing his obscene expression, she suddenly understood. His cold and charming face was flushed with a strange blush, even spreading to his neck and ears. The lute music in his ears was like a pair of slender fingers, plucking the most fragile heartstrings deep in his heart from time to time. Oh my God! This is so shameful. How could you do such a shameless thing? As a 31-year-old old aunt, Song Meiyue is relatively conservative in a sense. She even still has her first kiss. Of course, although she is a conservative, with the development of information technology, some things can still be understood, such as what is happening in front of her. Ouch. Jiang Qi said with a grin. When Song Meiyue came back to her senses, she heard the voice in her ear much faster than before. She felt even more ashamed. She bit her lower lip and said angrily, "Hurry up and leave. Don't listen." As she said this, she wanted to go back the same way, but she forgot that her little hand was being pinched by him, and was pulled back again. "Don't go, it's so rare." Jiang Qi held someone's tender little hand and said seriously, "Sit here for a while. I think it will be over soon." After saying this, dragging someone to the wooden bench nearby, Song Meiyue had just sat down and tried to break free from his powerful hand, but she found that he was still holding her tightly. She secretly glanced at him from the corner of her eye and saw that he was still eavesdropping on the couple's fun with a lewd look on his face. She pursed her lips and said angrily, "How long do you want to keep doing this?" Oh, I forgot." Jiang Qi quickly let go of her hand after hearing the news, and explained awkwardly but politely, "I really forgot." Song Meiyue didn't say anything. She retracted her freed little hand, lowered her head, and stared at her casual sneakers. At this moment, suddenly, a strong sense of loss gushed out from her heart, as if something was missing. Maybe it was the sense of security he gave himself at that moment? Thinking of this, I couldn't help but secretly glance at him again, and the result. I instantly became furious, raised my foot and stomped down hard. Hiss. Jiang Qi took a deep breath and looked at her in confusion. "Don't be so disgusting," Song Meiyue said unhappily. "Oh." Jiang Qi leaned back, his palms firmly supporting the chair, and looked up at the night sky above him. He said softly, "It's been a long time since I looked at the night sky like this." "And Song? How long has it been since you last looked at the stars?" Song Meiyue pursed her lips and, like him, looked up at the night sky, muttering to herself, "It seems like a long, long time ago. I used to love sitting on the balcony, drinking red wine and looking at the stars, but maybe it's because I'm too busy, I don't know when I lost this habit." As soon as the words fell, she tilted her head to look at him and asked quietly, "How many girls' hands have you held?" "Well, not yet," Jiang Qi replied. Song Meiyue frowned and said nonchalantly, "Am I not?" "Of course you're not. You are a woman, not a girl. The question just now was about how many girls' hands you have held. The answer is no." Jiang Qi explained seriously, "If you ask, how many women's hands have you held, the answer is yes, only you." Song Meiyue curled her lips and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, "There is no difference. They are all women. That's a big difference. To put it simply, the younger ones are called girls and the older ones are called women." Jiang Qi replied. After that, another sharp pain came from the sole of my foot. Hiss. "What's wrong now?" Jiang Qi looked at her pitifully. Song Meiyue turned her head away and said lightly, "I accidentally slipped." Jiang Qi didn't know what to say for a moment, and after thinking about it carefully, it might be that the word older deeply stimulated her. The key point is that older is not something fictitious, but a fact that exists. "Well, do you know that I'm going on a business trip in a few days?" Song Meiyue asked casually. You said that before," Jiang Qi replied. Song Meiyue pursed her lips, swallowed the words that were about to come out of her lips, and sat quietly beside him without saying a word. For a time, the air seemed to be frozen, even time seemed to stand still. Apart from the sound coming from not far away, there was no other sound. "TSK, TSK, TSK. This guy is pretty good." Jiang Qi took out his phone, checked the time, and said to himself, "I didn't expect he's such an athlete." Song Meiyue didn't understand what he was saying. She looked at him with her bright eyes flickering and asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" That is. Jiang Qi didn't know how to explain it, so he squeaked and whimpered, "Anyway, this kind of thing can't be explained, it can only be understood. I'll give you a formula, which is the complex relationship between time and energy. Can't express it in words, only understood? The complex relationship between time and energy?" Song Meiyue became even more confused, and pondered the mystery carefully. As she thought about it, she suddenly realized it, and her puzzled little face turned red, even her earlobes turned red. Looking at her blushing face, Jiang Qi knew that this woman had gotten it. "It's great to be young, you can stay as long as you want." Jiang Qi sighed. Hearing his emotion, Song Meiwei asked subconsciously. How long have you been here? P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 98, Wet Pants. When Song Meiwei asked this question, it seemed as if the whole world fell into silence. The air was filled with a burning smell. A strong sense of shame gushed out from her heart and rushed to her cerebral cortex. Her cold and charming face had already turned red. Song Meiwei didn't know why such incredible words suddenly came out, but finding the answer to the question was not so important now. How to escape the next predicament was the most critical thing at the moment. What to do? What should I do now? Sitting on the chair, Song Meiwei felt very uncomfortable, and every second was a double torture to her body and mind. Compared to Song Meiwei's gradual collapse, Jiang Qi was more shocked. He was shocked by someone's shocking question. He couldn't imagine such a steady and mature woman would actually ask such a question. But when he thought about it carefully, it was understandable. Aunt Song was already at the age of being as vigorous as a wolf and tiger, and this was not the only thing she cared about. Ahem. Aunt Song. I'm not bragging to you. My abilities are pretty good, Jiang Qi replied seriously. You know Nanfu batteries, right? That's right. I'm the Nanfu battery of men. One battery is better than 6. For a time, Song Meiwei became even more shy, even her neck turned red. She bit her lips tightly and said angrily, I just made a slip of the tongue. Don't say such dirty words to me. I'm not the kind of woman you imagined. Oh. Jiang Qi responded softly, looking at Song Meiwei, whose face was already blushing, and said curiously, Auntie Song, your face is so red. Song Meiwei shuddered, quickly turned her head, and said angrily, What do you care? TSK. Aunt Song is so arrogant and cute. Jiang Qi smiled and looked up at the night sky above him. He could smell a faint fragrance at the tip of his nose, and the sound of fragrance kept interweaving and colliding in his ears. He said to himself with emotion, Aunt Song. I'm really lucky to have met you. I hope you feel the same way. Song Meiwei was stunned for a moment, trying to calm the surging emotions in her heart. She couldn't help but take a deep breath and said softly, I'm not lucky at all. You just tease me every day. I'm obviously your mother's good friend, but you are so bold. It really makes me angry. Hey. Interesting. That won't happen again in the future. Jiang Qi said with a smile. When Song Meiwei heard that he would no longer be like this, she felt a sense of loss. She pursed her lips and whimpered, Actually, Auntie, anyway, just stay like this. You don't need to change anything, and I won't allow you to change anything. Don't you hate me like this? Jiang Qi asked curiously. Song Meiwei was speechless. She secretly glanced at him out of the corner of her eye and found that the little rascal had a smirk on his face. She knew that he had teased her again and immediately said angrily, Why are you so annoying? Shut up right now. I'm so annoyed. Soon. The two fell into silence again, remaining silent with each other. The horizontal bar engine seemed to be about to explode, followed by a roaring engine sound. The park was silent for a while, and soon, a young couple walked past Jiang Qi and Song Meiwei. The boy's face was full of excitement, while the girl's face was shy. Song Meiwei watched the young couple leave and couldn't help but frown, asked, They seem to be students. Are all students like this nowadays? Have no idea. Anyway, I was still very honest at that time. Jiang Qi said. His words, Song Meiwei had a big question mark on her mind. After all, men's words are lies and many of their words cannot be believed casually, especially those of men who like to go to bath centers, but she was quite curious about what he looked like in the past. Forget it, let's not be curious anymore, this one is good enough now. Go back or walk a little further? Jiang Qi asked. Go back. Song Meiwei stood up, patted her but gently, and then followed him back shoulder to shoulder. On the way back, the two didn't communicate much and walked all the way to the door of their home. Song Meiwei opened the door, but found that he was not following her. You went straight home? Song Meiwei looked at him and asked expressionlessly. Almost. Jiang Qi nodded. After getting the confirmation, Song Meiwei felt a little reluctant and frustrated deep in her heart. She really wanted to tell him, why don't you stay here tonight, but she really couldn't find a reason for him to stay. After a little thought and calm analysis, I hesitate to speak. Take a bath. I see you're sweating. Song Meiyue said nonchalantly. Ah? Is there?
Jiang Qi touched his dry forehead, his face full of confusion.
Song Meiyue turned her head away and replied nonchalantly, if I say yes, then yes. Come in quickly and stop whining. I'm worried.
Why don't you call your family first and ask if they'll come over tonight?
If not, I'll take a bath.
Jiang Qi said helplessly, third time is better than last time.
I don't want to hide in the closet anymore. Wait for me. Song Meiyue hurried into the house. A few minutes later, Song Meiyue came out and said to Jiang Qi, come in. A bathroom.
Jiang Qi lay in the bathtub with a look of satisfaction on his face, enjoying the life brought by technology.
Sometimes he had to admit, it was great to live in a world with money. Bang bang bang. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, interrupting him from thinking about life, and then he asked, what's wrong? I left my things inside.
Song Meiyue's cold voice came from outside the door.
Oh.
Then come in, I didn't lock the door.
Jiang Qi said. Moment.
The bathroom door was open from the outside, and Song Meiyue walked in with her head down, then stood in front of the sink. She was looking for something, and even turned on the faucet. Soon she hurried out again.
This little episode did not affect Jiang Qi's ultimate enjoyment. He still lay comfortably in the bathtub, thinking about the mysteries between man and the universe. At the same time, Song Meiyue sat on the sofa with a blushing face.
Although she looked calm on the outside, her heart was already filled with waves.
He shouldn't know, right? Don't ever know. Otherwise I would lose all my face.
Time passed by minute, and just at this moment, a shout suddenly came from upstairs. The voice was filled with confusion about life.
Aunt Song? Why are my pants see-through? P.S. Please give me a monthly ticket, a recommendation ticket, and a reward. Chapter 99. Auntie wants you to accompany her.
Jiang Qi was confused after taking a shower. He looked at the wet clothes and pants on the ground and fell into deep confusion. They were clearly dry before, so how could they be soaked after taking a shower?
Even his underwear was a little wet. What on earth was going on?
Just when he was doubting his life, Jiang Qi suddenly thought of a previous episode. Someone seemed to have come in, saying he was looking for something, but inexplicably turned on the faucet. At first he didn't think there was anything wrong, but now it seems, there is a big problem.
Case solved. She's definitely the murderer.
Jiang Qi sighed deeply, looking at the wet clothes and pants on the ground, his heart filled with helplessness. Finally, he silently picked up the mobile phone on the sink and prepared to call his mother to tell her son would not be coming home tonight and was going to spend the night at a friend's house. As for whose friends they are, of course my mama's friends.
Hello? Mom, tonight.
I'm staying at Xiao Xia's house tonight. Jiang Qi said calmly, something happened today. As for what it is, it's hard to explain over the phone.
I'll tell you when I get back tomorrow. That's all. Goodbye. Without giving Jiang Yeling any chance to speak, he hung up immediately.
After finishing the call, he put the phone back where it belonged, then opened the door, stuck half of his head out, and shouted to someone downstairs.
Aunt Song. Why are my pants wet? Result? He was answered by silence.
At this time, Song Meiyue was sitting on the sofa with a blushing face, constantly organizing various sophistry words in her mind. After thinking about it, she decided to give up the right to prove her innocence and chose to deal with this crisis with a strong attitude.
How should I know? You must have gotten it wet accidentally. Song Meiyue said coldly, don't blame me for everything.
Sometimes you should think about whether it's your own fault.
Ouch.
Listen to this righteous tone.
Jiang Qi, standing naked in the bathroom, was speechless for a moment.
He sighed silently, secretly complaining in his heart.
This old woman's reserve is simply too interesting. No.
I have to tease her properly later, otherwise it will be wet in vain.
Thinking of this,
Jiang Qi bent down to pick up the underwear and felt the texture of the fabric. Fortunately, it was only half wet and would dry after covering it with the quilt at night. Without thinking much, he pulled up his pants, put on a white bath towel, and went out in slippers.
He walked downstairs slowly and saw Song Meiyue sitting on the sofa.
Then he walked to the sofa silently, sat down at a distance from her.
Aunt Song. We may need to have a chat. Jiang Qi said seriously. Song Meiyue's heart couldn't help but tremble. She suppressed her panic and asked calmly, what do you want to talk about? Why are my clothes and pants soaked? Jiang Qi asked seriously. One more thing. You suddenly barged in while I was taking a bath and turned on the faucet. Could you explain to the translator what happened? I. Song Meiyue didn't know how to explain for a moment. She sat there feeling a little uneasy. She secretly glanced at someone's expression at the moment and found that he was staring at her with a sharp gaze, which was full of criticism. She suddenly became more nervous. Aunt Song, please translate. Jiangxi looked at her with a sharp gaze and asked word by word, what's going on? This. Translate. It's just something, I. Translate. It is said that extreme despair leads to anger. At this time, Song Meiyue was forced to the edge of the cliff by Jiang Qi and had no way to retreat. Then she exploded on the spot, stood up suddenly from the sofa, and glared fiercely at the little villain who bullied her. Turn over, I'll turn you over like a big-headed ghost. Song Meiyue walked upstairs angrily and left someone in the living room. Where are you going? Jiang Qi asked curiously. What do you care? Song Meiyue turned around and looked at him with her eyes wide open. She said angrily, I'm going to take a shower. If you dare to come up, I'll call the police to arrest you. Watching her leave, Jiang Qi hurriedly called out, Aunt Song. Can I stay here for the night? My clothes and pants are soaked, even my shorts are half wet. I definitely can't go home in this state. Song Meiyue stopped and stood there blankly, a hint of joy flashing across her brows, and she said softly, It's up to you. After saying this, he hurried up the stairs again. When she reached the corridor on the second floor, Song Meiyue suddenly stopped, bit her plump red lips, with an imperceptible hint of joy on her face, and took 2 trots back to her room. Night. Quiet. Song Meiyue was lying on her bed, wearing a black silk nightgown, and underneath, a set of black hollow fabric underwear. She reached out for her charging phone and looked at the time. It was already 11:30, but Song Meiyue was not sleepy at all. She opened WeChat as usual, clicked on the chat box with him, wrote a few words, and then deleted it silently. Looking quietly at the ceiling above my head, my thoughts were already a mess. Ding dong. The WeChat notification sound broke the silence in the bedroom and interrupted someone's wandering thoughts. The enterprising young man, Mr. Jiang, are you asleep? Song Meiyue pursed her lips and quickly sent him a message. Xiaoyer, it's almost time. Is there something wrong? Enterprising young man Jiang Gongzi, nothing, I just asked casually. Song Meiyue frowned, a little unhappy. When she was about to send him a message, she received another message from someone. Enterprising young man Mr. Jiang, are you going to work tomorrow? Xiaoyer, no. I'm going on a business trip the day after tomorrow. Enterprising young man Jiang Gongzi, oh. Enterprising young master Jiang, good night, Auntie Song. Xiaoya, goodbye. Song Meiyue threw her phone aside and sat in a daze, lost in thought. He really doesn't know? This business trip doesn't need so many days. You'll be back in 1 day at most. The reason it takes so many days is simply because your aunt wants you to accompany her. Is there a possibility that he was pretending? In fact, he had known it for a long time, but he pretended not to know, making himself a little depressed, and then giving himself a huge surprise. Well, he might have known it, but it seemed unlikely. Song Meiyue turned over, hugging her quilt tightly, legs still tucked together, her brows filled with the melancholy of an older single woman. P.S. Asking for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. Chapter 100. He is not a cow either. The next morning, Song Meiyue woke up from the bed and looked at the time. It was already past 9 o'clock. The next second, she suddenly sat up from the bed, then hurriedly put on her slippers, opened the door of her bedroom, and shouted a few times outside. Hello? Are you still there? Jiang Qi? Jiang Qi? The one with the surname Jiang. Song Meiyue shouted loudly. However, the only answer she got was silence. An indescribable frustration swept over her body. Song Meiyue pouted her lips, her face full of displeasure. She walked downstairs dejectedly, looking at the empty house. She didn't know what to do for a moment. Just at this moment, she noticed the breakfast on the dining table, and her heart suddenly warmed. Coming to the dining table, there was an insulated porridge bucket, a bowl for rice, 2 plates of pickles, and a piece of paper with words written on it. He reached out and took a look at the contents, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Little rascal. Song Mei-wei put the paper back on the dining table and walked upstairs slowly. Although she was a little annoyed by someone's leaving without saying goodbye, the content on the paper made all her unhappiness disappear. In fact, what was written above is very simple, reminding her to eat on time, but sometimes, to capture the heart of an old aunt, you don't need flowery love words or expensive gifts, just a simple reminder will do. After a simple wash, Song Mei-wei returned to the dining table and ate the still warm bone porridge while thinking about her plans for tomorrow. I do need to go on a business trip tomorrow, but it only takes one day. So what should I do for the next few days? Wander around like a ghost? Or sneak back home? Thinking about it, Song Mei-wei's emotions gradually began to get out of control. She was about to explode with anger. She picked up a piece of pickled melon and put it in her mouth. It made a crunching sound, just like chewing someone's flesh. It's so infuriating. I've hinted at it so many times, why won't you understand? Damn Jiangqi. Damn man. Damn little bastard. After a round of internal abuse and venting, Song Mei-wei regained her composure. Looking at the thermos filled with bone porridge beside her, she sighed helplessly and muttered to herself, maybe I've been tossing him around these past few days. He has to pick me up from get off work every day, cook dinner for me, and then be blocked in the closet by my parents. Song Mei-wei sighed, a deep sense of guilt revealed between her brows. In fact, she had no right to ask anything of him. During this period of time, he had done everything perfectly, but she was always dissatisfied with anything. Then let him rest for a while. After all, even a cow can't withstand the kind of torture I do, and besides, he's not a cow. Boil and boil and boil. Finally it was evening. Song Mei-wei, who had been bored at home all day, heard the long-awaited doorbell. She hurried to the door and opened it to see someone standing alone in front of her with a bag of vegetables. I'm here to make dinner for you. Jiangqi picked up the bag of vegetables in his hand and said with a smile, all of them are your favorites. Song Mei-wei responded softly, then moved aside to let him in. After Jiangqi changed into slippers, he walked straight to the kitchen, while Song Mei-wei sat on the sofa waiting for dinner. She looked towards the kitchen from time to time, and the words that were on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back. After a while, the sumptuous dinner was ready. Looking at the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table, but only 1 bowl of rice, Song Mei-wei looked at him beside her in confusion and asked curiously, aren't you going to eat? I have something else to do. Jiangqi nodded and said seriously, I'm going to the hospital to see how my friend's daughter is doing. Oh. Song Mei-wei pursed her lips, not wanting to force him to stay, and said silently, tomorrow at noon, take me to the airport. I have to board the plane at 1:30 p.m. Good. No. Then I'll go first, Aunt Song. As soon as the words fell, Jiangqi left, leaving Song Mei-wei sitting alone at the dining table. At this time, Song Mei-wei stood up, walked quickly to the door, opened a narrow gap, and watched him get into the car through the gap and drive away slowly. Finally, he disappeared from her sight. She returned to the dining table in disappointment and ate the food he cooked. Suddenly I realized, the food that I once praised so much now has no taste at all. Turn out to be. What I care about is not the taste of the food, but the person next to me. At noon the next day, Jiangqi drove his car to someone's door. When he saw Song Mei-wei's 2 suitcases, he was speechless. Those who knew her knew that she was going on a business trip, while those who didn't thought she was fleeing. Ouch, why is it so heavy? Jiangqi struggled to move the suitcase to the back seat and said helplessly, I'm only on a business trip for a few days, is there any need to pack so much stuff? It feels like I'm moving my entire home. Song Mei-wei ignored him and got into the car. Seeing the man's cold look, Jiangqi didn't say much and drove her directly to the airport. Along the way, the two did not communicate. Song Mei-wei tilted her head and looked through the car window at the scenery along the way, feeling a little depressed. Aunt Song. After you get off the plane, send me a message to let me know you're safe. Jiangqi drove while reminding Song Mei-wei beside him, also, pay more attention to your safety when you're out. Don't go to places like bars. Some people are very bad these days. If they put drugs in your drink, the consequences will be disastrous. If you really can't hold back your urge to drink, then drink in your room. Jiangqi paused, then continued, of course it's best not to drink. Drinking can easily lead to mistakes. Oh, and be careful of those hypocritical men. These people. His nagging words kept echoing in her ears. If it were someone else.
Song Meiwa would have been impatient long ago, but these words were all said by him, and an indescribable warmth surged in her heart.
Unconsciously, the two arrived at their destination.
Zhang Qi took out her 2 suitcases from the back row and watched her walk into the airport. Just when Song Meiwa was about to go through security, she couldn't help but turn around and look at someone.
He was still standing there. She felt a little shaken deep down. But in the end, Song Meiwa went in anyway.
When she passed the security check, she turned her head to look at him again. Seeing him waving at her, she raised her arm and waved to him.
Little rascal, wait for me to come back.
Then we must sort out this ill-fated relationship between us.